Chapter 540. Universe information diffraction is generally the information that can be fully collected by the forces that control the universe. For example, China's great universe will and single universe will can collect the diffraction information of the universe and simulate the computing system to realize the prediction of the future. This prediction method is like observing the long river of time in a local area, but it is only an observation technology and does not mean that the future is unchanging. Because local. It can be controlled and observed and calculated, but the existence of infinite dimensions such as the infinite universe C, 4-dimensional spacetime, 5-dimensional spacetime, and 3-dimensional spacetime makes it impossible to fully observe the universe as a whole. In this way, there are factors that are not under control, which will make the future difficult to predict. Even in the China Universe Island, such a deeply controlled area, there is still no way to make the future completely controllable and predictable. In Yi Jiqiu's view, no matter how powerful the existence behind the Minglong 5 is, it is impossible to surpass China's cosmic will and collect all the cosmic diffraction information of China Universe Island. The only possibility is parallel time and space. In other words, there may be parallel time and space in the man-phosphorus world, and the information of this parallel time and space was collected by the existence behind the 5 dark dragons. It's getting more and more interesting. The black hand behind the scenes. What is your purpose? Yi Jiqiu stared at the 5 dark dragons. After everyone arrived, the blood-marked masked man took out a piece of animal skin, and then carefully observed the surrounding situation, as if he was identifying something. The 5 dark dragons, who seemed to know the inside story, were very calm on the surface, but the energy that began to roll in their bodies showed their inner uneasiness. The 5 members of the Nether Dragon group have all become intermediate creatures, and they are also the strongest among the mercenaries. Except for the blood-marked masked man, no one dares to say that they can definitely defeat the 5 Nether Dragons. Yi Jiqiu thought about it, and read the memories of the 5 Nether Dragons himself. Huh? Rule counter mechanism? Children's play? Yi Jiqiu directly browsed all their memories, and the rule counter mechanism hidden in that memory did not cause him any trouble. Soon, the memories of the 5 Nether Dragons were turned over by him inside and out. Even those subconscious memories deep in the memory did not escape the poisonous hand. Samsara Temple? Reincarnators? Yi Jiqiu was calm. He had no fear for these great god civilizations that pretended to be gods. The 5 Minglongs were reincarnators affiliated with the Samsara Temple. These reincarnators had many kinds of tasks, which could be divided into several categories. The most common tasks were usually espionage tasks, which were to spy on the internal information of other universe islands. Then, there were plundering tasks, which were to plunder the genes and technology of other universes. The third type of task was occupation tasks, which were to occupy some universes. Other uncommon missions include destruction missions and war missions. The destruction and war here are not about participating in any historical events or plot progress, but directly destroying other hostile universes, or fighting with the great god civilization. Yi Jiqiu attached the 5 primordial robots directly to the purple eye tattoos of the 5 people of Minglong. This purple eye tattoo is the real core of the reincarnation. The bodies of Minglong and others are just the bodies that the reincarnation temple has reassembled through the physical rules of China Universe Island. When the reincarnation returns to the reincarnation temple, their bodies will disappear directly. Even the purple eye pattern of the reincarnation may be a projection of rules. After all, Yi Jiqiu did not see the Samsara temple opening an infinite wormhole from the previous information, and of course the Samsara temple probably did not dare to do so. If the other party directly opened an infinite wormhole in the barbarian phosphorus realm, the consequence would be that they would be directly exposed, and the 5 reincarnations would be blasted into slag by the will of the China Great Universe, and they might even be hunted down to the homeland of the Samsara Temple. Yi Jiqiu was also analyzing the information of the Samsara Temple through the bodies of the 5 Nether Dragons. Whether it was the other party's technological level or location, it was the information that the new humans wanted to know. The Samsara Temple, which did not notice Yi Jiqiu's actions, was still paying attention to the actions of Minglong and others through the Samsara purple eye pattern. As time went on, the bodies and rule information of Minglong and the other 5 became more and more like the physical rules of China Universe Island, almost to the point where they could be mistaken for the real thing. And Yi Jiqiu also discovered why these reincarnations wanted to get close to the light bulb-like Sun of Destiny. So that's how it is. Through the Sun of Destiny, they parasitize on the universe will of the man-phosphorus realm, and then steal the rules of the universe will. Yi Jiqiu thought about the possibilities in his heart. He was sure that the purpose of the Samsara Temple was definitely not just this man-phosphorus realm, and even the entire China Universe Island was the other party's target. If it can parasitize the Chinya 3000 worlds, then the Samsara Temple will suddenly launch an invasion from the outside, and then when him is caught off guard, it will launch an internal and external pincer attack. Even if the Chinya Great Universe will is strong, it can't withstand such a surprise attack, and the entire Chinya Universe Island will be controlled by the Samsara Temple. Although Yi Jichio doesn't care about the life and death of the Chinya Great Universe will, the Samsara Temple is also a threat to the new humans. He doesn't know if there are any lackeys of the Samsara Temple inside the new human universe island, but he still immediately reported the matter to the Ghost Special Service headquarters. Yi Jichio continued his intelligence investigation on the Samsara Temple. The blood-marked masked man, the Son of Destiny, was smug under the mask. However, he did not realize that the cosmic will of the savage phosphorus world had been parasitized by the rule parasites of the Samsara Temple, and the rule parasites parasitized the cosmic will through the soul of the blood-marked masked man. The Minotaur possessed by Yi Jichio behaved well within the team. If someone could see the primordial robot, they would probably be scared to death. The rule parasites of the Samsara Temple parasitized the cosmic will of the man phosphorus world through the Son of Destiny, and he followed the rule parasites and entered the core of the cosmic will of the man phosphorus world. The core of the cosmic will of the man phosphorus world is inside a subsidiary small universe of the man phosphorus world. This small universe has a strength comparable to the crystal wall of the source world, and its interior is full of artificial celestial bodies filled with computing equipment. This small universe of the cosmic will can be understood as the core of a super large computer, and the cosmic will is the artificial intelligence of this computer. The rule parasite is equivalent to a special computer virus, but this computer virus is very strange and powerful. Yi Jichio, who also entered the core of the universe, was distracted in several directions. He was carrying out multiple tasks at the same time, including attaching to the Minotaur, analyzing the reincarnation purple eye pattern, analyzing the rule parasite, and investigating the core of the universe in the barbarian phosphorus world. Multi-threaded work is not difficult for great god-level creatures. However, it is not so fast to analyze the information of the reincarnation temple. It is not that it cannot be analyzed, but it takes time. But the missions of the reincarnationists are usually fast in and fast out. Under no circumstances, Yi Jichio could only apply for more computing power from the headquarters, and go all out to analyze the rules of the reincarnation purple eye pattern. On the contrary, the mission of analyzing the parasite rules, and the core of the universe of the wild phosphorus world, does not need to be too rushed. Time passed by minute, and the Nether Dragon reincarnation team, Yi Jichio, escorted the blood-marked masked man to the destination. Chapter 541. In the forest with towering ancient trees, 13 strange humanoid creatures killed a lizard-like monster, and set up camp in a small clearing in the forest. The Minotaur drew out a dagger, cut a piece of meat from the thigh of the lizard monster, turned around and sat down to grill it. In the mercenary team, in addition to the 5 members of the Dark Dragon group and the lone Minotaur, there are also a pair of twin werewolf brothers, a poison man who looks very similar to humans, a female mercenary with light green skin, and 3 alien intelligent creatures mercenaries. The so-called alien intelligent creatures are non-human intelligent creatures. They look strange and different from humans. From the memory of the 5 members of the Dark Dragon group, Yi Jichio has already understood the next plot. The Poison Man and the Vine Woman have long been secretly subdued by the Masked Man. The remaining mercenaries are just live targets for this trip. The Masked Man deliberately hired them as cannon fodder to attract firepower. Yi Jichio, who was possessed by the Minotaur, was analyzing the reincarnation purple eye pattern with all his strength while thinking about the next move. He was not afraid of the so-called Son of Destiny, and the will of the universe of the man phosphorus realm that controlled everything. However, the plan of the Samsara Temple could not be easily succeeded. From the perspective of strength, the technological level of the Samsara Temple was estimated to be on par with the will of the Chinya Great Universe. If the Samsara Temple successfully controlled the Chinya Universe Island, it would not be in the interests of the new humans. Looking at the masked man who was resting with his eyes closed, Yi Jichio immediately came up with a plan, and a choosy robot appeared 7 million kilometers away from the forest. The choosy robot hovered in the air, and soon found the target. The blue-gray mountains towered into the clouds. In the mountains, there was a dark blue mist. These dark blue mists were seeping out from the large rift valley in the middle of the mountains. The inside of this mountain range was dead. This was the destination of the masked man, the ruins of the God of Desolation. To be precise, this mountain range was the outer area of the ruins of the God of Desolation. The real ruins of the God of Desolation were deep in the Grand Canyon. The entrance to the Grand Canyon was full of strange rocks and countless biological remains, which seemed to warn future generations of the dangers of this place. Yi Jiqiu behind the choosy robot knew that this was the opportunity for the Son of Destiny. If the arrangement here was changed casually, it would immediately awaken the will of the universe of the man-phosphorus realm. After scanning the surrounding area of tens of millions of kilometers, he quickly locked on a suitable target. The choosy robot flipped and appeared in a stone city where all kinds of people were mixed. The Qingyao mercenary group was a notorious mercenary group near the stone city. They specialized in doing some dirty work and guarding the area gates of the Black-Eating Black. They were usually the tragic villains who gave the protagonist experience and sent heads. On the trading street in Stone City, the son of the arrogant Green Fawn boss was looking at the small vendors on both sides of the street. These small vendors were adventurers, lone rangers, etc. After bullying the small vendors, Green Fawn Baika, who was about to go for a big meal, suddenly stopped in his tracks. "Young boss, what's wrong?" The spotted dog-headed man beside him asked coquettishly. Green Fawn Baika's wolf head didn't know what was going on, and he came to an adventurer vendor without knowing it. The wooden adventurer's eyes suddenly flashed with panic. After all, Qingyao Baika was notorious for his arrogance in this area. "Master Qingyao, if you like anything on the stall, I will pack it for you." The wooden man spoke quickly. Anyway, the things on his stall were not worth much, so there was no need to offend the Qingyao mercenary group. Qingyao Baika said nothing, squatting beside the stall and scanning all the things on the stall. The wooden man didn't have many things, just a dozen or so. Suddenly, he saw a small bronze mirror, which was covered with verdigris. Qingyao Baika picked up the bronze mirror, and his heart was beating even more intensely. It was as if a voice sounded in his heart. He must get this bronze mirror. Where did this bronze mirror come from? The wooden man was startled. "Master Qingyao, I picked it up from Witching Mountain." Qingyao Baika's eyes flickered slightly, and then he took out 5 copper coins from his pocket, threw them in front of the wooden man, and then left with the bronze mirror. The wooden man didn't dare to say anything about this. If he dared to talk nonsense, he would probably not see the sun tomorrow. At least there were 5 copper coins. The broken mirror was not really a good thing. After buying the bronze mirror, Qingyao Baika had no mood to eat. He took a few lackeys and went to the Qingyao Mercenary Corps' base. As soon as he returned to the base, he turned around and ordered, "Xiaohe, go prepare some food and send it to my room." The black dog-headed man nodded and ran out. Qingyao Baika sat in his room, looking at the bronze mirror in his hand, but he didn't know what to do, so he grabbed the wolf's hair in annoyance. The spotted dog-headed man beside him was confused and could only ask in a low voice, "Young master, what is this thing?" Qingyao Baika was stunned and patted his forehead again. "Ade, if this thing is a treasure, how can it be activated?" "Treasure? Activate?" The spotted dog-headed man looked at the bronze mirror, then looked at the young master, and began to complain in his heart. If this thing is a treasure, why would you, a waste, get the chance? He only dared to think about this in his heart, and on the surface he still answered respectfully, "Young master, generally speaking, treasures such as magic weapons can be refined through blood or soul branding. As for other methods, I don't know." Qingyao Baika heard it, and immediately understood what to do. He pulled out a sharp scimitar, cut his finger, and dripped a few drops of blood on the bronze mirror. The blood dripped on the bronze mirror, and was immediately absorbed by the bronze mirror. Then the patina on the bronze mirror began to fall off little by little, and the whole bronze mirror seemed to come alive. A beam of green light burst out from the mirror and penetrated into Qingyao Baika's forehead at lightning speed. The spotted dog-headed man beside him was stunned. In the void unknown to Qingyao Baika and the spotted dog-headed man, the choosy robot was moving frantically, and Yi Jiqiu controlled the rules around the stone city to make everything reasonable. Although this rationalization was only temporary, once the cosmic will of the barbarian phosphorus world noticed something was wrong, it would soon discover the problem. But Yi Jiqiu didn't really want to change Qingyao Baika's fate. Qingyao Baika was just a chess piece of his, and a one-time chess piece. Qingyao Baika, who had obtained the shocking opportunity, was immersed in the dazzling harvest. The bronze mirror just passed him a set of exercises, called the Immortal Unity Record Volume 1, and Qingyao Baika tried to operate it with great joy. Soon he discovered the power of the Immortal Unity Record. After practicing for a while, he began to sort out the inheritance in his memory. The entire inheritance of the immortal god of war is in the ruins of the god of wilderness in Witching Mountain, but the most urgent thing is to absorb the blood of the immortal god. Qingyao Baika thought in his heart. He glanced at the spotted dog-headed man beside him, and suddenly the murderous intent in his heart surged. Before the other party could react, he picked up the scimitar and chopped off his head. The spotted dog-headed man fell down with his eyes open. The boy is teachable, and Yi Jiqiu has a little more appreciation for this Qingyao Baika. Chapter 542. The followers who heard the noise in the house rushed in immediately, but they were also confused at this time. The spotted dog-headed man was torn apart, and blood was splattered all over the floor, but Qingyao Baika was calm and holding a scimitar. One follower bravely asked, "Young master, what happened?" Qingyao Baika put the scimitar back into the sheath. "Ade embezzled my money, and has been executed. You drag his body out, and clean up the room." Understood. The followers acted quickly. As for how the spotted dog-headed man died, they didn't have the time to find out the truth. After all, sometimes the more you know, the faster you die. Green Fong Bai Kao walked into the inner room, and then the black dog-headed man carefully brought a lot of food, and then stood aside without daring to make a sound. "Xiao Hei, go outside and guard. If my father comes back, call me." "Yes, I go right away." The black dog-headed man ran out to guard the door, as if he had been pardoned. Only Qingyao Baika was left in the room. He took out a small bronze mirror from his bosom, and then his fingers flew and formed a few hand seals. The magic pattern of covering the sky, concealing the sky and the sea. The small bronze mirror suddenly emitted a hidden wave, and the people outside the room did not feel the changes here. Qingyao Baika then took out a ball of dark golden blood from the inner space of the small bronze mirror. This ball of blood was as big as his head. This was a drop of the hard blood of the immortal god of war. A drop of the hard blood of the immortal god of war, who had already become a god, was enough to make ordinary creatures reborn and forge the supreme foundation for blood evolution. Qingyao Baika immediately sat cross-legged on the bed, and silently operated the immortal body record according to the method of inherited memory. The huge blood energy and the genetic power in the hard blood began to penetrate Qingyao Baika's whole body. And around Qingyao Baika, who could hardly detect it, the choosy robot began to quickly transform Qingyao Baika's body. In less than half an hour, Qingyao Baika's body had undergone earth-shaking changes, and his strength had skyrocketed wildly, and he had become a quasi-high-level creature. According to Qinya Universe Island, advanced creatures are usually called God level, and Qingyao Baika's quasi-advanced creatures are quasi-God level. This level is like a step to heaven for a primary creature. Quasi-God? It seems that I must go to Wuqing Mountain. Just as he stopped running the immortal UNE record, the bronze mirror sent some intermittent strange pictures, and the situations in some of the pictures made him frown. Another inheritor? There are two inheritances of the immortal martial god, and they must be combined into one to open the ruins of the god of desolation. In addition, the bronze mirror also reminded him that he must devour the immortal blood of the masked man, otherwise he would never be able to advance to the true god. Seeing this, Qingyao Baika's murderous intent boiled in his heart. He had made up his mind to kill the masked man completely, plunder the immortal blood of the other party, and complete the blood of the god. I am the one who is truly destined. Qingyao Baika clenched his fists, and at the same time, he was full of confidence. After all, his bronze mirror lists the inheritance obtained by the masked man. The inheritance he obtained was 10 times stronger than the other parties. Not only was the quality of the immortal blood higher than the other parties, but there were also 6 kinds of secret arts and 5 artifacts. It can be seen from this that he, Qingyao Baika, was the real son of destiny, and the masked man was just his stepping stone. After he sorted out the secret arts and artifacts, he initially familiarized himself with these things and began to plan to go to Wuqing Mountain. He knew that the masked man was also heading to Wuqing Mountain. In order to avoid more trouble, Qingyao Baika decided to set off immediately. Xiao Hei. The black dog-headed man guarding the door came in quickly. Young master. How many more people can be mobilized from the garrison? Although he didn't understand Qingyao Baika's intention, the black dog-headed man still told him everything. Young master, the garrison can mobilize 240 to 300 more people. After thinking for a moment, the masked man could handle it himself. But the masked man also hired some mercenaries. He couldn't interrupt the process of extracting the immortal blood, so it seemed that he needed some people to hold him back. After making up his mind, he immediately dispatched 100 good players from the Qingyao Mercenary Corps and rushed to the direction of Wuqing Mountain. Many people in the mercenary group were not convinced by Qingyao Baika, the second-generation rich man. If it weren't for his father's face, this guy would have been hacked to death by someone. Unfortunately, after the 10 captains went to Qingyao Baika's room, they obeyed Qingyao Baika's orders. In the forest leading to Wuqing Mountain, Qingyao Baika, riding on the swift wolf beast, looked at the 10 respectful captains and was secretly proud of himself. The immortal god of war Soldier Soul Seed allowed him to quickly control his subordinates. This was the secret of his rapid integration of power. Qingya Baika, who was full of confidence, couldn't wait to step on the masked man and plunder the immortal blood from him. In the depths of the forest, more than 2 million kilometers away from Witching Mountain, the masked man was also heading towards the Grand Canyon of Witching Mountain. Among the mercenaries escorting the masked man, the minotaur possessed by Yi Jiqiu was waving a two-handed axe and beheading a giant red phosphorus python. Others were also fighting desperately. As they got closer to Witching Mountain, the monsters or demons here not only increased in number, but also in strength. After spewing out a puff of black mist, the necromancer among the reincarnations instantly jumped back hundreds of meters. In the forest, a shrill and sharp scream sounded, and a mutated vine monster was shrouded in black mist, and its vine whip was madly hitting everything around it. "Carly, do it," the dark dragon ordered. The female reincarnator raised her palm, and dozens of basketball-sized fireballs shot towards the vine monsters. The bandaged giant waved a hammer and chain in his hand, smashing some insect-shaped monsters to death, making it impossible for these insects to get close to the female mage and the necromancer. The assassin reincarnator hid in the darkness, and killed those who slipped through the net one by one. The last Hades dragon, on the other hand, kept a tight circle around him and paid attention to the masked man. After all, his mission was to escort the other party to the ruins of the god of wilderness. If the other party died on the way, the consequences would be unbearable for him. Fortunately, although there are many monsters, none of them are too powerful, so the team can handle them. Evening. The sun sets. In a valley, the mercenaries escorting the team eat barbecue and discuss their experiences in the past few days. Yi Jiqiu, who is behind the silent minotaur, looked at the data and found that the progress of the analysis of the reincarnation purple eye pattern has reached 97.663%. It is estimated that within 2 days, he can completely analyze the secret of the reincarnation purple eye pattern. At that time, he will give a great gift to the temple of Samsara, and Qinya will. Not far away, the dark dragon, gnawing on the beast's meat, also observed the team, especially the lone minotaur. Although the minotaur's strength seemed average, he felt a little uneasy in his heart, as if he was being watched by something. As a senior reincarnationist, the dark dragon was not a rookie. Although the minotaur behaved very normally, he believed in his intuition more. It was just that he didn't want to cause trouble, so he didn't test the other party. Chapter 543. No words were spoken that night. The masked man packed up the tent and just walked out of the valley. He saw the distant Witching Mountain. The distance between the two places is less than 400,000 kilometers. If he tried his best to hurry up, he might reach the entrance of the Great Rift Valley at noon tomorrow. But he didn't know that another Son of Destiny had already arrived near the entrance of the Great Rift Valley with his men. With the swift wolf beast to help him, plus the quasi-god level strength of Qingya Baika, he naturally had a smooth journey and arrived at the entrance of the Great Rift Valley in advance. The Great Rift Valley under Witching Mountain is like a wound, dividing Witching Mountain into two sides. Standing at the entrance of the Great Rift Valley, Qingya Baika looked around and saw that the interior of the Grand Canyon was shrouded in thick dark blue mist. These dark blue mists have a nickname called Melting God Mist, which is said to be able to kill god-level souls. Under normal circumstances, creatures below the god level cannot pass through the Melting God Mist. Qingya Baika, who has mastered the inheritance of the immortal god of war, naturally knows how to avoid these Melting God Mist and open the Wild God Ruins, but now he has no intention of entering the Wild God Ruins. Taking out the bronze mirror, he flipped his fingers and made more than a dozen seals in succession, and the source of power in his body burst out, the sky-covering pattern, concealing the sky and the sea. This time, the sky-covering pattern he used covered a very large area, covering an area of thousands of kilometers. After taking a breath, Qingya Baika ordered seriously, "Everyone listen. Please give the order, young master." The 10 captains knelt on one knee and replied respectfully. "Except Shinmu and the Fanyado team, the others will ambush according to the previous plan and act according to the situation when the time comes." "Yes." In a team of hundreds of people, 80 of them lurked around in an instant. Qingya Baika did not stop, and formed 3 more hand seals, completely integrating the aura of everyone into the sky-covering pattern. After arranging everything, he took the bronze mirror and performed the mirror light technique. Since the bronze mirror had locked onto the masked man, he could easily use the bronze mirror to observe the masked man's every move. "Come over quickly, I can't wait. The immortal blood in your body is destined to become a part of me, ha ha." Qingya Baika laughed for a while, and then took out the other 4 artifacts from the inner space of the bronze mirror. These 4 artifacts are shocking armor, god-slaying blade, four-polar god-fixing pearl, and sky-splitting god wings. After equipping himself with these artifacts, Qingyao Baika felt that he was stronger than ever before, as if he could split Wuching Mountain with one sword. At this moment, he felt that he was destined to be. Yi Jiqiu, who had been observing Qingyao Baika, smiled but said nothing. The so-called strength of the other party was just the result of his own efforts. If Yi Jiqiu hadn't covered it up, Qingyao Baika would have been discovered by the cosmic will of the Man-Phosphorus realm, not to mention integrating the immortal divine blood. Even if he stepped into the Great Rift Valley of Wuching Mountain, he would have been discovered by the cosmic will of the Man-Phosphorus realm. But this ignorant guy was still dreaming of changing his fate against the will of heaven. Unfortunately, he didn't know that the masked man was the real son of destiny. Without Yi Jiqiu's help, going against the illegitimate son of God would be a stepping stone on the protagonist's growth path. After being slapped in the face by the protagonist, he would either be accepted as a younger brother or turned into ashes. Of course, now that Yi Jiqiu has given him such a big cheat, if Qingyao Baika still can't kill the masked man, then Yi Jiqiu will definitely grind him to ashes. Please me to your heart's content. Yi Jiqiu controlled the choosy robot, silently hiding in the void, waiting for the masked man to arrive here. 3 days later, the masked man, who had traveled all the way, finally arrived safely near the Great Rift Valley under the protection of the escorting mercenaries. In the team, the 5 members of the Nether Dragon group did not relax. They knew what was going to happen next. To enter the ruins of the God of Desolation, they had to pass through the Great Rift Valley. The Great Rift Valley is full of dangers, and is also the most dangerous stage of this journey. Their mission as reincarnations is to escort the masked man to the entrance of the Wild God ruins, which means they must enter the Great Rift Valley. In this Great Rift Valley, even if they are reincarnations with a plot strategy in hand, they must be cautious if they want to escape unscathed. As soon as they stepped into the entrance of the Great Rift Valley, Minglong felt a chill, and he quickly whispered, "Be careful, there is a problem." The masked man also seemed to sense something was wrong. But before they could react, countless attacks came overwhelmingly: fireballs, wind blades, rock spears, water guns, vine whips, arrows, etc., as if they were free, all rushed towards the team. Facing a surprise attack that was 10 times their own, whether it was the reincarnation squad, the masked man, or a group of mercenaries, it was difficult to resist the attack. Ah! Puff! An alien mercenary was cut in half. The more powerful reincarnation squad relied on strange spells or equipment to block the first wave of attacks. But before the dark dragon could catch his breath, a terrifying pressure appeared above the team, and a wolf-headed man equipped with artifacts burst out with unprecedented speed. Not good, damn it! The dark dragon's body swelled, revealing dense scales and sharp claws, and rushed towards the direction of Qingyao Baika. The masked man also burst out with momentum, pulling out a spear from the space ring, wanting to compete with Qingyao Baika. Qingyao Baika stared at the masked man with scorching eyes, as if he wanted to eat him alive. Feeling a figure blocking the way forward, Qingyao Baika, with murderous aura, swept through the enemy with the sword in his hand. The pupils of Minglong shrank suddenly. "No, I will die." He burned the blood and essence in his body, and sent out the strongest blood dragon claw to the air blade. In the head-on collision, the blood dragon claw was directly torn apart by the air blade. However, Minglong also avoided the vital parts of his body in a flash. The lower half of his body was cut off by the air blade. He didn't care about the injuries on his body. Minglong rolled and crawled to the side. The air blade that smashed the blood dragon claws and cut off half of the nether dragon's body swept towards the masked man with undiminished power. Although he sensed the danger and dodged the attack in advance, the masked man was still in a mess. Damn it, where did this guy come from? What are you thinking about? The masked man was horrified and wanted to jump to the side, but found that there were 4 beads floating around him, and his whole body seemed to be completely imprisoned. Qingyao Baika, who had gathered the wings of the sky, did not say anything nonsense and directly opened his hand to take out the masked man's heart. Reverse the blood and return to the origin. The masked man was terrified. He found that the blood in his body was being stripped and devoured by the other party bit by bit. He asked with an ugly face, "Ahem. Why? I am the inheritor of the immortal god of war." "Ah! Haha, you are worthy? Become my nourishment." Qingyao Baika went all out, and the masked man seemed to be beaten into a mummy. The immortal blood in his body quickly drained away, and he was about to get a lunch box. The reincarnation such as Minglong not far away also looked extremely gloomy at this time. What's going on? Were we supposed to be safe? What's up with this quasi-god wolf-headed man? Boss, what should we do? The assassin was almost scared to death. Minglong was about to speak, but found that he and others could not move. A huge breath swept through, as if it saw through them inside and out. Chapter 544. Minglong and the others were instantly as if they were falling into an ice cave, as if their bodies and consciousness were frozen. The purple eye patterns of the reincarnation on their hands immediately reacted and found that the 5 people of Minglong had been exposed, and immediately activated the emergency mechanism. The bodies and souls of the 5 people of Minglong began to disintegrate in a flash, and the Samsara Temple prepared to destroy the bodies, and cut off the traces of the Samsara Temple on Chinya Universe Island. Wishful thinking, Yi Jiqiu, who was controlling the choosy robot behind the scenes, did not intend to let the Samsara Temple escape so easily. A day ago, he successfully analyzed the rule structure of the reincarnation purple eye pattern, and found some loopholes inside the reincarnation purple eye pattern, leaving some backdoors in it. Activation, overload blocking calculation. Suddenly, some rule programs responsible for calculations in the Rule 0 body inside the reincarnation purple eye pattern were inexplicably activated. This activation, the huge meaningless calculation, immediately occupied most of the computing power, causing the reincarnation purple eye pattern to freeze for 0.024 seconds. The furious will of the universe of the man phosphorus realm had already discovered the abnormality of the reincarnator, Qingyao Baika. He was awakened at the moment when the masked man of the Son of Destiny was drained of the immortal blood. The Temple of Samsara, which controlled the reincarnators, also felt bad at this time. The will of the main god of Samsara did not expect that the will of the universe of the man phosphorus realm was so powerful that it could forcefully suppress the eye of Samsara for a breath. For a great god-level creature, let alone 0.024 seconds, even if it was 1/1000th of a second, they would react instantly. The extremely angry man phosphorus world universe will, the computing core hidden in the small universe was fully fired, violently analyzing the eye of Samsara. And the god of Samsara's clone was also trying his best to resist, and was ready to erase all traces. The confrontation between the two sides broke out fiercely in an instant. Yi Jiqiu, who had bad intentions, activated 2 small loopholes in the eye of Samsara, allowing the man phosphorus world will to crack the eye of Samsara more quickly. Damn it! How could this man phosphorus world will be so powerful that it actually stuck the eye of Samsara? No. The Lord of Samsara was shocked, and he understood the critical situation at this time. In an instant, the Lord of Samsara flashed through billions of calculation results, and the consequence of delaying would most likely lead to the exposure of the coordinates of the Samsara Temple. He immediately activated the parasites that were parasitic in the will microcosm of the man phosphorus realm to interfere with the actions of the man phosphorus realm. The activated rule parasites immediately attacked the will microcosm of the man phosphorus realm, and countless rule calculation planets were directly paralyzed by the rule parasites. Finally took action. Yi Jiqiu also used the choosy robot to track the rule parasites. As soon as the Lord of Samsara activated the rule parasites, he immediately knew the other party's actions. He didn't want this drama to end so quickly, so he started to secretly help the will of the man phosphorus realm to crack the rule structure of the eye of Samsara. The main god of Samsara, who hadn't been proud for a moment, was stunned by the situation of retreating step by step. At this time, Chinya Great Universe will also discover the abnormality of the man phosphorus realm and directly took over the will of the man phosphorus realm. In an instant, the eye of Samsara was violently cracked. Chinya Great Will had discovered a branch of the Samsara Temple. Chinya Great Will followed the clues and entered the branch of the Samsara Temple through the rule projection. The furious Chinya Great Will began to violently crack the rule information of the Samsara Temple. In the branch hall of the Samsara Temple, the reincarnators in the small spaces were horrified to find that their own spaces were shaking and breaking. The soul fire of a skeleton demon was horrified to the extreme. The skeleton army it created was torn apart by space cracks, and the soul fire of the skeleton soldiers was even directly annihilated. Not good. What's going on? The Lord God has a problem. These reincarnators in their own small spaces are relatively lucky. At this time, the reincarnationists who were in the large square of the branch temple of the Samsara Temple were annihilated by the sudden drastic change. Under the horrified gaze of the strange-looking reincarnationists, space cracks spread out one after another, and countless chains of rules spread to the entire large square. Go quickly. It's the rules of another world. The chain of rules projected by Chinya's Great will kill tens of thousands of reincarnationists in an instant. The large light ball of the main god split body also trembled violently, and also manipulated the surrounding rule information to resist the attack of Chinya's Great Will with all its strength. As the war between the two sides escalated, Endless beams of primordial waves were fired everywhere, space cracks spread wildly, and there were attacks and collisions of rule weapons. The small spaces of the reincarnators around the battlefield, even the small universes and single universes, all presented a scene of the end of the universe. Many small spaces and small universes with fragile structures had directly collapsed in the vacuum ocean. Damn Chinya universe, you are looking for death. In the main temple of the Samsara temple, the main god of Samsara immediately controlled the rule power of the Samsara temple and fought back against the Chinya universe with all his strength. In the battle of Gusha Branch Temple, with the support of the Great Main Temple, the rule projection of Chinya Great Will was immediately suppressed. However, Chinya Great Will was not a pushover. In the battle of invading Gusha Branch Temple, just now, he secretly analyzed the main temple related to Gusha Branch Temple. Feeling the fierce counterattack of Samsara Temple, Chinya Great Will immediately opened up a new battlefield and spread the war to other main branches. Is this the Samsara Temple? The Ghost Secret Service agents led by Yi Jichio secretly created a batch of primordial robots through rule projection. At this time, countless primordial robots took advantage of the battle between Chinya Universe and Samsara Temple to spread in all directions. The Samsara Temple, which was directly restrained by Chinya Great Will, did not notice that someone had sneaked into it for a while. Seeing Chinya Great Will constantly harassing various branch temples, the furious Samsara Temple did not care about anything else and directly activated the backup plan hidden inside Chinya Universe Island. Suddenly, a large number of Samsara teams appeared in more than a dozen single universes, and hundreds of small universes inside Chinya Universe Island. These cannon fodder Samsaras, with the help of rule parasites, began to attack and seize cities and territories in Chinya Universe Island. The Great Will of Chinya also discovered the internal problems. In the Source Realm, those transcendents received the instructions of the Great Will, and took up their weapons without hesitation to open the gate. The war was ignited in the Chinya Universe Island. The reincarnationists and the transcendents were constantly fighting. The fierce collision of the two great divine civilizations brought unimaginable destructive power. In the barbarian Phosphorus Realm, the 5 reincarnationists had been wiped out by the angry Great Will of Chinya. The Qingyao Baika, who had swallowed the immortal blood of the masked man, was now frightened and stunned. He threw the masked man's dry corpse on the ground and rushed into the Great Rift Valley without hesitation. Only strength can bring a little comfort to his frightened heart. Therefore, he wants to get the entire inheritance of the immortal god of war. Chinya Great Will ignored this guy's actions. No matter how hard the ant struggles, it is still an ant. Now Chinya Great Will needs to deal with the Temple of Samsara with all his strength, so he let Qingyao Baika go, but he will inevitably settle the score later. And Yi Jichio, who controls all this, has no time to pay attention to this place at this time. He is invading the Temple of Samsara. Chapter 545. This conflict affected tens of thousands of single universes, and the endless cosmic war broke out in the vacuum ocean. The Chinya universe and the Samsara Temple, who were really angry, had fought with all their might. The last moment, a single universe was captured by the Chinya Universe Island, and the next moment, a main god branch temple was destroyed in the Samsara Temple. The battle between the two sides entered a white-hot stage. As the mastermind behind the scenes, Yi Jichio naturally would not just stand there and watch, but instead mobilize more ghost agents to sneak into the Samsara Temple with all their strength. In this situation, it is a good opportunity for the new humans to fish in troubled waters. The ghost agents with clear division of labor control the First Sun robots to collect information and technology about the rules of the Samsara Temple everywhere. Analysis successful. The location of the Samsara Temple is found in the vacuum ocean to the south of the new human universe island, 58.26336 billion grids away. Analysis successful. The location 2 of the Samsara Temple is found at. As time goes by, more and more locations of the branch temples of the Samsara Temple are analyzed by the ghost agents. The cosmic coordinates are a very important lifeline for a civilization. If the location coordinates of a civilization are known by other civilizations, unless the strength of this civilization can ignore all enemies, the risk will be very high. The coordinates of Chinya Universe Island have obviously been exposed. The Samsara Temple can even announce the location of Chinya Universe to the entire infinite universe through cosmic broadcasting. This is also the reason why Chinya Great Will is furious, and Chinya Great Will's crazy attack on the Samsara Temple is not only to vent his hatred, but also to obtain part of the location coordinates of the Samsara Temple. With each other knowing the coordinates of the other's position, the Samsara Temple dared not broadcast the coordinates of Chinya Universe Island, unless the Samsara Temple wanted to fight to the death. Chinya Universe Island. Bingda Realm. The north wind howled, and thousands of miles were frozen. The gate opened in the air, and thousands of transcendents filed out, rushing towards various places in Bingda realm with murderous intent. This is a single universe invaded by the Samsara temple, and countless reincarnations were projected by the rules, and they are trying their best to destroy the entire universe. The work of the reincarnationists is very simple, that is to destroy the internal mechanism of the single universe as much as possible, create large-scale internal chaos, thereby interfering with the will of the Bingda realm and creating opportunities for the rule parasites. In a corner of the Bingda realm, in the snowy snow mountain fortress, a huge metal robot opened the missile nest behind it. Thousands of micro-missiles spewed light blue tail flames and rushed in all directions. Boom boom boom. The castle built of translucent ice crystal stone was blown into a pile of ruins, and the indigenous ice people of the snow mountain fortress could hardly resist the killing in front of them. Blue blood splashed everywhere, the crystal-like body was torn apart by the explosion, and the torn corpses were scattered all over the ground. The screams of the Iceman did not stop the metal robot from killing, but instead intensified its attacks. The missile nest hanging behind still showed no signs of exhaustion. In fact, the missile nest was a primary rule-based weapon. It used the rule information zero body that quickly extracted zero-point energy, and then used this zero-point energy as raw material to continuously manufacture missiles, realizing the function of seemingly unlimited bullets. Ha ha, die. Inside the metal robot, a dwarf creature roared with a crazy expression, enjoying the slaughter in front of him. And 1.57 million kilometers away from the Snow Mountain Castle, in a vast white sea, a mummy-like reincarnation spit out balls of dark purple liquid to the sea surface under his feet. As soon as the dark purple liquid sank into the sea surface, it immediately spread to the surrounding sea surface. Gaga, kill! Kill as much as you want! The eyes of the mummy reincarnation were full of destruction and malice. The spreading dark purple liquid soon penetrated into the bodies of the creatures in the sea. Those creatures seemed to be infected by some virus, mutating wildly, and attacking everything around them. Suddenly, the eyes of the mummy reincarnator flashed, and he directly crushed a black gem in his hand, and his body instantly broke into pieces and disappeared in midair. The metal robot that slaughtered wantonly in the Snow Mountain Castle was completely frozen in place by an Iceman wearing blue armor. Looking at the devastated Snow Mountain Castle, the Iceman Transcendent roared, "Damn it, I will pull out your souls, and put them on the flames of hell to burn them forever." He tore open the space crack, and pulled the dwarf reincarnationist out from the metal robot. In the horrified eyes of the reincarnationist, the Iceman directly extracted the opponent's soul, and annihilated the dwarf's body. The Iceman seemed to sense something. Huh? A little bug ran away? In a branch of the reincarnation temple. At this time, the war was also continuous, and countless reincarnationists died directly. They didn't even know how they died, and were annihilated in the void. The reincarnationist Fujishir, who had completed 17 tasks, watched his team members die one by one, and he also felt the great horror at this time. The space collapsed and the rules were in chaos. If he hadn't exchanged some life-saving skills, he might not have been able to hold on for even a second. Escape. The thought just came up, but he felt helpless. In this situation, there was nowhere to escape, and running around might even be more dangerous. Suddenly, a space crack tore open his space barrier. My life is over. Tungshur faced the space crack like a wooden chicken, and suddenly his body involuntarily avoided the dense space cracks. It was not until the space cracks disappeared that Tungshur reacted and wiped the cold sweat in fear. However, he didn't know that something had already attached itself to his body. The struggling reincarnationists, the frantic fighting of the Chiba universe, and the Samsara temple ignored the death of the lower level. For them, the death of these chess pieces was no big deal. This war was getting more and more intense. However, the Samsara temple soon discovered the change in the situation, because the unrest inside the Chiba Universe Island had almost calmed down. Faced with this situation, although the Samsara temple was unwilling, it knew that this was not the time to act on impulse, so it simply let the rule parasites in the Chiba Universe Island self-destruct. Then they gave up all the reincarnations who had projected their rules, and fought against the invasion of Chinya Universe with all their strength. After a fierce battle, both sides found that they had no way to completely defeat each other in the other's home field. The main god of reincarnation warned, "Stop. If we continue to fight, we will be exposed." Don't be too aggressive. It won't be so easy next time. After that, Chianez will also withdrew from the control area of the Temple of Reincarnation. The huge tide-like offensive receded in an instant, leaving behind hundreds of fragmented branch temples of reincarnation and countless dead and injured reincarnations. In the main hall of the Samsara temple, the large light ball in the air emitted a beam of the first sun wave. Suddenly, the fragmented Samsara branch halls, and the dead and injured Samsaras were instantly restored to their original state. If it weren't for some of the surviving Samsaras, who retained the terrifying memory of just now, they would have thought they had just hallucinated. Fujishi sat in the small space that had been restored to its original state, panting with lingering fear, and the first sun robot attached to him also fell silent. For a while, the entire Samsara temple was silent. Chapter 546. At the same time, the retreating Chinya Great Will also achieved his goal, and obtained many coordinates of the location of the Samsara temple. If the Samsara temple dared to broadcast the coordinates of the Chinya Universe Island, he would definitely fight to the death with the other party. As soon as he stopped counterattacking the Samsara temple, the still furious Chinya Great Will did not hesitate to inspect the entire Chinya Universe Island. Soon, a small number of remaining rule parasites were also found by him, and the loopholes in the rules of each universe were repaired again. He didn't want the same thing to happen again. By the way, where is that ant? After dealing with everything, Chinya Dai finally remembered Qingyao Baika, and descended directly to the man-phosphorus realm, and instantly knew Qingyao Baika's situation. Qingyao Baika, who was hiding deep in the great rift valley of Wuqing Mountain, desperately absorbed the immortal blood in the ruins of the god of the wilderness, trying to gain the power to change his fate by swallowing the immortal blood. The life and death that happened 3 days ago was absolutely a shame for Qingyao Baika. It's a pity that he doesn't know who the person he is facing is, otherwise he wouldn't have such wishful thinking, because the person he is facing is the Great Road of Chinya Universe Island. Those protagonists who shout to change their fate against the will of heaven will never know that their fate has actually been planned by others. Especially those time travelers protagonists, they are just pawns of those supreme beings. Few protagonists can really do the god against the will of heaven in changing their fate against the will of heaven. Even Huang Mingzhi understands that there is a mysterious existence watching him, and the existence that can reverse the long river of time is such a terrible technology. Of course, the new human civilization can also do time reversal. The reason for the double quotes is that the new human's time reversal is not a real time reversal. Without the rules to control the time dimension, the new human will never be able to reverse time, or in other words, all the great civilizations cannot reverse time. Even reversing 1/1000th of a second is impossible, because the time dimension contains the entire infinite universe and all other dimensions. To reverse time, one must have the power to shake the entire infinite dimensional universe. Obviously, the required technology level is not something that a great god can understand. The time reversal mastered by the new humans is actually a technology that replaces the concept. Choose a local area and record everything in this local area. If you are not satisfied with the development of this area, you can use the primary child control technology to switch the state of this area back. For the creatures inside the area, it looks like time has been reversed. In fact, it is an advanced great god level technology that combines information archiving technology, primary child control technology, and memory modification technology. For example, most of the golden immortals in myths and legends, or the gods who claim to control time, are of this concept. Reversing time. Civilizations that truly master time technology will hardly be destroyed, and there is a world of difference between them, and the great gods, who rely on the local universe. Chinya Universe Great Will, who has set his sights on Qingyao Baika, is also looking at this ant at this time. After reading Qingyao Baika's memory, Chinya Great Will vented his dissatisfaction on this ant. Defy the will of heaven and change fate? Disappear, you ignorant ants. The blue Fong White card hiding in the desolate temple was directly annihilated and turned into a primordial child, completely disappearing in the savage phosphorus realm. Chinya Great Will, who had attributed this incident to the Samsara temple, withdrew his will, and then studied the rules of the Samsara temple while strengthening the defense of Chinya Universe Island. In the empty desolate temple, Yi Jichio's figure appeared at the location where the blue Fong White card was annihilated just now. Although there was a panic in Chinya Universe Island at this time, he was not afraid at all. Even if he was discovered, Chinya would only suspect the Samsara temple. After all, those reincarnations were all strange and bizarre, and they had just invaded Chinya Universe Island, so they couldn't escape the blame. Sitting on the stone chair in the wilderness temple, his silent gaze seemed to be able to penetrate everything. All the universes in the entire Chinya Universe Island were within his observation range. He wanted to see if the will of the heaven of the man-phosphorus realm would correct the future development. However, he sat here for more than a week, and the will of the man-phosphorus realm did not make any big moves. Obviously, the so-called Son of Destiny was just an insignificant chess piece. If the man phosphorus world is forced to reload the game because of the death of a chess piece, it will be a loss. The man phosphorus world will just recalculate and deduce some variables into its control range, and then continue to stay at home. Don't you plan to reload the game? In this case, I should also move around. Yi Jiqiu stood up with a strange smile, and the first suns that made up his body spread out to the entire Qinya Universe Island. For the individual type of great god civilization of Qinya Universe Island, the new humans like it very much, because there is only one enemy. As long as the Qinya Great Universe is completely controlled, it means that the Qinya Universe Island falls into the control of the new humans, and the Samsara Temple is also a civilization of this type. This type of great god civilization is the easiest to attack, and the new human civilization is the real difficult one. If the new humans cannot be crushed and then killed with thunder, the new humans can use countless individuals to ensure that the civilization can be passed on. Yi Jiqiu's main target is naturally the source world core of the Qinya Universe Island, and the main temple of the Samsara Temple. These two places are the cores of the two civilizations. As long as they succeed in taking these two places, they will become prisoners of the new humans. Near the core of the source world, with the previous reincarnation invasion, in the chaos, ghost agents such as Yi Jiqiu have already arranged a lot of hidden tricks. On the crystal wall of the source world universe, the loopholes were exploited one by one. The ghost agents analyzed these loopholes, and then formulated a plan to seize control of the crystal wall of the source world. At present, more than a dozen such plans have been formulated, all of which are very targeted plans. At that time, the new humans can easily take control of the crystal wall of the source world. You have to know that the crystal wall of the source realm is the first line of defense of the source realm. If it is suddenly controlled by the new humans, the Qinya core inside the source realm will become a real turtle in a jar. The crystal wall of the universe can be a fortress for the Qinya core, or it can be a cage for the Qinya core. As long as the Qinya Great will lose control of the crystal wall, it will be imprisoned in the source realm by the new humans. Yi Jiqiu's plan to seize the crystal wall of the source realm quickly took root in the hidden loopholes. As long as the time comes, he can turn the tables. In addition to the control of the crystal wall of the source world, there is also the analysis of the physical rules inside the source world and the countermeasure plan. Because the core floating in the center of the source world is very important to Qinya's will, and maybe Qinya's body, Yi Jiqiu was cautious in his exploration of the place during the action. Try to avoid being discovered by the other party, as much as possible. If Qinya finds any clues, even if the Samsara Temple is blamed, it will affect the next plan. The Ghost Special Service intends to take down the other party, without bloodshed, and completely annex Qinya Universe Island. The control of Qinya can not only obtain Qinya Universe Island, but also find out whether Qinya has been to the Great Wilderness Universe Island. Chapter 547. New Human Native. After 1762 years of research, Fangge and others finally used the new human rule runes to combine the new human genes and souls to create rule genes. In a special microcosm experimental field, Fangge, Lin Sha, and a group of new human geneticists, soul scientists, physicists, and rule scientists are immersed in research work. Teacher, did you succeed? Fangge asked happily when he saw Huang Mingzhi coming over. Huang Mingzhi nodded. The dimensionality reduction rule gene that Fengzi and I worked on has been completed. How is your progress? Great, I've finished it too. Fangge was immediately delighted. Fangge then shared a research and development progress and related details, and Huang Mingzhi looked through it carefully. In fact, Fangge and his team's research and development progress was almost practical more than 500 years ago, but later they discovered the Qinya universe and the Samsara Temple one after another. After analyzing the rule technology of these two civilizations, Fangge and others started over again with great efforts, and then Huang Mingzhi also joined the research and proposed the concept of dimensional rule genes. As a result, the rule gene plan of the new human beings was delayed for more than 500 years. After more than 500 years of improvement and transformation, the rule gene evolution plan of the new human beings, which borrowed the rule genes of the Samsara Temple, Qinya Universe, Terra Civilization, Giant Civilization, and Star Beast Civilization, finally developed to the latest and most perfect step. For the evolution of rule genes, the experimental tests over the past 500 years have also laid a solid foundation for the immortality of the new human beings. In the rule gene evolution chamber of the laboratory, the first new human being who officially accepted the gene evolution stepped into the chamber without hesitation. Fangge looked at Lin Sha on the side. Sister Sha, let's start the evolution. Understood. Lin Sha pressed a button. Suddenly, In the rule gene evolution chamber, endless primordial robots were activated, followed by the adjustment and modification of the repulsive field, gravitational field, electromagnetic field, and super force field. Rule Zhao starting effect 144 array combination. Strong adhesion mode 2416. First child mod Chafeng type 81. Rule Li's dimension formula. L5 equals T2.0177 T0.0547/0.58% asterisk G. Huang's three-dimensional space two-dimensional plane KT model. Trillions of formulas and models are constantly integrated into the initial model of rule gene evolution. As time goes by, the gene sequence and soul sequence representing this new human are also integrated into the initial model. After looking at the data, Lin Sha immediately ordered, begin implanting rule runes and prepare to construct rule gene sequences. Yes. Two-dimensional expansion is successful. Begin constructing rule gene sequences. The first line of derived rule gene sequences is being generated. The laboratory is very large. After the expansion, the area of the primary subplane reaches tens of thousands of square kilometers. Various physical rules are used to quickly adjust the primary subplane. Gradually, special patterns similar to those on circuit boards are generated on the primary subplane. These patterns are very small, and are the smallest structures that new humans can create. The plane of the first child, which covers an area of tens of thousands of square kilometers, is covered with such fine lines. Half an hour later, after 3 detailed tests, the regular rune array on the plane of the first child has been completely formed. All 3,000 trillion regular gene sequences have been checked, and can be upgraded and activated. Lin Sha gave the order without hesitation, upgrade and activate. Suddenly, the two-dimensional plane of the first child in the regular gene evolution chamber began to regularly restore the three-dimensional state. There was only one first child that upgraded and returned to the three-dimensional state, but soon this first child began to tremble slightly. Instantly it turned into a two-dimensional plane, wrapped around a bunch of particles, and turned these particles into a part of itself. In less than a few seconds, the new human appeared in the middle of the rule gene evolution chamber again, but at this moment, his whole body had become a great god-level creature with a rule gene sequence. Unlike the pseudo-great god-level creatures that relied on the rule-based armor before, the creatures that evolved to the rule gene sequence by themselves are the real great god-level creatures. And this time, the evolution of the new human is higher than that of ordinary great god-level creatures. Take the Terran civilization soldier Ganuda as an example. His evolution level is the level of the primary zero rule gene. The rule gene of the new human at this time is the two-dimensional primary rule gene sequence, and the three-dimensional primary zero rule gene. On the surface, the rule gene of the new human is similar to that of the Terran demon, but in fact, the new human has one more layer than the Terran demon. When it reaches the stage of the great god-level creature, the new human with one more layer of genes can definitely kill the Terran demon in seconds, because this layer of two-dimensional rule gene is the real gene of the new human. The primordial is the smallest particle in three-dimensional space, and it is already an indivisible particle in three-dimensional space. The new humans who have mastered this technology are naturally invincible. The Terra civilization only uses this technology to escape and hide, which is simply a waste of natural resources. The new humans who have the two-dimensional rule gene are difficult to deal with by ordinary three-dimensional space means. Only technology that can cross dimensions can harm the body of the new humans. The first new human, who has completed evolution, has mysterious power all over his body. He began to reconstruct the primary sub-zero rule gene according to the previous plan. This layer of gene sequence is, to a certain extent, the pinnacle of three-dimensional biological evolution. If the dimensional technology cannot be obtained, the primary sub-zero rule gene will almost have no way to achieve qualitative change. To achieve qualitative change, either reduce the dimension to 2 dimensions, or increase the dimension to 4 dimensions, or master the time dimension, otherwise you can only be trapped and die at the great god level. With the first one, the first batch of 10,000 evolutionary quotas were soon used by the new humans. Fong Ge and others are constantly observing the first batch of new humans, who have evolved to the god level. Whether there are any problems or defects, they need to be carefully studied for a period of time. In a series of tests, the god-level new humans are not only powerful, but also have a good grasp of the rules of the three-dimensional universe, and a part of the rules of the two-dimensional universe. More importantly, the improvement of intelligence and the genes of the god-level new humans have enabled them to achieve a qualitative breakthrough in computing power and an additional perspective. Observing the universe from a three-dimensional perspective is a completely different experience from observing the universe from a two-dimensional perspective. With the addition of a two-dimensional perspective, it is a brand new field for a scientist. If the two-dimensional universe can be fully developed, perhaps the new humans can develop a more powerful and brilliant civilization. After the first batch of successfully evolved new humans were tested and found to have no abnormalities, the second and third batches were soon carried out. After truly evolving to a god-level creature, the strength of the new human civilization once again ushered in explosive growth. Moreover, the development of the two-dimensional universe is also proceeding at full speed. Scientists have studied the physical rules of the two-dimensional level one by one. Based on these two-dimensional physical rules, the new humans have created a large number of two-dimensional technologies. The comprehensive control of the new human universe island has also been put on the agenda. As the home of the new humans, this place must naturally be in their own hands. Chapter 548. After some discussion, the four departments of the War Committee, Science Committee, Service Committee, and Arbitration Committee united and selected a volunteer from the public to form a single universe group. The single universe group consists of 5 new humans, namely Warrior, Researcher, Service, Arbitrator, and Volunteer. These groups will be responsible for managing other single universes of the new human universe island and their affiliated small universes. One group corresponds to one single universe. The new humans who have evolved into the god level have been sent out to various single universes within the new human universe island. New human universe island, single universe number 6744. This single universe is in the middle of the redshift expansion stage and has 2 advanced civilizations. The team responsible for this single universe has quietly entered this single universe. The 5 team members discussed for a while and gave this single universe a simple name. Mirror Sea Universe is the name of this single universe. The name comes from the fact that on the first Earth-like planet they landed, there was a calm blue ocean that looked like a mirror. "Let's stay here for the time being," the waiter Fong Wenbin said. "No problem." Others had no objections. Fong Wenbin snapped his fingers, and suddenly a sea island appeared in the middle of the sea, with some buildings and facilities on it. Although the new humans at this time no longer needed to eat, drink, defecate, or urinate, some habits were still retained. The figures of the 5 people flashed at the door of the small villa on the island. Although Fong Wenbin and his men seemed to be on vacation, in fact, their consciousness enveloped the entire Mirror Sea universe while paying attention to the internal affairs of the new human race. Warrior Yuan Hongshu evaluated the 2 advanced civilizations in the Mirror Sea universe. In an instant, trillions of results were displayed. The future of this universe, the countless possibilities are under control. The 5 people took a secret observation approach to the 2 indigenous advanced civilizations, and countless primordial robots were implanted in the 2 advanced civilizations. Even if the other party suddenly cheats and advances to the Great God civilization, the 5-member team can easily control the other party and ensure that things will not be out of their control. A peaceful life is like the calm sea surface of Zhihai. On the reefs on the coast, Yuan Hongshu and volunteer Huang Handong held fishing rods, sat cross-legged on the reefs, and fished quietly. In the clear seawater, colorful fish roamed around looking for food. Suddenly Yuan Hongshu opened his eyes, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Sensing Yuan Hongshu's emotional fluctuations, Huang Handong turned his head and asked, "What's the matter?" "There's a problem on Blue Star. I go take care of it." Yuan Hongshu continued fishing, and a split spirit landed directly on Blue Star. This Blue Star was naturally the Blue Star of the Mirror Sea universe. At this time, Blue Star was in 1995. In a hidden alley in Adagawa District, Tokyo, 8 figures suddenly appeared here. These people seemed to be human, but their clothes were a little weird. 5 of them seemed to know each other. After waking up, they took out some more modern clothes to avoid attracting attention. "Who are you?" A young man who looked like a college student was shocked by the situation as soon as he woke up. A muscular, 1.9-meter tall white man stared at the others with a bad face, but he did not act rashly after seeing the guns in the hands of the 5 people. The last person was a young woman in a stewardess uniform. She was also frightened by the sudden situation and stood in the corner at a loss. "Who are we?" "Everything is in your mind. Just think about it carefully, and you will know." The scarred face in the 5-member group had murderous eyes. In the mind, the college student, the muscular white man, and the stewardess were all stunned, and then realized that there was indeed an extra piece of information in their minds. The 5-member group, who ignored the newcomers, were discussing some issues in a low voice. "Captain, this mission is a bit difficult, and the night parade of 100 demons is not so easy to pass." The person who spoke was a woman with a single ponytail. "Of course I know that there are only 3 newcomers this time, so the difficulty should be moderate and there will be no fatal danger. The scarred man stroked the revolver in his hand and loaded it with special bullets. Fortunately, we prepared some cling bullets and some talismans this time. Another middle-aged man who looked honest breathed a sigh of relief. A thin young man poured cold water on him directly. Don't be happy too early. In the night parade of 100 demons, except for the Onmyoji Abe Shinjo and his girlfriend Kojima Masako, everyone else died. Overconfidence can kill people. Finally, a round-faced young man in his 20s said excitedly, our main mission is to protect Shinjo Abe and Masako Kojima, and the more characters who are bound to die we save, the more rewards we can get. The best way is to survive, Zheng Long. You'd better not mess around, otherwise. The thin young man looked at the other party with a gloomy face, playing with a fragmentation grenade in his hand. Scarface didn't seem to have any reaction to the intrigue in the team. In fact, he didn't want to change the plot in his heart, so as not to trigger a butterfly effect. But the wind does not stop when the tree wants to be still. Zheng Long and the thin young man quarreled, and the three newcomers also learned something. The muscular white man's eyes flickered, while the college student's face turned red, and the stewardess trembled in panic. Suddenly, the scarred man who was about to stop Zheng Long and the thin young man from quarreling was stunned, because at some point, a figure leaned against the north exit of the alley. Plop! Scarface's adrenaline surged rapidly, his heart beat violently, and he raised the special revolver in his hand with lightning speed. Just as he was about to shoot, his pupils shrank sharply. The figure had already appeared in front of him. He tried his best but couldn't pull the trigger. Cold sweat broke out from his back and forehead. The others also noticed the uninvited guest in front of them, but they couldn't make any moves, as if the time and space of their bodies were completely frozen. Reincarnation? The hand of the reincarnation temple is too long. The calm voice made Scarface, Zheng Long and others feel like they were falling into an ice cave. A chill rushed from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. Instantly, Yuan Hongshu pulled out the Eye of Reincarnation and the gene lock from the bodies of the 8 people, and then used a space to confine them, sending them into a small universe. Zheng Long felt that he was going to die, but found that his teammates were not dead, but were locked in a cell. If Yuan Hongshu had not seen that they were human, he would have killed them with a slap. The cell where these reincarnations were imprisoned was a dimensional universe prison specially set up by the new humans, where reincarnations, time travelers, and the like were imprisoned. Most of the prisoners imprisoned here were guys who smuggled in from other universes. These guys were used as tools by people with ulterior motives to spy on other universes. The reincarnationists are one of the biggest ones. What awaits them is to be thoroughly studied. Zheng Long and his friends also thought about what happened to them. They wondered if the Lord God would come to rescue them. Unfortunately, they overestimated their own importance. The Lord God is not a fool. He will not do such a thankless task. Chapter 549. Inside the New Human Universe Island. Many single universes have reported the invasion of the Samsara Temple, and even many single universes have been colonized by the Samsara Temple before. The War Committee will naturally not tolerate the rampage of the Samsara Temple. After analyzing the core rules of the Samsara Temple, the new humans can't wait to take action against the Samsara Temple. Samsara Temple, Furious Branch Temple. Tungsher, who was in his own small space, suddenly froze, and some primordial robots appeared around his body. Yi Jichio's figure appeared in the small space recklessly, and the main god who managed this area reacted immediately. He had already felt that a wave of a great god-level creature appeared in his control area, and the main god's big light ball suddenly fluctuated wildly. Countless physical rules, strange or violent primary sub-beams, and ruthless space cracks all rushed towards Yi Jichio. The furious main god seemed to want to kill Yi Jichio here, with the force of thunder and lightning. It was just that he overestimated himself, and underestimated Yi Jichio's strength. Yi Jichio, who had evolved to a great god-level creature, was even more terrifying and weird than before. The overwhelming blow was like a breeze to Yi Jichio. The big light ball of the furious main temple was not calm, and immediately launched a more intensive and more powerful attack. The space around Yi Jichio was blocked, and then quickly squeezed inward, and those who were affected by the reincarnation were directly compressed into particles. The wrathful Lord God did not take it lightly, but tried his best to compress the space to the extreme, until the matter inside was compressed into a cosmic singularity. He was relieved. But he did not realize that Yi Jichio was standing on the side of the wrathful Lord God's big light ball, and the rules and information that made up the wrathful Lord God's big light ball were exposed directly in front of Yi Jichio, as if they were defenseless. In an instant, the first child on his body directly sank into the Rule 0 child body of the big light ball, and countless loopholes on the wrathful Lord God's main god Big Light Ball were exploited. Countless primordial beings directly invaded the Big Light Ball and fought with the furious Lord God for control. What happened? The furious Lord God was horrified. He felt that his body was rapidly losing control. He quickly contacted the Great Lord God Temple and asked them to find a way to support him as soon as possible. Seeing that its branch temple was invaded, the Great Lord God Temple naturally did not hesitate to send its huge computer power and rule power to try to expel and eliminate Yijichio. Yijichio smiled strangely at the reaction of the Lord God of Reincarnation. At the command, more than 1/3 of the Samsara branch halls were invaded, and the entire Samsara temple became turbulent. The various small spaces and small universes attached to the Samsara temple were also affected, and space cracks and space shocks appeared. What's going on? Is it another Chinya universe that is attacking? Hurry up and start the stabilization system. Those Samsaras who were mentally exploded cried for their parents again, but it was useless for them to scream, because their main godfather was now in danger. The offensive launched by Yijichio made the Samsara temple flustered for a while. Although the main god of Samsara had already controlled the main temple to support the various branch temples, it was a pity that the new humans had mastered their weaknesses and loopholes and hit them accurately. The big light ball of the angry main god trembled violently for more than 10 minutes, and the big light ball suspended in the square seemed to be shaky. Those reincarnations in the square stared at the high big light ball in amazement. Many of them had seen the main god in such an embarrassed state for the second time. They even suspected that the Lord God's big light ball would suddenly collapse in the next moment. But their thoughts did not come true. The big light ball that had been shaking for a long time suddenly stopped moving, and it seemed that everything returned to normal. These reincarnations did not know that the core of the big light ball of the wrathful Lord God had been locked by the two-dimensional rule gene lock of the new human beings. The wrathful Lord God was extremely frightened. He found that his soul was completely sealed, and he lost control of the wrathful branch hall of his body. Obviously, he lost the battle with Yijichio. Yijichio, who had left a separate spirit, had already noticed that the Samsara temple was losing ground. He knew that he should give the other party a fatal blow. Yijichio, who had already planned everything, landed directly in the great main temple of the Samsara temple. It's over. A cosmic crystal wall directly covered the great main temple. This crystal wall was tens of thousands of times stronger than the crystal wall of Qianyuanji, and instantly sealed the Lord of Samsara inside the crystal wall. Damn it! The Lord of Samsara was terrified. When he saw this thick and strong crystal wall, he knew that he was caught in a trap. The Lord of Samsara desperately operated the computing power and rule runes, trying to open the crystal wall confinement, but Yijichio, who had planned for a long time, would never give him a chance to escape. Yijichio didn't even want to give him a chance to commit suicide. Endless primordial robots entered the core of the Lord of Samsara through dimensionality reduction technology. The core of the Lord of Samsara, which had been clearly analyzed, was like a sand sculpture on the beach under Yijichio's stormy invasion. Facing the overwhelming tsunami, it had no power to resist it all. No. The terrified Lord of Samsara found himself rapidly losing control of his body. However, Yijichio did not give him a chance to react. The first wave of attacks divided the Lord of Samsara's body into small, unconnected parts. Then the second wave of attacks followed, focusing on destroying the Lord of Samsara's attack and self-destruction functions. After defeating each one, in less than half an hour, the Lord of Samsara was completely defeated. In a case of deliberate calculations, the Lord of Samsara was no match for the new human being and became Yijichio's captive. After capturing the Lord of Samsara, Yijichio immediately used the authority of the Great Lord of Samsara to force other branch temples to surrender. When the Great Lord of Samsara fell, other branch temples had no way to refuse, and could only surrender to the new humans. In the Great Lord of Samsara, Yijichio sat on the first seat, and next to him was a middle-aged man who had transformed into a human form. He was the incarnation of the Lord of Samsara, but the Lord of Samsara looked extremely gloomy at this time. Not convinced? The Lord of Samsara said nothing, and did not intend to answer Yijichio's question. Don't answer? It doesn't matter. I've got everything. You're no longer useful. Yijichio said coldly. What? The Lord of Samsara panicked and was about to say something. Yijichio directly wiped out the Lord of Samsara's soul and emotions, and then transferred an artificial intelligence from the new human beings to take over part of the authority of the Samsara temple. The Lord of Samsara thought that Yijichio would pretend to be nice to him, and then subdue him, but Yijichio was not interested. For those who refused to surrender, the best way is to kill them directly. This way, everything will be settled once and for all. It is impossible to leave the main god of reincarnation. After annexing the entire temple of reincarnation, those reincarnationists found that the entire temple of reincarnation had become quiet. They thought they had repelled the invaders, but they didn't know that they had changed a big boss. The Ghost Special Service and the War Committee joined forces to study those main gods, and then directly wiped out all the souls and emotions of the main gods, and injected artificial intelligence to take over everything. Chapter 550. The Branch Temple of the Furious Lord God. Yi Jiqiu stood under the Lord God's big light ball. In the Samsara Square, which had returned to its former tranquility, all kinds of strange reincarnations came and went. Some of them were in awe, some were cold and ruthless, and some still had a trace of humanity. Tungshur, who was standing aside, was at a loss at this time, and even felt extremely scared. He saw Yi Jiqiu playing with the Lord God in his hands, and felt the power of destroying the world. At this time, Yi Jiqiu stood in the Samsara Square intact, but the Lord God did not react at all. As long as Tungshur was not a fool, he should understand the meaning of it. Obviously, in the war between the two, the Lord God was directly defeated by Yi Jiqiu, and it was an overwhelming crushing victory. "You are afraid? My lord, Tungshur didn't know how to answer. Yi Jiqiu glanced at the other party, then bounced Tungshur back to the small space, erased that memory, and disappeared in the wrathful branch hall. The entire Samsara temple has been controlled by the new humans, and the cosmic islands, single universes, and small spaces under the control of the Samsara temple are all owned by the new humans. In addition, the intelligence system, technology system, and affiliated races of the Samsara temple were also taken into the pockets of the new humans. The Samsara temple has intelligence infiltration in hundreds of universe islands near the new human universe island. Even the Gaolu Great Universe Island, which the Ghost Special Service has always been very wary of, has an intelligence base of the Samsara temple. Yi Jiqiu, who had just returned to the Ghost Special Service headquarters, was soon appointed as the head of the Samsara temple branch. Inside the branch office. "Congratulations. Congratulations to Team Yi on your promotion. Remember to treat me to a meal." The team members and the newly transferred ghost agents all joked, but Yi Jiqiu shrugged. "Let the canteen give you extra meals, I am a hard worker." "Ha." The ghost agents laughed. For the new human society at this time, it is already very different from the AD era, and it can even be said to be completely unrecognizable. For example, personal assets and wages are just for show. For the new human beings at this time, the truly valuable things are knowledge and the path to truth. Only knowledge is the most fundamental wealth of the new human beings. Yi Jiqiu, who became the head of the Samsara Temple branch of the Ghost Special Service, was unmoved by the promotion. He said a few words to a group of agents, and then called a meeting with the team leaders of his three subordinates. Without long and boring speeches, Yi Jiqiu went straight to the point. "The intelligence system of the Samsara Temple is our next focus. Please express your opinions." Su Xian, the team leader of the first team, stood up and said, "After I took over the intelligence system of the Samsara Temple, I found some things. This is the key content I just sorted out. Everyone, take a look." Although the file sent by Su Xian contained several megabytes of content, Yi Jiqiu and others understood the details in an instant. 45.3 billion years ago, the Samsara Temple was hunted down on the Gaolu Great Universe Island and fled to the current Samsara Universe Island. Yi Jiqiu muttered as he analyzed the information. There are two other great civilizations, which are quite interesting. Yang Minglang, the leader of the second group, was also thinking about some of the information. After annexing the Samsara Temple, the new humans naturally inherited the cause and effect of the Samsara Temple. The Samsara Temple, which invaded other universes and plundered technology, genes, and physical rules as its development path, naturally made enemies everywhere. If the Samsara Temple had not been strong, it would have been destroyed by other great god civilizations. According to the intelligence collected by the Samsara Temple over the past tens of billions of years, he has a general understanding of the situation of hundreds of cosmic islands around it. The Samsara Temple itself occupies 4 cosmic islands, and also has bases or intelligence personnel on other cosmic islands. In addition to the 3 great god-level civilizations on the Gaolu Cosmic Island, the great god civilizations on the surrounding cosmic islands include the Universe Clan, which is 571 billion grids away from the new humans, occupies 5 cosmic islands, and has a hostile relationship with the Samsara Temple. Azathoth, 260.5 billion squares away from the new humans, occupies 3 cosmic islands, and is hostile to the Samsara Temple, and the closest control area of both parties is less than 38.1 billion squares away. Then, there is the Chiba universe and the New Humans. As for the remaining Terra civilization, the Samsara Temple also fought against it in the past, and even the intelligence of the Giant Civilization, the Star Beast Civilization, and the original Light Civilization is in the Samsara Temple. Among them, the Giant Civilization and the original Light Civilization, like the Samsara Temple, are brothers in distress who escaped from the Gaolu Great Universe Island. Among them, the Yuanguang Civilization was killed by the enemy of Gaolu Great Universe Island after destroying the Terra Civilization. The Giant Civilization fled earlier than the Samsara Temple. According to the intelligence analysis of the Samsara Temple in recent years, the other party may have fled to an area farther away from the Gaolu Great Universe Island. The Star Beast Civilization visited the New Human Universe Island and the nearby area 24.2 billion years ago, and then suddenly retreated and fled. This is also the reason why the Samsara Temple has always kept a distance from the Gaolu Great Universe Island. The Samsara Temple, which was beaten like a stray dog, also expanded in the vicinity with a cautious attitude. Yi Jiqiu finished reading a series of intelligence and marked the locations of the great god civilizations one by one, presenting them on the cosmic map. In the current situation, the Samsara Temple is in the southwest, and then Azathoth is in the past, and the Cosmic Clan is in the past. The New Human Universe Island is separated from the Great Wilderness Universe Island, Qianya Universe Island, and Gaolu Great Universe Island. What is hidden in Gaolu Great Universe Island? Yi Jiqiu pondered the possibilities. It was able to allow 3 powerful great god civilizations to gather there for hundreds of billions of years, and successively expel the Samsara Temple, Giant Civilization, and Yuanguang Civilization on the periphery. There must be some secrets in this, but unfortunately the Samsara Temple was in the control area of the Gaolu Great Universe Island at that time, which was a typical remote area, and the core area was controlled by 3 other civilizations. Yi Jiqiu weighed the pros and cons. Xian, you focus on the situation of the Gaolu Great Universe Island, and use the upgraded and modified Choosy robot to investigate the secrets in depth through the intelligence base of the Samsara Temple. Understood. Su Xian nodded. Ming Lang, you are responsible for Azathoth. Anyu, you are responsible for the Universe Clan. Yes. Okay. The New Humans have already taken control of the Samsara Temple, but they have not exposed themselves, and continue to operate under the name of the Samsara Temple. If they had not obtained some information from the Gaolu Great Universe Island, the New Humans might have directly changed the appearance of the Samsara Temple, but in this situation, it is better to be careful. Even the Chiba universe that is about to be successfully conquered by the New Humans, the New Humans do not intend to make obvious changes. This is the cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, leaving more tricks to avoid being caught off guard. Even though the New Humans at this time have mastered the dimensionality reduction technology, the Terra civilization, which has the dimensionality reduction technology, was still destroyed by the Great God civilization that destroyed the original Light civilization. The infinite universe is very deep, and only by being in awe at all times can you survive in the universe. Due to concerns about the 3 Great God civilizations on the Gaolu Great Universe Island, Su Xian's team was particularly cautious in intelligence work, resulting in very slow intelligence progress. Yang Minglang, who was in charge of Azathoth, was relatively smoother. Chapter 551. The Hell Universe Island of the Samsara Temple faces the Shigai Universe Island controlled by Azathoth. There are 3 universe islands of different sizes between the 2 universe islands. These 3 universe islands are also the areas where the Samsara Temple and Azathoth confront each other. The 2 sides often fight in these 3 universe islands. Of course, due to the fear of attracting attention, the 2 sides are relatively restrained in the battle, and did not raise the scale of the battle to the infinite universe level, but instead confronted each other within the single universe. Due to the sudden invasion of the New Humans into the Samsara Temple, Azathoth occupied part of the control area of the Samsara Temple on the battlefield here. In a single universe inside the Ghost Cosmic Island, the Samsara Temple returned to normal, and suppressed the offensive of Azathoth as Shigai Zerg, and the 2 sides returned to the previous evenly matched situation. However, the current situation was deliberately maintained by the Ghost Special Service to prevent the changes in the Samsara Temple from being too abrupt, and it was also beneficial for the Ghost Special Service to spy on Azathoth's intelligence. This single universe called the Winter Wind Universe is filled with followers of Azathoth, among which the Shigai Zerg is one of the believers. In the parallel blue star of this universe, near the Severn Valley in England, in a rock pyramid, a group of Englishmen wearing thick cashmere coats are praying devoutly in front of a rock wall. A circle is engraved on the rock wall, and the circle is surrounded by strange and mysterious symbols. Victor, bring up the sacrifice. The person who spoke was a white-bearded old man with a fanatical face, holding a staff with a skull hanging on it. The fanatical man named Victor commanded a dozen believers to pull 12 pairs of young men and women to the front of the rock wall, where there was a cave. The young men and women were terrified, but with their hands and feet tied, they had no way to struggle. Victor pulled out a dagger. Ah! Help! Don't! The sharp dagger cut the wrist arteries of these young men and women, and blood gushed out wildly. Then, these people were pushed into the cave. The white-bearded old man was muttering enthusiastically and excitedly. The strange and evil words seemed to resonate with the energy and rules and the air vibration, the rune array on the rock wall, and the blood sacrifice in the cave. Sadahigra is above. The rune array on the rock wall began to release an inexplicable wave. Huh? Another evil god is active in the parallel blue planet. One of the clones of Yang Minglang, who is in charge of Azathoth, is in this universe. This parallel blue planet is in the year 1685. In Jinling City. Chimneys with billowing smoke and roaring steam engines drive spinning machines. On the central city avenue in the middle of the city, a tram carries a large number of people, many of whom still have rat tails. The soldiers in black uniforms have neat crew cuts and carry new rifles similar to Mauser rifles. On one side of the city, a building hundreds of meters high looks particularly abrupt among the low-rise houses made of wood and tiles. In the tea house next to the North Railway Station, the storyteller clapped his hands, while the guests from all over the country were either whispering, shaking their heads, or eating. Master, the Great Yin Court is preparing to march north to the Central Plains. What should we do? A young man, with a square scarf wrapped around his head, asked in a low voice. The middle-aged man, with extraordinary martial arts, looked outside the tea house in a daze. The iron cart spewing black smoke was carrying a large amount of supplies and guns to the northern city of Jinan. Hey, De Yin is unstoppable. The middle-aged man sighed. An old man dressed as a Taoist priest at the same table said with a complicated expression, in this great trend of change, how should we Da Yuan respond? Anti-Qing and restoration of Ming is ultimately a mirage. The barrier of the sea route is like a mantis trying to stop a chariot in front of the armored warships. King Zheng has no intention of resisting. The middle-aged man smiled bitterly. It's good that it's like this. Once the war breaks out, Da Yuan will surely suffer. The old Taoist priest nodded. Only the young man was a little unwilling, but the situation was stronger than the man. He could never forget the man who suddenly appeared 6 years ago. In a few years, they rose from Jiangnan and swept across the world. Now they have taken Jiangnan, Lingnan, Shu, Guangzhou, and half of the Central Plains. The army is approaching the Forbidden City, with the momentum of swallowing thousands of miles like a tiger. The Qin dynasty has been in control of the Central Plains for only more than 30 years, but it has set off a new revolution. The top floor of the empire building in Jinling City. The founder of the Great Yin Empire, Li Xinghua, stood in front of the French window, looking at the vast land in the north. The sense of urgency that did not wait for me at that time lingered in his heart. It's just that this secret is a secret that he can't tell. He took off his gloves, and a deep purple eye pattern appeared on the back of his hand. 6 years. Li Xinghua stroked the tattoo with a complicated look. He couldn't help but sigh that fate was playing tricks on him. After becoming a reincarnationist, he had been wandering on the edge of death. Until one day, he received the mission and went to the parallel time and space of the deer and the cauldron. The mission was to let them secretly protect Wei Xiaobao. Li Xinghua designed to kill the other 4 reincarnationists and completed the protection mission. Then he was ready to return to the main temple with rich spoils and rewards. However, he was horrified to find that the main temple had lost contact with him, and part of his mission restrictions were lifted because the mission was over. After more than 3 months of confusion, Li Xinghua's heart became crazy, especially when he saw the golden rat tails everywhere. He finally couldn't hold back the boiling killing intent. He launched a vigorous campaign of revolution, using the equipment obtained from a group of reincarnations to change the world. During this period, he destroyed the 8 banners, slaughtered the kneeling clan, cleaned up the old rivers and mountains, and prepared to complete the great unification. Give me some more time, give me some more time. Li Xinghua was eager in his heart. He hoped that the Temple of Samsara would never be activated again and forget him in this time and space. Huh? Reincarnator number 2584, 5884, 9527. Yang Minglang has already found this reincarnator. As soon as he thought about it, he understood the cause and effect of the matter. This was the fault of their ghost special service. When they invaded the Temple of Samsara before, due to the fierce resistance of the Temple of Samsara, some of the reincarnators who were carrying out missions outside were completely cut off from the Temple of Samsara. And this Li Xinghua is one of them. Evolution? Yang Minglang's eyes flickered. If the behavior of this reincarnationist was in accordance with the rules of the Samsara Temple, he would be directly wiped out if he privately tampered with the historical process on a large scale without the permission of the Samsara Temple. But Li Xinghua still changed the course of history and brought a ray of hope to the great Chinese in this time and space. In this case, I will help you. Li Xinghua's expression suddenly changed, because the Eye of Samsara, which had been silent for more than 6 years, was activated again. A virtual projection appeared in front of him. It was detected that the reincarnator 9527 illegally tampered with the historical process. Due to the program error of the reincarnation temple, the following measures are now taken. First, the reincarnator must kill the Shigai Zerg that descended on Blue Star within 50 days. Second, the reincarnator must wipe out the remnants of Azathoth on Blue Star within 50 years. Third, a special exchange store is open to allow reincarnators to exchange items in the store during special missions. Chapter 552. Li Xinghua looked at the situation in front of him, and was a little at a loss. He originally thought that he would die, but he didn't expect that the Samsara Temple did not kill him, but chose 2 other ways. But for the 2 tasks in front of him, after Li Xinghua read the details of the tasks, a chill rushed from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, and he went from being happy to hell. The first task still had the possibility of being completed. The Shigai Zerg can parasitize in the body of a living thing. If he is well prepared, he can still deal with it. But the second mission, with his current strength, is a mission to send him to death. There are currently 3 minions of Azathoth left on Blue Star, but Li Xinghua has no way to resist even one of them, let alone eliminate them, which is a 100% mission to send him to death. Am I going to die like this? Li Xinghua clenched his fist unwillingly. The minions of Azathoth left on Blue Star are a hurdle that he cannot cross. Li Xinghua, who had a somewhat empty look in his eyes, suddenly narrowed his eyes. He carefully read the mission requirements again, and found that the second mission was not impossible to operate. Because the second mission is completed within 50 years, which is a long time. Even if Li Xinghua has been strengthened once, his lifespan is only about 180 years. If he fights alone, it may be difficult to defeat the 3 minions of Azathoth, but if he can improve the technological level of the Great Yin Empire, with the help of the exchange store, there may be a glimmer of hope. After all, the Lord God will not issue a mission that will definitely lead to death. There will definitely be a glimmer of hope in the mission. The key is whether he can grasp it. He quickly opened the exchange shop, and his pupil shrank sharply. Because Li Xinghua saw his points at this time were 157053. This amount of points was hundreds of times more than before he came in. Soon Li Xinghua found some tricks. From the list of point sources, he checked the reason why he got the points. Kill the plot character Wei Xiaobao, reward points 5,000. Change the course of history, reward points 50,000. Kill the enemy, reward points 86914. So that's it. Surviving a disaster will definitely bring good fortune in the future. Li Xinghua looked at the more than 150,000 points and his face flushed. Now he was more confident in dealing with Azathoth's minions. Although there were still many difficulties, the difficulty was at least not the level of hell. As long as he made reasonable arrangements, he might be able to complete the task. After checking the exchange store for a while, he immediately spent 3,000 points to exchange for an anti-gravity spaceship, which was a spaceship without weapons, and could only fly around the blue planet. If he could get enough supplies, he could fly to the moon. The reason why he bought the anti-gravity spaceship was mainly because the first mission was a bit tricky. The location where the Shigai Zerg appeared was the Severn Valley in England. At this time, he was in Jiling City in Asia. Even if he took the fastest steamship, it would be impossible to reach the British Isles within 50 days. Therefore, buying an anti-gravity spaceship was a helpless move. At this time, a 150-meter-long spaceship was parked in the exclusive space. The reason why he chose this spaceship was that it was fast enough. The second was that the spaceship had a strong magnetic field shield, and the third reason was that the spaceship could be driven automatically. After all, he is alone now. If a spaceship that needs a large number of pilots comes, where can he find high-quality spaceship pilots? After having the spaceship, Li Xinghua also considered the weirdness of Azathoth and spent 50,000 points to exchange for the Rule Shield, which can resist most of the mysterious side attacks. Then he spent another 65,000 points to buy the God-slaying sword. An 8-sided Han sword appeared in Li Xinghua's hand. He knew that the sword in his hand could really kill gods. Finally, he strengthened his body. Feeling the power boiling in his body, Li Xinghua was full of confidence. He boarded the anti-gravity spaceship with 100 fully armed guards and rushed to the Severn Valley in England. For the first mission, Li Xinghua had already understood the cause and effect from the mission details. There was an English cult group that used blood sacrifice to open the multidimensional gate, interstellar wormhole, left by the Shigai Zerg on the Blue Star, causing a part of the Shigai Zerg to enter the Blue Star through the wormhole channel of the multidimensional gate. The reason why he rushed over so hastily was because time was urgent. The longer he delayed, the more Shigai Zerg would come from the wormhole. Li Xinghua had to destroy the multidimensional door in the pyramid, otherwise he would face an endless stream of Shigai Zerg. Zerg creatures, as soon as you hear their name, are not good people. The other party may use the human sea tactics to completely wear him down. After all, 2 fists cannot beat 4 hands. No matter how powerful Li Xinghua is, facing an endless stream of Shigai Zerg, he will also die in the Severn Valley. Therefore, as soon as he received the mission, he immediately prepared to go and annihilate the Shigai Zerg. As long as the other party had not grown stronger, he could destroy these alien creatures at a small cost. The speed of the anti-gravity spacecraft was amazing. At a speed of 5 times the speed of sound, Li Xinghua and his party quickly reached the sky above the Severn Valley. After loading the spacecraft with an abnormal biological detector, although it cost another 1,000 points, Li Xinghua felt that this point was very worthwhile. On the detector radar screen, thousands of red dots showing abnormalities were entrenched inside and around the pyramid. If there were no abnormal biological detectors, Li Xinghua would have made many mistakes if he judged by himself, unless he used weapons of mass destruction to attack directly. However, a hydrogen bomb with a yield of 10,000 tons requires 5,000 points, and there is no guarantee that it can kill the Shigai Zerg. After all, the other party is a creature that combines the biological side with the mysterious side, and can survive in the universe. The killing effect of the hydrogen bomb remains to be verified. At this time, inside the pyramid, a group of cult believers have been parasitized by the Shigai Zerg that came out of the multidimensional gate. These bugs are about the size of pigeons. The arthropod tentacles seem to be twisting in the rhythm of the universe. The 10 legs are covered with black tentacles, and the nearly round wings are covered with triangular scales. Because they are afraid of sunlight, they rush to drill into the bodies of cult members and live directly in the brains of these humans. After parasitizing the human brain, the throats of these humans began to mutate and could make some strange syllables. The Great Sadavra. Great Sada. These inexplicable syllables form some ancient and obscure rhythms, as if they were dreaming or wailing. The creepy voice was filled with the special fanaticism of the Shigai Zerg. In the anti-gravity spacecraft above the Severn Valley, watching the red dots on the abnormal biological radar increase rapidly, Li Xinghua knew that he could not delay. Land, according to the previous plan, everyone is ready. Yes, Your Majesty. The guards responded with a fanatical and firm tone. The spacecraft was in optical invisibility at this time, and divided the 100 guards into 9 groups. 8 of them were deployed in the mountains and forests around the pyramid, and a large number of bottles and jars were also carried down. The last group, led by Li Xinghua himself, 21 people quickly appeared near the entrance of the valley. Chapter 553. 20 fully armed guards, and Li Xinghua holding the god-killing sword were discovered by the parasitic believers lurking nearby, as soon as they approached the pyramid. Gaga. The Shigai Zerg and the parasitic believers laughed crazily when they saw the living intelligent creatures. Catch them. What a wonderful heartbeat rhythm. A dozen parasitic believers burst out with speeds that ordinary people could not reach, and rushed directly to the guards, and Li Xinghua more than 100 meters away. Li Xinghua's eyes condensed, and he took out 3 grenades with his left hand, and threw them at the oncoming parasitic believers. Boom boom boom. The fierce fragmentation grenades exploded directly among the parasitic believers, who were charging recklessly, and the fragments and steel balls containing the kinetic energy of chemical explosions splashed in all directions. Suddenly, most of the dozen parasitic believers were blown over. Bang bang bang. The guards also raised their rifles without hesitation and hunted the parasitic believers in front of him. The rolling hot bullets exploded on the bodies of the parasitic believers, and their lives withered here. But Li Xinghua did not take it lightly, because he connected the life reaction on the glasses through the abnormal biological detector system of the spacecraft, and only 6 of the 17 parasitic believers were completely dead. Li Xinghua ordered through the intercom, "Attack their heads, don't let them get close." The guards immediately aimed at the heads of the parasitic believers. Facing the dense bullets, even with the initial strengthening of the body, there was still no way to resist the bullets. And Li Xinghua was not idle either. He jumped and chopped off the head of one of the parasitic believers, then lifted the head and opened the skull. The Xiaodai Zerg parasitizing the brain suddenly jumped up and pounced on Li Xinghua's face, intending to parasitize the creature in front of him. However, Li Xinghua, who had been on guard for a long time, was not likely to be tricked by the other party. A strong arc of electricity burst out from his body. Amidst the crackling sound, the Xiaodai Zerg trying to parasitize kept twitching. Li Xinghua took out a special confinement container from the exclusive space and stuffed the half-broken Xiaodai Zerg into the container. Complete the side quest. Xiaodai Zerg Specimen 1/1. Seeing that a side quest was completed, Li Xinghua immediately shouted, "According to the plan." Understood. The Royal Guard sergeant fired a signal flare, and the red flare exploded in the air above the pyramid. The Royal Guard soldiers in other positions immediately took action, and fireworks blazed in the cool autumn forest. Suddenly, the pyramid was surrounded by blazing flames on all sides. The only area without flames was the direction where Li Xinghua was. "Throw!" the sergeant shouted loudly. One by one, Molotov cocktails and cans of incendiary oil were thrown around the pyramid. Among them, the can of incendiary oil thrown by Li Xinghua himself directly smashed into the entrance of the pyramid. Fire oil is simply refined petroleum, and the Xiaodai pyramid itself is overgrown with weeds, and the terrible flames are spreading wildly. The flame attack made the surrounding air hot, and Li Xinghua, who was standing nearby, felt a little hot on his face. The pyramid in the sea of fire was subjected to huge heat energy, not to mention it. Li Xinghua looked at his watch and directly controlled the anti-gravity spacecraft remotely, and came to the sky above the pyramid. 5 heavy earth-penetrating bombs were thrown from the anti-gravity spacecraft to the pyramid. Suddenly, the heavy earth-penetrating bomb penetrated the layers of rock in the pyramid, and a fierce explosion broke out inside the pyramid, causing the entire Severn Valley to tremble slightly. Li Xinghua, who was standing nearby, even felt the earth dragon rolling. With his sharp ears, he could hear the shrill screams coming from inside the pyramid. On the abnormal biological detector, the red dots representing the parasitic believers quickly went out. More than half of the parasitic believers died directly, and the remaining parasitic believers were also struggling to survive. Li Xinghua did not take this lightly. The heavy earth-penetrating bomb completely destroyed the multidimensional gate of the Xiaodai Zerg in the pyramid, and also severely damaged the parasitic believers and the Xiaodai Zerg inside the pyramid. Suddenly his eyes changed. The pyramid built by the Xiaodai Zerg collapsed, but some uninvited guests were approaching the area, triggering hidden side quest, the invasion of the abominable cult. The immortal fools, who believed in the evil god in the Severn Valley, discovered the mutation of the Xiaodai pyramid, and were approaching the pyramid. Quest requirements: annihilate the invading immortal fools. Science cannot tolerate mystery, only truth is eternal. Quest reward: Li Xinghua cursed in his heart. He hadn't dealt with the Xiaodai Zerg in front of him yet, and here came another immortal fool from the abominable cult. This was going to kill him. As expected, he was targeted by the Samsara Temple for tampering with the course of history. However, when he saw his skyrocketing points, his gloomy mood improved a little, because when he entered a specific task link, his task points were settled immediately. Looking at the points on the panel, he gritted his teeth and bought an item he had set his eyes on before. Eye of Truth, primary, purchased successfully. Do you want to equip it? Of course, Li Xinghua chose to equip it, and his left eye changed rapidly. Under the change of the rule information, it became an Eye of Truth that could analyze everything. The primary Eye of Truth can only work on ordinary medium primary creatures, so he was not too disappointed. Li Xinghua, who mastered electromagnetic force, deployed an electromagnetic field and rushed into the sea of fire. He directly chopped off the head of a parasitic believer who was struggling fiercely, and then caught a Xiaodai Zerg in the same way. He grabbed the Xiaodai Zerg that was half dead from the electric arc and opened the Eye of Truth. The situation of this Xiaodai Zerg was immediately analyzed by the Eye of Truth. Electromagnetic waves with a frequency of orange light can kill Xiaodai Zerg. That's it. The fire attack he used by mistake caused serious damage to the Xiaodai Zerg in the pyramid. In this case, the energy of Li Xinghua's body burst out, and the brutal electromagnetic field enveloped the entire pyramid. Come out. The iron elements in the rocks and soil were extracted, and then the dense iron sand was like black fog, covering the surroundings of the pyramid. Li Xinghua crushed the remaining Xiaodai Zerg through the abnormal biological detector of the anti-gravity spacecraft. Complete the main task: invading Xiaodai Zerg, destroy the multidimensional gate, and wipe out the invading Xiaodai Zerg. The points reward for completing the task were immediately credited to Li Xinghua's account, but he knew that this was not the time to be happy. Because through the abnormal biological detector of the anti-gravity spacecraft, He has seen a group of 247 abnormal creatures in the east, approaching the direction of the pyramid. Everyone gather. 100 guards quickly gathered. Although Li Xinghua did not count on them, these soldiers could more or less contain the enemy and test the enemy's details. He led the guards and went to the direction of the abominable cult without hesitation. The distance between the two sides was less than 15 kilometers. Li Xinghua asked everyone to stop halfway and prepared to fight the upcoming abominable cult. Anyway, these undead fools of the abominable cult would take the initiative to cause trouble. Li Xinghua would naturally not waste his energy and chose a position that was beneficial to his side and began to wait for the opportunity. Above the Severn Valley, Yang Minglang sat quietly in the small universe, playing with a Xiaodai Zerg. Chapter 554. More than 200 members of the abominable sect, wearing black linen, headed towards the pyramid with flames rising to the sky. They were all wearing black linen and had three-eyed masks. More than 50 of them rode on war horses and carried a dragon spear, while the rest followed on foot, carrying flintlocks and spears. A few of the members on horseback held dark green long sticks, and there was a rare book on their cowhide backpacks. On the cover of the book, there was a line of ancient and obscure text. Suddenly, the leader, who was protected by a group of cavalrymen, waved his hand to signal everyone to stop. The abominable cult that was running wildly just now suddenly quieted down. Leader Kira David took out the heavy book from his cowhide backpack. His stiff palms were as pale as a corpse. He pressed the cover of the book. "Praise my Lord." Kira David's voice seemed to be in a dream. Suddenly, some information appeared in his mind. The black flame of disaster can be destroyed by sand and soil, and the strange god of thunder and lightning cannot be confronted head-on. Kira David felt the instructions of the oracle, and was silent for a moment. Since God had instructed not to attack head-on, he would naturally not adopt the previous strategy. The abominable cult was not a stubborn conservative church, because the god they believed in was also a very wise being. Otherwise, the knights of the abominable cult would not be equipped with flintlock rifles. Kira David looked at the surrounding terrain, turned his head, and ordered his left and right. "Yes, take 50 musketeers and hide in the mountains on the north side." "Yes, your majesty." A cultist holding a staff rode out. "Watch out for the enemy's fire attack," Kira David reminded. "Yes." Soon, a group of cultists set up a pocket formation nearby, and then more than 50 cavalrymen galloped to the west. Li Xinghua and the guards 4 kilometers away. The abnormal biological detector of the anti-gravity spacecraft showed a series of actions of the enemy in front. "Are you planning to lure me into the pocket formation?" Li Xinghua pinched his chin and thought for a while. He could already hear the sound of the approaching war horses. The sergeant of the Imperial Guard shouted loudly, "Prepare for battle." "Yes." The Imperial Guard soldiers immediately lined up to fight against the invading cavalry, and the muzzles of their rifles were aimed at the grassland in the river valley ahead. Soon, more than 50 galloping cavalry appeared within 1 kilometer of the Imperial Guard. Those cavalry were silent and charged directly at the Imperial Guard. When the distance between the two sides approached more than 300 meters, gunshots suddenly broke out on the grassland. Li Xinghua's eyes changed. The cavalry showed no signs of slowing down or casualties. His eye of truth could see with his own eyes that the rifle bullets hit many cavalry. "The immortal fool, immortal," he observed carefully. The guards were still shooting in an orderly manner, but none of the more than 50 cavalry were killed. Facing the enemy approaching about 100 meters, the guards also became a little uneasy. You know, in front of their magic rifles, the so-called 8 banners iron cavalry is no different from paper. But it was incredible that the masked cavalrymen were not killed. "Shoot the horses." The sergeant of the Imperial Guards made a prompt decision. More intensive shooting aimed at the horses of the invading cavalrymen, but these horses did not fall to the ground despite being hit by bullets. This time, the Imperial Guards became even more uneasy. "Seal them for me." Li Xinghua made a move, and he opened his hands, and countless iron sands entangled the undead cavalrymen. The undead cavalrymen, who were unstoppable a moment ago, seemed to be trapped in a quagmire. Although they struggled hard, they showed no sign of breaking free. Li Xinghua grabbed and pulled with his left hand, and one of the undead cavalrymen was caught by him, along with a horse. "Pagan, you deserve to die." The hoarse voice of the undead cavalryman sounded in front of Li Xinghua. "Immortal? Then let me see if you are really immortal," Li Xinghua said jokingly. The eye of truth is opened. Analysis. Undead cavalrymen, members of the abominable cult, believers in Lake Dweller. Graki, pierced by Graki's spikes, injected with living dead fluid, transformed into living dead. Disadvantages: afraid of sunlight, After being exposed to sunlight, it will appear. Green rot can be irradiated with blue light electromagnetic waves to make it completely inactive. After casually capturing this undead cavalryman and submitting the specimen task, Li Xinghua directly controlled the iron sand and stripped all the undead cavalrymen naked. After being stripped naked, the undead cavalrymen were exposed directly to the sun, like ice cubes under the scorching sun, and they screamed miserably. Ah! It hurts. No, no. Controlling the iron element, forming a smooth metal mirror, refracting the sunlight and concentrating it on the undead cavalrymen. Suddenly, these undead cavalrymen suffered more serious injuries, and Li Xinghua used iron sand to tear them apart completely. Soon, these undead cavalrymen die completely under the sunlight. Immortality is just a relative concept. Even the great god-level creatures with immortal bodies dare not guarantee that they will never die. These so-called undead cavalrymen are at most equivalent to intermediate creatures, and the name is just intimidating. After killing these undead cavalrymen, Li Xinghua discovered through the abnormal biological detector that the abominable cult 4 kilometers away also reacted. The knights have been destroyed. Kira David's zombie-like hands tightly grasped the green staff and the holy book. Suddenly, some information appeared in his mind. Light can break immortality. After dark, you can use darkness to enter the enemy's dream. Thank you, Lord, for your guidance. Kira David looked up at the sky. It was already afternoon, and the sun was slowly approaching the southwest horizon. It would probably be night in less than 2 hours. He called a few confidants and gave them a few instructions. Then the abominable cult quickly retreated to the northeast, preparing to enter the densely forested mountains. Li Xinghua, who was monitoring everything through the abnormal biological detector, obviously also discovered the actions of the abominable cult and glanced at the sun in the sky again. The living dead of the abominable cult were afraid of sunlight. He estimated that they wanted to delay time and wait until dark to deal with him. If he let the abominable cult go, it would be detrimental to his mission. He immediately controlled the anti-gravity spaceship to land, and then all the personnel boarded the spaceship. He controlled the spaceship directly to the sky above the abominable cult. Li Xinghua bought another ability from the exchange store, which expanded his ability of electromagnetic control and became electromagnetic control that could control the entire spectrum. After a jump from the spaceship, he appeared directly in front of the abominable cult. Kira David's eyes changed, and he shouted loudly, "Attack!" The abominable cult members also launched the attack without hesitation. The musketeers raised their flintlock rifles and shot at Li Xinghua, while the staff-holding cult members hummed a series of spells. Rotting poison mist. Poison bee needles. Devil's low roar. The 3 staff-holding cult members showed their magical powers. The dark green mist spread in all directions, dense poison needles covered the sky, and there were attacks like the whispers of demons, plus dense flintlock lead bullets. Li Xinghua did not have a trace of fear. The strong electromagnetic field unfolded, and suddenly, except for the demon-like voice, other attacks were instantly bounced away. Chapter 555. And the demon's low roar attack seemed to be able to affect the human soul. Li Xinghua was seen flashing with light, and a rule power offset the demon's low roar attack. It was obvious that the rule shield he bought before was effective. The rule shield was almost immune to the mysterious side attacks below the great god level. The little demon's low roar naturally had no way to hurt Li Xinghua. Kira David also found that the enemy was unharmed. He immediately crushed a green crystal in his hand and shouted, "Dream Demon Attack." Another attack on the soul, the rule shield on Li Xinghua's body was activated again, blocking the attack directly outside. Reciprocity, sunshine. Li Xinghua didn't like to stand and take a beating, so he launched a big move directly. His body seemed to have turned into a small sun, and it was a small blue sun. The blue electromagnetic waves surged in all directions, mixed with deadly gamma rays. Those abominable cult members were like ice and snow. Under the hot and violent blue sun, several immortal fools, who were the first to bear the brunt, had been directly vaporized. Ah! Lord save me! Kira David, who had retreated to the back, thrust his green staff into the ground, earth armor. All the members of the abominable cult were immediately covered with a layer of sticky mud, which blocked the attack of the blue light, but their bodies were still boiling. Because gamma rays can penetrate most substances, even the bodies of these immortal fools, which have been transformed by Grocky's liquid of the living dead, are only at the level of intermediate creatures. Faced with the extreme destructive light in the spectrum, these living dead could no longer bear it. Pagans, go to hell! Kira David crushed 2 more green crystals. Streams of water rushed out from the ground and rushed towards Li Xinghua. Facing the surging groundwater, Li Xinghua reversed the magnetic field under his feet, floated directly in the air, drew out the god-killing sword, and appeared beside Kira David in a rush. False gods garbage, disappear. Li Xinghua split Kira David with a sword, directly splitting him from head to toe, and dark green stinking blood splashed everywhere. I am immortal. Really? Li Xinghua turned around, emitting a blue light, and killed the remaining immortal fools. Kira David was about to use a spell to restore his body, but found that his body was rapidly disintegrating. How is it possible? No. The god-slaying sword can severely injure even high-level creatures, let alone a mid-level cyborg, who simply cannot resist the disintegration of the rules of the god-slaying sword. Kira David fell completely, and the two halves of his body seemed like a pile of rotten meat without a soul. After killing the last immortal fool, Li Xinghua floated in the air, looking at a messy mountain forest. The groundwater made the surrounding area muddy, and there were towering trees that fell to the ground, and the corpses of immortal fools were scattered all over the ground. Landing beside the dead Kira David, he opened his hand slightly, and took a book into his hand. Open the Eye of Truth. Discover the evil holy book of the abominable cult, Galaki Revelation, 11 volumes, which can be sold directly to the exchange store, worth 8,000 points. Suddenly, Li Xinghua felt a chill on his back, and he involuntarily unfolded a strong electromagnetic field. A coldness swept across his body, and then the rule shield was activated. In a flash, he drew out the god-slaying sword, and a terrifying underground water surged up on the ground. Only then did Li Xinghua see the enemy clearly. There were countless sharp spines on the egg-shaped body, one of which had a round and thin mouth, and a soft and frothy face with 3 tentacles extending from it, with eyes at the top of the tentacles. Trigger the side quest. Graki's spying, doppelganger, annihilate the pseudo-god avatar in front of you, and let him understand the cruelty of science. Here we go again. Li Xinghua's face was extremely ugly. If resentment could kill people, he could probably destroy the universe. Through the analysis of the Eye of Truth, the guy in front of him was the evil god Graki of the hateful cult. Although it was just a clone, the opponent's body was a quasi-great god-level creature, and the clone was also a high-level creature. Even the Eye of Truth could not analyze the opponent. Interesting bug. How did you avoid the dream just now? Graki's 3 tentacles scanned Li Xinghua with interest. Graki's eyes changed. Huh? This rule information? You are reincarnation. Gurgle. Li Xinghua held the god-killing sword tightly in both hands, staring at the evil god in front of him. Facing this almost godlike creature, he really didn't know much. Gracie, who discovered Li Xinghua's identity, also became murderous at this time. Azathoth and the Temple of Samsara are mortal enemies. When the reincarnation and their old rulers meet, it is a life and death situation. Die! As soon as Graki finished speaking, he quietly appeared behind Li Xinghua and spewed out a dark green mist that was enough to corrode the Zero body. Li Xinghua's pupil shrank sharply, but Graki acted too fast, and he couldn't react at all. Moreover, the strong electromagnetic field that was constantly unfolding could not stop the erosion of the poisonous fog. Damn it! If this goes on for less than 5 seconds, my body will be touched by the poisonous fog, Li Xinghua thought quickly in his heart. The strange dark green poisonous fog also made Li Xinghua feel terrified. No fight. Li Xinghua's electromagnetic force burst out from all over his body, and he rushed directly to Graki floating in the air, completely ignoring the erosion of the poisonous fog. The plain and simple god-killing sword was held tightly by Li Xinghua, sweeping the enemy. Graki, who did not take Li Xinghua seriously at all, suddenly showed incredible eyes. This damn ant in front of him actually hurt his body. As an old ruler, Graki's body is not ordinary matter, but a subregular genetic body composed of 0 bodies. His eyes finally fell on the ancient Han sword in Li Xinghua's hand. This was his last sight and perception. Because the god-slaying sword directly destroyed the existence rules of this clone, his clone's body completely collapsed. If it weren't for being too arrogant, Graki would never have been destroyed by Li Xinghua. After all, his speed was much faster than Li Xinghua. After killing Graki's clone, Li Xinghua didn't bother to check whether the other party was dead, but shot away directly, leaving the dark green poisonous fog area. Whoosh! With lingering fear, he looked down. The dark green poisonous fog was disappearing, and the forest on the ground had completely disappeared, turning into a large pit with a depth of several dozen meters. Fearing that the Samsara Temple would trigger another side quest, Li Xinghua immediately crawled back to the spaceship, and then drove the spaceship back to Jinling City without looking back. And at the bottom of a deep lake in the Severn Valley, 3 green eyes opened, and a trace of shock and murderous intent appeared in the pupils. But just when he wanted to tear open the space, he found that the space around his body seemed to be imprisoned by something. What happened? Glodji was shocked and terrified. He stimulated the power of rules all over his body, but seemed to have lost all his power. Yang Minglang in the microcosm calmly glanced at the other party. Blue Star is not a place where you can come and go as you please. Chapter 556. After struggling desperately for a long time, Glodji became more and more frightened, because it was the first time for him to encounter such an embarrassing situation. As an old one, and a quasi-great god-level creature with considerable wisdom, Glodji is naturally not a short-sighted fool. After a while, his body finally regained its freedom, but Glodji was not happy at all. 3 tentacles stretched out their eyes on the calm lake, and found that the direction of the Shigai pyramid was still blazing. Although the old one believed in by the Shigai Zerg was Sadagra, they were all old ones after all, belonging to the same camp. Suddenly, his eyes focused, and a bottomless cave appeared on the mountain on the north side of the lake. A pale thing in the cave climbed up from the darkness. It was a swollen, pale flesh egg supported by countless dry legs. Countless eyes emerged from the gelatinous flesh egg, staring at Glodji's 3 tentacle eyes. Glodji was not surprised to see the monster crawling out of the cave. The two obviously knew each other for a long time. What a mess! The round, almost egg-shaped giant body was supported by countless fleshless legs, and eyes kept emerging from the egg-shaped gelatinous body. Graken's body, which looked like a combination of a hedgehog and a slug, floated directly to the surface. Ahot, and the green god, you are here. As soon as the voice fell, a deep cave also cracked in the ground not far from the god of the labyrinth Ahot. A huge human head statue floated out of the cave, and its appearance was similar to the giant stone statues on Easter Island. He was the green god. The green god, like Ahot, was entrenched in the underground labyrinth of the Severn Valley, and was a neighbor of the lake dwellers and the previous Shigai Zerg. Glodji, what happened? The green god stretched out some emerald green vines to express his confusion at the moment. One of my clones was destroyed by humans. Glodji directly stated his situation and explained that he was imprisoned by a mysterious force just now. After listening to Glodji's explanation, Ahot, the green god, also fell silent. The fact that humans could destroy Glodji's clones was not the most important thing. The most important thing was the mysterious force that finally imprisoned Glodji. Ahot's dense eyes showed a thoughtful look. Could it be that the Temple of Samsara intervened? Huh? The green god's tentacles and vines paused. What's wrong? Ahot's eyes swam around. The green god did not answer, but released a long hand made of vines to the sky, but soon his eyes changed drastically, because his vine hand was blocked at about 3,000 meters above the ground. The green god, who did not believe in evil, activated the rule information in the gene sequence and tried his best to strike the sky. However, he used all his strength to attack, but it was like a watermelon hitting granite. The vine hand was directly shattered, and a green blood rain fell around the lake. The green god didn't care about the collapsed vine hand, but the situation in front of him made his heart sink. At this time, Glodji, who was floating on the surface of the lake, and Ahot at the entrance of the mountain cave, also changed their expressions. Glodji's 3 tentacles opened their eyes, swept up the water column in the lake, attached the rule information, and swept it in all directions. Boom boom boom. The regular force carried by the water column was enough to tear apart the degenerate material, but it was blocked by an invisible barrier in midair. Hundreds of water columns collapsed directly in midair, and turned into a torrential rain. And Ahot also controlled rocks and soil to tentatively attack the underground rock formations around the Severn Valley, but his attack was also blocked by the invisible barrier. Damn it, we are imprisoned. Ahot's dense eyeballs revealed an angry look. Glodji bombarded for a long time, but still failed to destroy the invisible barrier around the Severn Valley. He already felt that this invisible barrier was very similar to the mysterious power that imprisoned him before. The sunset gradually sank into the southwest horizon. Above the Severn Valley, there was an imperceptible small universe hidden. Yang Minglang, sitting on the spaceship, flipped through the Glodji revelation and glanced at the 3 bugs. The Glodji revelation in his hand was written by the followers of Glodji. These immortal fools of the abominable cult collected many witchcrafts and spells from their masters, as well as many unknown secrets in the universe. This book has 12 volumes, but only 11 of them are circulated in the world. Copies of the 12th volume are very rare and are kept separately. It records the rise of the old ones and the return of Raya. The book also predicts the arrival of Judgment Star Gyros. In addition, according to the Glodji revelation, Glodji has a brother, Kanuzos, who looks similar to Glodji, but has 5 eyes and 3 pairs of claws. According to legend, Glocky and Canuzos descended from the vast universe to the blue star together. Glocky fell with a meteorite in the Severn Valley, while Canuzos fell in the Moore Reservoir in Vermont, North America. Yang Minglang closed the Glocky revelation and observed the Severn Valley, and found that this place was indeed a bit weird. Not only is there the pyramid of the Shagai Zerg, but also lake dwellers. Glocky, god of the labyrinth. Ahot, the green god. In addition, behind an ancient stone door somewhere in the Severn Valley, an old one was found locked inside. According to the symbolic information on the stone door, the other party was an old one named Biotis. Biotis had only one eye and a face. In the way of some sea monsters, it has a large number of tentacles, claws like those of crustaceans, and a terrifying trunk. A small place actually gathers a lot of old ones. Yang Minglang also sighed that this place is simply a place favored by the gods. But unfortunately, these gods are all evil pseudo-gods. After sealing the Severn Valley, he thought for a moment, and then completely integrated the entire Severn Valley into a small universe, and then hid the small universe in the gap of space. He also casually reproduced the Severn Valley one-to-one, but this Severn Valley is a normal area without those monsters and ghosts. The pyramid was transformed into a rock platform, and a huge obsidian portal rose on the rock platform. On the obsidian portal, a line of characters was engraved in Chinese, God's Forbidden Land. This portal connected to the Severn Valley of the microcosm. In an instant, Yang Minglang quietly wrote a piece of rule information on the genes of those false gods, imprisoning them forever in the microcosm of the Severn Valley. Even if someone could enter here, there was no way to save these old ones. Even if the leader of Azathoth, the lord of all things, Azathoth, came in person, he couldn't crack the rules. If he could crack the rules, it would mean that the other party could fight against the new humans. But the new humans with two-dimensional rule genes were obviously half a level higher than Azathoth. The technology of the new humans is changing with each passing day, and will be constantly updated. These false gods are not the real truth after all. When the new humans thoroughly analyze everything, it will be the time for them to end. I believe this moment will not be too far away. Mastering more truth is the direction of development of a civilization. Chapter 557. Li Xinghua, who had fled back to Jiling City, got off the spaceship on the roof of the Empire State Building. Then he checked the rewards of this mission in his Emperor's office. Seeing that the points had soared to more than 300,000, he immediately exchanged them for negative status removal. After completely eliminating the dark green poisonous fog that had invaded his body, he was relieved and looked through the rewards carefully. Fortune is sought in danger. If I hadn't killed Grocky's clone at the last moment, this time would have been really dangerous. Li Xinghua was terrified. The rule shield he exchanged was actually unable to defend against the dark green poisonous fog. According to the product introduction of the rule shield, it can resist some mysterious attacks from advanced civilizations. It can be seen that the power possessed by Grocky is definitely not as simple as that of ordinary advanced civilizations. However, after he finished looking at the exchange store, he fell into thinking again. From a series of exchangeable goods, Li Xinghua found that among the same level of goods, the price of attack-type goods is generally more than 10 times higher than that of defense and auxiliary types. Even though he had more than 300,000 points, it didn't mean he could do whatever he wanted. He still had a mission to complete. That mission required Li Xinghua to eliminate at least 3 old ones within 50 years. Just the clone of Grocky alone was enough to make him desperate. Once he faced the real Grocky, he was unsure. Then, Li Xinghua exchanged for a book called False Gods of Azathoth, Blue Star, which introduced some of the false gods of Azathoth lurking on Blue Star. After a rough flip through, he fell into deep contemplation. Although there are still some ancient gods who fight against Azathoth in this universe, the extremely powerful old ones still make Li Xinghua tremble. Only by holding the god-slaying sword tightly can he feel a little safe. Suddenly, the information projection page of the Temple of Samsara flashed in front of him. Trigger a specific task. Reincarnator number 9527 encounters a false god crisis in a parallel universe. Please make the following choices. Option 1. Points are cleared, abilities and items are cleared, and memories are erased before returning to the original parallel universe. Option 2. Choose to continue the task, eliminate 3 false gods, and then return to the Temple of Samsara to exchange for 20% off the price of store goods. Option 3. Choose the Jedi mode, and fight to the death with the false god of Azathoth in this single universe. After eliminating 5 false gods of Azathoth, you can return to the original parallel time and space for 1 month every year and be rewarded with a mysterious gift package. Li Xinghua looked at the 3 options in front of him, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. The first option is equivalent to losing everything and sending him back to his own parallel universe. If the Great Yin Empire had not been established on this blue planet, he might have chosen this option. In fact, Li Xinghua has no other memories of his parallel universe except for his family, who he always misses. He is the second child in the family, and his two elders in his rural hometown have always been taken care of by his honest eldest brother's family. After graduating from university, Li Xinghua has been tossing back and forth between Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou and Shenzhen. He didn't have a girlfriend until he was almost 30 years old. Unfortunately, his girlfriend's family asked for a dowry of 200,000 yuan and a down payment for buying a house in Shanghai. Of course, the matter fell through in the end. Li Xinghua gave up the idea of getting married after that. He wandered alone in the jungle of steel and concrete like a lonely ghost. Until the year he was 35, he suffered a bolt from the blue. Although his more than 10 years of social life had turned the assets in his bank account into 470,000, it also dragged down his body. The news of advanced liver cancer on the diagnosis book directly broke this taciturn man. After a hysterical cry, Li Xinghua turned all his assets into cash and transferred them all to his eldest brother. He drank 2 bottles of Lao Baigon and jumped directly into the Huangpu River. Li Xinghua, who had woken up from his memories, naturally understood that if he chose the first option, his liver cancer would come back after everything was cleared, and he would still die in the end. The second option was to follow the previous mission, but the Samsara Temple gave him a discount on the goods, which was indeed a little tempting. It was only a 20% discount, and for Li Xinghua at this time, it was only of general use and had no decisive impact. If he chose this option, he would probably still face many crises when facing the old ones on Blue Star. As for the last option, the mysterious gift package aside, the 1-month vacation every year is enough to tempt him. As the saying goes, if you don't return home when you are rich, it's like walking at night in brocade clothes. If he can keep everything now, and go back for 1 month every year, he can change the fate of his family, and don't have to become a 996 office worker. However, the mission requirement of fighting to the death with the false god Azathoth of the entire single universe is a bit too much. There are many false gods of Azathoth on the blue planet alone, and the entire single universe, he can't help but feel nervous. Li Xinghua was very self-aware of his own strength. With his weak arms and legs, he would probably find it difficult to deal with Graki, let alone the entire single universe. For a moment, he was in a dilemma. Reason told him that choosing the second option was the best choice. But Li Xinghua knew very well in his heart that there was not much difference between the second option and the third option, because the early stages of the two were similar. The second option required at least 3 Azathoth false gods within 50 years, and in the task details of the third option, after he eliminated 5 Azathoth false gods, he needed to eliminate at least 1 Azathoth false god every 10 years, until the Azathoth false gods in the single universe were completely eliminated, and his task was considered completed. In this way, the situations of the two in the early stage are almost the same. If he cannot obtain enough power to resist the ordinary Azathoth pseudogod, he will probably die if he chooses the second option now. After a struggle, Li Xinghua decided to take a gamble and chose the third option. Reincarnation 9527 has completed the selection, and the mysterious gift package is now issued. Li Xinghua hurriedly opened the so-called mysterious gift package. After all, this time he will bear a huge risk and return are often positively correlated. After the mysterious gift package was opened, there were only 3 things. A spiral syringe with a light golden liquid inside, a card with Chinese characters engraved on it that he was familiar with, and a golden horn jade square. Immortal armor, the first generation of rule gene products of the new human civilization, a scientific product of human scientists, enough to resist the great god-level creatures. Li Xinghua's breathing suddenly became rapid. However, he calmed down after seeing the last line of words. This immortal armor was indeed very powerful, but his body could not even reach the level of advanced creatures, so it was naturally impossible to withstand the full power of the immortal armor. According to the instruction manual, Li Xinghua's physical fitness at this time can only exert 1/1000th of the power of the immortal armor, and can compete with the intermediate and high-level beings in the advanced civilization. He was not too disappointed about this. It was unlikely to reach the sky in 1 step, and the power of the immortal armor could be improved. As long as Li Xinghua's physical fitness improved, the immortal armor would also improve. Chapter 558. Looking at the second thing, he directly took out the card from the exclusive space. Advanced Item Upgrade Card, 1 time, can enhance advanced items once. Li Xinghua did not use this card immediately. He only had 4 equipment in his hand, namely Sword of God Slayer, Eye of Truth, Rule Protection Shield, Immortal Base Armor. The situation is not too urgent now. He needs to study it clearly, and cannot use this card casually. Good steel is naturally used on the blade. Looking at the third item, a golden horn jade cube, after taking it out from the exclusive space, it was found that this thing was the size of a fist. The golden horn jade cube is a cube with a line of Chinese characters engraved on it. Yang Minglang's wisdom. What the hell? Li Xinghua was holding the golden horn jade cube in his hand, and was confused by the line of words in front of him. Yang Minglang's wisdom. What's the use of this? He quickly found the relevant manual, and after reading it for a while, he understood the purpose of this thing. The first uses knowledge. The golden horn jade cube stores this thing called Yang Minglang. Li Xinghua can browse the knowledge stored in it. The second use is that with the help of the truth field of the golden horn jade square, the user can use his own knowledge and use the power of rules. In simple terms, the more knowledge you have, the more powerful the power you can use. If Li Xinghua is proficient in quantum mechanics, electromagnetism or grand unified mechanics, he can even rub nuclear bombs with his bare hands and control the gravity field and electromagnetic field of the blue planet. This is a weapon for a top student. However, Li Xinghua was getting more and more confused. Whether it was the first item, the immortal armor, or the third item, Yang Minglang's wisdom, there was a term that concerned him very much: the new human civilization. As a human, Li Xinghua naturally had a certain understanding of his own race. In the Samsara Temple, there were quite a few humans, some from the same universe as Li Xinghua, and some from other universes. However, it was the first time he saw the new human civilization, and it seemed that this new human civilization was very powerful. Whether it was the immortal armor or Yang Minglang's wisdom, these technological products all showed that this civilization was extraordinary. At least this is the strongest human civilization Li Xinghua has ever seen. Putting this matter deep in his heart, Li Xinghua first took out the spiral syringe containing the immortal armor, and inserted it into the artery of his left hand without hesitation. As the light golden liquid was injected, Li Xinghua felt his body getting slightly hot. There was no pain as he imagined, only a little numbness and warmth. Soon, the immortal armor of the spiral syringe was injected into Li Xinghua's body without a drop left. He felt that the power in his body was vast and boundless, as if it could tear the space in front of him. In fact, this was not his illusion. Even if the power of the immortal armor was 1/1000th of that of the immortal armor, it would be enough to make Li Xinghua a powerful being comparable to advanced creatures. At least destroying 1 or 2 river systems would be a piece of cake. After getting familiar with the immortal armor in his body, Li Xinghua took out the advanced enhancement card and prepared to enhance the immortal armor on his body. The immortal armor cannot be enhanced. This technology product is a quasi-god level technology. What? Li Xinghua realized that he had thought too simply. It turned out that the immortal armor was a quasi-god level technology, and did not belong to the ranks of advanced technology. However, Li Xinghua became even more excited. The fact that the immortal armor could not be strengthened proved that the technological content in it was far beyond his imagination. In this case, he naturally set his sights on the god-slaying sword. Originally, he planned to strengthen the rule shield, but in the process of getting familiar with the immortal armor, he found that the defense of the immortal armor was enough to resist all attacks below the great god level, as well as a small part of the great god level attacks, so there was no need to waste the only opportunity. He placed his chance on the god-slaying sword. After using the advanced enhancement card on the god-slaying sword, the power of the god-slaying sword increased sharply, and it could threaten the life of a quasi-great god-level creature. Li Xinghua, who was both offensive and defensive, plus the golden horn jade square, was enough to resist many old ones. After ordering his subordinates to prepare lunch, he took the time to look at the battle report of the northern expedition. The Great Yan Empire army, equipped with new rifles and artillery, was on the Yellow River line on the north side of Jinan City. With the help of the armored fleet that broke into the Bohai Bay, it was more than enough to sweep Kong Matsi. After finding no problems in the battle report, Li Xinghua hurriedly ate lunch and then checked the contents of Azathoth False God, Blue Star. He was ready to find trouble with those old ones. As long as he killed 5 old ones, he could get a month's return home every year. This temptation was naturally very great for Li Xinghua. However, Li Xinghua was not a fool. Although he wanted to go back to the parallel Blue Star to see his elderly parents, he still did not have the impulse. He was not overwhelmed by the sudden power. According to the nature of the Samsara Temple, the enemy he needed to deal with was definitely not that simple. If he rushed in a fit of rage, he didn't want to die before he could accomplish his mission. Since the Samsara temple gave him such a powerful force, the enemy he needed to face would not be worse than him, and might even be stronger than him. Recalling the last moment in the Severn Valley, if he hadn't been so careful and had the god-slaying sword in his hand, 10 lives would not have been enough to fight Graki. Therefore, Li Xingwu quickly suppressed his restless mood and picked targets from the book Azathoth False God, Blue Star. His goal was to pick the weaker ones, some of the weaker ones. Although eliminating these old masters was the main task, the Samsara temple would give rewards for killing them. Li Xingwu still had 370,000 points. He needed more points to strengthen his body. As long as his physical fitness improved, the power of his immortal armor would increase accordingly. Even if it was 1/1000th of the power, it was so vast and boundless. If it was 100% of the power, Li Xingwu even doubted that he could break the universe. Therefore, he needed to pick some soft persimmons, eliminate a group of old ones, constantly gain points, strengthen his own power, and then gradually eliminate more powerful old ones. Soon he locked on the first target. The old one named Saijia. This old one has existed since the beginning of the single universe. He sleeps in a vast cave at the bottom of a mountain called Dark Mountain in Germany, protected and imprisoned by 5 demons called Vane. Li Xingwu's second target was the old one named Vibble. He was a powerful entity from another universe, whose main body existed somewhere beyond the 3-dimensional space. The part that appeared on Blue Star was only a part of his body. And this guy had stayed on Blue Star for thousands of years. At this time, Vibble lived on the island of Sumatra in Southeast Asia. But the third target made Li Xingwu more embarrassed, because among the other old ones, the one he had known before, Glocky, had been removed from Blue Star. In the attached catalog, he saw Glocky and 3 other old ones imprisoned in an attached micro-universe called the Forbidden Land of God. Chapter 559. Li Xingwu studied Azathoth False God, Blue Star, for several days in his emperor's office. Through the study and understanding of this book, Li Xingwu deeply understood some of the abilities and characteristics of the old ones. In fact, the influence of Azathoth civilization is very wide. Their information is circulated in many parallel universes, including the parallel Blue Star where Li Xingwu was originally, where there is the Crush myth. According to the official explanation of the Temple of Samsara, this is a very normal situation. The stronger a civilization is at its root, the wider its influence will be. The fundamental reason is that in the process of exploring the infinite dimensional universe, the civilization releases the primary particle detection beams to the outside world. These primary particle detection beams containing the characteristic information of the civilization will always produce a wonderful resonance with the souls of intelligent creatures unintentionally. Especially for the middle and primary creatures, since they do not master the soul technology, they will be unconsciously affected by these primary particle beams from distant time and space. These influences can be manifested as dreaming, delusion, inspiration, wisdom. For example, on Li Xingwu's original parallel blue planet, some of the creators of the Crush mythology were inspired by the detection beam of the Azathoth civilization, and created some of the Crush mythology. Of course, the Crush mythology created by these people must have incomplete defects, which is unavoidable. If they can fully resonate with the information carried by the beam, they will either become monsters, or be beings of the same level as Azathoth. Just like ordinary people seeing the gene sequence of the new humans, the consequence is that they will go crazy and die, because the gene sequence of the new humans contains rules and information that ordinary creatures cannot bear. If you want to wear the crown, you must bear its weight. If you force yourself to understand the existence of the great god-level civilization, you must bear the backlash. If you succeed, you will get the information in it. If you fail, you will naturally die from the backlash. Li Xingwu can understand part of the meaning, because the protection brought by the immortal base armor can filter and block some soul viruses. On the throne, his electromagnetic field force gently lifted the golden horn jade square. With the help of the immortal armor, he immersed himself in the vast knowledge inside the golden horn jade square. At this moment, he felt even smaller and more ignorant. The scientific knowledge that was classified and interconnected built up his scientific path bit by bit. In the vast ocean of knowledge, the strength and erudition of the new humans made Li Xingwu admire them even more. Li Xingwu, who was immersed in the ocean of knowledge, had been an otaku in the Empire State Building for a year and a half. Finally, with the help of the immortal armor, he completed the study of primary civilization technology, and also learned some of the technology of intermediate civilization. Your Majesty, the Northern Expedition troops have already conquered Xinyang City. In addition, the Goryeo Li family sent an envoy to the Empire half a month ago to request the title. The cabinet chief Huang Beidong sat upright, and reported to Li Xingwu on some domestic and foreign affairs. Li Xinghua ordered. Siming, let the 8th Army continue to develop the northeast, step by step, and pursue the enemy with the remaining courage, not to seek fame and imitate the tyrant. I have made a note of it. The Goryeo envoys should follow the previously formulated vassal state strategy. Li Xinghua gave another order. Huang Beitong was a little hesitant when he heard Li Xinghua's order. After all, the vassal strategy formulated by Li Xinghua was full of colonialism and chauvinism, which was completely different from the previous Celestial Empire. Li Xinghua glanced at Huang Beitong and said, Siming, the corrupt scholar's thoughts are a disaster for the country and the people. I, Li Xinghua, should follow the way of the hegemon. All the land under heaven belongs to the king. Huang Beitong was immediately terrified. Although Li Xinghua was harmless now, he had killed people in order to promote education, promote industry and commerce, and equalize land, and pacify the world. I don't know how many of those hypocritical scholars died. There are countless bones under the Qinhuai River and bloodstains in Jinling City. Li Xinghua's godlike figure once again emerged from Huang Beitong's memory. After a shudder, he immediately replied, I will do my best for the empire. Go down. Huang Beitong left carefully. Then, the office was quiet, and suddenly a faint sound of footsteps came from outside the office. Your Majesty, your servant Zhang Ying wants to see you. Come in. The visitor was a middle-aged man, with a square face. He looked ordinary, but he actually had explosive power, especially his rough hands, which were covered with scabs. How is it going? Longhu Mountain, Wudong Mountain, and Qincheng Mountain have agreed to provide the court with Taoist scriptures and send their disciples to serve. Zhang Ying clasped his fists and replied, Yes, execute according to the previous plan. Li Xinghua was calm. Yes, I will take my leave. Go down. In an unnamed mountain in the northern suburbs of Jinling City. Zhang Yuzhong, a Taoist priest from Longhu Mountain, wearing a Taoist robe, was leading a dozen Taoist priests from Longhu Mountain into a cavernous underground. Brother Zhang, how are you? The visitor was also a Taoist priest. You from Qincheng are here too? Zhang Yuzhong asked curiously. The middle-aged Taoist priest walked side by side with Zhang Yuzhong, whispering to his side, The imperial court may have a deeper meaning in recruiting this time. Brother Lei, did you hear something? Taoist Lei Ming looked around and said solemnly, I have several disciples from Qincheng in the Northern Expedition Corps. A month ago, the 7th Corps, on the grounds that the Kong Mansion was canonized by the Northern Nu, implicated the entire Kong Mansion and the entire clan. Zhang Yuzhong was shocked. After all, throughout the dynasties, the 3 schools of Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism have been in a relatively balanced state, and the Great Yin Empire actually directly exterminated the leader of the Confucian school, which was simply a great offense against the world. However, when thinking of what the great Yin Shunwu Emperor did, Zhang Yuzhong felt that it was expected. After all, the Shunwu Emperor did not like corrupt scholars and bald heads, which was a well-known fact from north to south. Zhang Yuzhong also heard the hidden meaning of Lei Ming. It was obvious that the Great Yin Empire also had some opinions about Longhu Mountain. The two entered the belly of the mountain. The huge underground space and the strange equipment made the Taoists feel strange. The black-clothed people walking in it also made Zhang Yuzhong feel a lot of pressure. As a low-level martial arts planet with martial arts, although Zhang Yuzhong is not the head of Longhu Mountain, he is a martial artist at the forefront. But in front of these black-clothed people, he seemed very pressured, which shows that the strength of these black-clothed people is extraordinary. Zhang Yuzhong and his companions, who were in a daze, were taken to a room by several men in black. Then, they were equipped with some mysterious instruments and equipment. Without Zhang Yuzhong and his companions knowing, their cultivation methods and the technology behind them were analyzed. In the Empire State Building, Li Xinghua used the golden-haired Jade Square as the core of a supercomputer to record the methods of these warriors and Qigong practitioners, and further analyze the scientific principles behind them. The so-called martial arts is to stimulate the power of a small part of the dimorphic genes by tempering the potential of the body. He also has related research and theories in the wisdom of Yang Ming Lang, but dimorphic genetics is just a theory eliminated by the new human civilization. Chapter 560. Through the knowledge of the Golden Horn Jade Seal and the Eye of Truth, Li Xinghua can understand the so-called martial arts from a bird's eye view. He gritted his teeth and took out 170,000 points to buy a series of genetic science research equipment, including cloning technology, soul transfer and preservation technology, two-stage gene observation instrument, dark matter chimera modulation cabin, etc. These expensive scientific research equipment allowed Li Xinghua to complete a set of genetic enhancement plans that can be implemented by studying two-stage genetics, referring to martial arts, and practicing qi. The golden horn jade square in front of him projected the genetic enhancement plan he deduced, which was just an initial core. In order to counter the soul virus of the false god Azathoth, he found a method that only treats the symptoms, but not the root cause from Yang Minglang's wisdom. Soul virus infection is based on the transmission of information, and ordinary people who see the false god Azathoth will go crazy because they cannot bear the disturbance of the rules and information, and even mutate and die directly. The solution Li Xingwa obtained is Information Mosaic Solution. The so-called Information Mosaic scheme is to set a soul sequence in advance in the zero soul. Once the rule information that exceeds its own level is seen, the soul sequence will automatically activate and block all rule information that exceeds its own tolerance range from cognition. Since the other party's rule information is not received, the soul virus carried in the rule information can naturally be resisted. However, this scheme is only a temporary solution for ordinary people. Because they can't observe the other party, they can only see a hollow outline, which means that ordinary people can hardly fight against the false god Azathoth head-on. Li Xingwa didn't have any wishful thinking about this shortcoming. After all, he only needed subordinates, who could resist the believers, creatures, and followers of the false god Azathoth. At this stage, he could only deal with those false gods of Azathoth by himself. In a nameless mountain in the northern suburbs of Jinling City. Master Zhang, Master Lei, please sit down. Thank you, Director Zhang. In the office of the underground base, Zhang Ying, as the head of the Abnormal Affairs Investigation Bureau, was receiving representatives from Lunghu Mountain and Qincheng Mountain. Zhang Ying said directly, "You have learned some things in the past few days, so I will get straight to the point. I am all ears." Zhang Yuzhong did not dare to be arrogant. The Great Yin Empire should practice humanity. What is humanity? Man can conquer nature, and the great way of heaven and earth can be analyzed by human body. This is the way of self-improvement. Our humanity should wipe out the strange and chaotic gods in the universe. Gulu, Zhang Yuzhong was restless and sweating. This person was the mortal enemy of all religions. He wanted to wipe out all strange powers and gods, including their Taoism. Fellow Taoists, it is better to ask for help from yourself than from others. Can praying to gods and Buddhas help you avoid harm? Today, I will let you see the power of human power. After saying that, Zhang Ying took Zhang Yuzhong, Lei Ming, and dozens of other representatives of Taoist sects from all over the country to the coast of the East China Sea by train. Although it was not the first time to take a train, Zhang Yuzhong and others were still deeply shocked. Outside the transparent glass window, the mountains and wilderness receded, and along the way, you could see the fields of the Jiangnan water town and the emerging towns driven by the train line. The towering chimneys and roaring steam engines that represented industrialization demonstrated the violent aesthetics of industry, and also brought a visual impact different from the classical era to the great Hua people of the Great Yin Empire. Unknowingly, the train arrived at a new city on the coast of the East China Sea, but it was obviously not the destination of this trip. They took a steamship again, and headed to the open sea 64 kilometers away from the East China Sea city. The destination was a small island, with a small pier, and many men in black were busy in the fortress. "We're here." Zhang Yuzhong looked around and saw a beach and a rocky coastal mudflat. He didn't know what Zhang Ying was going to do, so he could only wait silently. Clap! Zhang Ying clapped his hands. 10 strong men appeared not far away. Zhang Ying explained casually, "They are one of the elite forces under the Abnormal Affairs Investigation Bureau, called the God Slayer." God Killer? Zhang Yuzhong was frightened by Zhang Ying's brazen words, and at the same time he sneered at these God Killers. Seeing the Taoists who didn't care, Zhang Ying sighed in his heart, "You frogs in the well will understand how powerful human power can be. Show us your skills, and show the Taoist leaders the great power of humanity." "Yes." One of the young men stood up, and the hair on his energetic hedgehog head stood up, and terrifying arcs of electricity appeared all over his body. Wearing special clothes, he was not damaged by the arc. He jumped and plunged his hands into the sea water, and hundreds of fish and shrimps were immediately flipped to the surface of the sea. Then he rolled over and attracted an iron spear inserted in the distance with electromagnetic force. "Go!" With a loud shout, the iron spear accelerated by electromagnetic force, and blasted a reef hundreds of meters away into pieces. Then 10 God Killers showed their magical powers, manipulated various scientific powers, and plowed the entire coast. The Taoists on the high platform on the coast were stunned, their jaws almost dropped to the ground. As warriors, Zhang Yuzhong and others naturally felt the huge pressure in the body of the God Slayer. The attacks of these guys in front of them were not the tricks of charlatans, but the real power. "Is this thunder magic?" Is it an immortal? Where did the court find so many Qigong practitioners? The Taoists discussed in a low voice. Faced with this situation, no matter how quiet and inactive they were still a little uneasy. Everyone, how do you feel? Zhang Ying asked with a half smile. Zhang Yuzhong and others looked at each other in bewilderment and were silent for a moment. Then Zhang Yuzhong from Longhu Mountain took the lead and said, Director Zhang, the Imperial Court's immortal method is indeed powerful. I am ashamed of myself. Immortal method? Zhang Ying clasped his fists in the air to the west and said, This is created by our emperor. It is the science of humanity, not the way of gods and Buddhas. Zhang Yuzhong was speechless for a while. He held it in for a long time before asking Director Zhang, What is the science of humanity? The science of humanity can be learned by everyone. Our human race should strive for self-improvement, and everyone should be like a dragon. Everyone can learn it. Zhang Yuzhong exclaimed. This matter made the Taoist masters completely worried. You should know that being poor in literature and rich in martial arts, immortals and Buddhas need qualifications, and the requirements for wealth, law, companions, and land advocated by practitioners are very high. But this science of humanity can be learned by everyone, and the impact on the Taoists is extremely huge. Although Zhang Ying did not explain that the science of humanity also requires qualifications and wealth support, at least science is a path that can be traced. Unlike the way of immortals, which is full of mysterious things, for humans, who are already primary creatures, studying the mysterious side is a way to death. I don't know, can I and others learn it? The fish took the bait, Zhang Ying said calmly. Of course, it's okay, but... Just, Lei Ming, who couldn't wait, asked hurriedly, Director Zhang, just what? It's just that those who study human science cannot believe in false gods, but of course, the ancestral gods can be worshipped. Zhang Ying explained again. Chapter 561. After listening to Zhang Ying's explanation, the leaders of the Taoist sect also had complicated feelings at this time. If you practice humane science, you cannot believe in gods, and you can only strive for self-improvement in the universe. In fact, this matter is Li Xing's plan to cut off the firewood from the bottom of the pot. The purpose of the humane science he promoted is to completely break the old era, and at the same time to weaken those so-called gods. Why does the mysterious civilization need to develop believers? In fact, the act of spreading faith is very important to these gods. The usefulness of the word may be useful or useless. The new humans have conducted relevant research in this regard and found some problems with believing in gods. The first problem is exposing the cosmic coordinate system. Those mysterious civilizations are often malicious in the process of spreading their beliefs. The primary beams emitted to the entire infinite universe contain the rule information that triggers the indigenous intelligent creatures to believe. Once the indigenous intelligent creatures develop corresponding religious beliefs based on the information of the primary beams, only when they pray the true name of the gods will they generate quantum resonance at the primary level, thereby feeding back part of their information to the gods. For example, Yang Minglang named the golden horn jade square Yang Minglang's wisdom. Once Li Xing thought of this name, Li Xing's information would be fed back to Yang Minglang's database involuntarily. The names of great god-level creatures can be set according to rules. As long as they are not great god-level creatures, they will involuntarily feed back information once they receive the set real name. This is why the real names of some gods cannot be spoken or thought casually. The second problem is that most gods may be intended to destroy the development of indigenous intelligent creatures, because after believing in gods, the speed of scientific development of intelligent creatures will be suppressed by the belief in gods, or even directly killed. The third question is that a small number of gods spread their beliefs in order to understand the rules of each universe, especially the rules of dimension and time. The strange believers may bring them some inspiration. As for other problems, the new humans have not yet discovered them. Although the false gods of Azathoth do not attach importance to the spread of faith, Li Xing still implements the plan step by step to eliminate the faith of these false gods among humans. At least after eliminating the believers of these false gods, the other party will lose the cosmic coordinate system of Blue Star, and cannot easily descend to Blue Star directly through the believers as resonance coordinates. However, faced with the temptation of life and power, the leaders of the Taoist sects could not escape the selfishness of human nature. They completely turned to the Great Yin Empire, and became a member of the humane science. A large number of temples and Taoist temples across the country were directly confiscated by the imperial officials, and then transformed into humane schools. The Taoists changed their jobs one after another. The Taoists who liked to play alchemy, medicine, array formation, and talisman drawing entered the role very quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was 1692, the 12th year of humane. The Great Yin Empire has conquered the northeast, the south and north deserts, the western regions, and the Indochina Peninsula, becoming a giant empire that dominates the east. The Humanitarian Academy has also grown stronger, and as the guardian of the Great Yin Empire on the mysterious side, the Abnormal Affairs Investigation Bureau has also grown unprecedentedly. Tens of thousands of God Slayers have been trained, and these God Slayers are stationed in various regions of the empire, always on guard against the invasion of false gods. Boom boom boom. In the fierce artillery fire, the Dutch colony on Sumatra was completely wiped out by the Empire's South Sea Fleet. Heavy artillery bombarded the castle 1.7 kilometers inland from the coast, pouring shells that were enough to destroy several castles. Damn Great Yin Empire, fight back, fight back. The commander of the castle, Buck Fan, shouted loudly. Unfortunately, facing the Great Yin Empire's artillery that was close to modern times, the colonial legions of the Age of Exploration, which were still using bronze smoothbore cannons, had no power to resist. Watching his men fall one by one, Buck Fan's heart was bleeding. Suddenly, he remembered something and rushed down to a room deep in the basement like crazy, rolling and crawling. He cut off the rusty iron chain with a knife and kicked open the heavy ironwood door. His eyes were filled with blood red, and he took out a box hysterically. Then he rushed to the devastated castle, opened the small box, and frantically threw the contents of the small box around. Soon, under the fierce artillery fire, Buck Fan and his colonial army were completely wiped out here. The soldiers of the Great Yin Empire, who were responsible for the cleanup, holding rifles, collected treasures in the ruins of the castle. If they saw the Dutch who were still alive, they would give them a quick death. Suddenly, an Imperial soldier found a blue crystal in the crack of the rock. The blue crystal was the size of a fist, and was composed of triangular and hexagonal crystals. In the sun, the crystal emitted a blue light, and was a little hot in the hand. The soldier who didn't pay too much attention put the blue crystal into the bamboo basket, and continued to collect the spoils. Other soldiers also collected some blue crystals one after another, and they all thought they were some gems. In the evening, on a piece of open space that was temporarily cleared in the ruined port, the Imperial soldiers were busy eating and counting the spoils in the middle of the tent. Suddenly, a soldier felt dizzy and fell to the ground in a moment. "What's going on? Go and get a military doctor," the sergeant shouted hurriedly. "Yes, yes." A clever soldier ran to the warship. Suddenly, soldiers in the camp fainted one after another, as if it was a chain reaction, and several sergeants hurriedly sounded the alarm. Soon, 3 military doctors carrying suitcases hurried over. Seeing the 8 unconscious soldiers, the 3 military doctors also looked solemn, and hurriedly checked the bodies of these unconscious soldiers. "What is this?" The military doctors looked at the soldiers' bodies, their faces changing. "It's so strange. It doesn't look like malaria. What kind of disease is it?" The captain of the military doctors turned around and asked, "What did you eat? Or what did you come into contact with?" The sergeant racked his brains, and told the situation after landing in full, but the captain of the military doctors did not find any problems. The Great Yin Empire has developed a strict professional system to explore Southeast Asia. There are special research and countermeasures for tropical diseases, climate, flora and fauna. However, the situation in front of him made the captain of the military doctors a little confused. What was even more worrying was that more and more soldiers were in a coma, and the situation was getting worse, as if they had suffered from some acute plague. Faced with this situation, they had to announce the full isolation of the camp. 3 days later, more than half of the soldiers in the camp were affected to varying degrees, and even 3 military doctors showed strange conditions. This matter was reported back to the Governor General's office of Nanyang via telegram. Soon, the Nanyang Governor's office also attached great importance to it. As a country that attaches great importance to plague, the Great Yin Empire has attached more and more importance to plague and viruses with the development of the Humanitarian Academy. If the soldiers of the expeditionary force in Sumatra are really infected with the plague, they must not be taken lightly. However, the Nanyang governor had just sent professional personnel over, and the Nanyang division of the Abnormal Affairs Investigation Bureau also appeared in the camp where the incident occurred. After seeing the situation of the soldiers, the God Slayer Lei Yin felt that the camp was filled with abnormal radiation. Chapter 562. Nanyang Protectorate, Jianzhou Island, Sumatra Island. The Dutch colonial castle that was conquered 3 days ago is located roughly on the southwest coastline of Medan City. Lei Yin is the head of the Jianzhou group of the Nanyang division of the Abnormal Affairs Investigation Bureau, and has 6 teams under him. Standing in the temporary camp at the port, he has already felt the abnormal radiation here. As a qualified God Slayer, he is not only powerful, but also knowledgeable. Suddenly his face changed, and he quickly turned his head and asked, "Captain Sure, did you get any strange rocks or crystals?" The cautious middle-aged soldier beside him was also stunned when he heard this. He thought for a moment. After destroying this Dutch stronghold, we did pick up some blue crystals while collecting spoils. Are you sure it's blue crystals? Lei Yan's heart tightened. Sergeant Sure nodded affirmatively. I'm sure. Where is the thing? Take me there immediately. In the temporary spoils storage carriage. Sergeant Sure did not dare to neglect it, and hurriedly took Lei Yan and others to the 5 carriages in the middle of the camp. As soon as he approached the carriages, Lei Yan's face turned black. The radiation concentration near this loot storage compartment is much higher than other areas in the camp. He felt that the cells in his body were wailing, as if there was a fatal threat hidden in it. He took a deep breath. Sergeant Sure immediately arranged for personnel to evacuate this camp and move to an area 3 kilometers away. But according to the plague prevention and control regulations, Lei Yan waved his hand. This is not a plague, it is a light plague. Light plague. Sergeant Sure was frightened. Obviously he knew this term. Light plague is radiation sickness, an abnormal condition that occurs when organisms are contaminated with radioactive substances. Sergeant Sure, who looked unhappy, quickly pulled other relatively normal soldiers, even taking away everything in the camp, and quickly transferred all personnel to the coast 4.8 kilometers away. In the empty dock camp, only Lei Yan and 10 god killers were left. After opening the carriage, Lei Yan soon found 17 blue crystals of various sizes, and felt his body being constantly damaged by radiation. He ordered 2 of the god killers. You should immediately extract gold elements or lead elements from the surrounding strata. Understood, Team Leader Lei. Soon they extracted hundreds of kilograms of stable heavy metals such as lead, gold, and rhodium from the strata and spoils of war. Use these materials to make a box. The 2 god slayers, who mastered electromagnetic force, immediately formed the materials in their hands into a box. Lei Yan quickly put 17 blue crystals into the heavy metal box and sealed it. He felt the surrounding radiation concentration quickly subsided, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. The other 3 god slayers, who were ordered to investigate the castle ruins, soon came back with some things. Team Leader, I found some books and cowhide maps inside the castle ruins. A tent was found at random. Lei Yan put on a monocle, took out a disc from his backpack, pressed a few buttons on the metal disc, and the disc suddenly separated from top to bottom, leaving a gap in the middle. Put the Dutch books and cowhide maps into the gap one by one, and soon the translated content appeared above the disc. It seems that we are in big trouble. The content parsed from the Dutch books, and the 26 cowhide maps describe a god living nearby. Lei Team, according to the Abnormal Affairs Handling Regulations, I suggest reporting to Jinling City immediately. An experienced god slayer suggested. According to the internal information of the Abnormal Affairs Investigation Bureau, this so-called god is most likely the false god of Azathoth, Vibble. Jinling City, Empire State Building. Zhang Ying hurried to the Emperor's office. Your Majesty, the Nanyang Division urgently reported that traces of suspected false gods were found near Midon City. Li Xinghua's pupil shrank instantly, and he took the emergency report from the Nanyang Division and quickly confirmed some of the information. The blue crystal stone is composed of triangular and hexagonal crystals. The crystal stone has strong heat and radiation, which has caused 9 soldiers to be seriously injured and 32 soldiers to be slightly injured. This thing is a byproduct of Viber, which may be something like feces. Zhang Ying, you mobilize 100 god slayers at the base in the northern suburbs of Jinling City, and prepare to go to Jianzhou with me. I will arrange it immediately. In the base in the northern suburbs of Jinling City, Zhang Ying quickly selected 100 elite god slayers, and gathered them in the small square on the top of the mountain. Soon, Li Xinghua's anti-gravity spaceship appeared silently on the small square on the top of the mountain, and took 100 elite god slayers, and flew towards the direction of Jianzhou in Nanyang. Lei Yan, who was afraid of alerting the enemy, took 10 god slayers, and secretly investigated the situation near Midon City. In the Jianzhou area in May, the tropical rainforest climate dominated everything, with high temperatures and heavy rains all year round. The animals and plants in the dense jungle have adapted to the environment for tens of millions of years. It was still the ruins of the castle before. The anti-gravity spaceship landed directly on the nearby open space, according to the locator on Lei Yan. As soon as Li Xinghua stepped out of the spaceship, it started to rain heavily. He opened his wallpaper umbrella and walked to a distance. Lei Yan and 3 subordinates had been waiting for a long time. Although the ground was muddy, Li Xinghua and others were not stained by the mud, as if they were floating above the ground. I am Lei Yan, the leader of the Jinzhou group of the Nanyang Division of the Abnormal Affairs Investigation Bureau, and I pay my respects to the Emperor. Lei Yan and the other four immediately knelt on one knee. No need to be polite. How is the situation? Thank you, Your Majesty. I have already found some traces. Lei Yan quickly reported some of the latest intelligence to Li Xinghua. After listening to Lei Yan's intelligence, Li Xinghua thought for a while, and looked at the endless tropical rainforest in the south. Although the Great Yan Empire has conquered all parts of the South Seas, the Empire's control area is actually limited to important areas, and most of the strongholds are in the coastal areas of the islands. For example, on Jinzhou Island, the Empire only has 3 large fortress cities, 11 medium-sized stronghold ports, and affiliated villages around the city. The inland areas of large islands are still not officially included in the scope of rule. After all, Jinzhou is densely covered with tropical rainforests, and those natives hide in them and play hide-and-seek with the Empire. The Empire has no way to clear them out for a while. Under Lei Yan's leadership, everyone entered the chameleon mode together, and without disturbing the creatures in the jungle, they went more than 40 kilometers inland. In the dense jungle, an indigenous tribe on the mountainside caught Li Xinghua's attention. These indigenous people were called Bata people and flower-faced people by the imperial merchants who came and went, and were also transliterated as Batak people. They are mainly distributed in the mountains in the central and northern parts of Sumatra, and most of them live in the area around Lake Toba. This small tribe consists of 6 or 7 families. The natives are short and have dark brown skin. 2 slayers lurking nearby immediately appeared in front of Li Xinghua and others, casting a soundproof wall. Your Majesty, these Batak people believe in a very primitive totemic religion, and they also have a tradition of cannibalism. Li Xinghua glanced at the tribe and found some problems. Many Batak people have serious genetic diseases, and some human bones are randomly discarded around the tribe. The Batak tribe advocates a unique religion, maintains animism and witchcraft beliefs, and believes that human power can be absorbed by others through eating. Prisoners of war and criminals who have committed crimes such as theft and adultery are the main sources of this power. Chapter 563. Li Xinghua observed these cannibals for a while, and through the scanning of the abnormal biological detector, he found that they did not have the rules of Azathoth. Soon, he led the team and quietly passed this small tribe and approached Lake Toba in the inland mountains. They encountered more and more Batak tribes along the way, and the population was also increasing, but there were few tribes with more than 300 people. This is related to the living habits of the Batak people. These Batak tribes would fight each other and plunder the population of the other tribe. These prisoners of war and the people who died in the battle of their own tribe naturally became food for the Batak people. The natural environment and living customs meant that the size of the Batak tribe would not be too large. After sneaking for about 84 kilometers, the group finally arrived at the shore of Lake Toba. Li Xinghua's abnormal biological detector showed that there were abnormal creatures in 3 of the tribes. Waving their hands, the group hid not far from a Batak tribe. At this time, the natives with colorful dyes on their faces were carrying 6 tied-up people. Judging from their skin color and dress, they should be from other Batak tribes. An old Batak man with dull eyes held a bone staff with some strange symbols engraved on the skull surface. 6 prisoners were carried onto a stone platform covered with banana leaves, and then the surrounding Batak people, both men and women, old and young, all sang and danced like crazy. Many people in Li Xinghua's group, who were hiding not far from the tribe, felt nauseous and disgusted when they saw this scene. However, Li Xinghua stared at the chief and wizard of this tribe. After scanning and analyzing for a while, he found that many people in this cannibal tribe were no longer human. A blue fungus is entrenched in their bodies. For example, the skinny tribal wizard has been completely occupied by the blue fungus. The humanoid creature in front of him can only be described as a walking corpse. However, judging from their ability to move and intelligence, the blue fungus should have retained part of the brain and consciousness of the parasite. Li Xinghua looked at the foggy Lake Toba. He had scanned the false god Azathoth on the island in the middle of the lake through the abnormal biological detector. Li Xinghua, who was worried about the long night and many dreams, took out the golden horn jade square and burst out the maximum power of the immortal armor. Break the connection between heaven and earth. The immortal armor cooperated with the golden horn jade square to completely seal the lake island in Lake Toba in the microcosm. The lake island suddenly disappeared in Lake Toba, causing the water level of Lake Toba to drop by dozens of meters in an instant, and the indigenous people living on the lakeshore were immediately shocked. The living dead directly lost control and madly attacked all the creatures around them. Li Xinghua ordered coldly, "You must eradicate all the false god believers." "Yes." Lei Yin and others immediately burst out with all their strength and killed the indigenous tribes around Lake Toba. For these cannibals who believe in false gods, the god killers had no mercy at all and directly crushed them to ashes, especially the living dead carrying blue fungi, who were the main targets of elimination. Imprisoned on the island in the middle of the lake in the microcosm, a 3.6-meter tall creature woke up from hibernation, and the cave where it hibernated was covered with blue crystals. The sudden change made him furious. As a high and mighty god of disorder, Vibal's body on the blue planet, even if it was only a part, was not something that ordinary creatures could desecrate. And in an instant, his connection with his main body was completely cut off, which only meant that the other party was not easy to deal with. The Rule genes in his body rioted, and he attacked the crystal wall of the microcosm with all his strength, but he bombarded the crystal wall of the microcosm for several minutes, which only caused ripples of repulsive force field. Damn it, are those ancient gods causing trouble? Li Xinghua, who was outside the microcosm, did not rush into fight with Vibal, but together with a group of god killers, killed all the Vibal believers around Lake Toba. Li Xinghua breathed a sigh of relief after the last Vibal believer was annihilated. Although the old one was imprisoned in the microcosm through the absolute heaven and earth passage, the Vibal in the microcosm was only a small part of the opponent. If the opponent's main body was allowed to descend on Blue Star, it would definitely be a catastrophic consequence. The best way to prevent the Vibular's body from coming to Blue Star is to eliminate all the other party's believers. Without believers as resonance coordinates, the Vibular's body cannot come to Blue Star directly. The next step is to deal with the Vibular clone in the microcosm. Li Xinghua calmly ordered, according to the previous plan act. "Yes, Your Majesty." Lei Ming led the team to float above Lake Toba, and at the original location of the Lake Center Island, they extracted the surrounding materials and quickly built a rock platform. The rock platform is more than 50 meters above the previous horizontal surface, with an area of more than 500 square meters. A huge stone archway made of granite is formed on the platform. On the stone archway, there are 4 characters Ju Tiandi Tong. There is also a stone tablet in front of the door, which is engraved with the words of Li Xinghua, the great emperor of the human race, who sealed the false gods of the alien universe here in the 12th year of the human way. In fact, this stone archway is a space wormhole door that can go to the inner universe of the Lake Island. Li Xinghua can use this power, but he still refers to the plan of the mysterious forces to seal the Severn Valley before. He spent 150,000 points to exchange for the space sealing technology. With the help of the immortal base armor and the Golden Horn Jade Square, he can seal some creatures below the great god level in the microcosm. The reason why he went to such great lengths actually has 2 purposes. First, it is to avoid accidentally destroying the blue planet during the battle between the 2 sides. Second, this is to be on the safe side. If it is one of those old rulers, who are difficult to kill, Li Xinghua can temporarily seal the opponent in the microcosm, and wait for his strength to increase before dealing with the opponent. According to the information provided by the Temple of Reincarnation, there are very few great god-level old rulers lurking in the blue planet. For example, this Vibal's clone is a quasi-great god-level existence, and his original body is the great god level. As long as the opponent's great god level original body is restricted from descending, the clone can be imprisoned. Chapter 564. Telling Lei Ming and others to be on guard outside, Li Xinghua activated the immortal armor, drew out the god-slaying sword, and recited the secret words to open the boundary gate. He rushed into the small universe of the Lake Island. As soon as he entered the small universe of the Lake Island, he was discovered by the angry Vibal, who launched the strongest attack on Li Xinghua without saying a word. The endless soul virus and the repulsive force rules that were enough to destroy space bombarded around Li Xinghua, as if to kill him into slag. However, the immortal armor on Li Xinghua was not a vegetarian, and directly resisted Vibal's powerful attack. After calming down, Li Xinghua finally saw the true face of Vibal. Vibal looks like a giant black rat with 3 clover-shaped red eyes, and a few tentacles. It has a tangled black covering, similar to fur, but more like a synthetic product, covering most of its uneven pear-shaped body, with a small tentacle occasionally passing through or pulling out of it. Vibal is one of the old ones, also known as things from beyond. Suddenly, Vibal trembled all over, and countless blue fungi spread in all directions from the black covering on his body, as if they were going to completely occupy the entire microcosm. Li Xinghua's Eye of Truth, immortal armor, and Golden Horn Jade Square worked together to quickly analyze Vibal in front of him. In addition to the blue fungi that were constantly released from the opponent's body, there were also soul viruses mixed in the blue fungi. In response, Li Xinghua raised his right hand and directly created a microcosm in the microcosm. Compress it for me. The inner microcosm wrapped everything in it, and suddenly compressed madly towards the center, and instantly produced a cosmic singularity. But Li Xinghua was not happy at all, because Vibble, who was compressed into the cosmic singularity, was entrenched in the cosmic singularity without any damage, and his clover-red eyes stared at him coldly. Vibble's tone was calm and weird. Reincarnation? Do you really think you can kill me? As soon as the voice fell, the opponent directly modified the rules of the universe, broke away from the confinement of the cosmic singularity, and flashed directly in front of Li Xinghua, and the two looked at each other. The strange soul virus was transmitted to Li Xinghua's brain again, and Li Xinghua woke up in an instant. The god-slaying sword in his hand directly swept the opponent. Weibel suddenly felt a warning, and his body split into two parts, and then jumped away from Li Xinghua. He looked at Li Xinghua very carefully, and the key point was the god-slaying sword in Li Xinghua's hand. He had a very bad premonition that if he was hit by this sword, his divine body might be hurt. Even though ordinary physical rules had no effect on him, Vibble could not help but feel frightened when facing the sword. Li Xinghua also activated the space jump function of the immortal base armor, wielding the god-slaying sword, and madly chasing Vibble. Vibble, who was very afraid of the god-slaying sword, could only run away while launching soul viruses, soul interference, etc. to avoid being cut by Li Xinghua. Vibble was very angry about the encounter in front of him. This was the first time he encountered such a frustrating scene since becoming an old one. Time and space stopped. Vibble Clover's red eyes bulged with anger, and the power of rules all over his body burst out at once. Li Xinghua's body froze, and he was hit head-on by a space crack. His body was torn into pieces in an instant, but under the protection of the immortal armor, the various parts of his body were instantly pieced together again. He was still wary of Vibble. Vibble was also not calm at this time. According to the strength of his attack, he should be able to kill the opponent directly, but the opponent recovered instantly. Analysis completed. Space oppression rules. Primordial stagnation technology. Start to formulate countermeasures. Body-based space oppression offset mechanism completed. Primordial anti-interference mechanism completed. In Li Xinghua's mind, the automatic adaptation function of the immortal base armor appeared. After adjusting his body for a while, he flashed behind Vibble and stabbed the opponent's head with a sword. Space-time stagnation. Vibble used the same trick again. Suddenly, Vibble flashed and avoided the sword that almost stabbed his head. What happened? Time and space stagnation is actually invalid. The same moves are useless to me. Li Xinghua rushed forward fiercely. Weibel once again dodged awkwardly, and then quickly thought of a countermeasure. Facing the almost impenetrable immortal armor, and the sword that could hurt him, Weibel felt very helpless. Human, why should we fight here? If you are willing to become my family, I can remove the reincarnation mark for you, and become a life free in the universe. Vibble tempted. Stupid, Li Xinghua cursed in his heart, and continued to swing the god-slaying sword to chase the embarrassed Vibble. He was not tempted by the other party. Li Xinghua didn't know whether the other party could remove the reincarnation mark, but this guy definitely had bad intentions. Seeing that Li Xinghua was unmoved, Vibble used another secret technique, and his whole body disappeared in the microcosm. Li Xinghua, who had chopped in vain, floated in the air, feeling the crystal wall defense system of the microcosm. He didn't believe that Vibble could escape from here quietly. If he could do it, he would have left the microcosm long ago. How could he delay until now? Li Xinghua, who felt that Weibel must still be in the microcosm, activated the immortal armor, the golden horn jade seal, and the eye of truth to analyze the internal situation of the microcosm. Analyzing. Endless data was rolling, and every move, every rule information, and every particle in the entire microcosm were quickly analyzed. Analysis completed. Macromatter body was found. Macromatter body is a life state that relies on rule information transformation, and is combined with free particle groups and physical rules. Similar to the advanced version of the zero life form, as long as there are cosmic matter and rules, this life state is difficult to kill. This is also the universal technology of the Azathoth civilization, which is specifically difficult to kill. If it is in the infinite universe, it will be even more difficult. And Li Xinghua couldn't help but sigh at the wonder of life. Even this weird life form can be developed. The Azathoth civilization uses various life forms to form such a weird and grand civilization today. Facing such a strange state of life, Li Xinghua quickly calculated in his mind, and suddenly he clenched his right hand. The entire small universe was once again wrapped by a layer of space crystal wall, and then the space crystal wall was madly compressed towards the center. Human, don't waste your energy. You low-level creatures can't kill me. Really? When the cosmic singularity was formed, Li Xingwu directly inserted the god-slaying sword into the cosmic singularity, and then frantically manipulated the physical rules inside the cosmic singularity, directly turning the physical rules upside down. At this time, Weibel, who was in the cosmic singularity, finally felt a threat of death that was destroying his body. For Weibel, his rule gene was integrated into the rules of the cosmic singularity. Once the rules of the cosmic singularity mutated, it would cause chaos in Weibel's rule gene. If it was just the chaos of the rule gene, it would not be enough to cause a fatal threat to Weibel, but the god-killing sword inserted into the cosmic singularity played a decisive role. Chapter 565. The god-killing sword inserted into the cosmic singularity madly killed the Vibble inside the singularity. Even if he became a macro-material life form, he would still be injured and die. Everything has its end, and there are very few lives that can escape it. Vibble's clone is, after all, only a quasi-great god-level creature, not a relatively perfect great god level, so there are naturally many weaknesses. Facing the ruthless Li Xingwu, Vibble wailed in pain. No, I am a transcendent being, the ruler of Azathoth who traverses the universe. How can I be killed by ant-like humans? Vibble was shocked and angry. The god-slaying sword was constantly cutting through Vibble's rule gene sequence, and Li Xingwu kept modifying the physical rules of the cosmic singularity, causing Vibble to lose sight of one thing and be constantly weakened. Vibble understood the crisis at this time. If he didn't think of a solution, he would eventually be killed by the other party. Li Xingwu, who was blessed by the immortal armor, the golden horn jade square, and the eye of truth, also felt a lot of pressure at this time, and felt an embarrassment of being unable to get off the tiger. Sure enough, none of these false gods of Azathoth were easy to deal with. Even a clone made Li Xingwu feel extremely difficult. Suddenly, the cosmic singularity in front of him expanded, and its shape kept changing. This was Vibble's fierce counterattack, trying to break through his space crystal wall. Not good. Li Xingwu's face changed. A small hole was torn in the space crystal wall on the left side of the cosmic singularity, and a huge beam of primordial waves erupted from the small hole in all directions. Li Xingwu, who was maintaining the cosmic singularity, was blasted away by Vibble, and hit heavily on the crystal wall of the small universe. Damn it! Li Xingwu knew that he had missed a good opportunity, but he was quite helpless about it. Because most of the rule power of the immortal base armor and the golden horn jade square was used to maintain the crystal wall of the small universe on the lake island, he could only use a small part of the rule power and computing power. The Vibbular that escaped from the trap occupied most of the matter in the microcosm of the lake island and launched a crazy attack on Li Xingwu. Dense space cracks, overwhelming zero beams, space oppression that can slow down movement, physical modifications that violate the rules, and strange and difficult soul viruses. These attacks were easy for Vibbular to use, as if they were free, and he threw them at Li Xingwu all at once. For a while, Li Xingwu also fought hard. Neither side felt a bit tired, and there was no way to get a fatal attack that would be decisive, so they could only fight and consume each other. On the Tianju Terrace in the center of Lake Toba, Lei Yin and others standing in front of the stone archway were also extremely anxious at this time, especially as time went by. The Emperor had entered the small universe of the lake island for more than a week. Lei Group, what should we do? Will His Majesty be in trouble? Lei Yin glared at the God Slayer who was speaking. Shut up. His Majesty will definitely kill the false god. Although Lei Yin himself was not sure, he could not panic at this time, and could only pray silently in his heart, hoping that the Emperor could kill the demons. Other sensible God Slayers were also worried. Li Xingwu was too important to the Great Yin Empire and the Great Hua clan, like a stabilizing force. If Li Xingwu disappeared here, they had no doubt that the Great Yin Empire would become a mess, or even fall apart. But the God Slayers outside at this time felt very powerless, and they wanted to rush into the microcosm and fight the false god to the death. In the microcosm of the lake island, Li Xingwu and Vibble, who had been fighting for 7 days and 7 nights, were still in high spirits. At least on the surface, they were evenly matched. However, there was a trace of fatigue hidden deep in Li Xingwu's eyes. After all, he was not a true quasi-god level creature, and he had not even reached the level of a high-level creature. He could only fight against Vibble, with the help of external forces. If there were no immortal base armor and golden horn jade square, 100 million Li Xingwu would not be enough for Vibble to kill. After forcing Vibble away with one blow, Li Xingwu leaned against the crystal wall of the small universe, and his brain was working quickly, thinking about how to break the situation. This situation was not what he wanted to see. Even if he could temporarily leave the small universe of the lake island, There was a big problem with the small universe created by Zhu Tianditong. Since the microcosm was created by opportunism, it can only be controlled by him personally. Without the immortal base armor and golden horn jade square on him, the strength of the microcosm will decrease, and the strength can only imprison ordinary high-level creatures. This is the fundamental reason why he is in a dilemma. If he cannot kill Vibble, Li Xingwu can only stay in Lake Toba and maintain the microcosm to suppress Vibble. There are thousands of things in his mind, but in reality it is just a moment. Vibble did not give Li Xingwu a chance to breathe. The continuous attacks rushed towards Li Xingwu frantically, making him exhausted. In the near-Earth orbit of the blue planet, a spaceship was hidden in the cracks of space. Yang Minglang's clone silently watched everything on Jianzhou Island, including the situation in the small universe of the Lake Island. Nothing in this single universe escaped his observation. Although Li Xingwu was in a dilemma at this time, Yang Minglang had no intention of taking action. If Li Xingwu died, it would only mean that he was not suitable to be the guardian of the parallel blue planet. He would choose a human to replace him. Suddenly, the situation in the small universe of the Lake Island changed suddenly. Li Xingwu suddenly exploded, wielding the god-slaying sword, sweeping away most of Vibble's attacks, and then captured about 1% of the matter in the microcosm of the Lake Island. He took these substances without hesitation, and withdrew from the microcosm of the Lake Island. Li Xingwu's figure appeared in front of the stone archway of Tianzutai. Whoosh! Your Majesty! Lei Yin exclaimed and rushed over. The other god-slayers were also surprised. After taking a deep breath, Li Xingwu calmly ordered, "You guard the surroundings, and don't let anyone get close to here." "Yes, sir." Li Xingwu felt his body was rioting, and the 1% of the matter from the Lake Island was suppressed in the space opened up in his body. Since Vibble had already devoured most of the matter in the small universe of the Lake Island, these substances were equivalent to a part of Vibble. Vibble, sensing this part, was struggling frantically, trying to break free from the space blockade, but Li Xingwu did not intend to give the other party a chance to escape. He stood in front of the stone archway, and once again constructed 100 smaller small universes on the crystal wall of the small universe of the Lake Island. But the crystal wall strength was exactly the same as that of the Lake Island. The part of the Weibel sealed in the body was once again divided into 100 parts, each of which was imprisoned in a small universe. The Weibel, which only has 1/10,000th of the material, has the same information on the rules, but can only use 1/10,000th of the material. No matter how powerful the rules are, they must rely on the material basis to exist. Under the same information on the rules, the less material one has, the less power one can exert. Unless the Weibel can master the two-dimensional rule gene, he can make the original child exist, and then life will not be destroyed. As one side gained strength while the other lost strength, Li Xingwu once again rushed into a small universe. Facing a Vibble with only 1/10,000th of matter, he quickly eliminated this part of the Vibble with the power of the rules of the god-slaying sword. Looking at the dead small universe, Li Xingwu breathed a sigh of relief, but he did not immediately pursue the victory, but carefully examined the small universe. Chapter 566. He activated the immortal armor, the golden horn jade square, and the eye of truth, and used the remaining computing power on them to analyze the small universe in front of him. Li Xingwu did not dare to take the strange and difficult Azathoth pseudo-god lightly. Analyzing. Li Xingwu carefully observed the analytical data, and found some abnormal data after 11 hours. Discovered the rule symbiont. The rule symbiont is the escape plan of some great god-level creatures. It edits its own rule genes in a specific way on the fundamental physical rules of the universe, and can be resurrected at a fixed time. Li Xingwu knew that Azathoth pseudo-god was not that simple. It turned out that there was such a method to achieve rebirth and resurrection through the fundamental rules of the universe. No wonder Azathoth is so hard to kill. If the other party spreads the rule symbiont throughout the single universe, Li Xingwu really has no way to kill him. Knowing the other party's trump card, he used his computing power to analyze the rule gene of Vibble with all his strength. Considering Vibble's difficulty, Li Xingwu separated an avatar and appeared in front of the stone archway, and then returned to Jinling City with some of the god killers. After all, he is the emperor of the empire, although he established the imperial cabinet, the privy council, and the supervisory office, and decentralized some of the administrative, military, and supervisory powers. The Royal Chamber of Commerce was established to dominate the empire's economy. With his strong personal power, Li Xingwu did not need to deal with too many things on a daily basis, and he did not like to deal with these trivial matters all day long. As the ruler of an empire, what he needed to do was to become the spiritual symbol of the empire, and to come out in time to rectify the chaos when the empire faced life and death. He had been away from Jinling City for almost a month. In order to avoid the unrest in the hearts of the people in the empire, he had to show up regularly. The main body must stay in Jianzhou Island, so naturally the clone can only return to Jinling City to deal with things. The clone took the anti-gravity spaceship and returned to Jinling City with some of the god killers, while Li Xinghua's main body devoted himself to analyzing the rule genes of Vibble bit by bit. The analysis of these rule genes is a great opportunity for Li Xinghua. He found that after analyzing these rule genes, he could obtain part of the information in the Vibble rule genes. You have to know that the original body of Vibble is a great god level creature, and part of Vibble's clone also contains the rule genes of the quasi-great god level, which is enough to make an advanced civilization reborn, and even aspire to become a great god level civilization. It is not impossible. As time passed, this part of Vibble suddenly resurrected, but was killed by Li Xinghua again. The tropical rainstorms that never stop in Jianzhou Island still wash the dense jungle day after day. Lei Yin, who was idle, brought a team of god killers and mobilized the Empire's garrison on Jianzhou Island to completely eliminate the cannibals near Lake Toba. The blue crystals left by Vibble nearby were collected one by one and stored in lead alloy containers. After all, these blue crystals are abnormal items containing strong radiation, and the Abnormal Affairs Investigation Bureau naturally cannot leave these crystals outside. More than 8 months later, Li Xinghua, who was sitting in front of the stone archway, finally opened his eyes, and his eyes showed surprise. After analyzing part of the Vibble rule gene, Li Xinghua's genes at this time are infinitely close to advanced creatures. But he didn't dare to imitate Vibble's rule gene casually, because there were some words about this in the Golden Horn Jade formula. If he imitated the rule gene of other great god-level creatures casually, the consequences would be very serious, especially when he encountered the original owner. It would be very easy for the other party to use it. Therefore, Li Xinghua didn't dare to imitate Vibble's rule gene casually, and could only learn from some of the useful rule technologies. Even so, Li Xinghua's strength increased a lot. After getting used to the power of his body, he could use the power of the immortal base armor, which had increased with the increase of gene strength. The power of the immortal armor can be used to increase the speed of analyzing Vibble, and at the same time, the crystal wall strength of the small universe of the Lake Island is also increased. Just thinking of Vibble coexisting with the fundamental rules, Li Xinghua got a headache. It is extremely difficult to completely destroy this Vibble. The opponent can be reborn again and again through the fundamental rules, unless the fundamental rules can be modified, which Li Xinghua can't do at all. Fundamental rules: how to destroy the opponent. Sensing that in this small universe of the Lake Island, Vibble was frantically bombarding the crystal wall, trying to escape from this cage, but Li Xinghua's power increased further strengthened the strength of the crystal wall, and Vibble's attack was just a fight of trapped beasts. Suddenly Li Xinghua thought of a way. He entered one of the small universes again, and killed 1/10,000th of Vibble. Then he used the Vibble rule gene analyzed before, and began to take action to classify the substances in this small universe. Discovered. Weibel rule gene rule symbiont 1366. Discovered. Weibel rule gene rule symbiont 7360. Discovered. Weibel rule base. He classified the particles of these rule symbionts bit by bit, and then stored these rule symbiont particles in smaller micro-universes. When the rebirth time set by Weibel arrived, these rule symbiont particles immediately produced a strange reaction, and began to restore Weibel's body. But something happened that frightened Vibble. Because Li Xinghua separated the rule symbiont particles of each rule gene, the body after rebirth was incomplete. In each small universe, there were all kinds of strange Vibble parts, or a ball of black mist, or a tentacle, or a meat ball. Some of these incomplete Vibble parts could only move by instinct, some made strange movements, and only a few retained some rationality. Obviously, because the rule gene sequence of the body was incomplete, not only was there only a part of the body left, but also only a part of the soul and consciousness. After more than a month of experiments, Li Xinghua finally found a separation plan that can indeed suppress the power of Vibble. The Vibble divided into 12 parts is a compromised division plan. Under this plan, the power that can be exerted by each part of Vibble is only equivalent to that of ordinary advanced creatures. Even the ordinary microcosm crystal wall he constructed can easily imprison the opponent. After having a solution, Li Xinghua took action without stopping, dividing the Vibble in each microcosm, and then sealing his regular gene sequence into the 12 microcosms. Although the bodies in the 12 small universes continued to grow, the lack of rule gene sequences, and Li Xinghua's deliberate combination of some conflicting rule genes further weakened Vibble's power. After more than 3 months of busy work, The muddled remains of Vibble were completely divided into 12 small universes. On the Tianju Terrace, in the gate of the stone archway, a hollow rock painting emerged. The rock painting has 12 rings, representing the 12 small universe gates that sealed Vibble. After everything was completed, separate and seal the false god Azathoth Vibble, reward 200,000 points, incomplete kill, reward halved. Li Xinghua was surprised and happy about this. Chapter 567. It took Li Xinghua more than a year to barely deal with one of Vibble's clones, which made him more cautious. Previously, he planned to go to Germany and Europe to find trouble with the false god Azathoth, Saijia. After sealing Vibble's clone, Li Xinghua temporarily suppressed his impulse. After all, one of the clones of the false god Azathoth made him feel extremely difficult, and Saijia, who was sealed in Germany, was the real body. Li Xinghua calmed down and continued to study the rule gene of Vibble on the Tianju Terrace. Because Vibble's clone was completely divided into 12 parts by him, he could only control it tightly. In Vibble's rule gene, many technologies of Azathoth civilization are hidden. Although these technologies cannot be used directly, they can be used as reference. In addition, Li Xinghua also obtained 200,000 points. In addition, he also obtained some points by eliminating the cannibalism that believed in Vibble. His points rose to over 310,000. These points must be used as soon as possible to transform them into real power. Li Xinghua was a scientific research geek in Jianzhou, and with the rise of the Great Yin Empire, such a huge butterfly naturally changed the original history of the East beyond recognition. Even this butterfly effect has begun to change the entire blue star. For example, Tsarist Russia, which is developing Siberia, has officially encountered the Great Yin Empire near the North Sea, and a fierce collision broke out between the two sides. The Dutch, Portuguese, and British who retreated from Southeast Asia are forming the United East India Company, recruiting troops in the South Asian subcontinent, and guarding against the Empire's invasion of the South Asian subcontinent. At the same time, the Spanish in Central America also received the news that the Luzon colonial governor's office was annihilated by the Great Yin Empire, and were preparing to send the invincible fleet to East Asia. History was running wild, but the Great Yin Empire at the center of the storm was advancing industrialization and humanitarian institutions in an orderly manner. Northern Hemisphere. August is a sunny summer. A steamship, with black smoke spewing from its chimney and a propeller behind the ship, creating a white wave. As the steamship passed through the narrowest area of the Bering Strait, it successfully entered the Arctic Ocean from the North Pacific. It was summer in the Northern Hemisphere, and the Arctic Ocean had not yet frozen over a large area, nor were there dense sea icebergs. This was the last chance to enter the Arctic Ocean, and the time left for this steamship was not long. They had to leave the Arctic Ocean and return to the warmer Pacific Ocean before mid-October. Otherwise they would have to stay in the Arctic Circle and spend a long winter. The Arctic Circle in this era was a real desperate situation, and even the exploration ships of the Great Yin Empire had no way to deal with it. Unless they can mobilize the God Killer, they can survive in the Arctic Circle. But the God Killer is the secret power of the Empire, and cannot be easily mobilized. Naturally, there is no God Killer on the expedition ship. After the steamer passed the Bering Strait, it moved cautiously northward along the coastline of North America in the Arctic Ocean. "Captain, is there really gold here?" A young Central Plains man looked at the Arctic Ocean, where the sea and sky were one, and his heart was beating. After drinking a sip of warm yellow wine, the one-eyed middle-aged captain said casually, "You know the Golden River in the Snow Moss Plain?" "Nonsense," the sailors in the cabin cursed inwardly. The flowing Gold River in the Snow Moss Plain, where the Snow Moss Plain is the southwest alluvial plain of Alaska in the future, and the flowing Gold River is the Yukon River in Alaska. It is also one of the two strongholds of the Great Yin Empire in North America. The Snow Moss City Fortress is built at the mouth of the flowing Gold River in the Snow Moss Plain. Originally a bitter and cold place, the Snow Moss Plain is a typical wild area within the Empire. Even if you send people, no one is willing to come. But a big discovery a year ago completely ignited the heat of the Snow Moss Plain, because dense large gold mines were found in the middle and upper reaches of the flowing Gold River in the Snow Moss Plain. Gold is one of the hard currencies of mankind at that time, and gold mines naturally represent wealth. The discovery of dense, large gold mines in the flowing Gold River in the Snow Moss Plain triggered a gold rush in the Empire. Many citizens who could not make a living in the country or wanted to get rich overnight went to North America to pan for gold. This ship is a microcosm of this. A group of people registered under the name of a gold mining company got a steamship provided by the company and couldn't wait to go to the northern part of North America. However, Since the Golden River in the Snow Moss Plain has been divided up by the imperial officials and some large chambers of commerce, they can only go to the Arctic Ocean coast area further north. This is a real fight for life. They registered under the name of the Gold Mining Company, so they naturally did not get the steamship and supplies for free. During the exploration process, both parties will stipulate the proportion of profits and compensation in case of accidents. There were more than 70 people on the steamship. In addition to a dozen core people from the Central Plains, the remaining sailors were recruited from Goryeo, Japan, Ezo, and Baiyuan, outer northeast. Everyone was excited at first, but as time went on, when they entered the Arctic Ocean, many people regretted it. In the endless ice and snow, if something unexpected happened, all the people on the ship might have to die here. But it was impossible to quit now. Captain Wei Dahu ignored the complaining sailors. He knew what these guys were thinking. But there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. If you don't work hard, you won't get anything. It's almost impossible to get something for nothing. Pick up the telescope and observe the coast. In the summer, around the Arctic Ocean, there are lush shrubs, mosses, herbs, birds, foxes, and the like on land. It's not as desolate as imagined, but Wei Dahu, who had explored the Lujin River in the Snow Moss Plain before, knows the dangers of this area. The summer is full of vitality, but in winter, it's another world. Thousands of miles of ice and snow, nothing but white snow and ice. It was even more desolate than the northeast protectorate of Dehien, and the ice period here was even longer. In addition, it was uninhabited, and it was simply a remote place outside the human world. If it weren't for the tempting gold, no one except the officials of the Dehien Empire would come to such a barren place. Suddenly, a rare column of smoke appeared in Wei Dahu's telescope. Soon, on a tundra on the coast, he found a dozen tents and dozens of people in the camp, and the other party also found Wei Dahu's steamship. Through the flag bearer, both sides learned some information about each other. The people in this camp were also a group of gold diggers. According to the unspoken rules among adventurers, since the other party had occupied this place, Wei Dahu and his party naturally could not set up a camp nearby. Going north along the coastline, Wei Dahu and his party encountered 3 groups of adventurers from the Empire. It was not until more than a week of sailing that Wei Dahu found a coast where no one had come. It was a quiet bay with a river flowing slowly on the tundra. "Brothers, set up camp here," Wei Dahu shouted loudly. Okay. The sailors were in a good mood. After all, the sense of security on land was something that ships could not provide. Chapter 568. The sailors on the steamship quickly pulled down the gray canvas. The steamships of this era still kept their sails. Although there was a supply station near the Bering Strait, which was the closest supply station to the Arctic Ocean for the Empire, located on the island of St. Lawrence in later generations. However, ocean voyages, no matter in which era, were always extremely risky, not to mention the age of exploration in the 17th century. Therefore, steamships would keep their sails as a backup plan in case the steam engine had problems. Wei Dahu looked at the lush coastline, which was about 2 kilometers away. "Mingzi, go over and explore the way." A bald-headed strong man nodded, and took 6 of his men down from the side of the steamship. Below was a small wooden boat for escape. Mingzi and others had a clear division of labor. 4 people rowed the boat, and the remaining 3 explored the hydrological conditions of the bay. After all, there might be reefs around the coastline. If they didn't conduct hydrological exploration and drove the boat directly to land, it would be really a bummer if they ran aground on a reef. Mingzi led his men to explore the bay for more than 7 hours before they initially found a safe channel, and then slowly entered the bay with the steamship Golden. Golden anchored next to a calm coastal reef. Wei Dahu and a group of sailors finally stepped on land, dropped anchor, and tied up the ropes, and began to prepare to build a camp. 2 days later, the camp building task went very smoothly, and some sea fish and seals were caught, and some berries were collected from the tundra bushes. During long voyages, timely replenishment of vitamins is very necessary, otherwise scurvy can severely damage or even destroy a ship. After 2 days of preparation, Wei Dahu could not wait to lead 30 fully armed sailors along the river to move inland. During the journey, Wei Dahu and his team found many animals, such as Arctic wolves, polar bears, and reindeer. "Captain, it looks like it's going to rain," Mingzi said worriedly. Wei Dahu looked at the sky on the north side, and the cumulonimbus clouds were moving rapidly southward. It was estimated that they would reach their side in a few hours. Looking up at the watch, it was almost 2 p.m. in Shuitai City. "Let's find a place to set up camp." The group quickly found a mountain ridge, set up a dozen tents on the gentle hillside, picked up some dry grass and reindeer dung, lit firewood and cooked. Just after setting up the tent, Less than an hour later, the cold drizzle arrived as expected. 3 Arctic hares were hunted and roasted, and the Arctic hares in September are at their fattest. Taking out a knife and cutting off a golden roasted rabbit leg, Wei Dahu sprinkled a little chili powder and began to eat it with relish. As soon as he drank a sip of rice wine, the drizzle subsided. Half an hour later, the rain stopped and the sky cleared up. The water drops on the moss and weeds were like dazzling gems under the setting sun. "Captain, Captain." A Korean sailor hurried over, tying his belt as he walked. Wei Dahu had just finished his meal and wine, and sat on a stone and asked lazily, "What's wrong?" "We found a cave over there." The Goryeo sailor hurriedly replied. "Isn't it just a cave? What a fuss." "Ha ha ha." The other sailor started to joke. The Goryeo sailor was a little angry, and said quickly and chaotically, "The cave seems to have traces of carvings." Wei Dahu also became interested when he heard it. He picked up the shotgun beside him, called 6 or 7 sailors together, and then asked the Goryeo sailor to lead the way. After walking for more than 200 meters, behind a huge rock, there was a small pit dug out, which contained the Goryeo sailor's conveniences. On the north side of the 2-meter-high boulder, there was a small bush. Wei Dahu walked past the bush and found an obvious cave, which was dark inside. Mingzi looked at the rock at the entrance of the cave. "Huh? There are really traces of human intervention. Could it be the base of the ice house people, Eskimos? Torches, be alert." Wei Dahu gave a concise order. The Korean sailors quickly lit 2 torches and walked carefully into the cave. Mingzi, who was holding a flintlock rifle, and Wei Dahu, who was holding a shotgun, followed behind. The entrance of the cave was about 3 meters high and 6 or 7 meters wide. Seeing the blazing flames of the torches, everyone felt a little relieved, but they did not relax their vigilance. After all, in large caves, there was a high possibility of polar bears, Arctic wolves, and the like. After walking along the cave for about 100 meters, they suddenly saw a huge cave. There were quite a few skeletons on the ground. Wei Dahu found that among these skeletons, there were not only polar bears, Arctic wolves, and reindeer, but also humans. But soon his eyes were attracted by a statue in the middle of the cave, which was sitting on a throne carved from ivory. The statue had a nearly spherical torso, with 6 crooked limbs with crab claws at the ends. At the top of the sphere, there was a sphere that expanded forward like a bubble, with 3 eyes distributed in a triangle, like fish, and a long snout that was 3 meters long and obviously soft and flexible, as well as a set of membrane systems that expanded like gills, all indicating that this was its head. Most of the statue's body is covered in some strange organ that looks like hair at first glance, but upon closer inspection, it turns out to be a dense growth of dark, slender tentacles or immature filaments. The tip of these tentacles has a mouth, like the head of a horned viper. Below the long snout of the head, the tentacles become longer and denser, and have spiral stripes, like the traditional snake hair of Medusa. "Captain, what the hell is this?" "Who knows? Maybe it was carved by the ice house people," Wei Dahu replied absent-mindedly. "But this statue is too detailed, as if it were real, and this throne made of ivory and jade feels so weird." Mingzi touched the ivory jade throne while speaking. Wei Dahu also had some fantasies. After all, this is within the Arctic Circle, and there are no elephants here. Where did the ivory on the ivory jade throne come from? However, despite the confusion, Wei Dahu and others did not intend to let go of the statue. They pried the statue off the ground and carefully carried it back to the camp. Wei Dahu and others were attracted by the ivory jade pedestal. After all, they were gold diggers, and this ivory jade pedestal seemed to be worth a bit of money. There was also a strange crab statue. If it met some curious collectors, it might be sold for a good price. As for finding gold mines, Wei Dahu was not in a hurry. After all, gold mines were uncertain, but the statues and ivory jade pedestals in front of him were of real value. After moving the statues and ivory jade pedestals back to the camp, Wei Dahu took the sailors back to the depths of the cave and dug deep into the ground to search. As expected, some original gemstones and some gold and silver products were found. 1 month, in the blink of an eye, they quietly slipped away. After climbing mountains and wading through water for a month, Wei Dahu and his companions hunted some polar bears and Arctic wolves, but nothing else. As the time was approaching mid-October, the temperature dropped rapidly. Wei Dahu, who was afraid that the Bering Strait would freeze, could only take everyone back to Snowmass City. Chapter 569. The steamship Gold, driven by the bitter north wind, quickly passed through the Bering Strait. Then, at the Tianyang Island, St. Lawrence Island, supply station, it was supplied with a batch of coal and canned vegetables, and then it sailed towards the warmer south. In the captain's cabin of the Gold, Wei Dahu was wiping the ivory jade seat and the crab statue, with a hint of fascination in his eyes. Wiping the statue devoutly and gently, he did not miss any detail of the statue. Any dirt on the statue would make Wei Dahu feel uncontrollable self-blame deep in his heart. Gradually, Wei Dahu's eyes began to become fanatical and weird. His eyes unconsciously became similar to the 3 eyes on the statue that were distributed in a triangle and were wide open like fish. If you look closely, the people on the golden ship began to become extremely weird, especially their eyes, which were converging with the eyes on the statue. Suddenly, the wooden door of the captain's cabin slowly opened, and a Japanese sailor walked in with a dull look and then stood devoutly in front of the statue. Lon, Lon! The Japanese sailor opened his eyes wide, and his throat made some strange and intermittent syllables. Wei Dahu, who was standing next to him, stopped wiping and stood silently like a puppet. The Japanese sailor took off his shirt and exposed his chest in front of the statue. The 3 eyes of the crab statue arranged in a triangle flickered slightly, and then the 3-meter-long kiss was inserted into the chest of the Japanese sailor without any warning. Lon, Lon! Master, please eat me. After the long snout pierced into the chest of the Japanese sailor, it was like sucking jelly. In a moment, the Japanese sailor's body became like a dried corpse. And in the eyes of the Japanese sailor, there was only fanaticism and infinite admiration. Then his eyeballs disappeared, followed by his skin, and finally only a skeleton was left. Even the marrow in the bones disappeared completely. The crab statue retracted its long snout. The skeleton lost its support and immediately scattered all over the ground. Wei Dahu, who was on standby, quickly cleaned up the skeleton and threw it into the Bering Sea. On the vast sea northwest of Snowmoss City, 3 fishing boats were quickly casting nets in the rough sea. An hour later, a steam crane pulled up the fishing net, and a large number of king crabs were caught by the fishing net. The fishermen skillfully threw some large king crabs that were not injured and full of vitality into the seawater pool. The small crabs were thrown back into the sea, and the injured or less energetic large king crabs were placed in a large basket on the side. What a great place! This net is equivalent to what we did in several years. Yes! The winter in this place is too hard to bear, otherwise I would have wanted to immigrate here. The fishermen are all members of the East China Sea Fishing Cooperative, and king crabs have become a popular ingredient in recent years. Since the Empire's seafood transportation technology has been innovated to modern levels, it is natural to catch king crabs from the Bering Sea and then transport them back to the Empire. King crabs are consumed by dignitaries and wealthy merchants, and the price can reach 200 to 400 yuan per catty. It is a luxury ingredient after abalone, shark fin, and fish maw. If there is market demand, naturally someone is willing to go fishing. A fishing boat that had just caught a boatload of king crabs was about to return to Snowmoss City. A sharp-eyed fisherman suddenly saw a steamship from the hazy sea. The captain heard the report from the lookout sailor, but he didn't pay too much attention. After all, there were many people from the Empire's official and civilian circles in the Bering Sea near Snowmoss City. He casually told the lookout sailor to say hello to the other party, and prepared to return to Snowmoss City. But what happened next was a little unexpected. The lookout sailor kept signaling, but the steamship did not respond. After more than 15 minutes, the lookout sailor decisively notified the captain. Captain Gongsun Guan quickly climbed up to the observation tower. Through the telescope, the deck of the ship was empty, and no one was found. Even the observation tower, which must be manned during navigation, was unusually empty. Gongsun Guan shouted to the bottom, "Notify the blackfish and the big crab to approach the steamship on the north side." Understood. On the flag signal platform below the observation tower, the flag signalman hurriedly signaled to the other 2 fishing boats, and soon the 3 fishing boats turned north together. According to the Imperial Navigation Management Regulations, they were obliged to rescue the distressed ships of the same empire, and the steamship was one of the symbols of the empire, so Gongsun Guan could only go over to find out. About half an hour. One of the fishing boats was sailing side by side with the golden ship, more than 20 meters away from each other. The fishermen were holding gongs and beating them, hoping that someone from the golden ship would come out on the deck. But after beating the gong for a long time, the golden ship was still dead silent. Gongsun Guan, who was standing on the deck, also felt bad. This situation could only mean that something had happened to the golden ship on the other side. He quickly led his men and rowed a small boat to approach the golden ship. After boarding the golden ship, 8 fishermen, including Gongsun Guan, were holding machetes, harpoons, and shotguns. "Let's go, everyone be careful." Gongsun Guan waved his hand. The 8 people approached the cockpit carefully and found that the hatch was not closed. After pushing the hatch open, the cockpit was empty. Next, the 2 cabins were empty and too clean. Gongsun Guan couldn't help but get nervous. He pushed open the 3rd cabin door. The situation inside made the fisherman sweat. The cabin was very clean. There was only a pile of bones scattered on the wooden boards and a strange crab statue. Gongsun Guan, who retired from the Marine Corps, looked at the pile of bones and saw that there was only one person in the bones. Continued to search other cabins. With their hearts pounding, the 8 men quickly searched every cabin of the golden ship. Except for the cabin where a skeleton and a statue were found, all other cabins were empty. The strange situation made Gongsun Guan and others feel uneasy. They found that there was no problem with the power system and driving system of the golden ship. They could only bite the bullet and drive the ship back. However, the vigilant Gongsun Guan locked the cabin where the skeleton and the statue were found. Except for the cockpit and the fuel boiler cabin, fishermen were prohibited from entering other places. Gongsun Guan, who was driving the gold, now just wanted to drive the ship back as soon as possible and let the Empire investigate the matter. After a tense day and 2 nights, the gold and 3 fishing boats finally returned to the port of Snow Moss City. Gongsun Guan, who had hardly slept, and 6 boiler workers crawled away from the gold and reported the matter of the gold to the Maritime Administration responsible for port management. While the gold was docked at the port of Snow Moss City, a rapid alarm sounded deep underground in the Snow Moss City lighthouse. The team of God Slayers stationed in Snow Moss City was frightened by the sudden alarm. The team leader Wusu turned on a special monitor. On the monitor was a topographic map near Snow Moss City. At this time, a clear red dot was flashing glaringly on the port of Snow Moss City. Wusu made a prompt decision, immediately notified the Chansha Mansion and the Imperial Garrison, and asked them to evacuate the people near the port and activate the special alert. Understood. Soon, all the people near the port were cleared out, leaving only the lonely golden ship. Chapter 570. Gongsun Guan and 14 fishermen, who had been on the golden ship, were urgently detained in the cell. Sir, we didn't commit murder for money. When the golden ship was discovered, there was no one there. Sir, it's unfair. Woo woo. Except for Gongsun Guan, more than a dozen fishermen were crying without tears and kept making noises. Only Gongsun Guan was relatively calm. Suddenly, the iron door of the cell was pushed open, and the manager of the East China Sea Fishing Cooperative in Xuetai City, Bao Herong, the chief of Xuetai City, and Wu Su, the team leader of the Abnormal Affairs Investigation Bureau, came to the cell. Everyone, be quiet, don't worry. The manager soothed. Bullshit. What law did I break? I'm innocent. Bao Herong frowned, and Wu Su directly released the electromagnetic field, using static electricity to shock the noisy fishermen. After being trembling with the sudden electric shock, the fisherman quieted down and looked at Wu Su in horror. When Gongsun Guan saw this scene, and Wu Su's armband, he immediately knew that things were going to be troublesome. You are imprisoned here not because you have committed a crime, but to save you. If you don't want to become a pile of bones, stay here for a while. Wu Su did not explain too much. He turned to the 2 God Slayers and whispered a few words, asking them to monitor these fishermen 24 hours a day and report to him immediately if any emergency occurs. Then the manager of the East China Sea Fishing Cooperative hurriedly used all his tricks to promise not to deduct their wages and dividends, and let them cooperate with isolation in the cell. The East China Sea Fishing Cooperative was also very annoyed by the sudden situation, but the Abnormal Affairs Investigation Bureau had great authority, and even had the power to act first and report later when in a state of special alert. Obviously, this matter was not that simple. From the confessions of a group of fishermen, Wu Su quickly locked on the target. The crab statue should be the culprit of this incident. At the same time, he checked the company of the golden ship and the list of personnel on this voyage from the registration information of the golden ship. There were 77 people in total. Except for one skeleton, the rest of the sailors should have all died. No trace of their bodies was left. Li Xinghua, who was in seclusion in Lake Toba, Jianzhou Island, received a report from Snow Moss City. He saw the appearance description of the statue and locked the target from the database. 6 legs, long body, crab-like forelimbs, 3 eyes staring like fish, and the 3 eyes are distributed in a triangle. It looks like a crab. This image is Lantigos, one of the old ones, also known as the god of Ivory Jade Throne. Lantigos is a descendant of the old one Apnza, and once lived in Yugoth, Pluto. He came to the blue planet 3 million years ago, and settled in the Alaska region of North America. According to some books about Azathoth that have been passed down among humans, he lived in a cave there, sitting on a throne carved from ivory. He once ruled the area and was worshipped by the ice creature Nafke. Later, due to the arrival of the Ice Age, Lantigos fell into a dormant state due to lack of food. He sucked creatures through the tentacles in his mouth. His digestive system is extremely powerful. If he does not eat, he will start to digest himself until he falls into a dormant state. The sailors who disappeared from the golden ship should have been controlled by the other party and eaten as food. Lantigos would use a kind of mental control to make people nearby willing to become his priests and find food for him. The control people would gradually become crazy and eventually be eaten as food. Li Xinghua immediately mobilized the anti-gravity spacecraft to come over, and remotely commanded the god slayers of Snow Moss City, telling them not to act rashly, and just block the port. Although Lantigos was a weak chicken, he was a weak chicken among the quasi-great god-level creatures, and he was not an existence that the god slayer could easily deal with. You have to know that Lantigos, to a certain extent, is almost immortal due to the existence of the rule gene. Even if the god slayer can suppress Lantigos for a short time in the battle, he will be dragged into a protracted battle by the opponent. In addition, the old ones have very strange soul attack methods. If the opponent gets angry and attacks other people in Snow Moss City, the god slayers have no way to defend. After all, quasi-god level creatures have wormhole jumping methods. If the opponent wants to raid the city of the Empire, it is absolutely impossible to defend. Soon the anti-gravity spaceship arrived at the Tianju Terrace, and Li Xinghua led 50 god slayers to the Snow Moss City in North America at full speed. In less than 7 hours, the anti-gravity spaceship appeared silently over the Snow Moss City. At this time, the abnormal biological detector had detected a red light spot in the port. Obviously, the red light spot was the location of Lantigos. After landing on the open space on the other side of the Snow Moss City, Li Xinghua immediately led the team to meet up with Wu Se and others. Your Majesty, the false god has not left and is still staying on the golden ship. You did a great job. Leave the rest to me. Without saying anything, Li Xinghua suddenly appeared above the golden ship. Then, with lightning speed, he imprisoned the golden ship and Lantigos in the small universe. The sudden spatial mutation forced Lantigos, who had been pretending to be dead on the golden ship, to return to normal. He scanned the surroundings with the primordial beam, and was immediately stunned by the situation in front of him. The thickness of the crystal wall of this small universe was the strongest crystal wall he had ever seen since his birth. Who are you? Lantigos was still quite calm, and did not start fighting right away like Vibble. Li Xinghua's figure appeared in the small universe, staring at Lantigos calmly. False god of Azathoth, let me put an end to you today. Shameless ant. Lantigos launched an attack directly. However, Li Xinghua, who was no longer a rookie, did not panic like he did when dealing with Vibble, but appeared calm. Firstly, Lantigos' strength was weaker than Vibble, and Li Xinghua was stronger than when he dealt with Vibble. He dealt with Lantigos calmly. Although the opponent's attack was like a storm, he did not feel pressure. He used the same trick again, and cut Lantigos into 12 parts, and then sealed them in 12 small universes respectively. Li Xinghua built a stone archway gate and boundary monument on a small deserted island nearby, and easily completed this sealing task, and won 200,000 points. Then he returned to the Snow Moss City, and personally checked the dozen fishermen who had contact with Lantigos. After a check, he found that they were indeed infected by Lantigos' soul virus. After removing the soul virus, Wu Se sent these fishermen back. But Li Xinghua didn't know. At this time, a fierce conflict was breaking out near the Blue Star. When a dozen Azathoth false gods just tore through the crystal wall and entered this universe, Yang Minglang's clones also appeared in front of them. However, facing the powerful Yang Minglang, a dozen Azathoth false gods were instantly imprisoned in this small universe. If Yang Minglang hadn't wanted to study them, these Azathoth false gods would not have survived. Chapter 571. The new human civilization secretly controlled the Qinya universe and the Samsara temple, and used the skin of the Samsara temple to start a long and limited war with the Azathoth civilization. The reason why they are not in a hurry to annex Azathoth is mainly because the new human civilization does not want to lose an opponent. War has both advantages and disadvantages for a civilization. The new humans at this stage can easily destroy Azathoth, but the Supreme will finally choose to keep the other party as a whetstone. The War Committee regards the war against Azathoth as a daily task, deliberately not destroying Azathoth, and then sending various legions to rotate. In this way, it is ensured that the new human beings will not have some soldiers who are not trained because of the long absence of war. In fact, maintaining a certain intensity of war can effectively stimulate the vitality of the new human society and promote the development of some technologies. On the other side, Wang Mingzhi's clone, with 500 spacecraft, set off from the New Human Universe Island and headed for a vacuum ocean very far away from the New Human Universe Island. In addition to Wang Mingzhi's expedition team, there are 2 other expedition teams, and they are also heading in other directions. However, the destinations of the 3 expedition teams all have one thing in common, that is, they are far away from the Gaolu Great Universe Island. The reason for choosing to stay away from the Gaolu Great Universe Island is actually because the new humans are afraid of the Gaolu Great Universe Island. According to the intelligence of the Ghost Special Service, they used the base of the Samsara Temple remaining in the Gaolu Great Universe Island, and combined with the dimensionality reduction technology of the new humans, the Ghost investigated more in-depth information than the Samsara Temple. It is precisely because of this in-depth intelligence that the highest will of the new humans decided to launch the Cunning Rabbit plan and send 3 expedition teams away from the Gaolu Great Universe Island and the New Human Universe Island. After all, the distance between the New Human Universe Island and the Gaolu Great Universe Island is really too close. Even if the 3 great god-level civilizations have been busy fighting for the core area of the Gaolu Great Universe Island and ignored the surrounding universe islands, it does not mean that the other party has not paid attention to the surroundings. It is estimated that the other party has more or less known the existence of the new humans. If the other party has a whim one day, it will definitely be a disaster for the new humans. Therefore, sending some humans to explore the distant vacuum ocean can ensure that the fire of civilization will last forever in the infinite universe C. New Era 23671. After 4311 years, Wang Mingzhi's fleet arrived at the first cosmic island on the journey. On the flagship Eternal Truth, Wang Mingzhi and his old partner Luo Feng were discussing the situation of the cosmic island in front of him. Although human technology is advancing with each passing day, it still takes a long time to cross the vacuum ocean and go to another cosmic island. This Tianxia cosmic island is 866 million grids away from the new human cosmic island, and it is also a cosmic island full of brilliant civilizations. The reason why this cosmic island was chosen as the first stop is that there is a quasi-god level civilization on this cosmic island. There was no great god level civilization on the cosmic islands that we passed by before, and even quasi-god level civilizations were not found. For the new humans who have reached this stage, only quasi-god level civilizations can arouse a little interest and make Wang Mingzhi stop. Lock on this cosmic island and send ghost agents in. Luo Feng sat upright on the command platform. I understand. Wang Mingzhi and others were looking at the dozen or so single universes on the cosmic chart and thinking quietly. One by one, the first particles were launched into the interior of the Crab Universe Island. This cosmic island looks like a big crab with its claws bared. It has 24,000 single universes inside, and its overall mass is equivalent to 76.15% of the New Human Universe Island. The first particles launched into the interior of the Crab Universe Island are actually the splits of the Ghost Agent. Due to the large-scale application of dimensionality reduction technology, even a first particle can constitute a new human. The defenseless Tianxia Universe Island civilization did not realize that these inconspicuous particles were actually great god-level creatures. In Tianxia Universe Island, the civilization with the highest level of technology is the quasi-great god-level civilization called Weizhakik. Weizhakik is a transliterated noun, meaning the place of eternal light. The mother star of this Weizhakik civilization is an Earth-like planet locked by star tides, similar to the first star system. Tianya system that new humans enter when they walk out of their homes. The Vizcoco people, at this time, have evolved to the Rule Gene stage and are the most powerful civilization in the Tianxia Universe Island. Wang Mingzhi thought, and landed in the native single universe of Vizcoco through a part of the public primary robots. The people who landed with him included Li Kun and Li Rongwu. The Vizcoco people who control the entire single universe naturally did not kill other civilizations, but only monitored the entire universe. The 3 people pretended to be members of an intermediate civilization, tampered with the universe monitoring system of the Vizcoco people, and obtained a seamless legal identity. Garexing, this is a free trade planet opened by the Weizhakik people, and there are intelligent creatures in this single universe. All kinds of strange aliens live and work in the trade city of Garexing. They are either in a hurry, or arrogant, or spend a lot of money. Wang Mingzhi and the other 2 walked in it, but they didn't feel a bit abrupt. They were like ordinary tourists, browsing the goods and strange races along the street. Suddenly Li Kun paused, and then said, "Teacher, the technology and other information of Weizhakik have been collected." "Oh!" Huang Mingzhi was doing two things at once, wandering aimlessly on the street while checking the technology of Weizsäckig in the virtual space. One can polish jade with the knowledge of others. Only by collecting the technological and social and cultural data of other civilizations and drawing nourishment from them can the towering tree of the new human beings grow stronger. After browsing for a few hours, Huang Mingzhi finally absorbed the technological progress and social and cultural changes of Weizsäckig over the past 170 million years. Li Kun Ranwu, what do you think? Li Ranwu thought for a moment and replied, some of Weizsäckig's theories are of reference value, but other technologies are not of much value. Huang Mingzhi was not disappointed. After all, Weizsäckig was just a quasi-great civilization. The fundamental rules of the universe were the same, and technology would, to a certain extent, show a development process that would lead to the same goal. Therefore, most of Weizsäckig's technology had already been developed by the new humans. Huang Mingzhi, who felt bored, took a look at the prosperous Garexing, and then disappeared in this universe, and completely wiped out the traces of his existence from Weizsäckig's monitoring system. Back on the flagship Eternal Truth, Huang Mingzhi opened his eyes. Lao Luo set off for the next cosmic island. Luo Feng nodded, okay. All the choosy robots left in Tianxia Universe Island were transformed into public choosy robots, and then set up automatic operation mechanisms. The fleet came silently and left quietly. The next stop is Tianhuan Universe Island, which is 6.47 million grids away from Tianxia Universe Island. However, from the detection information, this cosmic island should be a cosmic island without the existence of a great god civilization. If there is no accident, the fleet will directly pass Tianhuan Universe Island and then sail to the next cosmic island. Time flies, and time flies. Chapter 572. The boring voyage writes the epic of human history. In the empty vacuum ocean, except for the wandering microcosms that occasionally pass by, there is eternal silence. There is no matter in the vacuum ocean, and naturally there is no color, only the black loneliness. On the fleet, the travelers on the voyage are either immersed in the research and development of science and technology, or living in ordinary moments, or dreaming in the virtual world. Eternal life brings eternal loneliness. Huang Mingzhi just woke up from the virtual world, feeling a little lost and confused. He spent another ordinary and colorful 100 years in the virtual world. During that 100 years, he sealed his memory and abilities, and became a member of an ordinary primary civilization. From the womb to the ripening of the fruit, from the swaddling clothes to the babbling, the innocent childhood, to the middle-aged boy, the high-spirited youth, the middle-aged who was beaten by the society, and the old age who knew his fate. In that life, he spent his ordinary life again, felt that the world was not worth it, and tried to grasp a trace of humanity, and passed away with regret. After regaining his memory and strength, Huang Mingzhi regained his composure. At this moment, he finally understood something. Before, Huang Mingzhi did not understand the Samsara Temple and Tianxia universes playing with low-level creatures, and he was also a little confused about Azathoth the Silence. But now, he finally understood. Too powerful technology not only brings eternal life to humans, but also brings imperceptible crises to humans. This crisis is called rule assimilation. When humans use rule information to cast gene sequences, the crisis of rule assimilation silently looms over human civilization. The so-called rule assimilation means that due to the extensive application of rule information, intelligent creatures lose their humanity and become absolutely rational. In other words, while humans use rules, rules also make humans part of the rules of the universe. Let's take an example. At this time, the situation of human civilization is similar to the Hongjun Daozu in the myth of the prehistoric Flow, who lost the sensibility of being born as a human and became cold and absolute rational. Humans are lucky because human civilization advances too fast, leading to the assimilation of cosmic rules, and human rationality has not yet destroyed sensibility. This situation also explains some of the inconsistencies between the Chiba universe, the Samsara Temple, and Azathoth. Because the emergence of rule assimilation will cause intelligent creatures to become puppets of cosmic rules without knowing it, and lose their humanity. The Chiba universe maintains its sensibility by keeping other intelligent creatures in captivity and harvesting their emotions, memories, and experiences. The operations of the Samsara Temple and the Chiba universe are similar, using all kinds of strange reincarnations to maintain sensibility and avoid absolute rationality. As for Azathoth, they are losers. Judging from their various performances, they should have been assimilated by the rules and lost most of their sensibility. As time goes by, if those Azathoth people do not find a way to return to sensibility, they will completely become puppets of the universe rules and live like zombies. Teacher, are you okay? Li Kun and Li Ronwu asked with concern. Wang Mingzhi waved his hand. It's okay, I'm just thinking about some problems. Wang Mingzhi then compiled his findings into a paper titled Research Report on the Assimilation of Cosmic Rules, which was published in the academic journal New Era. Wei Feng's body on another long-distance fleet was refreshing the paper journal out of boredom. Suddenly, a new paper popped up in the New Era journal, and the signature was Huang Mingzhi 5817, and he immediately became excited. After reading the research report on the assimilation of cosmic rules, Wei Feng was restless for a long time, and other human scientists were equally worried. After all, the conclusion of this paper, or the predicted future, is too dangerous. Regardless of whether Huang Mingzhi was exaggerating, the Science and Technology Commission immediately organized a large number of relevant scientists to conduct in-depth research on the possibility of cosmic assimilation. However, the results of the supercomputing analysis, or the thinking of other scientists, are consistent with Huang Mingzhi's conclusion. This paper broke the peace of the new human civilization, because the consequences of rule assimilation are not what the new humans want to see. After investigating the Chiba universe, the Samsara temple, and Azathoth, the new human scientists explored a series of effects of the assimilation of cosmic rules. Huang Mingzhi called rule assimilation physical and chemical syndrome, which can be divided into 4 stages, namely, early, middle, late, and uniform. The early stage is the current performance of the new humans, while the middle stage is the Chiba universe and the Samsara temple, and the late stage is like Azathoth. As for Tsui, Huang Mingzhi consulted a lot of information, and found that the Yuanguang civilization in the ancient ruins of the Great Wilderness Universe Island might be Tsui. However, Huang Mingzhi had some doubts and suspected that the Yuanguang civilization was destroyed by the rule assimilation weapon, which was a man-made assimilation by rules. As the physical and chemical syndrome deepens, intelligent creatures will not only become more rational, but also their creativity will decrease inversely. This characteristic of physical and chemical syndrome explains that many great god-level civilizations, after being promoted to the great god level, except for the initial rapid development, the subsequent development situation is showing a trend of becoming slower and slower. This can be analyzed from the development history of Chinya Universe, Samsara Temple, and Azathoth. Previously, the new humans thought that these great god-level civilizations had reached a bottleneck period of development, which led to the stagnation of the same period. But now it seems that there is definitely the influence of physical and chemical diseases behind it. Especially the Azathoth civilization, the entire civilization is almost silent, and the vast majority of Azathoth people are silent in various single universes, acting as otakus for billions of years. Apart from sleeping, eating instinctively, or releasing soul viruses out of control, the ghost agents found that these Azathoths did not conduct any scientific research or experiments. Apparently, their physical and chemical diseases were already in the terminal stage. Due to the rapid promotion speed, the new humans discovered physical and chemical diseases in the early stage. After relevant research, the Science and Technology Commission found that they could suppress the deterioration of physical and chemical diseases through the virtual world and continuous reincarnation. As for eradicating physical and chemical diseases, that is impossible. As long as the new humans use and study the rules of the universe will quietly assimilate humans. If you want to gain, you have to pay. On the eternal truth, Huang Mingzhi stood in the observation tower, looking at the endless darkness in front of him, and sighed involuntarily. Truth, you are an indescribable horror. Li Kun, who was standing by, also had a helpless look on his face. Physical and chemical diseases were a double-edged sword for scientists, like them, who pursued the truth. Once they were trapped in the rules of the universe, they would become puppets of the rules of the universe, and finally return to the universe completely. Huang Mingzhi cheered up again. In the future, we will follow the plan of the Science and Technology Commission. After conducting scientific research for a period of time, we must enter the virtual world for reincarnation. Understood. Li Ronwu and Li Kun nodded. They didn't want to lose their humanity. After all, humanity is the characteristic of the existence of intelligent creatures. Losing humanity means losing life. Chapter 573. Huang Mingzhi's fleet roams in the infinite vacuum ocean, sailing towards the distant Tianhuan Universe Island. In the fleet, scientists take turns. Half of the scientists conduct scientific research in reality, and the other half enter the virtual world. Reincarnating in one bizarre virtual world after another, the scientists in these virtual worlds may be reincarnated into intelligent creatures, ordinary animals and plants, or a planet. Some people become single-celled organisms, born in the Cambrian explosion of life, and evolve step by step from single-celled organisms to higher organisms. Some people become monkeys, struggling in the immortal universe, fighting against heaven and earth in order to transcend the universe. Some people become ordinary workers, fighting for world peace all their lives in the process of human industrialization. These memories and emotions will inject a new vitality into them at the moment when they recover their original memories, allowing them to gain the sensibility to resist the assimilation of the rules of the universe. Intelligent creatures are themselves an organic whole where rationality and sensibility coexist. The relationship between the two is like that of the yin-yang fish. The two are inseparable. Once one disappears, the organism will be irreversibly dead. The element that distinguishes organisms from machines is their characteristics. There are all kinds of strange people, and all kinds of stereotyped machines. When people are all the same, they are no longer people, and can only be called carbon-based robots. In the virtual cabin, Huang Mingzhi opened his eyes, and he was reincarnated again. Back to the familiar yet strange real world, Huang Mingzhi had an illusion that he was in another world. He greeted a few old friends, and went to the restaurant for a meal. In less than half a month, their fleet arrived at the outer circle of Tianhuan Universe Island. Academician Huang, long time no see. Luo Feng greeted him. How is it going, Lao Luo? Huang Mingzhi put down a research document and turned to look at the cosmic sea map of Tianhuan Universe Island. Tianhuan Universe Island has 51,300 single universes, and its mass is 421.96% of the new human universe island. Its shape is like a swimming ring, so it is named Tianhuan Universe Island. Luo Feng pointed to the cosmic sea map of Tianhuan Universe Island. There are some discoveries. It seems that we need to stop for a few days. The 7 red circles circled by Luo Feng are all areas in the Tianhuan Universe Island where there may be some special situations. Then launch the choosy robot. Huang Mingzhi had no objection to this, and handed the detection work to Luo Feng and his team. I will complete the detection as soon as possible. Luo Feng commanded the fleet, and launched hundreds of millions of choosy robots to the Tianhuan Universe Island. These choosy robots quickly infiltrated the Tianhuan Universe Island. Soon, the detailed information of the Tianhuan Universe Island was collected by the choosy robots. Huang Mingzhi flipped through the data, and soon made some discoveries. The swimming ring shape of Tianhuan Universe Island was not formed naturally, but was artificially created. It is very likely that the outbreak of war caused Tianhuan Universe Island to be bombed into a swimming ring shape. The civilization inside this universe island had an obvious generation gap 144.8 billion years ago. Obviously, the war may have occurred 144.8 billion years ago. The two sides of the war are very likely to be two great god-level civilizations. Teacher, please take a look at this. Li Ronwu handed over a piece of data. Huang Mingzhi glanced at it and frowned. In the 24 monomer universes of Tianhuan Universe Island, super-large biological corpses were found. The virtual display screen was unfolded, and the corpses of the creatures were projected. The corpses of these huge creatures were very shockingly large. In the 24 monomer universes, 17,369 corpses were found. These corpses were incomplete. The smallest corpse remains were no smaller than the diameter of Jupiter, and the largest corpse remains had reached a diameter of 450,000 light-years. By readjusting the model with a supercomputer, Li Ronwu restored the original appearance and outline of the creature. The spherical body is covered with eyes, has a big mouth like a sea anemone, and has light blue fluff on its body. The giant-like body can reach a diameter of 1.34 million light-years in the restored model. This level of body is at least a quasi-god level creature. The age assessment of the corpse remains is consistent with the previous estimate of 144.8 billion years. It is estimated that these corpse remains are intelligent creatures of one of the civilizations. However, when studying the rule genes, Huang Mingzhi discovered that these corpses were the same as the corpses of the Yuanguang civilization. All the parts containing the rule genes had completely degenerated into ordinary degenerate matter. Ron Wu used the particle reverse evolution system to analyze the rule genes of these corpses. Okay, teacher. The particle reverse evolution system is a new technology from 1,700 years ago. It can analyze particles and cooperate with the database of cosmic rules to achieve reverse analysis of particles. This reverse analysis can, to a certain extent, restore some of the conditions of the particles in the past. Obviously, the information Huang Mingzhi wants to know is naturally the information about the death of these spherical creatures and their gene sequences 144.8 billion years ago. If intelligence about the war at that time can be obtained, it would be even better. The analysis work is very fast. After collecting all the information of the entire Tianhuan Universe Island, it is remodeled and then reversely analyzed to restore the past history of the Tianhuan Universe Island bit by bit. The endless years of the Tianhuan Universe Island were gradually revealed to everyone. 3 days later, the particle reverse evolution system finally pushed the history of the Tianhuan Universe Island back to 144.8 billion years ago. At that moment, the entire Tianhuan Universe Island was suddenly swept away from the middle to all directions by a terrible force, forming the shape of today's swimming ring. Wang Mingzhi also saw some blurred scenes, and the appearance of some regular gene sequences. Those blurred figures were things from another civilization. Since the other party did not die, there were naturally no particles left in the Tianhuan Universe Island, so the particle reverse evolution system could only indirectly push back the blurred figures. This is... Wang Mingzhi's eyes condensed, and he stood up directly. Through the reverse information of the particle reverse evolution system, he saw an incredible scene. The spherical creatures seemed to be completely killed in an instant. That strange attack made those spherical creatures have no power to resist, and even the rule genes also progressed rapidly in an instant, as if they had taken a ripening agent. Teacher, this can't be. Li Rongwu's throat was dry. Wang Mingzhi nodded solemnly. It should be a rule assimilation weapon, which instantly allows the rule genes of spherical creatures to obtain overloaded universe rules, so that the spherical creatures are assimilated by the rules. Li Rongwu suddenly had an idea and matched the destruction of the Tianhuan Universe Island with the destruction of the Central Plains Light Civilization on the Great Wilderness Universe Island. Matching completed. The Bata civilization has a compatibility of 84.36%. The compatibility is so high, it seems that it is very likely that the Bata civilization did it, Li Rongwu said while recording the data. The Bata civilization is one of the 3 great god-level civilizations on the Gaolu Great Universe Island. After Wang Mingzhi, Li Rongwu and others sorted out the relevant data of the Tianhuan Universe Island, they fed back the relevant research report to the mainland. At the same time, they began to study the rule genes of spherical creatures. After all, the other party is a great god-level civilization, and its rule genes are more or less useful. And this is a very good reference, which can analyze some situations of rule assimilation weapons. Chapter 574. New Era 60193. After a temporary stay of 45 years at Tianhuan Universe Island, Wang Mingzhi led the fleet to continue the unknown journey. After 30,000 years, the fleet passed 19 cosmic islands and spanned 6.473 billion grids. During this long period of time, they encountered all kinds of strange things. Li Kun, who had just woken up from the virtual cabin, seemed to be in another world. He meditated quietly for more than 10 minutes before stepping out of the virtual cabin. While floating aimlessly, he received information about the development of the new humans over the past 100 years, including information about the exploration of the cosmic island and other great god civilizations, the ever-changing technology and theories, and the colorful social culture. The promotion of virtual reincarnation has confirmed the suppression of the deterioration of rule assimilation, so that the new humans have not sunk like Azathoth. Unconsciously, he drifted to the vicinity of an ecological experimental microcosm. The spaceship of the new humans can actually be said to be a large microcosm, with various microcosms and small spaces inside. The ecological experiment microcosm he passed by was one of them, which was specially used to simulate ecological experiments. The researchers were like the creators, controlling the physical rules of the microcosm. In the ecological experiment microcosm, everything is in the palm of your hand. A terrestrial planet, with yellow sand all over the sky and gravel all over the ground. The creatures there developed life adapted to the planet in the harsh environment. Although there is no time to control time technology, researchers can accelerate the development of terrestrial planets. This technology is called particle overall acceleration technology. The particle overall acceleration technology is to forcibly accelerate all particles in the area, so that the movement of these particles exceeds the normal state. The current acceleration limit that the new humans can achieve is 3,642 times the overall acceleration of particles. Under this acceleration, 1 year in this star system is equivalent to 3,642 years in the past. This particle overall acceleration technology is beneficial to many biological experiments. As the creators, the new humans do not have much patience to wait for the experimental organisms to evolve step by step. Although the use of particle overall acceleration technology is equivalent to overdrawing the life of the experimental subjects, it will also cause errors in some data. But it is undeniable that the particle overall acceleration technology plays an important role in the research field. After watching the experiment for a while, Li-kun returned to his own small space. At this time, the fleet was still sailing forward at high speed. The next cosmic island was about 47.08 million grids away from the fleet. Commander Luo Feng had already entered the virtual world, and the person who took over his job was Deputy Commander Jiang Nanqi, a meticulous middle-aged man. Deputy Jiang, a wandering small universe, was found near 16,973 grids ahead, and the wandering small universe was suspected to be controlled by humans. The scout reported. In the cockpit, on the local cosmic chart, a red light spot appeared in Jiang Nanqi's eyes. According to the data from multiple trackings, it was found that the wandering microcosm had changed its orbit many times. Under normal circumstances, it is difficult to control the natural wandering microcosm, or the wandering microcosm without a powerful civilization inside, to change its orbit and sail. Once there is a sign that the microcosm can be controlled to change its orbit, it means that the microcosm is artificially controlled, and the civilization that can control the microcosm is usually a high-level civilization. Jiang Nanqi knocked on the table. Detect the situation of this wandering small universe. Understood. The choosy robot launched towards the wandering small universe not far away. Inside the wandering small universe. This small universe, with a radius of 4.36 million light-years, is filled with solidified small spaces, as well as dense matter and energy. In the core small space, a group of pig-headed people are holding a meeting with concern, and many people in the conference hall are arguing fiercely. The endless arguments and the situation of no concession made the three pig-headed people sitting in the first place look extremely ugly. Kalusha slammed his left hand on the metal table. Have you had enough of arguing? Hearing the anger of the chief general, the pig-headed people also became silent, sitting in their seats one by one, but it seemed that they were not convinced. Chief General, everyone is also concerned about the problem of the para field. Another deputy chief hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Kalusha also understood their situation at this time. Meta-technical department, what are your opinions? In the anxious meeting, the pig-headed people started discussing what happened just now, but this time, they were more restrained. A primordial robot entered the meeting silently, collected all the data here, and then synchronously fed back to the fleet. Inside the fleet's flagship, the Eternal Truth. Jiang Nanqi looked at the feedback data in his hand. This pig-headed civilization is just an advanced civilization, and an advanced civilization has no value. He flipped through it bit by bit, and suddenly Jiang Nanqi's expression moved, and his eyes stopped on one of the intelligence information. The para field problem, the fatal problem that the pig-headed people civilization has not solved after 4.61 million years of escape, a material defect problem. Jiang Nanqi turned around and ordered, go and inform Dr. Li-kun. Okay. After a while, Li-kun came to the cockpit. Dr. Li, take a look at this information. Li-kun took the document and read the contents of the document in a few seconds. Suddenly he read it again, then turned on the virtual display screen and checked the relevant information. After checking the relevant information, he had more doubts in his heart, and thought silently for more than half an hour. And Jiang Nanqi continued to investigate the problem of the para field in depth, and thoroughly investigated the small universe of this pig-headed man. There is no reason. Li-kun was puzzled. Dr. Li, what should we do now? Jiang Nanqi was also a little confused. Although he was not a scientist, his scientific literacy was not weak. The so-called para field problem in front of him was that the dimension of the space rule lacked a stable structure. Another dimensional scientist said, even with our dimensionality reduction technology, it is impossible to destroy even one of the 27 structural rules that make up the stability of three-dimensional space. This is the fundamental rule of the universe. That's right. This is also where I can't figure out how to interpret it. Li-kun looked at the data in front of him. As the fundamental rule of the existence of three-dimensional space, the 27-dimensional structure, the new humans once intended to modify the rules, but found that there was no way to modify it. However, these pig-headed people, and the small universe they were in lost one of their dimensional structures, although this dimensional structure did not disappear completely. It was just that the formula of one of the parameters changed from k equals 4.836/36m5.77 to k equals 4.836/36m5.79. Don't think that this parameter has only changed a little bit. You must know that as the fundamental rule of the universe, it is the basis of the existence of the entire universe. Even a slight change may lead to unimaginable changes. The constants of the K-space structure have changed, which is reflected in the performance of the pig-headed people, and this small universe, that is, the particles here have a rupture cycle. The pig-headed people, who originally had an infinite lifespan, now have to face the particle collapse every 176,900 years. Even the most basic primordial particles will collapse due to the conflict of rules. Every particle collapse is a death warrant for the pig-headed people. They must use special equipment to forcibly delay the particle collapse of some people, so that some people can stagger the collapse and continue the fire of civilization. If they don't do this, they, the pig-headed people, may have disappeared in the infinite universe. Chapter 575. Li Kun and others also became extremely cautious. The K-value constant of the three-dimensional space changes, which will produce unpredictable changes to everything in the three-dimensional space. Deputy Jiang, I suggest capturing this small universe, Li Kun proposed. After a discussion among a group of researchers and the Fleet Command Center, it was finally decided to capture the pig-headed man and the small universe. The pig-headed man, who was just an advanced civilization, had no way to resist the new humans, and the entire small universe was instantly controlled. After controlling this small universe, Li Kun began to organize scientific researchers to closely investigate and study the K-structure constant problem in three-dimensional space. 15 years later, in this small universe, Kalusha accompanied Li Kun and others anxiously. Although he knew that the other party was here to study his civilization, the pig-headed man Kalusha was not a real pig. He understood the law of the jungle in the universe. If it were not for the fact that his civilization still had value, the new humans would probably not even be interested in looking at them. Moreover, the problem of the pig-headed people was also in a precarious situation. If the K-structure constant problem could not be solved, let alone the promotion to the great god-level civilization, even the fire of civilization might not be preserved. A group of dying pig-headed people were waiting for the particle disintegration in the laboratory. Li Kun and a dozen human researchers operated various scientific instruments and equipment. Soon, the 1,000 pig-headed people in the laboratory began to scream in pain. Ah! It hurts! Kill me! Through the experimental instruments, Li Kun could directly see the changes. Every particle in the bodies of these pig-headed people was slowly disintegrating. That kind of particle disintegration is different from ordinary particle disintegration. For example, common particle disintegration situations, such as nuclear fission, positron-electron collision, and zero-particle disintegration, all follow the same principle. Large particles disintegrate into small particles. However, the particle disintegration caused by the K-structure constant problem in the pig-headed man is completely different from other conventional particle disintegrations. Originally, as the smallest particle in three-dimensional space, the primordial particle is already an indivisible particle, but at this moment, the primordial particle in the pig-headed man is slowly disintegrating. The products of the collapse of the primordial are not smaller particles, but irregular fragments that carry some of the fundamental rules of the universe. These irregular fragments are like mist, detaching from the primordial little by little, and then wandering around. According to the analysis results of the supercomputer, this terrible torture will last for about 37 years, until the collapse of the primordial exceeds 53.96%, the primordial will stop collapsing, and then reabsorb the irregular fragments and return to normal primordial. However, in this process, for all the matter composed of the primordial, it will mean that these substances have lost their previous information and become a new primordial. Li Kun ordered expressionlessly, "Start the inhibitor." Several researchers quickly pressed the switch. The particle disintegration inhibitor modified by the new humans was immediately activated, and the pig-headed people stopped screaming, but they were in a daze. Because the irregular fragments that disintegrated would constantly interfere with the information transmission and storage of normal particles. The pig-headed people who experienced particle disintegration showed signs of memory loss, genetic disorder, and uncontrolled reactions, and finally turned into a cloud of particles. At the same time, the pig-headed man's microcosm, which was wrapped in the crystal wall of the fleet, also experienced particle disintegration. Matter is the carrier of the universe. When the particles disintegrate completely, it also means that the universe will disintegrate. The cosmic crystal wall of the pig-headed man's microcosm was riddled with holes, and space cracks appeared densely, and the celestial bodies in the microcosm began to become unstable. Stars suddenly went out, but they did not collapse and shrink due to the dense mass. Instead, a chaotic scene appeared. The rules of the universe don't seem to work here, and there is disorder here. Just because one of the 27 spatial structure constants of the three-dimensional space has an abnormal change, it has led to such a terrible scene. If someone can modify the fundamental rules of the universe, it is not impossible to destroy the infinite universe. Dr. Li, the experimental report is out. After taking the researcher's file, Li Kun became more cautious after reading it. Because from a series of experimental results, the change of the K constant is difficult to resist particle disintegration even with the dimensionality reduction technology of the new humans. Through dimensionality reduction technology, the K constant abnormal primordial is transformed into a primordial robot, which will also be affected by particle disintegration, causing the primordial robot to lose some regular genes and stored information. Even those free irregular fragments can easily interfere with the internal operation of the primordial robot. For this situation, Lee Kun cannot relax his vigilance. On the other hand, the ghost agent on board is also investigating some things, such as the Mother Universe Island of the pig-headed civilization. That cosmic island is next to the Coconut Cosmic Island, the next stop of the fleet. After weighing the pros and cons, Jiang Nanchi modified the current route and changed it to that cosmic island. The cosmic island was named Misty Universe Island. During the previous detection process, they found some anomalies in this universe, and at first they thought that there was a great god-level civilization entrenched there. Now through the study of K-constant anomalies, the fleet can basically determine that the entire Misty Universe Island has K-constant anomalies. Therefore, the detection of the primary sub-beam suffered strong interference, making the situation of this Misty Universe Island appear to be a foggy state. The foggy state is probably caused by the abnormal K constant, which leads to the large-scale disintegration of particles in the foggy universe island. If the information provided by the pig-headed man is correct, then the entire foggy universe island is a mess, and there will be no large single universe at all. The pig-headed man can save a small universe because the other party uses the universe solidification technology and particle disintegration suppression technology to temporarily maintain this small universe through these two technologies. However, the pig-headed man also paid a tragic price. When he escaped from the foggy universe island, the radius of their small universe was still 76.11 million light-years. After so many years of particle collapse, every large-scale particle collapse will cause this small universe to lose some mass. The radius of the pig-head man's small universe is now less than 1/10 of the radius at the beginning. In fact, the pig-head man escaped from not only this small universe, but also 19 other small universes, which also fled to the surrounding universe islands. If the pig-head man did not choose to escape, even if he could survive in the Misty Universe Island, as time went on, he might be completely dragged down by the K-constant anomaly. Therefore, Kalusha and others chose to flee. Although this plan was a desperate gamble, they had no choice. If they could find a single universe or a small universe with normal matter, the pig-headed civilization could make a comeback. The unlucky and lucky Kalusha team met the fleet of the new humans on the way. Although they became the experimental subjects of the new humans, at least some of the pig-headed people were transformed into the state of normal matter by Lie Group, so there was no need to worry about particle disintegration. After adjusting the direction, the fleet sped towards the foggy universe island at full speed. The new human scientists were full of curiosity about the situation that could change the fundamental rules of the universe. Chapter 576. The fleet, with the pig-headed man's small universe, sailed at full speed towards the foggy universe island. Those who pursue the truth must endure endless loneliness. The dark vacuum ocean that has remained the same for billions of years is also a manifestation of the fundamental rules of three-dimensional space. Wang Mingzhe woke up from the virtual world. Huh? So many things have happened. He received 100 years of human development data, and the abnormality of the space structure K constant as a key event naturally entered his mind. He hurried to the Science and Technology Commission office of the fleet. Li Kun saw Wang Mingzhe coming and understood his intention. He briefly explained to Wang Mingzhe the cause and effect of the abnormal K constant of space structure. 10 minutes later, Li Ronwu also stepped into the Science and Technology Commission office. Li Kun, have you got any clues about the abnormal constant in these years? Wang Mingzhe asked while thinking. Li Kun had already prepared. Teacher, through the research on the pig-headed man, I found that the abnormal K constant of space structure may not be a problem of three-dimensional space itself. Are you saying that higher-level dimensions are interfering with three-dimensional space? Wang Mingzhe heard the implication of Li Kun's words. Li Kun nodded. The definition of the cosmological constant is the fundamental rule in three-dimensional space that is difficult to reverse. For us creatures that exist in three-dimensional space, it is extremely difficult to reverse the cosmological constant. Li Ronwu on the side was also thoughtful. The physical rules of the universe can be divided into three categories, namely, fundamental rules, unchangeable, basic rules, changeable, but may have a huge impact, and surface rules, changeable, with relatively small impact. Generally speaking, even if the technology used by the new humans involves fundamental rules, it is for the purpose of stability. For example, The dimensionality reduction technology involves 27 spatial structure constants in three-dimensional space, which will suppress 3 of the spatial structure constants, causing matter to lose one dimension in a short period of time. However, such as the abnormality of the spatial structure K constant, which allows a constant to maintain abnormality for a long time, this is a technology that is difficult for the new humans to reach. Therefore, LeCun suspected that it was the existence of higher dimensions that interfered with the three-dimensional space, causing the abnormality of the spatial structure K constant in the foggy universe island. The reason for this is that it is relatively easier for high dimensions to interfere with low dimensions. Conversely, it is very difficult for low dimensions to interfere with high dimensions. Just like the new human civilization now, the new humans can reduce dimensions, reducing part of the material from three-dimensional space to two-dimensional plane. However, it is almost impossible for the new humans to upgrade the three-dimensional space to the four-dimensional space with the current level of new human technology. For this research work, the Science and Technology Commission has also developed the technology of reducing dimensions and trying to complete the technology of upgrading to four-dimensional space. Unfortunately, after working hard for tens of thousands of years, it still has nothing to gain. There is a natural suppression and observer effect for high dimensions over low dimensions. Therefore, LeCun suspected the existence of high dimensions because of the abnormal K constant of the space structure of the misty universe island. This is a very reasonable inference. Of course, the abnormal K constant of the space structure of the misty universe island may also be a top-level civilization in a three-dimensional space, experimenting on how to increase the dimension. At present, both of these speculation directions have very high possibilities. After LeCun explained the relevant research materials clearly, he studied abnormal K constant of space structure. The task was given to Huang Mingzhi and Li Rongwu. He and Jiang Nanqi and others entered the virtual reincarnation according to the regulations. Huang Mingzhi, who took over the research work of abnormal K constant of space structure, brought Li Rongwu to the small universe of the pig-headed man. There were no pig-headed people in this small universe of the pig-headed man. After Jiang Nanqi transformed the bodies of those pig-headed people, they were arranged to live in a small universe inside the ship. And this small universe containing the abnormal K constant of space structure was naturally requisitioned by the fleet. Huang Mingzhi came to the entrance control center of the small universe, and the researchers present also took turns to take turns. Suddenly, in a laboratory, more than a dozen precision instruments were in chaos. Is this the interference of irregular fragments? Li Rongwu was shocked. It is indeed hard to guard against. Huang Mingzhi also frowned. The particle disintegration caused by the abnormal K constant of the space structure will continuously release irregular fragments around, and these irregular fragments are smaller than the first particle. In addition, the irregular fragments themselves have chaotic physical rules and strange physical properties. These physical properties are different from the rules of three-dimensional space, and can easily penetrate and destroy conventional particles. LeCun and others have been helpless with these irregular fragments for decades. Now this problem has been handed over to Huang Mingzhi. Looking at the time, there are still about 436 years to reach the foggy universe island. He plans to take this opportunity to study spatial structure K constant anomaly, particle disintegration, irregular fragments. Thousands of galaxy-level laboratories, under the control of researchers, once again started to operate at full capacity. Huang Mingzhi focused on the root cause of the abnormal K constant of space structure. Only by understanding the fundamental principle can we solve the abnormal K constant of space structure. As for other particle disintegration and irregular fragments, these research works are handed over to other researchers. The lines of formulas and space structure models in the holographic projection are the crystallization of the wisdom of human civilization for tens of thousands of years, and are also the footprints of human scientists in pursuit of truth. The model of the abnormal K constant in space structure is like a person whose eyes suddenly grow on the palm of his hand, which looks strange and abrupt. Huang Mingzhi's eyes are like the stars in the sky, full of wisdom, and billions of data are flowing in his mind. After a long period of calculation, Huang Mingzhi also felt a little tired. The change of constants, what a great power. Teacher, these are 157 laboratories that have achieved some results recently. Li Rongwu reported his work to him. Huang Mingzhi, who had no hope, looked at the research reports of those laboratories and found that it was as expected. Rongwu, what do you think? Hearing the teacher's question, Li Rongwu scratched his temples and thought hard for a while. Teacher, from the current analysis, the fixed value of the K constant has been forced to decrease by 0.00061. To change the K constant, my idea is to start from the overall correlation of the space rules. While listening to Huang Mingzhi's general thinking, he also understood the problem. It was just the overall correlation of the space rules, involving 27 space structure constants. And these 27 space structure constants have derived thousands of formulas and a large number of related theories. It seems that they can only sort it out bit by bit. Huang Mingzhi sat down with a headache, turned on the virtual display screen, and recorded some ideas. Li Ronwu and others were doing the same thing. Huang Mingzhi and others, immersed in their research work, did not notice the changes in the fleet. As the fleet quickly approached the Misty Universe Island, Commander Luo Feng became more cautious because the fleet's communication system was suffering from strong interference. Obviously, they were close to the Misty Universe Island and were affected by the irregular fragments around the Misty Universe Island. When approaching the Misty Universe Island's 760,000 grids, the fleet completely lost contact with the new human homeland. Chapter 577. Huang Mingzhi, who had entered the virtual reincarnation twice, looked at the situation of the fleet in front of him and had to ask Luo Feng to stop the fleet from entering the Misty Universe Island. On the eternal truth. Academician Huang, what should we do next? Luo Feng had a headache. The closer he got to the Misty Universe Island, the denser the concentration of those irregular fragments became. And the interference of irregular fragments on conventional matter was almost pervasive. Even the primary robot made by dimensionality reduction technology would be disturbed by irregular fragments, and even the internal structure might be directly destroyed. Now even some equipment inside the fleet has been seriously disturbed, and the new humans themselves have also been affected to a certain extent. No wonder the pig-headed people before chose to escape from the Foggy Universe Island at the last minute. Obviously, this pervasive interference has caused unprecedented impact on the civilization living inside the Foggy Universe Island. After weighing the pros and cons, Huang Mingzhi said, "Stay nearby for a while, then send the choosy robot to investigate in depth." I understand. If they cannot find a way to prevent the irregular fragments from interfering, and they rush directly into the interior of the Misty Universe Island, even a new human of the god level will probably not be able to escape unscathed. Huang Mingzhi naturally would not take the risk of the entire fleet. The fleet that stopped, while reconnecting with the mainland and reporting some of the situation of the Misty Universe Island, sent a large number of primary robots to continue to go deeper into the interior of the Misty Universe Island. In this area of the Misty Universe Island, irregular fragments are running around everywhere, and are slowly spreading in all directions. Obviously, due to the influence of the abnormal K constant of the space structure, the matter of the entire Misty Universe Island will suffer from particle disintegration regularly. And every time a particle disintegrates, it does not mean that the irregular fragments that disintegrate will be returned in full. According to research data over the past few hundred years, every time a particle disintegrates, about 0.03% to 0.08% of the irregular fragments will not return to the first particle and form a new first particle for various reasons. In the current Misty Universe Island, in addition to the irregular fragments that have been far away, there are also complete first particles and some incomplete first particles. Some incomplete primordial particles may devour each other and reassemble into new primordial particles, but most of the incomplete primordial particles are still in an unstable free state. As time goes by, more and more primordial particles will become incomplete, and irregular fragments will increase and gradually spread to the surrounding areas. According to the current disintegration speed and the diffusion speed of irregular fragments, it is estimated that in less than 20 billion years, the Misty Universe Island will expand to a radius of about 15 million grids. Li Ronwu was a little worried. Although the expansion speed is not fast, it is estimated that it will take hundreds of billions of years to expand to the new human universe island. Coupled with the dilution of the infinite vacuum ocean, it is estimated that the impact on the new human universe island is negligible. By then, the Foggy Universe Island may really become a foggy area. Suddenly a researcher ran over in a hurry. Academician Huang, Academician Li, there is a problem. Li Ronwu immediately asked back, "What's the matter?" The report of the 2021 laboratory shows that irregular fragments will cause abnormalities in normal primordial particles. Here are the details. The researcher replied in a panic. Huang Mingzhi opened the latest report of the 2021 laboratory. In the research report, he came to a conclusion that he expected but did not want to happen. Irregular fragments will cause 4 hazards to normal primordial particles. The first and second are the interference that has been discovered before, and the temporary destruction of the interior of the primordial particles, which causes the temporary physical rules of the primordial particles to change. These 2 hazards are temporary problems. Once the normal primordial particles leave the irregular fragment area, these 2 problems will be solved. However, The third and fourth hazards may be long-term hazards. These two hazards are primary particle defect and primary particle proliferation. As the name suggests, primary particle defect means that the mass of normal primary particles decreases due to the influence of irregular fragments. Primary particle proliferation is also affected by irregular fragments, which increases the mass of normal primary particles. Although research data shows that the probability of primary particle defect is about 1 in 100 billion, and the probability of primary particle proliferation is about 1 in a billion. Although the probability of mutation is very small, the problem is that the primordial particles are the basic material of three-dimensional space, and there are at least hundreds of trillions of primordial particles inside an atom. According to this mutation probability, almost all atoms will be affected. When they captured the pig-headed man's microcosm before, it was because the other party's microcosm was not large, and most of the irregular fragments were scattered along the way. Now the fleet is in the outer area of the foggy universe island, and naturally found a lot of normal matter, which was affected by the irregular fragments. Wang Mingzhi made a prompt decision, notified Luo Feng and asked him to lead the fleet to retreat immediately. I notify him right away. Li Ronwu quickly turned on the communicator and explained the situation to Luo Feng. Soon the fleet quickly retreated 2 million squares. The 1 billion variation is enough to cause catastrophic consequences. Everything in three-dimensional space depends on the primordial particle. The mass of the primordial particle is related to the operation of the universe. It is an extremely precise rule carrier. Increasing or decreasing the mass by 1 billionth may produce unpredictable changes. Wang Mingzhi had this premonition before, and when the matter was really put in front of him, he could not calm down. Once the irregular fragments covered a large area on the normal cosmic island, it would be an absolute disaster for the creatures in the cosmic island. Li Ronwu took the research report and read it over and over again, falling into deep thought. We must solve the mystery of the abnormal K constant of the space structure as soon as possible, otherwise we could only avoid this place. After Wang Mingzhi finished speaking, he issued a series of instructions to various laboratories through the system. The first child robots that went deep into the foggy universe island also continuously fed back data at this time, and the loss rate of the first child robots was also very alarming. After hundreds of trillions of first child robots rushed into the foggy universe island, about 24.6% of them have been lost. The reason for such a serious loss is the influence of irregular fragments. Due to the extremely high concentration of irregular fragments inside the foggy universe island, even if the probability of mutation is very small, temporary interference and damage will make it difficult for the first child robots to move. In order to obtain more data, the fleet can only continuously launch the first Sun robots, and the first Sun robots one after another rush to the Misty Universe Island, hoping to obtain the overall situation of the Misty Universe Island. Wang Mingzhi and others also reported this matter in detail to the local Science and Technology Committee, and the local Science and Technology Committee is also paying close attention to this matter. The K constant of the spatial structure of the Misty Universe Island is abnormal, which carries a terrible threat, but it is also an opportunity for the new humans. Crisis, in danger, often contains opportunities. It's just that the K constant anomaly in the space structure that involves the fundamental rules of the universe may also involve high-dimensional existence. Wang Mingzhi was also confused for a while. Now he can only explore bit by bit. Under the condition of sending the primary robot at all costs, the fleet collected a lot of data from the foggy universe island. By analyzing these data, the scientists of the fleet still have no way to fully understand the principle of the K constant anomaly in the space structure. Chapter 578. New Era 68820. Thousands of years have passed since Wang Mingzhi's fleet anchored outside the Misty Universe Island. The particle disintegration of the Misty Universe Island is still proceeding slowly and rhythmically, and the irregular fragments of the particles are spreading in all directions. The new human fleet has to retreat again and again to prevent the spacecraft from being affected by the irregular fragments. On the eternal truth, Luo Feng silently looked at the projection of the Misty Universe Island. The irregular fragments were like surging waves in the ocean, eroding the surrounding vacuum ocean all the time. Wang Mingzhi, who had a rare free time, also put down his research work and came to the command center. Academician Huang, do you have any clues? Wang Mingzhi shook his head. No, there is still no way to reverse the constant anomaly, and we can only temporarily suppress the particle disintegration. Then about. Before Luo Feng finished speaking, Wang Mingzhi waved his hand. I know what you want to say, and the technology to block irregular fragments has not achieved much results. Luo Feng looked at the irregular fragment cloud in front of him with a headache. Even the new humans with immortal bodies might die in it if they were not careful. Eternal immortality is indeed a relative concept. Wang Mingzhi lamented. Suddenly, a communication request popped up in front of him, and he clicked to accept the communication. Teacher, the 153rd, 168th, and other 11 observation points have just lost contact. Li Ronwu said anxiously on the communication screen. What? Wang Mingzhi was stunned. Luo Feng on the side also reacted, and Luo Feng quickly ordered the soldiers to investigate. Dozens of observation points of the Science and Technology Commission near the inner area of the Misty Universe Island completely lost contact with the fleet in less than 10 minutes. Luo Feng activated the unmanned reconnaissance spacecraft of the War Committee, and soon some unmanned reconnaissance spacecraft close to the inner layer of the Foggy Universe Island also lost contact with the fleet one after another. Everyone, immediately get away from the Foggy Universe Island. Luo Feng shouted without hesitation. Yes! The fleet quickly activated the repulsive field and gravitational field, and retreated at full speed in the opposite direction of the Foggy Universe Island. The fleet retreated in the opposite direction of the Foggy Universe Island, and the observation points, reconnaissance spacecraft, and primary robots arranged near the Foggy Universe Island were quickly paralyzed by the sudden irregular debris wave. In the command center of the Eternal Truth, Luo Feng and Wang Mingzhi looked at each other, and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. On the cosmic chart, the blue light spots representing their own observation points, reconnaissance spacecraft, and the first robot were constantly extinguishing, and the extinguishing speed was only about 27% slower than the flight speed of the fleet. If Luo Feng had not acted decisively, and asked the fleet to retreat quickly, they might have been covered by the irregular debris wave. Wang Mingzhi immediately returned to the office of the Science and Technology Commission. Li Ronwu and others were in a panic, and were also shocked by the sudden situation. The observation point, Chuzi Robot, which belongs to the Science and Technology Commission, suffered heavy losses in this irregular debris wave. Ronwu, how is the situation? Teacher, each laboratory is analyzing it. Wang Mingzhi has checked the situation before the irregular debris wave broke out through the internal system, and now the researchers are analyzing the cause. The irregular debris wave broke out too suddenly, and the fleet could only retreat while investigating the cause. Time flies, 14 years have passed. The irregular debris wave finally stopped, and resumed its previous spreading speed. However, the radius of the mist domain has expanded to 4.69 million grids. After reading the latest analysis report, Li Ronwu said worriedly, "Our calculations are wrong. According to the current expansion speed of the mist domain, if the irregular debris wave erupts regularly, it is estimated that it will not take hundreds of millions of years for the mist domain to spread to the mainland." Strange, why did the mist domain erupt suddenly? There was no sign of this major eruption. Wang Mingzhi pondered. As the explosion of the mist realm stopped, the fleet launched a large number of primary robots again, and went deep into the mist realm to set up observation points. The sudden explosion of the mist realm this time made the fleet more vigilant. After checking all the current data, Wang Mingzhi still did not find any clues. The cause of the explosion of the mist realm is still an unsolved mystery. As the investigation continued, his doubts did not decrease, but increased. After thinking it over again and again, he came to the data collection center and personally controlled a group of choosy robots to go deep into the fog domain. Although the concentration of irregular fragments in the fog domain has dropped a lot after the explosion, the danger in the outer layer of the fog domain has also decreased. As long as they do not approach the core area of the Fog Universe Island, the choosy robots can still work around the fog domain. The strong interference caused by the irregular debris cloud is very unfriendly to the work of the choosy robots. The choosy robots he controlled lost 30% in less than 2 months. Wang Mingzhi collected a lot of data through the detection of the choosy robot. A lot of relevant data was collected, but there was very little useful data among these data. He racked his brains for several months, but still got nothing. As the choosy robot continued to go deeper into the foggy area, the loss rate of the choosy robot also skyrocketed. Until 19 months later, the remaining choosy robots entered an area with sparse irregular debris clouds. Wang Mingzhi was not surprised by this situation. After all, the matter in the universe is uneven, and it is normal to have local faults. Since it exists, there must be a reason. After a few days of rest in the fault zone of the irregular debris cloud, we explored here for a while, built an observation point, and then continued to go deep into the foggy area. Other primary robots of the Science and Technology Commission also went deep into the foggy area, but no information was obtained about the Foggy Universe Island deep in the foggy area. While controlling the primary robot, he analyzed the collected data. Days passed. Still nothing. Wang Mingzhi put down the choosy robot and controlled the controller, and habitually pressed his temple. Li Ronwu, who was also puzzled, had a confused mind. The sudden outbreak of irregular fragments, and the reason for its appearance became a headache. Li Kun, who had just woken up, walked into the laboratory. "Teacher, the latest research report from the local area has been sent." "Oh!" Wang Mingzhi patted his forehead, temporarily put aside the problem of the sudden outbreak of irregular fragments, and then looked through the local papers. Over the long years, not only the various long-distance fleets have made progress, but the local area has also made progress. Although the local area has not obtained actual samples of constant anomalies, it has not fallen behind in theoretical research. After reading the relevant papers, he combined his own knowledge and quickly digested the local research results. But there were not many valuable research results in the local area. After reading these papers, Wang Mingzhi and Li Ronwu could only go to the virtual cabin and hand over the relevant work to Li Kun and others. Li Kun, who took over the research work, worked diligently for more than 20 years. The alarm suddenly sounded at the data collection center, waking up Li Kun, who was working hard. "What's going on?" A data collector's face changed. The observation point of the third fault zone in the misty area. Chapter 579. A data collector's face changed. The observation point of the third fault zone of the mist realm has detected a lot of abnormal information. Li Kun hurriedly organized the staff of the data collection center to conduct a comprehensive analysis of the data fed back by the observation points on the enlarged cosmic chart of the mist realm. Near the third fault zone of the mist realm, more than 100,000 flying objects were found around 13 observation points. These UFOs rushed out from the depths of the mist realm, and the number of them rushing out is increasing. Jiang Nanchi, who was on duty at the fleet, also reacted quickly. The third fault zone of the Mistland. The scientific research observation point that barely maintained in the area detected groups of UFOs, which were quickly wandering outside. The size of the UFOs was very large, with a length of about 130 to 760 kilometers, a long snake-like body, and a huge eyeball on the head. The long snake-like body and the huge head eyeball seemed extremely inconsistent. Suddenly, more than a dozen eye snake beasts found the observation point that was secretly observing them, and their tails coiled up like springs, and the snake bodies that instantly coiled into springs suddenly exerted force. In an instant, more than a dozen eye snake beasts appeared around one of the observation points. Li Kun, who was observing these eye snake beasts through the observation point, was also shocked by the speed of the eye snake beasts. What an amazing speed! It actually reached 24% of the speed of our spacecraft. The staff who controlled the observation point did not think of surrendering, but disbanded the observation point into countless primary robots. The dozen eye snake beasts showed a trace of doubt in their huge eyes, and obviously did not understand the sudden dispersion of the observation point. These eye snake beasts don't seem to have high IQs. Li Kun analyzed. But he was slapped in the face by the eye snake beasts just as he said it. The tails of the eye snake beasts suddenly swelled, and then farted around. Alarm! A large number of irregular fragments detected. In a flash, the staff who controlled the choosy robot to quickly move away from the irregular debris cloud. However, the eye snake beasts chased after it relentlessly, and it seemed that they had locked onto the new human's choosy robot. While chasing the choosy robot, they released irregular debris clouds around it. Faced with this situation, the fleet also intended to test the other side, letting the choosy robot and the eye snake beast play hide-and-seek in the foggy area. Looking at these eye snake beasts, Li Kun fell into deep thought for a while. The appearance of the eye snake beasts forced him to consider some things, that is, the outbreak of the irregular debris wave, whether it was these eye snake beasts that were affecting it. However, the eye snake beasts did not look like intelligent creatures, but rather like controlled beasts. Jiang Nanchi, who was virtually projected, also saw the situation of the eye snake beasts, and he was also thinking about something in his heart. The behavior of the eye snake beast is indeed not like that of an intelligent creature, so it is worth pondering. When the choosy robot and the eye snake beasts were fighting guerrilla warfare, more and more eye snake beasts rushed out from the depths of the mist realm, and their number soon exceeded tens of millions. The irregular fragments spewed out by the eye snake beast also caused the concentration of irregular fragments in the third fault zone of the mist realm to continue to rise. Dr. Li, the latest analysis report. Li Kun flipped through the report and became more wary of these eye snake beasts, because there is a certain difference between the irregular fragments spewed out by the other party and the irregular fragments formed naturally. There are currently 180,000 types of naturally formed irregular fragments. However, there are only 6 types of irregular fragments spewed out by the eye snake beast. Among these 6 types of irregular fragments, 2 can interfere with normal matter, 2 can destroy the internal structure of the first child, and 2 can induce ordinary first children. Obviously, the irregular fragments spewed out by the eye snake beast are specifically used to deal with normal matter. The first child robots of the new humans were constantly eliminated by the other side during the guerrilla warfare with the eye snake beast, and now they are almost completely eliminated. If it were a normal cosmic island, the new human beings' first son robots would not be easily destroyed, and they could use the materials of the cosmic island itself to maintain their number and attack strength. But inside the mist domain, the first son robots had no way to borrow the materials of the mist domain and could only fight alone. However, the sacrifice of these first son robots also collected a lot of useful information for the fleet, such as the attack method, speed, and wisdom of the eye snake beast. Based on this information, Li Kun and others quickly discussed countermeasures and began to arrange them in the second fault zone of the mist domain. Regardless of whether these eye snake beasts are naturally born monsters or the product of artificial transformation, the fleet has prepared a foolproof plan. As the primary robots in the third fault zone of the mist realm were destroyed, the eye snake beasts really rushed to the second fault zone. Since the eye snake beasts themselves are not fast, if they were not testing each other, coupled with the environmental restrictions of the mist realm, they would have no way to destroy the primary robots. In the fog layer between the third and second layers, the eye snake beast group took 8 years to enter the second layer. The choosy robots, which had been on high alert for a long time, started the capture plan the moment the eye snake beasts rushed out. Although these eye snake beasts began to release irregular fragments around them the moment they rushed out. The fleet's speed of action was also fast, accurate, and ruthless. Tens of thousands of choosy robots directly launched a dimensionality reduction attack, instantly killing the front group of eye snake beasts in 2-dimensional planes. The bodies of thousands of eye snake beasts were like cheese blocks full of holes, and the dense holes destroyed the lives of the eye snake beasts. Although these eye snake beasts look very powerful, they are not great god-level creatures, but only quasi-great god-level creatures at best. Dimension reduction attack is only to disintegrate the opponent's body structure. The weapon that really kills the eye snake beast is the rule assimilation weapon. These eye snake beasts, whose brains are not very smart, were stuffed with huge rule information, which instantly disintegrated the soul of the eye snake beast. The eye snake beasts were riddled with holes, and at this moment, only an empty shell was left. Jiang Nanchi quickly ordered, "Pull back the bodies of these eye snake beasts." Yes. The reconnaissance spacecraft on the second floor of the mist realm moved quickly, pulling the thousands of eye snake beasts to the periphery of the mist realm. The others controlled the choosy robots, constantly using dimensionality reduction attacks and rule assimilation to block the surging eye snake beasts on the second floor. Facing the new humans who showed their strength, the charge of these eye snake beasts was in vain. Soon the battle situation changed again, and the eye snake beasts actually retreated, all hiding in the fog area inside the second floor. Use the dense irregular fragments in the fog area to fight against the dimensionality reduction and rule assimilation of the new humans. Seeing this scene, Jiang Nanchi looked doubtful. "Dr. Li, what do you think?" Regarding the reaction of the eye snake beast group, Li Kun more or less saw the problem. The intelligence of the eye snake beast itself is worrying, and it is obviously unlikely to retreat to the fog area. In this way, the shadow behind the eye snake beast is about to emerge. Li Kun suggested, "Continue to surround the fog area and maintain the current situation. Let's study the situation of the eye snake beast and make further plans." Jiang Nanchi nodded, "Then arrange it this way." Chapter 580. The Misty Universe Island in the depths of the Misty Realm. This place is no longer an ordinary universe island. The large single universe has collapsed, leaving only fragmented small universes. The irregular fragments cloud after the particle collapse has the highest concentration here. Except for the pig-headed man who escaped from the Misty Universe Island at the beginning, almost all other creatures native to the Misty Universe Island perished under the invasion of the irregular fragments cloud. Everything in the universe has its own rules. The original organisms born under ordinary matter in the Misty Universe Island were destroyed by the irregular debris cloud, and new life was soon bred here. The eye snake beast was born in such a background. Of course, the creatures born in the core area of the Misty Domain are not only the eye snake beast, but also other strange creatures. In a small universe in the Misty Universe Island, there is perfect technology here, as well as some silicon-based robots. On one of the mechanical planets, there grows a huge silver-white tree. The roots of the big tree are deeply embedded in the core of the Earth. The terrestrial planets are the few surviving celestial bodies in the Mist Domain. Other stars, neutron stars, black holes, etc. have been disintegrated into particle clouds by the mutated physical rules. Silver-white big trees are almost everywhere on all the terrestrial planets in the mist domain, and those eye snake beasts are wandering around the tree stars. The eye snake beasts seem to be controlled by these tree stars. They either drag the tree stars and migrate inside the mist domain, or hunt in the mist domain and bring the captured materials back to the tree stars. The tree star not only controls the eye snake beast, but also the silicon-based robots. The entire core area of the mist domain is controlled by these tree stars parasitic on the Earth-like planets. LeCun analyzed the genes of the eye snake beast and extracted some memories from them. He pieced together the genetic residual memories of thousands of eye snake beasts and turned them into a relatively complete intelligence. Although the residual memories of these eye snake beasts did not involve the core secrets of the tree star, the new humans had at least learned some of the information. With this information, the fleet will not be confused by the fog in the core area of the mist domain. Knowing yourself and the enemy, you can win every battle. Jiang Nanji quickly made a series of arrangements. From the information pieced together from the remaining memories of the eye snake beast, plus some information from the pig-headed man, the fleet has learned some secrets of the tree star. According to the information provided by the pig-headed man, there are 2 other quasi-god-level civilizations in the Mist Universe Island before they fled. One of the quasi-god civilizations is the Silver Tree Civilization. The main race of this civilization is the silver-white tree parasitic on the planet. The Silver Tree clan may have adapted to the invasion of irregular debris clouds from the distortion of the Misty Universe Island and took the opportunity to gradually develop. Relying on the characteristics of irregular fragments, the Silver Tree Civilization has the power to resist ordinary great god civilizations. If the civilization exploring the Mist Realm is not a fleet of new humans, there is really no way to deal with the Mist Realm and the Silver Tree Civilization. The fleet is not too worried about the Silver Tree Civilization that controls the eye snake beast. What really worries Jiang Nanji and others is the reason behind the shocking changes in the Misty Universe Island. What on earth has turned the Misty Universe Island into the Misty Domain of today? The fleet must figure out the reason behind this. If it is an accident or natural factor, it is not too troublesome. If it is a human factor, the trouble may be unimaginable. In the laboratory of the fleet, an eye snake beast was dismembered into pieces, and then scanned and analyzed over and over again. Compared with the bodies of the Silver Tree clan, the bodies of these eye snake beasts are purer. They are all monster races born in the natural evolution of the Misty Domain, and they are the most powerful race in the Misty Domain. If they were not brainless, the Silver Tree clan would not have been the leader of the Mist Realm. Although their souls were destroyed by the assimilation of rules, the researchers still obtained a lot of useful information. For example, the eye snake beast said how to avoid being disturbed by irregular fragments, and how they can ensure that they will not be killed by particle disintegration during particle disintegration. LeCun looked at the data in front of him and his hands trembled with excitement. So that's it. Other researchers were also very excited. They finally had a plan to defend against irregular fragments. On the body of the eye snake beast, there is a layer of gray semi-liquid material with a thickness of about 3.4 kilometers. This semi-liquid material is a barrier layer to block irregular fragments. This semi-liquid material is a broken specific primordial that can quickly absorb the surrounding irregular fragments, transform these irregular fragments into supplements for specific primordial particles, and give birth to new complete primordial particles. The primordial particles that have been transformed into complete primordial particles will gradually settle in the body of the eye snake beast, completing a cycle in the body. The body of the eye snake beast is specific and complete primordial absorbs irregular fragments, complete primordial decomposition of specific and complete primordial. This internal circulation process ensures that the eye snake beast will not be affected by the disintegration of particles with abnormal constants, and irregular fragments are turned into treasures. Many specific organs are involved. LeCun created particle circulation armor through reverse engineering and bionics, successfully avoiding the interference and damage of irregular fragments. This bionic armor is only a temporary solution. LeCun is trying to apply the technology of particle circulation armor to the first robot. After all, the size is too large, which is not conducive to some covert work, such as intelligence reconnaissance, assassination and decapitation. This large particle circulation armor obviously cannot guarantee concealment. The value contained in the eye snake beast is far more than particle circulation armor. There are other things. By studying the way the Silver Tree clan controls the eye snake beast, LeCun and others can already use the Silver Tree clan's controller to gain control of the eye snake beast in turn. If the fleet had not planned to deal with the other party, this reverse control technology would have caused the Silver Tree man to suffer a great loss. In addition, the eye snake beast has an organ that can produce a large number of irregular fragments in its body, which has also been studied in depth. The Silver Tree Man has obviously also studied this organ. The previous irregular fragment wave in the mist realm was the other party's experiment of producing a large number of irregular fragments. With the body of the eye snake beast, it is not difficult for the new human to imitate the function of this organ. The corpse of the eye snake beast brought a lot of inspiration to the researchers of the fleet, and many previously stagnant research works are also making rapid progress. Although the cause of the constant anomaly has not been figured out yet, the fleet is now confident that it can go deep into the core area of the fog domain. To study the constant anomaly, Li Kun and others have roughly the same opinion, that is, to go deep into the depths of the fog domain first. Only by going deep into the core area of the fog domain, and the scene of the crime, where the constant anomaly occurs, can we understand the mystery. 100 years passed in a flash. Huang Mingzhi woke up from the virtual cabin, and received the development data of the past 100 years. He was very pleased with the achievements of Li Kun and others. He went to the Science and Technology Commission office, completed the handover with Li Kun and others, and then found Luo Feng, who had just woken up. Already having the technology to resist irregular fragments, the fleet naturally prepared to attack the core area of the Mist Realm. Chapter 581. Huang Mingzhi, Luo Feng and others are discussing the strategy of conquering the Silver Tree civilization. Lao Luo, the conditions for us to go deep into the Mist Realm are ripe, and it's time to take down the Silver Tree civilization. Luo Feng has also received the fleet's development over the past 100 years, and already has an improved version of the particle circulation armor technology, which can indeed take down the Silver Tree civilization. For the Mist Universe Island at the core of the Mist Realm, the fleet is determined to take it, whether for future safety or to study the cause of the constant anomaly. The Mist Universe Island must be taken down. To conquer the Mist Realm, one must naturally not avoid the Silver Tree civilization entrenched there. Academician Huang, I will familiarize myself with various new technologies as soon as possible, and start conquering the Mist Universe Island in 3 years. Then I leave it to you. I still have some projects to discuss. The two returned to work, and the fleet began to prepare for the various arrangements for conquering the Mist Universe Island, while Huang Mingzhi also took over the work of Li Kun and others in the previous reincarnation. The fleet quickly extracted the irregular fragments around it, and then synthesized the particle circulation armor. Soon, tens of millions of temporarily modified warships were initially built by the fleet. Then, these temporary warships were deeply optimized. Although these warships might be disposable products, Luo Feng did not intend to be careless. The strategy to deal with the Silver Tree civilization was to decide the outcome in one battle. The fleet did not have the time to play any conspiracy with a half-baked god-level civilization. At this level, it would be better to crush the enemy directly. 3 years passed in a flash. Tens of millions of temporary warships, under the command of Luo Feng, rushed to the core area of the Mist Domain like a wolf pack, and then quickly divided into teams to surround the entire Mist Domain. The Eye Snake beasts hidden in the fog zone inside the second layer of the Mist Domain had a detector specially made by the Silver Tree Man, which quickly detected the enemy's actions outside the Mist Domain. Suddenly, the Eye Snake beasts became agitated and spewed irregular fragments toward the second fault zone. In response to the reaction of the Silver Tree Man, Luo Feng just shook his head and smiled. Death struggle. Tens of millions of temporary warships went straight into the depths of the Mist Domain, and the gray particle circulation armor blocked the terrible irregular fragments of the Mist Domain. The big eyes of the Eye Snake beasts were dull. That big eye could receive the primary beam and irregular fragments, and could also transmit irregular fragments for communication. The controller used by the Silver Tree people to control the Eye Snake beasts was implanted deep in the pupils of the Eye Snake beasts, and the brain core of the Eye Snake beasts was also behind the big eyes. Seeing a large number of temporary warships rushing into the fog area, the Silver Tree people, who were controlling the Eye Snake beasts behind them, would naturally not allow the enemy to rush into the fog area. The battle between the two sides was imminent. At first, the Silver Tree people thought that the offensive of the new humans was just like before, testing the edge of the fog area and then retreating. But they soon panicked. Because the Eye Snake beasts on the front line all lost control at the same time, hundreds of millions of Eye Snake beasts stopped counterattacking and followed the temporary warships. The Silver Tree civilization, which originally relied on the Eye Snake beasts for many technologies, was stunned. How could the Silver Tree civilization, which was like a frog in the well, understand how terrifying the real Great God civilization was? The Silver Tree civilization, which developed by accident by relying on the constant anomaly of the Mist Realm, could only be regarded as a quasi-Great God civilization. Irregular fragments can indeed threaten ordinary Great God civilizations, but the new humans are not ordinary Great God civilizations. They are all the best among the great god civilizations within the trillions of grids around the Gaolu Great Universe Island. The quasi-great gods like the Silver Tree Civilization, which walk on one leg, have simple and crude means, just like a castle on the beach, which can't withstand the wind and waves at all. The Ice Snake beasts turned against them, allowing the temporary warships under Luo Feng's command to drive straight into the foggy area. There was almost no resistance along the way, and they rushed to the core area of the foggy area, the edge of the foggy universe island, and each small universe of the misty universe island. The Silver Tree people parasitizing on the Earth-like planets had no way to organize effective resistance for a while. Even if they detonated a few irregular fragmentation cloud bombs, they still could not stop the temporary warships. The one-sided battle had no suspense at all. Those Silver Tree people either exploded here or were captured. They couldn't even escape. The new humans had an overwhelming advantage. After Li Kun successfully developed the particle circulation armor, the failure of the Silver Tree Civilization was doomed. In less than a month, the Silver Tree Civilization was completely defeated and became a prisoner of the fleet. Without any effort, the fleet completed the task of conquering the Mist Domain. Luo Feng immediately commanded the temporary warship and began to sort out the Mist Domain. The data of the Silver Tree Civilization in the Mist Domain for so many years was collected by Luo Feng, but the Silver Tree Civilization only had a vague understanding of the mutation of the Mist Universe Island back then. If the Silver Tree Civilization was a great god civilization at that time, it might be able to discover some things about the abnormal constants. The Silver Tree Civilization, which had just stepped out of the single universe, obtained data at the beginning that was similar to that of the pig-headed people. Luo Feng personally commanded 10 fleets of initial spaceships and arrived at a ruined foggy cosmic island. At this time, inside the foggy cosmic island, in addition to the small universe full of holes, there were thick irregular fragments. The spaceship with particle circulation armor was wandering inside the foggy cosmic island, constantly scanning and collecting data, hoping to find some clues. Unfortunately, due to the long time, the interference of the increased constant anomaly, and the redevelopment of the Silver Tree Civilization, many of the initial traces have disappeared. Commander Luo, we found some relatively old data in Area B443. Luo Feng looked at the data in front of him with a headache, turned his head and ordered, "Continue searching, and enter all the data of the Misty Universe Island into the particle inverse analysis system." But the scientific consultant on the side hesitated. Luo Feng spread his hands. "We can only try our best. What else can we do?" The scientific consultant also looked helpless. The performance of the particle inverse analysis system in the Misty Universe Island was obviously not suitable for the local environment. There are many influencing factors. First, it is because of the problem of constant anomaly itself. The fleet is also confused about the constant anomaly itself. Second, the Silver Tree Civilization has conducted irregular fragment wave experiments many times, causing the original state of the Misty Universe Island to be turned into a mess by the irregular fragment wave. Under the combined influence of these two aspects, it is naturally difficult to restore the original state of the Misty Universe Island. Even Huang Mingzhi and Li Ronwu have no way to completely restore the original state of the Misty Universe Island. Even if the original state is restored, how accurate it is still an unknown. After controlling the foggy universe island, the fleet rhythmically controlled the spread of the irregular debris cloud to prevent the irregular debris cloud from affecting the surroundings. Just when the new human fleet attacked the foggy universe island, in the distant vacuum ocean, a small universe with thousands of holes was flying in an unknown direction, scattering irregular fragments along the way. Suddenly, this small universe seemed to trigger something, and a layer of crystal wall wrapped up the entire small universe in the blink of an eye. The pig-headed man above was terrified, and a cold and ruthless look appeared directly in the air of the fleeing small universe. The dark golden pupil was larger than a river system. Chapter 582. After successfully conquering the Misty Universe Island, the fleet hid in the Misty Domain, studying the cause of the constant anomaly while developing the derivative technology of the constant anomaly. Unknowingly, another 2,643 years passed. During this period, although the cause of the constant anomaly was not clear, the technology derived from the constant anomaly has been booming. This peaceful time was broken by a rapid alarm. Luo Feng, who was on duty on this round, was awakened by the sudden alarm. Reconnaissance team report the situation. The leader of the reconnaissance team immediately stood up. A group of UFOs were detected near the Mist Domain, with a number of 176000. Several charts of different sizes appeared on the cosmic chart, with the position coordinate system of the UFOs, detailed detection data, etc. Report: based on the direction of the UFO group and the flight speed, The other party will arrive at the Mist Universe Island in 539 years. Report: the specific number is 176,445. The UFOs are ellipsoidal and are initially judged to be small spaceships. Report: listening to the reconnaissance team's continuous reports, Luo Feng fell into deep thought. Judging from the opponent's flying speed and direction, it was most likely heading for the Misty Universe Island. After thinking for a moment, he guessed that it might be the pig-headed man who exposed the Misty Universe Island. When the pig-headed man escaped from the Misty Universe Island, he launched escaped small universes in all directions. One of them was captured by their fleet. It is not impossible that the remaining escaped small universes were captured by other great god civilizations. Regarding this great god civilization that he had followed, Luo Feng began to organize the intelligence working group of the war committee to analyze the opponent's strength. When the new humans fight, intelligence always comes first. Only by fully understanding the opponent can they ensure that they will not be caught off guard. The fleet hidden in the Misty area is at least much stronger than the general great god civilization in terms of concealment. However, using the Misty area to hide is not Luo Feng's plan. The Misty area has great value. He does not want it to become a battlefield unless it is absolutely necessary. Staring at the cosmic map in front of him, Luo Feng decided to make a test. After discussing with several adjutants for a long time, his test plan was approved. In the foggy area, trillions of choosy robots were flying towards the distant enemy. In the cockpit of the Eternal Truth, Luo Feng calmly looked at the dense choosy robots. If the enemy spying on the foggy cosmic island did not even defeat the choosy robots, they were naturally not qualified for Luo Feng to do it himself. The flying speed of the choosy robots was close to the fastest in the infinite universe, dozens of times faster than the enemy ships flying. In less than 8 years, the choosy robot group finally encountered the enemy ship. However, the great god-level creatures in those giant battleships did not notice the arrival of the choosy robots, and continued to move calmly towards the Misty Universe Island. The choosy robots used dimensionality reduction technology to quietly sneak into the opponent's small spaceship. Luo Feng, who was in the command center of the Misty Domain, saw this scene and realized that the technological level of the enemy in front of him was that of an ordinary great god civilization. Report: the great god-level creatures found in this fleet are consistent with the giant civilization in the database. Oh! Luo Feng then discovered that the great god-level creatures on this fleet are the giant civilization that humans first discovered. Analyzing the rule gene sequence of this group. Analysis completed. The rule runes in the rule gene sequence have a similarity of 86.44%, basically confirming that it is a giant civilization. It was found that there are pig-headed people, and the remains of their fleeing microcosms in the fleet. As the analysis reports came up, Luo Feng had never expected to encounter a giant civilization here. The giant civilization was driven out by the 3 giants of Galu, and was hunted for a long time. The new human civilization thought that the other party was finished, but now it seems that there are still remnants of the giant civilization. The all-pervasive choosy robots spread to the interior of the giant fleet. Soon, the details of this giant fleet were stolen by the choosy robots as if it was defenseless. Not only the situation of the giant fleet, but also the giant civilization behind them, their escape career for hundreds of billions of years, and a lot of information that was publicly disclosed inside, instantly became the possession of the new humans. If the giant civilization knew about this, it would probably vomit blood. The first robot lurking in the giant fleet stole intelligence and began to analyze the technology of the giant civilization. Inside the giant fleet, a Cyclops listened to his subordinate's report. General Kimu, our scientists have finally discovered the secret of the Yami people, pig-headed people, through research. This is a detailed report. The dark golden pupil of the first Cyclops glanced at the data. He did not check it in detail, but asked directly, "What is the value of the birthplace of the Yami people?" The Cyclops scientist at the side was full of contempt in his heart. He had always been very unhappy with General Kimu, who had no scientific knowledge at all. If it weren't for the restrictions of the Empire's internal rules, he would not want to assist this second generation, but now, he was helpless, and could only organize his words. General Kimu, the birthplace of the Yami people may have caused the variation of the cosmic base number, cosmological constant. This variation may be an opportunity for our civilization. Really? In other words, if we occupy there, we will gain a lot of contributions? A greedy look appeared on Kimu's single eye. I can't guarantee it, but it's possible. The scientist felt even more embarrassed. Kimu shouted, "What are you waiting for? Let the fleet move at full speed toward the target." "Yes, General Kimu." Those lackeys of Kima hurriedly ordered the fleet to speed up and fly towards the misty universe island. But they didn't know that while Kima was in high spirits, the new human's first son robot was already rapidly analyzing the technology of the giant fleet. Now the space crystal wall, communication system, detection system, and self-destruction system of the giant fleet have been cracked by the choosy robot. As long as Luo Feng gives an order, the giant fleet can be easily taken down. After reading the technology fed back by the choosy robot, Luo Feng was also very disappointed. After hundreds of billions of years of giant civilization, the technological level is still standing still. He found that the influence of rule assimilation in giant civilization has developed to the middle stage, and many giant scientists even feel desperate. If they had not been driven out of the Gaolu Great Universe Island, the giant civilization might have become the same as the Azathoth civilization. The only way for the giant civilization, which has been assimilated and infiltrated by the rules, to get out of the predicament of hundreds of billions of years is to wake up in time and adopt virtual reincarnation, like the new humans, to suppress the deterioration of rule assimilation. However, after Luo Feng consulted the relevant information, he felt very disappointed about the future of the giant civilization. The work of analyzing technology is still going on secretly, and the giants who are kept in the dark do not know how terrible the enemy they are about to face is. Time is like flowing water, and the long river of time will never come back. Luo Feng, who is always paying attention to the giant fleet, is planning to take down the giant fleet after completing the analysis. However, the giant fleet suddenly stopped halfway through the voyage. Chapter 583. In the vacuum ocean 240 million squares away from the Mist Realm, hundreds of thousands of giant warships braked urgently, nervously alerting the surrounding vacuum ocean. General Kimu, who led the giant fleet, stood up with a puzzled look. Why did the alarm sound? General, there is a problem. The detection department detected an abnormal signal in the surrounding vacuum. The adjutant hurriedly reported. What is the specific situation? Is there an enemy? The fool Kimu suddenly became nervous. The adjutant could only report truthfully. There is no specific enemy detected yet, but there are abnormal signals, and the number is very large. Useless, you don't even know the enemy. What use does the Empire have to you? Kimu scolded loudly and unceremoniously. The Cyclops in the flagship command center couldn't help but curse in their hearts. They had had enough of this idiot. Suddenly, a shrill alarm sounded again in the command center, and the eyes of the Cyclops showed fear, because this alarm was the highest level of alarm, which meant that the enemy was difficult to deal with. The giant fleet anchored in the vacuum ocean was alert in all directions, and the weapons on the warships were ready to fire at any time. However, the attack came extremely fast, and was difficult to detect. When the alarm sounded, a giant warship was instantly cut into hundreds of pieces. The powerful crystal wall shield was like paper, and it did not block the attack at all. Many giant warships were torn into pieces, without even noticing the enemy. The furious giants either controlled the warships to launch indiscriminate attacks on the surroundings, or rushed out from the wreckage of the warships, using their equipment and genetic power to prepare to fight the enemy. Commander Luo, there is a problem with the giant fleet. Luo Feng immediately paid attention to this matter. The choosy robots hidden in the giant fleet immediately stopped the analysis work and entered the reconnaissance and combat state. In less than half an hour, the giant fleet had 1/3 of its warships destroyed by the unknown enemy, and its warships were also in danger. Dimensional strike detected. Disordered rules within the choosy were detected. Unknown creatures detected. The giant civilization didn't know the enemy, but Luo Feng followed the clues and found the enemy that attacked the giant fleet. It was a creature hidden in the two-dimensional plane. The appearance of the creature was about 70% similar to that of a cockroach. It could directly transform itself into 2 dimensions, and then use its two-dimensional body to attack the enemy. The abdomen of these two-dimensional cockroaches had 4 rows of dense limbs. These limbs could quickly disrupt the internal structure of the two-dimensional primordial, causing uncontrollable chaos of rules when the primordial was upgraded back to 3 dimensions. The two-dimensional cockroaches, with their bodies that can quickly reduce their dimensions, quickly hunted down the giant fleet, and the giant fleet was defeated by the attack of thousands of two-dimensional cockroaches. Commander Luo, should we interfere in the war between the two-dimensional cockroaches and the giant fleet? After weighing the pros and cons for a moment, Luo Feng spoke. We will take action after the giant fleet is completely wiped out. Understood. The giants who lost their warships were soon killed by the two-dimensional cockroaches. In that vacuum ocean, dense material debris floated, and suddenly a sudden crack appeared in the vacuum ocean. What is this? Luo Feng's eyes widened. Abnormal information has been detected in the 3-dimensional space of the vacuum ocean, and it is being analyzed. A one-dimensional connection line has been detected. It is a vacuum dimension jump. Wang Mingzhe suddenly appeared in the command center. Luo Feng was also frightened for a moment. Academician Huang, are we still going to fight? Fight, why not? Show your full strength. Wang Mingzhe stared at the crack with burning eyes. The crack in the vacuum ocean quickly spread, and countless one-dimensional rule lines spread out from the crack. After these one-dimensional regular lines broke out of the vacuum crack, they quickly expanded into a two-dimensional plane, and then the two-dimensional plane wrapped and shrunk into a super-large celestial body. The first sub-robots secretly lurking around detected this behemoth, which was a celestial body with life. Celestial creatures with a radius of about 80 grids are still very rare. This is the largest creature Luo Feng and others have ever seen. Those two-dimensional cockroaches quickly destroyed and transformed the wreckage of the giant fleet into spheres, and then carried those spheres to the giant body like worker bees. The giant body devoured all the matter without rejection. Suddenly, the giant body trembled violently, as if something was wrong inside. A violent and rapid beam of primary waves burst out in all directions, and those diligent two-dimensional cockroaches were also trembling at this time. But they didn't understand why the queen suddenly exploded. The queen was also terrified at this time. It felt that its body was evolving crazily, as if cancer cells were dividing disorderly. More than one-third of the body has undergone unpredictable crazy mutations, and the queen insect knows that she has been tricked by the enemy. Just as it was about to isolate that part of the mutated body, it found that something imperceptible was spreading rapidly in the surrounding vacuum ocean. The choosy robot used the giant fleet as raw materials to quickly create a large cloud of irregular fragments, but a specific cloud of irregular fragments. Those two-dimensional cockroaches were paralyzed in an instant. The queen insect was shocked and angry. After struggling for a moment, she tried her best to open the vacuum jump again, directly abandoned more than half of the body, and reduced the dimension to a two-dimensional plane state. But Luo Feng did not intend to let the other party go, and the rules were assimilated, and the irregular fragments cloud attacked the two-dimensional plane with all its strength. The furious mother insect once again abandoned 90% of its body, leaving less than 10% of the two-dimensional plane body, which successfully transformed into a one-dimensional rule line and fled into the vacuum crack. Damn, I was partly escaped by this insect. Luo Feng clenched his fist unwillingly. Wang Mingzhe was not too disappointed. It doesn't matter, at least we got those two-dimensional cockroaches and some of the wreckage. This operation was just a temporary decision by the fleet, so there was a lack of preparation, and the technology of the two-dimensional Zerg was also quite strange, so there were naturally loopholes. Lao Luo, bring back the two-dimensional cockroaches and the remains of the queen as soon as possible. I arrange it right away. Luo Feng commanded the staff to use the choosy robots and the wreckage of the giant fleet to build a batch of temporary transport ships. Then he pulled the two-dimensional cockroach and the remains of the queen back to the foggy area. Although this action was quite risky and offended an unknown great god civilization, Wang Mingzhe did not regret it. You should know that the technology used by the queen was vacuum jump technology, which was the infinite universe version of wormhole jump. This technology was a technology that the new humans had never successfully developed. Since he encountered it, Wang Mingzhe would naturally not miss it. It was just offending an unknown great god civilization. Anyway, the new humans on the long-distance fleet were all split, and even if they were retaliated by the other party, the new humans did not care about the loss. The benefits outweigh the risks, so the fleet will naturally fight for their lives. This time, the fleet harvested those bugs. As long as they can analyze the technology on the bugs, the benefits will be enough for them to take the risk. The half-crippled queen fled to the distant vacuum ocean to rest. While recovering her body, she launched one-dimensional rule lines to various designated locations. Chapter 584. The Land of Mist. Tens of thousands of temporary transport ships, carrying the remains of two-dimensional cockroaches and the mother insect, returned to the periphery of the Land of Mist. In fact, during the transportation process, Wang Mingzhe and Li Ronwu had already landed remotely and conducted research while walking. In the small universe dedicated to scientific research experiments, the body of a two-dimensional cockroach was displayed. This insect actually looked more like a combination of a trilobite and a cockroach. In the three-dimensional state, the length of a two-dimensional cockroach is about 3,600 to 4,100 meters, the width is about 1,100 to 1,300 meters, and the height is 270 to 300 meters. The body surface has armor similar to that of arthropods, which is extremely strong and can withstand some singularity shells. In addition, The 4 rows of limbs on the abdomen of the two-dimensional cockroach allow the two-dimensional cockroach to move quickly in the two-dimensional plane world and tamper with some physical rules of the two-dimensional plane. The head of the two-dimensional cockroach is the key to it. In the three-dimensional state, the head of the two-dimensional cockroach is a black sphere. Once the sphere becomes a round surface, it is the time for the two-dimensional cockroach to transform into a two-dimensional plane. After transforming into a two-dimensional state, the round surface becomes a line, which is when the two-dimensional cockroach triggers one-dimensional dimensionality reduction. If the fleet had not suddenly attacked and caught the bugs off guard, these bugs would not have been killed so easily. This also indirectly illustrates the horror of rule assimilation, which paralyzed the two-dimensional cockroach in an instant and severely damaged the mother bug. After being attacked by rule assimilation, the bugs only have a part of the rule gene sequence left. The core rule gene, especially the rule gene representing soul, consciousness, and memory, is the most vulnerable to rule assimilation attack. Now Huang Mingzhi and others are studying this part of the remaining rule gene. Ron Wu, how far have you gone in modeling? Teacher, about 43% has been completed. Huang Mingzhi looked at the virtual display screen in front of him. The rule genes of these insects are at the same level as the new humans, all of which are two-dimensional rule genes. Because they were attacked by rule assimilation, they lost some rule genes. Now they can only perform associated restoration based on the remaining rule genes. Academician Huang, the restoration of rule gene number 68088 failed. Huang Mingzhi took a look and said, if it cannot be restored, let it go and restore other gene sequences. I understand. When the rules of the two-dimensional cockroaches were restored to about 52%, they began to have difficulty moving, and the researchers understood the reason. After all, the attack power of the rule assimilation weapon is extremely terrifying. When facing the rule assimilation weapon, the great god-level creatures will quickly be completely assimilated. If Luo Feng had not avoided some insignificant rule genes when attacking, if he had attacked with all his strength, the bodies of these two-dimensional cockroaches would probably have become a pile of waste. Now that 52% of the rule genes can be restored, it is already the result of the researchers' full efforts. 355th Scientific Research Microcosm. Hundreds of researchers are working hard. Their mission is to repair the dimensionality reduction organs of the two-dimensional cockroach and study the technology involved. A dimension ball taken from the body of a two-dimensional cockroach is placed in the rule analyzer. The researcher in charge of the laboratory looked at the analysis report of the dimension ball, and his expression became cautious. This dimension ball is an important organ of the two-dimensional cockroach, and there are some specific rules inside the dimension ball. He was about to get up when suddenly strange lines spread out from the inside of the dimension ball in all directions. In an instant, a line pierced the researcher's chest. Not good. In an instant, more than a dozen researchers died tragically under the line. The alarm broke the tranquility of the foggy area. In the scientific research microcosm number 355, a group of researchers resisted the attack of the dimension ball, but the strange attack of the one-dimensional rule line made these researchers complain bitterly. Luo Feng immediately mobilized soldiers and descended on the 355 microcosm. The dimension ball was extremely strange. Sometimes it dispersed and turned into one-dimensional rule lines. Sometimes it turned into a vast two-dimensional plane, and sometimes it gathered back to the dimension ball. As a last resort, Luo Feng could only use rule assimilation to crush the resistance of the dimension ball with thunder. In the messy 355 microcosm, Huang Mingzhi rushed over and checked the relevant research database, and soon found the reason for the problem of the dimension ball. The dimension ball of the two-dimensional cockroach is naturally not a simple thing. After most of the rule genes of the two-dimensional cockroach collapsed, the rule genes inside the dimension ball were also in a semi-collapsed state. However, during the repair process, the researcher restored a key rule gene key. The function of this key rule gene key is to activate the attack program of the dimension ball in a disordered state. This is a special setting in the rule gene sequence of the two-dimensional cockroach, which is specifically used to prevent leaks. Huang Mingzhi estimates that there are quite a few rule gene keys of this type in the remaining rule gene sequences. The rule genes of the new humans also have a similar countermeasure mechanism, which is to prevent the leakage of rule genes. Many means and technologies of the great god civilization are universal. The new humans have a mechanism to prevent leaks, so other great god civilizations will also have it. Huang Mingzhi instructed the heads of various scientific research microcosms. All scientific research microcosms should strengthen their vigilance and not repeat the same mistakes. Understood. The projected leaders were still in fear. Even if they were all split and not afraid of death, they still had to avoid things that could be avoided. The dimensional ball destroyed by the rule assimilation weapon turned into a lifeless ball. If observed from a microscopic perspective, it would be found that the rule gene of the ball had completely collapsed. Looking at the dimensional ball in front of him, Wang Mingzhi was a little distressed. The counter gene key contained in the rule gene is a very troublesome thing for researchers. Generally speaking, counter-reaction gene keys are divided into several types. The first type is the explicit counter-reaction gene key, which means that the gene key itself has been edited with relevant rule information. The second type is the implicit counter-reaction gene key, which means that the gene key itself has not been edited with counter-reaction information, but can be counterattacked indirectly. The third type is the mixed counter-reaction gene key, which is a combination of explicit and implicit. For example, in this experimental accident, the rule gene key itself did not edit the counter-reaction information, but it formed a connection with other rule gene keys. The gene keys of the main counter type are relatively easy to find and separate, while the difficulty of distinguishing the latter two counter gene keys is particularly difficult. Often when the latter two counter gene keys are found, they are already in an activated state, which is the situation of the 355 microcosm. This kind of hard-to-detect counter gene key brings danger and damage to the work of cracking the gene sequence. Although Wang Mingzhi has issued relevant instructions, there are still many accidents in the subsequent research process. The research work on the residual genes on the two-dimensional cockroach corpses and the remains of the queen was not going smoothly. Especially the vacuum dimension jump technology that the new humans dream of. Although a small part of the rule genes were analyzed, the remaining key rule genes were embedded with a large number of counter gene keys. The researchers were testing the edge of life and death every day. Wang Mingzhi had no choice but to apply for a large number of split quotas from the local area and use the splits to constantly test the edge of death. The reverse engineering in the foggy area was bumpy. And in the distant vacuum ocean, the two-dimensional queen seemed to have repaired part of her body. Chapter 585. 567.7 billion grids away from the mist domain. In the vacuum ocean, a dimension line instantly appeared near a cosmic island. The size and mass of that cosmic island were not much less than that of the Gaolu Great Universe Island, but the interior of this cosmic island was filled with dark red spherical creatures. Some of these behemoths had a radius of hundreds of grids, which was larger than the average single universe. They looked exactly like the queen worm before. The queen worm injured by Luo Feng was upgraded from the one-dimensional rule line to the three-dimensional state, but its body was reduced by more than half of its previous size. As soon as it arrived outside the cosmic island, it was discovered by other queens inside the cosmic island. Oleg, are you injured? A queen who was responsible for guarding the outer perimeter of the cosmic island asked in surprise. Oleg replied angrily, I was hunting in the ancient Yin domain and was accidentally injured by a prey. Ancient Yin domain? Are you going to die? It's very dangerous over there. The queen guarding the gate issued a warning. It was obviously very wary of the area called ancient Yin domain. But Allegra didn't care. You are too nervous. So what about the ancient Yin domain? Allegra, don't be too careless. Our clan almost died in the ancient Yin domain. The area you are close to may be the periphery. Don't go deep into the ancient Yin domain. The gatekeeper queen continued to warn. I know. After saying that, Allegra entered the interior of the universe island. Feeling that Allegra's attitude was perfunctory, the gatekeeper queen thought again and reported the matter to her superiors. After all, the danger of the ancient Yin domain was a nightmare that the gatekeeper queens who participated in that battle could not get rid of. If it weren't for the disastrous defeat in that battle, their clan wouldn't have survived. As the Bok clan that mastered dimensional technology, their scale a long time ago was not what it is now. In its heyday, the Bok clan occupied thousands of cosmic islands and had a large number of clan members. However, a sudden encounter brought a catastrophe to the Bok clan. If it weren't for the hidden seeds of civilization at that time, there might be no Bok clan now. Allegra was a new generation, and had not participated in the war at that time, so he naturally did not understand the horror of Gu Yanyu. Allegra did not understand, but the gatekeeper queen was reminded of the nightmare-like despair, which was still vivid in his mind. He did not want to provoke the gatekeeper queen of Gu Yanyu, so he naturally had to report the matter, so that Allegra would not go to Gu Yanyu to provoke a strong enemy. If he provoked the enemy of that year, their Bok clan might be finished. But by the time the gatekeeper queen reported the matter, Allegra and a dozen friends had quietly left the Bok Universe Island. 130 billion blocks away from the Bok Universe Island, 12 queens of different sizes gathered here. Oleg, are you really going to the ancient Yin domain? That's a restricted area, one of the queens said worriedly. They are all new generations, but in their inherited memories, there are contents of the war that year, which naturally makes many Bach queens hesitate. Facing those hesitant Bach queens, Oleg was not afraid at all. What are you afraid of? That area is just the edge of the ancient Yin domain. We can only leave without going deep into it, and destroy that civilization. Not good. The other Bach queen became nervous. Dense lines of rules appeared around them, and soon 10 members of the Bach law enforcement team descended around Oleg and the others. Where do you want to go? The captain of the law enforcement team asked coldly. We are not going anywhere, we are just hunting nearby, Oleg hurriedly explained. The captain of the law enforcement team did not say anything, and directly activated the gene lock in the body of the Bach clan, imprisoning Oleg and the 12 people. Oleg wanted to explain something, but the captain of the law enforcement team did not give it a chance, and directly ordered his subordinates, escort them back and let the original court judge them. The other new generation of Bach queens were immediately shocked and hurriedly begged for mercy from the captain of the law enforcement team, but their begging was destined to be useless. As a Bach queen who survived the ancient crisis, the captain of the law enforcement team is not a fool. If these new generations are allowed to mess around, they will sooner or later cause trouble for the Bach clan. And this guy Oleg dared to ignore the ban and stepped into the ancient Yin domain. The 3 chiefs of the Bach Yuaning have issued a death order to arrest Oleg and his gang and treat them as an example. Oleg, who was angry and furious, knew that he would definitely be severely punished by the Yuanting this time. He was dissatisfied and secretly activated the backup plan that was previously arranged in other places. Even if the Bach clan is unwilling to take action, I can destroy that civilization. The last time, the fleet and the queen insect Oleg fought in the vacuum ocean. A hidden one-dimensional rule line appeared quietly nearby. After probing here for a while, more than a dozen two-dimensional cockroaches emerged from the vacuum ocean. These two-dimensional cockroaches seemed to be collecting something. Their appearance immediately triggered the fleet's primary robots deployed nearby. The foggy area. On the fleet flagship, the reconnaissance team simultaneously received feedback from the spy robot. Coordinate system 95655/23690. 2.463 grids away. 14 two-dimensional cockroaches found. Luo Feng immediately paid attention. The last time they suddenly fought, the queen escaped, and he knew that the other party would not give up. Pay attention to the surrounding area of the fog around the clock, and all combatants are on level 2 alert. Received. Received. The fleet's alert status was raised to the next level, and a large number of reconnaissance robots were dispatched to the area around the mist domain. The area within a radius of 1 billion grids was under close surveillance. For a period of time, those sneaky two-dimensional cockroaches moved around. Luo Feng saw their movements and knew that they were conducting reconnaissance, and they must be looking for the location of the new humans. The location of the mist domain was not too far from the battlefield, and it was estimated that they would be found by the other parties soon. After all, the characteristics of the mist domain were obvious, and the queen insect had been attacked by the irregular debris cloud, so it was not difficult to find the mist domain. To be on the safe side, Luo Feng did not plan to wait for the enemy to come, but began to make preparations. First, he notified the mainland that the fleet was about to fight with the dimensional Zerg. Then he set 10 spaceships 190 million blocks away from the Mist Realm, and then he took action with great fanfare, and sent 5 million previously modified temporary warships. The mighty temporary warships appeared near the previous battlefield without any cover-up. It was obvious that Luo Feng deliberately attracted the enemy's attention. The appearance of the temporary fleet really attracted the attention of Oleg's clone, and it immediately mobilized its hidden power. Countless two-dimensional cockroaches, like locusts covering the sky and earth, quickly surrounded the temporary fleet, and the two sides started fighting as soon as they met. The attack method of the two-dimensional cockroaches is dimensionality reduction attack, one-dimensional rule line assassination. And the temporary warships of the new humans are not vegetarians either. The rule assimilation weapons, with full firepower, annihilate the two-dimensional cockroaches in the vacuum ocean. In addition, a large area of irregular debris clouds were released, making it difficult for the two-dimensional cockroaches to approach the temporary fleet. Although the attack of the one-dimensional rule line is indeed weird and unpredictable, the domineering rule assimilation weapons are also difficult to defend. Chapter 586. Luo Feng, who personally commanded the temporary fleet, looked at the densely packed two-dimensional cockroaches on the Cosmic Sea map, and was a little afraid. The two sides fought fiercely in that vacuum ocean. In the more than 1 month of fighting, Luo Feng found that the strength of the dimensional Zerg was very strong. They used their own dimensional technology to jump back and forth between 1 dimension, 2 dimensions, and 3 dimensions. If it weren't for the irregular fragments that could limit the opponent's approach, the pressure on the temporary fleet would be even greater. Those 2-dimensional cockroaches often reduce their dimensions to the 1-dimensional rule line state, and then infiltrate the warships and wreak havoc on the temporary warships. Just the 1-dimensional rule line state, there is no way to be completely immune to the invasion of irregular fragments. After all, irregular fragments represent the distortion of rules. In addition, Luo Feng constantly releases different types of irregular fragments, and even if those 2-dimensional cockroaches are immune to some irregular fragments, they will still be hurt by the constantly changing irregular fragments. Reduced to the 1-dimensional rule line state, ordinary 3-dimensional space rule weapons are indeed difficult to deal with creatures in the 1-dimensional rule line state, but there are 2 surprises. One of them is irregular fragments. Irregular fragments are regular fragments of 3-dimensional space. They are born in 3-dimensional space and, to a certain extent, are different from the physical rules of 3-dimensional space. The physical rules of 3-dimensional space also contain 2-dimensional rules. 1-dimensional rules are just 2-dimensional rules. 1-dimensional rules are the fundamental rules of 3-dimensional space and are part of the unchangeable part. It is just that the constant anomaly is an accident. The irregular fragments derived from the constant anomaly just restrain the 2-dimensional rules and 1-dimensional rules. Therefore, once the 1-dimensional rule line state of the 2-dimensional cockroach encounters irregular fragments, it may be harmed by the irregular fragments. The second accident is the rule assimilation weapon that the natural new humans have cultivated for tens of thousands of years. This weapon is a kind of information weapon. The existence of all things has information exchange. If there is no information exchange, this universe may be dead. Rule assimilation is to stuff the specially compiled mysterious rule information into the rule gene of the organism, so that the organism cannot bear the information torrent. If it is just a flood of information, it is not enough to cause devastating damage. This involves 2 other characteristics of rule assimilation. One is infinite disorder-induced evolution, gene cancer, and the other is the destruction of emotional rule genes. The combination of these 3 characteristics means that few organisms can resist once they are hit by rule assimilation weapons. If Allegra had not decisively cut off his arm and abandoned most of his body, he would have died directly. To resist rule assimilation weapons, dimensionality reduction technology is useless, because whether in a 3-dimensional state, a 2-dimensional state, or a 1-dimensional state, organisms need information exchange. As long as there is information exchange, the rule assimilation weapons will find a way to take advantage of it, but in the process of fighting, information exchange is indispensable. Now the 2-dimensional cockroaches have to receive information from the irregular fragment cloud and the temporary fleet, and are affected by the rule assimilation weapons in large quantities. This is where the rule assimilation weapons are unsolvable. You can't ignore the opponent's actions, and once you see the opponent, it means that the 2 sides are exchanging information. Although Allegra doesn't care about these 2-dimensional cockroaches, the situation of the battle that has been unsuccessful for a long time makes it feel scared for a while. Oleg's original body and a dozen of his friends have been escorted back to Bach Universe Island and are now in solitary confinement. If the battle is not resolved quickly, once the Bach original court discovers this, it will definitely be aggravated by the crime, and it is estimated that he will be confined for hundreds of centuries. Oleg's clone, who was anxious, mobilized all his forces outside and desperately launched an attack on the temporary fleet. Those 2-dimensional cockroaches were reduced to the 1-dimensional rule line state, and they launched a desperate charge towards the temporary fleet. Strange regular lines penetrated through the irregular debris clouds and destroyed some of the temporary warships, but the 2-dimensional cockroaches themselves suffered even greater losses. The battle loss ratio between the 2 sides was as high as 1 to 1 million. Oleg's clone did not care about these cannon fodders. As long as there were materials, it could continuously produce 2-dimensional cockroaches. Luo Feng also showed no weakness. After the temporary warships were destroyed, they were immediately used as raw materials to produce warships. Moreover, Luo Feng also released irregular debris clouds on a large scale. The bodies of the 2-dimensional cockroaches that were destroyed in the irregular debris clouds were also recycled as waste to produce warships and irregular debris. The battle between the 2 sides entered a white-hot stage. However, the temporary fleet of the new humans became larger and larger, and the coverage of the irregular debris cloud increased from a radius of about 50 squares at the beginning to a radius of 340 squares now. The embarrassing situation of the war made Allegra's clone furious, but he did not dare to act rashly. If his clone landed on the battlefield, he would definitely become a target. Seeing his tens of trillions of two-dimensional cockroaches being devoured by the enemy bit by bit, and becoming nutrients for the enemy's growth, Allegra had already given up. At first, it was still full of confidence, thinking that the last defeat was due to its carelessness. As long as it was serious, it could annihilate the enemy. But it didn't expect that reality was like a basin of cold water, which made this bot queen insect feel cold all over. Now it is somewhat grateful to the Gate Queen insect and the Bach law enforcement team, if they hadn't stopped it from taking revenge personally. Now it is their real bodies that are fighting on the battlefield. Even if the two-dimensional cockroaches and clones are eliminated, it doesn't matter. But if the original body was destroyed, they would really die completely. Oleg, who was getting more and more scared, finally gave up the idea of revenge. The two-dimensional cockroaches that had been fighting on the battlefield retreated like a tide. If it weren't for the two-dimensional cockroach corpses that remained in the irregular fragment cloud, no one would know that a war had broken out here. Oleg's clone, hiding behind the scenes, led the two-dimensional cockroach swarm to retreat to the control area of the Bach clan. At the same time, it made up its mind to try not to get close to the ancient Yin domain in the future. There is such a powerful civilization on the edge of the ancient Yin domain, and now it is really scared. At the same time, when Luo Feng saw the scene, he knew that the other party had retreated. However, he did not get carried away. The retreat of these two-dimensional cockroaches did not mean that the war was over. He needed to beware of the counterattack of the dimensional Zerg. After collecting the bodies of the two-dimensional cockroaches, Luo Feng divided the temporary fleet into two. Part of the temporary fleet was stationed in place, and part of the temporary warships formed hundreds of patrol fleets to conduct reconnaissance and early warning in the surrounding area. Time passed day by day, until 15 years had passed, and the dimensional Zerg still did not appear again. Luo Feng initially determined that the other party might have left immediately. Luo Feng used the internal communication system to instruct all the members of the fleet, lower the alert status to level 2, and the temporary fleet will remain in place. Understood. Received. This time, Luo Feng did not want to expand the scope of the war, because the fleet's flying speed could not catch up with the dimensional Zerg, so he gave up the pursuit. The interior of the Mist Realm was calm, and Huang Mingzhi and others were not affected by the war. They were still studying the two-dimensional cockroaches tirelessly. There were too many counter-gene keys hidden in the gene sequence of the two-dimensional cockroach, which made the research work proceed abnormally slowly. Hearing that the war was over, Huang Mingzhi only paid a little attention and continued to immerse himself in research. Chapter 587. The core area of the Mist Realm. It has been 1,570 years since the last attack of the dimensional Zerg. During this period, Huang Mingzhi and Li Ronwu split into two groups. He led researchers to be responsible for the previous constant anomaly project, while Li Ronwu was responsible for the dimensional technology of the dimensional Zerg. In addition, Li Kun and his team were also divided into two groups, studying constant anomalies and dimensional Zerg respectively. One virtual reincarnation and awakening period after another, alternating in peace. In the scientific research microcosm of the Mist Realm, Huang Mingzhi, who was deeply studying constant anomalies, stared at the rows of data and formulas in front of him. In the dazzling picture, the mysterious characters will make ordinary people go insane or even collapse as soon as they see them. The text of the Great God Civilization already contains unimaginable rule information. In fact, this is a low-profile version of the rule assimilation weapon. Huang Mingzhi, who was thoughtful, was still studying the root cause of the constant anomaly. After more than 1,500 years of calculation, the restoration of the original state of the Mist domain has finally stopped at 34.67%. Moreover, only about one-third of the restoration can be confirmed, and the remaining two-thirds are the parts that are difficult to distinguish between true and false. Therefore, the restoration model of the Mist Realm in front of me always feels like seeing flowers in the fog. What exactly is the reason for the abnormal constant? Huang Mingzhi said to himself in distress. His head was like a ball of paste. The Mist Realm was repeatedly detonated by the Silver Tree Man with irregular fragments, which disrupted too much information in its original state. The information left at the beginning was like a car of glass bottles being broken, and each glass bottle had to be pieced together again. The difficulty was not at the level of hell. The irregular fragment wave experiment of the Silver Tree people was based on the glass fragments, and some of the glass fragments were melted. Now, restoring the original state of the Mist Realm is a hell-level difficulty. Unless the new humans master the time technology, they can reverse the time of the Mist Realm and read the state of the Mist Realm to the moment of distortion. Is there really no way? Human wisdom always has an end. Huang Mingzhi shook his head and sighed, picking up the oolong tea beside him. The water molecules, tea polyphenol, alkaloids, proteins, amino acids, vitamins, pectin, organic acids, lipopolysaccharides, sugars, enzymes, pigments, potassium, calcium, magnesium, etc. in the tea are all in his eyes. The material rules at the atomic and molecular level are already something without secrets in his eyes. But Huang Mingzhi always likes to hold the teacup and savor every atom in it. Perhaps this is nostalgia and the ripples of human nature. After taking a sip of oolong tea, he suddenly froze. It was not because there was anything wrong with the tea, but because a flash of inspiration flashed through Huang Mingzhi's mind. The constant anomaly is due to the distortion of one of the 27 space rule constants that maintain the three-dimensional space, K. And the space rule constant K itself represents the two-dimensional transformation law of the three-dimensional space. Putting aside all the restrictions, to change the fundamental rules of the universe, using a power higher than 3 dimensions to interfere with the three-dimensional space from a higher dimension is the simplest way. But if the creatures of the three-dimensional space itself want to change the fundamental rules, the only way Huang Mingzhi can think of is to thoroughly understand the rules of the entire three-dimensional space, that is, three-dimensional omniscience. Achieving omniscience in three-dimensional space also means that the creature has achieved omnipotence in three-dimensional space, and has obtained the technology to modify the fundamental rules. Just like the cup of oolong tea in Huang Mingzhi's hand, he moved his mind slightly, and the oolong tea instantly turned into apple juice, and then the apple juice turned into gasoline. At the atomic and molecular level, he is an omniscient and omnipotent existence, and can arbitrarily transform one atom into another by changing the protons, neutrons, and electrons inside the atom. Whether it is the atomic level or the three-dimensional space level, once you master the rules of that level, it means becoming an omnipotent person at that level. Putting down the oolong tea in his hand, Huang Mingzhi frowned. The abnormal constant situation, in addition to the interference of the existence of higher dimensions, the biggest possibility is the trace of an omnipotent person. Three-dimensional omnipotent person? No, it should not be a three-dimensional omnipotent person. He quickly analyzed it in his heart, and then unfolded the variation model of the abnormal constant. After looking at everything, he finally found the root of the fog. He found Li Ronwu, who was studying the dimensional Zerg, and told him all his conjectures. Teacher, you mean that the cause of the mist realm is the traces left by a certain omnipotent being during the dimensional upgrade process? Huang Mingzhi nodded. I think this omnipotent being came from one-dimensional space-time, and after mastering the rules of his own space-time, he tried to upgrade to two-dimensional space-time, and then destroyed part of the rules of his own one-dimensional space-time. Li Ronwu fell into deep thought. This conjecture made his eyes light up, but he was a little confused. Teacher, why is it an omnipotent in one-dimensional space-time, and not an omnipotent in 2 or 3 dimensions? Huang Mingzhi also thought about this question. Why is it a one-dimensional omnipotent? Because there is only one constant of distortion, and it is the constant K representing the two-dimensional transformation. After hearing this explanation, Li Ronwu suddenly realized it. Combining with the dimensional Zerg he was studying, he quickly sorted out the key to this conjecture. And I think that this one-dimensional omnipotent failed to upgrade. Failed? Li Ronwu was stunned again, and then he reacted. As the teacher said, the possibility of failure of this one-dimensional omnipotent to upgrade is very high. The dimensional technology of the new humans and dimensional insects can jump back and forth between 3 dimensions, 2 dimensions, and 1 dimension, but they can do this because the new humans and dimensional insects are high-dimensional creatures, compared to 2 dimensions and 1 dimension. The difficulty and risk of high-dimensional creatures transforming to low dimensions are not great due to the inherent advantages of dimensions. However, the transformation of low-dimensional creatures to high-dimensional ones is not only extremely difficult, but also in the process of upgrading, due to their own cognitive defects in high-dimensional rules, the risk of being killed by high-dimensional rules is very high. Just like the new humans now, even if they have reverse-engineered some of the dimensional technology of the dimensional Zerg, they still do not have a comprehensive and complete understanding of the 4th dimension. This cognitive defect, to a certain extent, is a stumbling block in the process of low-dimensional creatures upgrading, limiting more than 99.9999% of low-dimensional creatures within their own dimensional framework. If my conjecture is correct, when we master all the rules of one-dimensional space-time, we can create constant anomalies and modify some of the fundamental rules. Li Ronwu's pupil shrank sharply. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this conjecture was very likely. Teacher, if we master all the rules of one-dimensional, two-dimensional, and three-dimensional, is there hope to? Don't be too ambitious. temporarily master 1 and 2 dimensions before talking about other things. Thank you for your teachings, teacher. Now is really not the time to be too ambitious. They don't even have complete control over 1 dimension, and they want to control 3-dimensional space-time. The difficulty is very great. Fortunately, since they are creatures of 3-dimensional space, they have the advantage of high-dimensional observers over 2-dimensional and 1-dimensional. In order to verify this conjecture, Huang Mingzhi turned to the research of dimensional technology. Chapter 588. Inside the Dimension Laboratory. Huang Mingzhi used the mature dimensionality reduction technology of the new humans to transform himself into a 2-dimensional plane person, wandering in the 2-dimensional plane spacetime. Although the new humans can enter the 2-dimensional plane spacetime due to the existence of the high-dimensional advantage, he understands the shortcomings of the new humans. The new humans born in the 3-dimensional space have always kept their eyes on the 4-dimensional space, but have never faced the low-dimensional in the time dimension. If we arrogantly believe that the high dimension must be stronger than the low dimension, this view will only delay the development of the new humans. The road to upgrading for low-dimensional creatures can be said to be a struggle between thousands of troops and horses crossing a single plank bridge, and the estimated success rate is less than 1 in a billion. However, once a low-dimensional creature successfully upgrades to a higher dimension, it will be stronger than the average high-dimensional native. If a 2-dimensional plane civilization successfully upgrades to 3-dimensional space after mastering the rules of the 2-dimensional plane, then this civilization will be a great god civilization once it reaches the 3-dimensional space. However, most creatures in the 3-dimensional space may not be able to develop to the great god level throughout their lives. The view of looking down on low-dimensional creatures is absolutely wrong. No matter which dimension, as long as it develops to the extreme, it is a powerful civilization. Just like the Mist Realm, the one-dimensional omnipotent failed in the process of upgrading, but the other party semi-permanently changed part of the rules of the Mist Realm, and it is the fundamental rule of 3-dimensional space. The fundamental rules that even the new humans cannot change have been changed by a one-dimensional civilization. Why do the new humans look down on low-dimensional creatures? While Huang Mingzhi was deeply studying dimensional technology, he proposed many new concepts to the local Science and Technology Commission. Among them, he temporarily suppressed the plan to upgrade the 4-dimensional space and focused on sinking the 2-dimensional, 1-dimensional and 0-dimensional space. The new humans in the 3-dimensional space themselves contain 2-dimensional, 1-dimensional and 0-dimensional dimensions. These dimensions are just gathered in the 3-dimensional space and become the fundamental rules of the 3-dimensional space. Only by thoroughly understanding these low dimensions can the foundation of the new humans be unbreakable. In the past, the new humans often ignored the exploration of low dimensions. After being reminded by Huang Mingzhi, the Science and Technology Commission attached great importance to it. In the dimensional laboratory, Huang Mingzhi was reduced to a 2-dimensional plane world and became a paper man. At this time, his perspective was very strange. He could only observe the front, back, left, and right, and the concept of up and down did not exist. In the 2-dimensional plane world, there are also many plane substances, and these plane substances have various shapes. Wandering for more than 10 years, he found a lot of 2-dimensional creatures. After secretly observing these 2-dimensional creatures, he found that among these 2-dimensional creatures, there are also intelligent creatures and technologically advanced civilizations. Before they knew it, another 24,000 years had passed. During this period, the fleet had been staying inside the Mist Realm, and the dimensional Zerg that had been causing trouble before had not come to cause trouble again. However, Luo Feng did not relax his vigilance and maintained a level 3 alert for a long time. On the other hand, Huang Mingzhi, Li Ronwu, Li Kun and others, after 24,000 years of in-depth research, and relying on the high-dimensional advantages of the new humans, finally completed the analysis of the physical rules of the 2-dimensional plane. The overall understanding of the physical rules of the 2-dimensional plane has enabled the new humans to achieve unimaginable progress in the 2-dimensional plane technology. If 24,000 years ago, the new humans' technology in the 2-dimensional plane was 1%, then now it is 90%. Why is it 90%, not 100%? Because the 2-dimensional plane spacetime also converges 1 dimension and 0 dimension. Only by mastering the physical rules of 1 dimension and 0 dimension can the physical rules of the 2-dimensional plane be 100% controlled by the new humans. Although they only master 90% of the 2-dimensional rules, the new humans can now modify some of the fundamental rules. As long as they master 2-dimensional, 1-dimensional and 0-dimensional, and then add the physical rules of 3-dimensional, the new human civilization will completely control the rules of 3-dimensional spacetime. After completely mastering most of the rules of three-dimensional spacetime, in addition to the time that runs through all dimensions, the new humans will become omnipotent in three-dimensional space. This route has given the new humans, who were originally like headless flies, a clear destination. Only by becoming an omnipotent person in three-dimensional space can one be qualified to explore four-dimensional space. If one tries to upgrade to four-dimensional space without laying a solid foundation, the Mist Realm is a lesson for the past. Huang Mingzhi, who was very quiet, returned to three-dimensional space from the two-dimensional plane world, came to the command center of the Eternal Truth. Old Luo, long time no see. Seeing that it was Huang Mingzhi, Luo Feng put down his work. Academician Huang, what brings you here? The research work has entered a new stage. Now the research on one-dimensional spacetime is also going quite smoothly. We have cracked the cause of the Mist Realm. Next, we should not stay here. Luo Feng nodded. The fleet had been anchored in the Mistland for nearly 30,000 years, and he also wanted to continue the voyage. It was just that Huang Mingzhi and others were immersed in scientific research before, and he was embarrassed to disturb them. Now that Huang Mingzhi took the initiative to bring it up, Luo Feng naturally followed suit. Then let's pack up, leave the pig-headed man and the silver tree man here, and head to the next cosmic island in 3 months. You can arrange the voyage. Huang Mingzhi had no objection. Luo Feng started to prepare for the voyage in a swift and decisive manner. The pig-headed people and silver tree people, who were conquered by the fleet before, were all left in the foggy area. The fleet with abnormal constants had been figured out, so they were naturally not afraid that these guys would get out of control. Unless the new human civilization completely dies out, the pig-headed people and silver tree people will never get out of control. 3 months passed in a blink of an eye. It was still the same 500 spaceships as before, but only 30,000 years. Not only was time flowing, but technology was also developing rapidly. These spaceships have been upgraded several times. The latest generation of spaceships looks the same as 30,000 years ago, but has undergone earth-shaking changes. Still on the Eternal Truth, Luo Feng looked at the virtual display screen. Everything was ready. Let's go! Yes! All the spaceships of the fleet fell directly from the three-dimensional space to the one-dimensional spacetime. In an instant, the fleet crossed a distance of 1 billion grids and came to an unfamiliar vacuum ocean. This is the vacuum dimension jump technology that the new humans dream of, which can cross a distance of tens of billions of grids in a blink of an eye. After arriving at the destination, Luo Feng did not let the fleet exit the one-dimensional spacetime, but continued to maintain the fleet in the one-dimensional spacetime. The destination is the Gemini Universe Island, which is composed of 2 universe islands. Inside this universe island, there is a quasi-god level civilization. The fleet was not discovered by the other party. After quickly collecting a series of data, Luo Feng found that there was nothing noteworthy about the civilization, so he prepared to jump to the next universe island. The one-dimensional regular line detection system is rapidly scanning the surrounding universe islands. Although there are many advanced civilizations in various cosmic islands, great god civilizations are truly rare. Luo Feng plans to find a great god civilization and observe its technology. After staying at the Gemini Cosmic Island for 11 years, he finally detected a cosmic island where a great god civilization may exist. The fleet locked the coordinate system of that cosmic island and instantly jumped to the vicinity. Fearing that it would be discovered by the great god civilization, the fleet continued to lurk in one-dimensional spacetime. Chapter 589. Less than 500,000 blocks away from that cosmic island. The fleet is hidden in one-dimensional spacetime, detecting surrounding data through one-dimensional rule lines. That cosmic island is quite large, about 2.3 times larger than the new human cosmic island, and 3.7 times more massive than the new human cosmic island. The entire cosmic island is in the shape of a duck egg, and there are 3 small cosmic islands surrounding it. This cosmic island is named Cheetsi Universe Island. Inside Cheetsi Universe Island, there is a normal single universe, which does not look like the Samsara Temple and Chinya Universe, which have transformed the cosmic island into a variety of strange things. This regular gene sequence. The existence of the suspected great god civilization has been locked by the detection system, but the detection results surprised Luo Feng a little. Because the great god level creatures of the Cheetsi Universe Island are the first great god civilization discovered by the new humans before the Star Beast civilization. Or in other words, the Star Beast civilization in the Cheetsi Universe Island is just a branch of this civilization. In each single universe of the Cheetsi Universe Island, there are transformed star beasts everywhere, and the main creatures of the Star Beast civilization are a kind of humanoid creature similar to humans. The average state of the star beast man is 2.6 to 3.1 meters tall, with limbs and a head, gray-white skin, and red lines on the skin. They have 2 eyes with red pupils, similar to frog eyes, asexual reproduction type, and no hair on the body. The pervasive detection system quickly excavated the life, society, culture, technology, system, and genes of the star beast man. The star beast civilization is a typical scientific and technological civilization, taking a pure scientific evolution route, slightly leaning towards the direction of biotechnology. Although it is biased towards the biotechnology route, truth often leads to the same conclusion. The fact that it can develop into a great god civilization proves that the star beast civilization will not have obvious shortcomings. The infinite universe is so big, but I have encountered familiar civilizations again and again. I am really lucky. Luo Feng joked. Adjutant Yan Shuai carefully looked through the data. Commander, the preliminary analysis results show that among the relevant technologies of the star beast civilization, there are 3 technologies worth collecting. Oh! Luo Feng flipped through it curiously. Biological gene limiter can limit the evolution of other organisms, can also be used for itself. Biological gene limiter technology can limit the attack of rule assimilation weapons. Rule gene induction formula, a special technology derived from rule assimilation weapons by the star beast civilization. 3-dimensional rule mutation weapon. After reading it, Luo Feng stroked his chin, and after a while he opened his mouth and instructed, Shuai, focus on the first 2. I understand. Whether it is the gene limiter or the gene induction formula, these 2 technologies have a certain reference role for the new humans. Among them, the gene limiter can defend against some rule assimilation weapons to a certain extent, while the gene induction formula is a technology derived from the star beast civilization through the study of rule assimilation weapons. These 2 technologies can be said to be the fundamental technologies of the star beast civilization. In the single universe inside the Cheetsi Universe Island, the strange and bizarre star beasts are the experimental subjects of the star beast civilization. These star beasts were created by using the gene induction formula to quickly promote the evolution of the rule genes, and the gene limiter ensures that the rule genes of the star beasts will not exceed the control of the star beast civilization. Luo Feng looked through the development history of the star beast civilization. The star beast civilization is extremely strict in managing the experimental subjects, which is related to the experimental accidents of the star beast civilization. In the era when the gene limiter had not yet been developed, the star beast civilization created a variety of star beasts through the gene induction formula. Among them, some star beasts lost control due to the influence of the gene induction formula. Even created a star beast that can release rules assimilation information, which completely destroyed a colonized space island of the star beast civilization. After that, the star beast civilization, having learned from its mistakes, invested a lot of research power and spent millions of years to develop gene limiters. The star beasts left by the star beast civilization in the new human space island were the failed products of the experiment of gene limiters. After reading this history, Luo Feng understood the origin of the star beasts on the new human space island. Huh? There is information about the Gaolu Universe Island. He hurriedly checked. Although the new humans have been lurking on the periphery of the Gaolu Universe Island, they still dare not act rashly due to the existence of the Gaolu Big 3. The star beast civilization has information about the Gaolu Universe Island, so he naturally has to verify it carefully to see if there is any useful information on it. The star beast civilization does not have detailed data about the Gaolu Universe Island and the Gaolu Big 3, but there was a fleet of the star beast civilization that entered the Gaolu Universe Island. After entering the interior of the Gaolu Great Universe Island, the star beast civilization fleet completely lost contact with the star beast civilization headquarters. 3 exploration fleets were sent to enter the Gaolu Great Universe Island, but they all suddenly disappeared outside the Gaolu Great Universe Island. Among the information obtained by the star beast civilization, only one piece of information was relatively valuable, that is, one of the exploration fleets directly lost contact after entering a chaotic rule area. The data sent back by the exploration fleet at the end showed that the rules in that area were so chaotic that even the fundamental rules of the universe could not maintain a constant state. Summarizing this situation, Luo Feng has been on the fleet for these years, and is also familiar with the research work of Huang Mingzhi and others. He has more or less understood the basic rules. Since the basic rules can be disrupted, it means that among the 3 giants of Gaolu, there must be an omnipotent person who has mastered some dimensional rules. A dimensional omnipotent person is an extremely difficult great god civilization. After the 3 exploration fleets were destroyed, the Star Beast civilization gave up its curiosity about the Gaolu Great Universe Island and prohibited approaching the Gaolu Great Universe Island. The Star Beasts on the new human space island were abandoned at that time. After reading the internal information of the Star Beast civilization, Luo Feng looked at the progress of technology analysis and found that it would take about 19 years to analyze the three technologies. In front of the fleet that has mastered dimensional technology, the Star Beast civilization can only admit that it is unlucky. The technology that has been painstakingly developed for hundreds of billions of years has been silently taken into the fleet's pocket. The suppression of technology is extremely fatal to the Star Beast civilization that has not mastered dimensional technology. If the fleet wants to destroy the Star Beast civilization now, it can also use this branch to trace the entire Star Beast civilization and then annihilate the other party in one fell swoop. However, Luo Feng does not intend to make trouble. He just wants to make a fortune quietly. It is really too much to take other people's technology and kill them all. Not destroying the Star Beast civilization. Firstly, the Star Beast civilization does not pose a threat to the new humans, and secondly, it can raise pigs and keep them for harvesting leeks in the future. Luo Feng manipulated the equipment and engraved a one-dimensional rule line on the genes of these Star Beast people. Leaving this hidden hand, the Star Beast civilization will not be able to make waves in the future. The work of analyzing technology went very smoothly, and other data of the Star Beast civilization was also collected and analyzed. The fleet also sent a copy of the relevant data back to the mainland. Chapter 590. Cheatsy Universe Island. The people of the Star Beast civilization still haven't discovered the fleet hidden in one-dimensional spacetime, and both sides are doing their own thing in the Cheatsy Universe Island. The fleet lurks in it, constantly stealing the technology and internal information of the Star Beast civilization. The Star Beast civilization conducts induced evolution experiments in various single universes. In the unknown single universe of the Cheatsy Universe Island, the Star Beast people who descended on the single universe randomly selected some races from the indigenous creatures of the single universe. All the extracted creatures were classified into different experimental microcosms. The Star Beast researchers in charge of these experimental microcosms implanted gene limiters into the genes of these creatures. Gene limiters are, to a certain extent, a shackle, but also a kind of protection. Because then the Star Beast researchers turned on the instruments and equipment arranged in the experimental microcosms, and the instruments and equipment transmitted rule assimilation information to these experimental subjects. Li Kun, who had just finished his work, quietly entered the experimental microcosm of the Star Beast civilization through one-dimensional jump. As soon as he entered this experimental microcosm, he observed the experimental subjects, who were receiving rule information. The experimental subjects were all indigenous creatures, and they were original indigenous creatures, not clones or the like. Below the great gods, everyone is an ant. In the eyes of high-level civilizations, low-level creatures are ants. Not to mention being used as experimental subjects, even being used as food, or directly slaughtered and exterminated, is a very common thing. Weakness is the original sin, and the universe is so realistic. The Star Orc researchers manipulated the gene induction system, assimilating information with the set information volume rules, and continuously passing it to the experimental subjects. Those experimental subjects were a kind of silicon-based creatures, with bodies like translucent amethysts. Millions of amethysts, under the induction of the gene induction system, had their gene sequences mutated wildly, as if some kind of restriction had been opened. If the Star Orcs had not implanted the gene limiter in advance, such crazy evolutionary mutations would have killed these amethysts instantly. This is because the Star Orcs control the amount of information injected, otherwise even if there was a gene limiter, it would be instantly overwhelmed by the rule information. Ah! Who am I? It hurts. Kill me, quickly! Millions of amethysts kept screaming and wailing, and their physical characteristics began to change. Some amethysts who could not withstand the information infusion directly exploded and died. In biological experiments, it is always so cruel and helpless for the experimental subjects. For the researchers, the death and pain of the mice were not worth mentioning. As long as they could obtain valuable results, they would not hesitate to sacrifice as many mice as possible. In less than 10 minutes, more than 90% of the amethyst people in the experimental microcosm died. They either exploded directly, died of soul disorder, or disappeared due to gene collapse. The remaining less than 10% of the experimental subjects also became neither human nor ghost. However, the Star Beast men did not intend to stop. They still infused the rule information in an orderly manner, prompting the surviving experimental subjects to continue to mutate. These surviving experimental subjects, from the amethyst people, who were not much different at the beginning, have continuously mutated into various forms. By retaining the original genes, original souls, and complete memories and emotions of the experimental subjects, these experimental subjects will obtain many different variables, thus deriving various forms. This is also the reason why the Star Beast men use native indigenous creatures. Only such creatures can further increase the probability of mutation. Li Kun observed for several days, during which he consumed 3 batches of amethyst people. The number of experimental subjects that successfully mutated to the advanced biological stage was less than 1 in a million. Those experimental subjects that have successfully mutated into advanced creatures will be concentrated in an experimental micro-universe. Li Kun came to that experimental micro-universe. In this single universe, all the experimental subjects that have evolved into advanced creatures are concentrated here. The Star Beast civilization has such an experimental micro-universe in each main universe of the Cheetsi Universe Island. The concentrated advanced biological experimental subjects will be cloned, reproduced, and hybridized here, turning from mutant individuals into a mutant group. Then, from the populations produced by these advanced biological experimental subjects, a part of them will be selected as the experimental subjects of the next level. The experimental subjects at this stage are to evolve to the quasi-great god level and the great god level. For the Star Beast civilization, which is already a great god civilization, the gene sequences of advanced organisms are of little use. Only the gene sequences of quasi-great god level and great god level organisms are valuable. The development path of the Star Beast civilization is biased towards biotechnology, so it is natural to collect the gene sequences of great god level organisms. The genes of other great god civilizations are definitely not so easy to obtain. They can only create great god level creatures through experiments and gene induction formulas. Li Kun secretly observed for several years in the Cheetsi Universe Island. The Star Beast civilization is indeed unique in biotechnology. In the one-dimensional space and time, silently watching the fleet of the Star Beast civilization, a rapid alarm suddenly sounded. Li Kun was pulled back to the fleet by the sudden alarm. Lao Jiang, what happened? Jiang Nanchi, who was in charge of the fleet command, shared an urgent report with Li Kun. After reading it, Li Kun knew what happened. In the vacuum ocean about 88.4 billion grids away from Cheetsi Universe Island, a great god civilization was flying towards this side. It is estimated that this great god civilization will arrive at Cheetsi Universe Island in 168 years. Li Kun found out from the intelligence that this civilization was collecting something on the cosmic islands along the way. Lao Jiang, the fleet is still staying in Cheetsi Universe Island for the time being. You should focus on the intentions of this civilization. Okay. Jiang Nanchi nodded. At this stage, even if the fleet is defeated, it can still use one-dimensional jump to escape from the Cheetsi Universe Island. As for the Star Beast civilization in the Cheetsi Universe Island, it can only pray for good luck. The fleet immediately mobilized the reconnaissance system to conduct a preliminary investigation of the gradually approaching Great God civilization. One after another, one-dimensional rule lines appeared secretly outside 88.4 billion grids. Through the one-dimensional rule lines, Jiang Nanchi and others observed the Great God civilization. Hundreds of spherical spaceships formed fleets, and one after another spherical spaceships were rampant inside the cosmic island. After a spaceship entered a single universe, it immediately extracted the souls of all intelligent creatures in the single universe through the physical rules of the single universe. In an instant, the single universe seemed to fall into endless silence. Whether it was an advanced creature that had evolved to the pinnacle of the single universe, or an intermediate creature that traversed the galaxy, or a primary creature that struggled on its mother planet. In front of the Great God civilization, they were all a group of ants. The spherical spacecraft kept harvesting the intelligent creatures of the entire universe island, extracting the souls of these intelligent creatures without leaving a single one. This situation was fed back to the fleet by the one-dimensional rule line. Jiang Nanchi asked puzzledly, "Dr. Li, what is this civilization doing?" Li Kun, who was browsing the feedback information, saw the behavior of this Great God civilization, and was also somewhat confused. As a Great God civilization, it should be useless to extract the souls of low-level creatures on a large scale. Suddenly Li Kun paused. He read the information again, and gave Jiang Nanchi a few instructions thoughtfully. Chapter 591. The one-dimensional rule line penetrated into the spherical spaceship of the civilization. Two-dimensional plane barrier detected, analyzing. Li Kun looked at the one-dimensional rule robot calmly. This civilization has mastered the dimensional technology of the two-dimensional level, but in the one-dimensional space-time, there is still no way to block the new humans. The one-dimensional rule robot, following the two-dimensional plane barrier layer of the spherical spaceship, penetrated silently in less than half an hour. If the fleet wants to violently rush into the spherical spaceship of this civilization, it will only take a few seconds to complete. Now, in order to steal intelligence, they slowly analyzed and found loopholes to get in. The one-dimensional rule robot entered the spherical spaceship, which is a small universe with a radius of about 760 million light-years. The souls of those low-level creatures that were extracted were stored in special crystals, just like the special crystals of sea urchins, flashing with colorful lights. Each sea urchin crystal stores the souls of 10 to 20 billion intelligent creatures. The control hub space of the spherical spaceship. There are more than a dozen great god-level creatures, and these great god-level creatures are the main race of this civilization, Paitziduo. Paitziduo is a transliteration name, and Paitziduo means chasing dreams. Paitziduo is shaped like a jellyfish, with a translucent body and red lines in light green. A Paitziduo was floating in the air with nothing to do. He took out a colorful sea urchin crystal from the machine next to him with his tentacles. The tentacles seemed to dissolve, turning into a ball of liquid, wrapping the sea urchin crystals inside. What a delicious memory. Suddenly, another Petsaman floated in from outside, and put a bag of colorful sea urchin crystals into the machine. The Petsaman who was immersed in the soul saw this scene, and sent out a primary sub-beam and asked, "Oan, are these soul crystals just collected?" After stuffing the last 50 or so sea urchin crystals into the machine, the Petsaman named Oan gently waved his tentacles. "You should go on duty. I really want to eat Yummy's soul." The Petsaman spit out the transparent sea urchin crystals, and the spit out sea urchin crystals lost their colorfulness and fell into a basket. In the basket, there were a dozen equally dull sea urchin crystals. "Oda, hurry over and take up your duty." Got it. By the way, how is the quality of the souls in this area?" Oda asked, taking another sea urchin crystal. Owen's tentacles waved a few times. The quality of wild souls is definitely uneven, but wild souls can also be surprising. The quality of the souls in this area is SOSO. Then I go over. Li Kun and Jiang Nanchi, who were secretly observing Peiji people, understood from the internal information of these Peiji people why the other party extracted the souls of low-level creatures. These Peiji people use the souls of low-level creatures as food. And why do these Peiji people eat the souls of intelligent creatures? According to relevant information, this civilization resists rule assimilation by devouring the souls of other creatures. They do not really devour souls, but absorb the memories and emotions of these souls to achieve an effect similar to virtual reincarnation. Even Peiji people's plan is more convenient and faster than the virtual reincarnation of new humans. After all, the virtual reincarnation of new humans requires closing emotions and memories, and spending 100 years in the virtual world. However, it only takes a moment for the Paitziduo people to devour the souls of low-level creatures. Based on this characteristic, Li Kun renamed the Paitziduo civilization as Soul Eater Civilization, and the Paitziduo people as Soul Eaters, or Jellyfish People. The headquarters of the Soul Eater civilization is not nearby, but in a very distant vacuum ocean, about 5.6 trillion grids away from the Cheatsy Universe Island. The fleet in front of us is the Soul Eater civilization Soul Hunting Fleet, which often sends fleets to capture souls from various universe islands. For such a civilization, the new human fleet had no intention of interfering. After all, this was the survival mode of the Soul Eater civilization. Moreover, the Soul Eater civilization, which had already discovered the rule assimilation, was one level stronger than the Star Beast civilization. If it was not necessary, Jiang Nanchi would not make enemies with the other party. But sometimes, things just don't go as planned. Jiang Nanchi's face was a little gloomy. "Dr. Li, there are some problems with this information." Li Kun flipped through some of the information, and indeed found some problems in it. Humans are a very ancient and complex race in the infinite universe. In the detection system of the new humans, a total of 5.76 million cosmic islands have been discovered so far, of which about 0.36% have human civilizations. The human civilizations in these parallel universes vary in strength, ranging from primitive societies that cannot even leave the planet to those that have developed to the level of spanning the galaxy. Among the human civilizations discovered by the new humans, except for the new humans themselves, the strongest human civilization has developed to the advanced level of advanced civilization. Since human civilization is widely distributed in the infinite universe, it will naturally intersect with some great god civilizations, with ulterior motives under compulsion. And the survival mode of soul-eating civilization must have devoured the souls of human civilization. Old Jiang, what do you think? If we didn't see it, we can still ignore it, but since we have seen it, We can't just sit back and do nothing. Jiang Nanqi replied seriously. Then report this situation back to the mainland first. Li Kun also agreed with the war. It was just that the fleet had to report to the mainland, and it was estimated that the mainland would choose war in all likelihood. No matter how rubbish other human civilizations were, it was also a matter within the human race. The soul-eating civilization used other humans as food, which was an insult to the new human civilization. When the mainland's war committee received the report from the fleet, many officers flew into a rage. The war committee was not a soft bone either, and issued a war order to Jiang Nanqi. The fleet, which was holding the Universe Island, instantly received the mainland's order. The soldiers, who were ready to fight, began to prepare for battle under the command of Jiang Nanqi. To annihilate this soul-hunting fleet is a piece of cake for Jiang Nanqi. However, annihilating only one soul-hunting fleet is only a temporary solution. The fleet must destroy the entire soul-eating civilization and completely wipe out the other party from the infinite universe. Since the soul-eating civilization must be eradicated, it must not alert the enemy. Jiang Nanqi commanded his subordinates to use the one-dimensional rule line and the soul-hunting fleet to follow the clues and lock the headquarters of the soul-eating civilization, as well as various colonies, soul-hunting fleets, and civilization seed spacecraft. They spent 36 years collecting all the information about the Soul-Eater civilization to ensure that no one would slip through the net. At this time, Jiang Nanqi began to prepare a battle plan. The Soul-Eater civilization, which was still harvesting one cosmic island after another, did not know that it had provoked a powerful great god civilization. The shadow of death enveloped the entire Soul-Eater civilization. Whether it was the headquarters of the Soul-Eater civilization, or the colonies, or the fleet-hunting souls outside, or the secretly lurking civilization seed spaceships, they were all the targets of the new humans' attack this time. Jiang Nanqi, who intended to kill the enemy in one battle, finally showed his ferocious fangs. Chapter 592. The first soul-hunting fleet discovered by the new humans has arrived at a new cosmic island. One spherical spaceship after another dispersed, ready to harvest the delicious wild souls in this cosmic island. In the spaceship control hub, Owen waved his tentacles boredly, picked up a colorful sea urchin crystal, and tasted the billions of souls in the sea urchin crystal. Owen, we have arrived at the designated location. Oda on the side reminded. He sucked the souls of the sea urchin crystal in one go, threw away the blank sea urchin crystal, and then used the primary beam to control the spaceship. When they were about to start the soul extraction system, they found that the spacecraft's system started automatically. What happened? Owen was confused and quickly waved his tentacles and tapped the manual instrument panel. Several Soul Eaters beside him also made the same movements, but they found that their movements had no effect at all. Owen quickly sent out the primary sub-beam. Hurry up and contact other spacecraft. Something went wrong. The communication system is also out of control. Oda, who was in charge of the communication system, replied in horror. As a great god-level creature, Owen was extremely anxious, because he knew that the spaceship itself would not malfunction. This was a spaceship built by the great god civilization, and it would not malfunction even after 1 trillion years. Now that all systems have failed, there is only one possibility, that is, it was destroyed by humans. They can make their spaceship lose control silently. Without thinking, they know the opponent's strength. Owen made a quick decision. All personnel use all their strength to tear open the two-dimensional barrier of the spaceship and prepare for battle. Understood. At this time, the other Soul Eaters also reacted. The Soul Eaters burst out with all their strength. They also possessed the technology of the spaceship. Owen and others who had been reduced to the two-dimensional plane began to act. But soon Owen and others stopped. The situation in front of them made their bodies tremble involuntarily. The spaceship built by the Soul Eater civilization was so strange at this moment. The dozen escape zones reserved inside the spaceship turned into an airtight two-dimensional barrier. It's too late. Attack with all your strength. Owen's uneasiness became more and more obvious. The other Soul Eaters also went crazy, cutting and shearing off two-dimensional planes one after another, bursting out from the Soul Eater's tentacles, and bombarding the two-dimensional barrier in front of them. The continuous attacks made Owen and others' hearts sink directly. It didn't move at all. The two-dimensional barrier in front of them didn't move at all. Jiang Nanqi, who had been watching the show outside for a long time, shook his head directly, and then controlled the Soul Eater spaceship to extract the souls of these Soul Eaters. He directly used the method of giving them back in return. Let these Soul Eaters also experience the feeling of having their souls extracted. Their souls were injected into the specially modified sea urchin crystals by the new humans. These Soul Eaters were terrified when they felt their souls being extracted and injected into the sea urchin crystals. While desperately stimulating the power of rules, and trying to escape from the sea urchin crystals, they were trembling with fear. When they thought about how they treated those souls, they felt a chill. However, the sea urchin crystals that Li Kun had personally transformed would naturally not be escaped by the soul-eating people, so they could only become prisoners of the new humans. The thunderbolt attack launched by the fleet was naturally not only aimed at one soul-hunting fleet. In an instant, the soul-eating civilization was taken down by Jiang Nanchi. The pervasive one-dimensional rule line had already figured out the situation of the soul-eating civilization before the battle broke out. In the case of intentional calculation, the soul-eating civilization had no way to resist. The spaceships, warships, small universes, and even their bodies of the entire civilization were controlled by the new humans, and there was no fierce battle. The outcome of this war of annihilation of the soul-eating civilization was already doomed from the beginning. The new humans who mastered one-dimensional technology inherently restrained the soul-eating civilization, and the soul-eating civilization, which only controlled two-dimensional technology, was eaten alive by Jiang Nanchi. "Old Jiang, how do you plan to deal with these captives?" Hearing Li Kun's question, Jiang Nanchi smiled and replied, "Of course, let them completely annihilate in the darkness." "Aren't you curious about what the soul of a soul-eating person tastes like?" Li Kun said jokingly. Jiang Nanchi got goosebumps all over his body, and waved his hands quickly. "Dr. Li, I don't have any thoughts of eating people." "Ha." Li Kun laughed. The entire soul-eating civilization was captured by the fleet, and all traces of the soul-eating civilization were also directly wiped out, and completely disappeared in the infinite universe. Perhaps from today on, the traces of the soul-eating civilization can only be circulated in the myths and legends of other primary civilizations, stories and novels. Of course, other possibilities cannot be ruled out, such as the Soul-Eater civilization in another parallel universe, once again carrying the genes of the Soul-Eater civilization and re-entering the Great God civilization. It's just that the Soul-Eater civilization at this stage has been destroyed. All traces of the Soul-Eater civilization have been wiped out, and the Soul-Eaters have been completely wiped out, and this matter has come to an end. After collecting the technology of the Soul-Eater civilization and the Star Beast civilization, the fleet did not return to the Cheatsy Universe island of the Star Beast civilization, but only made some follow-up arrangements and continued to sail. Those subsequent arrangements are mainly for the Star Beast civilization. Although the Star Beast civilization has not met with parallel humans from other cosmic islands before, Jiang Nanchi still left a backup plan. Just in case, the Star Beast civilization will encounter humans from parallel universes in the future and use them as experimental subjects. If this really happens, the new humans will have to eliminate the Star Beast civilization. The Star Beast civilization is a good crop of leaks, and it may bring some good returns to the new humans. Jiang Nanchi does not want to eliminate them. Since we don't want to eliminate the Star Beast civilization, we have to tie it up with ropes, and keep it within a proper range to prevent it from coming out to bite people. Jiang Nanchi asked Li Kun and others to engrave a layer of two-dimensional rule genes, and a layer of one-dimensional rule genes in the rule genes of the Star Beast people. With double insurance, the Star Beast civilization will never escape the palm of the new human beings. Li Kun even used the gene limiter technology of the Star Beast civilization to create a two-dimensional and one-dimensional version of the experience limiter, which can be regarded as taking from the Star Beast civilization and using it for the Star Beast civilization. Leaving a backup plan, the fleet continued to jump to the new universe island. Time came to the virtual reincarnation alternation stage again. Huang Mingzhi woke up from the virtual reincarnation and immediately received a series of events about the Star Beast civilization, the Cheatsy Universe Island, and the Soul-Eater civilization. After browsing these events, Huang Mingzhi pressed his temples to relieve his slightly swollen body. When Luo Feng woke up not far away, he looked tangled and depressed. Obviously, he felt a little disappointed for missing the Soul-Eater civilization annihilation war. "Lao Luo, let's go for a walk together." "Okay." The two left the virtual cabin showroom. On the way to the command center, other new humans who entered the virtual reincarnation also woke up one after another. At this time, the next destination of the fleet is also a cosmic island with a Great God civilization. What kind of Great God civilization exists in the upcoming cosmic island is waiting for Huang Mingzhi and Luo Feng to explore. Chapter 593. The Command Center of the Eternal Truth. Luo Feng patted Jiang Nanchi on the shoulder. "Leave the next job to me." "Yes." Jiang Nanchi saluted and shook his head with a smile. He saw Luo Feng's depression. During the long voyage, he could meet some opponents, but it also depended on luck. After taking over the relevant work, Luo Feng quickly put his depression behind him and began to prepare for the next thing. In the eternal and desolate vacuum ocean, except for the occasional passing beams of the first subwaves and the rare wandering micro-universes, it was as dark as ever. Compared with the starry sky in the universe, the vacuum ocean has a completely different feeling. The vacuum ocean is only monotonous and dark. Even if human eyes can see the primary beam, it is so colorless in the vacuum ocean. The fleet that turned into a one-dimensional regular line appeared near a cosmic island group, where there was a cosmic island group with a clear outline. The cosmic island group consists of 29 large and small cosmic islands, showing an elliptical distribution. Luo Feng named this cosmic island group Olive Cosmic Island Group. Inside the Olive Cosmic Island Group, the distance between the 29 cosmic islands is very close. Outside the Olive Universe Island Group, the distance to the nearest universe island is 8,086,100 grids. Therefore, these 29 universe islands are named as a cluster, the Olive Universe Island Group. Wang Mingzhi, who is also in the command center, looks at the Olive Universe Island Group and says in surprise, "What a peaceful universe island." He said this because the Olive Universe Island Group is really unusually peaceful. There is not a single beam of primary waves emitted from the 29 universe islands. After all, there are 29 cosmic islands, and the number of single universes inside them alone is 487,600, plus tens of millions of small universes. It is impossible for this situation to happen. Not a single primordial beam has been emitted, which means that none of these single universes and small universes are in the singularity period. As a naturally evolving cosmic island, this situation rarely occurs. And the 29 cosmic islands have no primordial beams at the same time. There is only one explanation, that the Olive Universe Island Group is controlled artificially. As the fleet's detection system conducted a deeper investigation, the secrets of the Olive Universe Island Group were soon exposed to the fleet. Wang Mingzhi's gaze, through the one-dimensional rule line, descended on the interior of one of the cosmic islands in the Olive Universe Island Group. The single universes and small universes on the entire cosmic island all looked lifeless. After going deep into a single universe, Wang Mingzhi discovered a very familiar scene. The single universe was filled with dense small universes. This situation was a method used by the new humans in this universe after they were promoted to advanced civilizations, which solidified the single universe by filling the small universe. Seeing this situation again today made Wang Mingzhi recall his past memories, but after observing the situation inside this universe, he frowned. In this single universe, all the creatures in the solidified small universes were sleeping. One-dimensional rule lines formed Wang Mingzhi's body. His body at this time stood in three-dimensional space, existed in a two-dimensional plane, and had one-dimensional lines. On an Earth-like planet, his body containing dimensional rules appeared in the air unscrupulously. On the equator of the planet, there grows a towering tree, a real towering tree. The trunk of this towering tree surrounds the equator of the planet, and its branches spread to the entire planet, with its roots deeply rooted in the core of the Earth. The branches that block out the sun have vibrant green leaves on the upper side, and fruitful fruits hanging on the lower side. The fruit is like a silkworm pupa, with gray-white silk threads wrapping the fruit flesh. Wang Mingzhi's dimensional body saw through the true face of these fruits at a glance. These fruits are surprisingly intelligent creatures on this planet. The intelligent creatures wrapped in the fruit looked extremely peaceful, as if they were immersed in a dreamlike sleep, and the giant tree provided nutrition for these intelligent creatures. When some of these fruits mature, they will be absorbed by the giant tree and breed new fruits again, and the cycle will continue. His eyes penetrated through layers of barriers, and saw the dream in the fruit, and understood the past and present of this Earth-like planet. The intelligent creatures on this planet, but the food raised by the giant tree is different from the nomadic soul-eating civilization. The civilization behind the giant tree constantly harvests the emotions and memories of these intelligent creatures by raising the intelligent creatures on the cosmic island. Although compared to the soul-eating civilization, the farming civilization in front of us still preserves the life of those fruits, allowing these fruits to spend their lives in the virtual world. For the intelligent creatures in these fruits, this is both lucky and unfortunate. Looking around, the 29 cosmic islands of the Olive Universe Island Group are all intelligent creatures in captivity. The controller behind those giant trees is a super-large tree. The name of the tree is Jiqi, which means eternal life, so it is also called Eternal Life Demon Tree. The Immortal Demon Tree is not a group-type civilization, but an individual-type civilization, that is, the entire civilization has only one individual, which is similar to the Qinya universe controlled by the new humans. Because it is an individual-type civilization, the Immortal Demon Tree did not develop into a nomadic mode of soul-eating civilization, but instead kept the surrounding cosmic islands in captivity, making the intelligent creatures in these cosmic islands its food. The immortal demon tree was born in the Olive Universe Island group. After being promoted to the Great God civilization, it has been entrenched here for 568.1 billion years, and has never left the Olive Universe Island group. This kind of otaku god civilization is relatively rare, but there are all kinds of strange civilizations in the infinite universe, and the immortal demon tree is no exception. Wang Mingzhi has been silently investigating the immortal demon tree for more than 3 months, and has fully understood the situation of this immortal demon tree. Its technology, gene sequence, and memory have all been stripped clean by the fleet. Since the fleet has just set sail again, Luo Feng and Wang Mingzhi discussed and decided to stay in the Olive Universe Islands for a while. Although the immortal demon tree is just a weak chicken in the Great God civilization, it is at least a great god. Wang Mingzhi led the researchers of the Science and Technology Commission to conduct a comprehensive study on the immortal demon tree. As for the intelligent creatures in the Olive Universe Island, there is no human civilization among them, and the new humans are not good people, so they will naturally not meddle in other people's business. The old otaku immortal magic tree does not know that a large group of people in its nursery are planning to study it, and is still tirelessly cultivating fruits. For the intelligent creatures in the Olive Universe Island group, the captive breeding of the immortal magic tree is not too bad. At least compared with the simple and crude soul-eating civilization, the immortal magic tree is still kind. Wang Mingzhi brought the researchers and descended into the body of the immortal magic tree, opening up a small scientific research universe in its body. The immortal demon tree actually knew nothing about this. This shows that the dimension technology, the gap of one dimension, is enough to make a huge difference between the great civilizations. Wang Mingzhi and others, who are deeply studying the immortal demon tree, after 7 years of research. Teacher, I found something. Li Ronwu floated over hurriedly. Wang Mingzhi put down the research progress of the one-dimensional rule. What did you find? Li Ronwu quickly shared a research report. Please take a look at this document. Chapter 594. After unfolding the research report shared by Li Ronwu, Wang Mingzhi understood the information in the research report at the first glance. In this research report, the main body and sub-body of the eternal demon tree were tested, and a secret hidden in it was discovered. When Li Ronwu was studying the rule gene of the eternal demon tree, he found that the three-dimensional gene sequence of the eternal demon tree was normal, but he found that in the three-dimensional rule gene sequence, there were some hidden things in the primary sub-sub of a part of the rule gene. The researchers on the fleet have determined the technological level of the immortal demon tree. This otaku tree does not master dimensional technology. Or it can be said that the immortal demon tree can no longer master dimensional technology. Because in its three-dimensional regular genes, a part of the primary components of the gene sequence hides a two-dimensional plane gene sequence. The immortal demon tree itself does not master dimensional technology, so it is naturally impossible to edit the two-dimensional plane gene sequence. So where does the two-dimensional plane gene sequence on it come from? The reason behind this is self-evident. In other words, the two-dimensional plane gene sequence hidden in the three-dimensional gene sequence of the eternal demon tree was left behind by other great god civilizations. Huh? 2 types? Li Ronwu explained. Yes, there are 2 types of gene locks in the two-dimensional plane gene sequence of the eternal demon tree. What do you think? Wang Mingzhi asked. It should be that 2 great god civilizations have made moves on the eternal demon tree one after another. Li Ronwu replied. After answering, Li Ronwu pointed to the research report and listed more than a dozen two-dimensional gene keys. These more than a dozen two-dimensional gene keys came from 2 gene locks with very different styles. From Li Ronwu's annotations, we can see the problem. The functions of the 2 gene locks are similar, but there are some overlapping and conflicting functions. If this is the only reason, it is not enough to make Li Ronwu suspicious. There are 2 other reasons. One reason is that the rule runes on the 2 gene locks are completely different in the gene keys with the same function. Another reason is that one of the gene locks has a gene key specifically targeting the other gene lock. These gene keys can paralyze the other gene lock and have alarm, anti-reconnaissance, and tracking functions. If it was done by the same civilization, then this great civilization is really bored, because doing this is a waste of time. Only if 2 great civilizations discover the immortal demon tree one after another can this situation happen. The first one to discover the immortal demon tree wrote a gene lock in the regular gene sequence of the immortal demon tree, and then left the Olive Universe Island group. When they arrived at the second great god civilization, they also discovered the immortal demon tree, and also discovered that there was a two-dimensional gene lock in the gene sequence of the immortal demon tree. The second great god civilization did not act rashly, but instead used the same strategy and added a new two-dimensional gene lock based on that two-dimensional gene lock. The purpose of this new two-dimensional gene lock is not only to restrict and control the immortal demon tree, but also to deal with the first great god civilization. Now, the new humans have become the third great god civilization to discover the immortal demon tree, and have also discovered the gene locks left by the first two great god civilizations. Wang Mingzhi pondered for a moment, and then instructed Li Ronwu, add our one-dimensional gene lock to the gene sequence of the eternal demon tree, and keep the gene locks of the other two great god civilizations, but also implant a one-dimensional monitoring system. I understand. Li Ronwu nodded. The unfortunate eternal demon tree was implanted with gene locks by other great god civilizations one after another without its knowledge. Wang Mingzhi opened the gene locks of the two great god civilizations, and studied them carefully. After in-depth research, although the gene locks left by the two great god civilizations did not retain much information, Wang Mingzhi still analyzed some things from them. The first great god civilization came about 340.9 billion years ago, and the second great god civilization came about 158.4 billion years ago. In addition, the first great god civilization would activate the gene lock almost every 138,000 years to explore the memory of the immortal demon tree. However, this great god civilization has never reactivated the gene lock since 86.1 billion years ago. When this happens, either the great god civilization has given up the eternal magic tree, or the great god civilization has already perished. In Wang Mingzhi's opinion, the possibility of the first great god civilization perishing is relatively high. After all, the great god civilization generally does not give up the monitoring of the gene lock. As for the second great god civilization, it activates the gene lock once every 580,000 years or so, and the purpose is similar to that of the first great god civilization. The second great god civilization has never stopped its actions. The last time it activated the gene lock was just 240,000 years ago. The rule runes of a civilization often imply the technological style and technological level of the civilization. Wang Mingzhi discovered from the reverse research of the two gene locks that the first great god civilization paid great attention to biotechnology and soul technology, while the second great god civilization was more proficient in dimensional technology. The first great god civilization is estimated to have disappeared, and Wang Mingzhi lowered the alert level of this great god civilization to the level of no threat for the time being. The second great god civilization is worthy of the attention of the new humans. After all, the great god civilization that takes the dimensional technology route is not a good thing. The analysis data of these two great god civilizations will be included in the general database of the new humans. So far, the three long-distance fleets have discovered quite a few great god civilizations. Wang Mingzhi's fleet alone has discovered the Giant Civilization, Silver Tree Civilization, Dimensional Insect Race, Star Beast Civilization, Soul-Eating Civilization, Immortal Magic Tree, and these two unknown great god civilizations, a total of 8 great god civilizations. It seems that there are many great god civilizations discovered, but in fact the density is not that high. You should know that at this time, Wang Mingzhi's fleet is already 4.6 trillion grids away from the new human homeland, and the number of cosmic islands collected during this period is no less than 1.2 billion. Don't be confused by the fact that the fleet often encounters the great god civilization, because the fleet has locked a part of the cosmic islands through the detection system, and there is a high possibility that the great god civilization exists in these cosmic islands. Therefore, it seems that the fleet encounters the great god civilization all day long, but in fact, the number of great god civilizations in the infinite universe is very rare. Except for the area around Gaolu Great Universe Island, where there are many great god civilizations, the density of great god civilizations in other areas of the infinite universe sea is very small, and they are rare. The situation of the other two fleets is similar to that of Wang Mingzhi's fleet. As time goes by, the long-distance fleet continues to feed back data back to the mainland, and the new humans also feel more and more abnormal about Gaolu Great Universe Island. After all, the density of great god civilizations in Gaolu Great Universe Island is obviously beyond the average line. The three giants of Gaolu, the new humans, the Qianya universe, the Samsara Temple, Azathoth, the Hingguang civilization, the Giant civilization, and the Terra civilization. These are the great civilizations born in the Gaolu Great Universe Island and the nearby vacuum ocean, a total of 10. This density is simply terrifying. Considering the dangers of the Gaolu Great Universe Island, the new human homeland has also gradually and orderly moved away from the Gaolu Great Universe Island in recent years. At present, the The new human homeland has been migrated to about 570 million grids away from the Gaolu Great Universe Island. And the migration work is still continuing in secret. Chapter 595. After staying in the Olive Universe for 36 years, Huang Mingzhi studied the Eternal Demon Tree and analyzed the two unknown great god civilizations. In addition, the research progress on the one-dimensional rules is also very gratifying. Although the rules of one-dimensional spacetime have not been fully mastered, Huang Mingzhi estimates that it will take thousands of years to complete the integration of the rules of one-dimensional spacetime. There is no urgent task, so the fleet continues to go far away. The fleet, which has been reduced to a one-dimensional state, is speeding in the vacuum ocean. For the cosmic islands along the way where there are no traces of great god civilization, the fleet has no intention of stopping. The voyage was so boring, and 28 years had passed before I knew it. Luo Feng made his routine report to the mainland. After confirming the latest location of the mainland, he stood up and stretched. The adjutant poured him a cup of Qinglan tea, which is a tea similar to Longjing tea. The mother plant of this tea is a high-level organism. Luo Feng took a long breath, picked up the teacup, and drank a sip of the green tea. Xuehai, go and call. Before Luo Feng finished speaking, the warning system of the command center issued an urgent alarm. Alarm, alarm, the fleet is attacked by a one-dimensional rule line. Alarm, alarm, the fleet is attacked by... Luo Feng immediately focused his attention on the emergency, and the data transmitted to his mind by the command center made him understand the situation immediately. He immediately ordered, everyone, launch an indiscriminate attack on the enemy. Adjutant Yen Xuehai immediately controlled the Eternal Truth and launched a counterattack against enemies from all directions. Luo Feng calmed down and quickly locked the enemies attacking the fleet through the detection system. These enemies were also reduced to a one-dimensional state. If they can avoid the detection of the one-dimensional rule lines of the new humans, then the technological level of the enemy this time must have already possessed dimensional technology. The battle between the two sides repeatedly jumped in three-dimensional space, two-dimensional plane, and one-dimensional lines. The attackers were quite powerful, and the sudden attack suppressed the fleet in the first place. However, the new humans are not vegetarians. They have been cultivating dimensional technology in an orderly manner for tens of thousands of years, and have a clear development path. In terms of dimensional technology, the new humans will not be easily defeated by the enemy. A fierce battle unfolded in this vacuum ocean. In an instant, a new human spaceship suddenly upgraded from one dimension to three-dimensional space, and the next moment it gathered the surrounding vacuum ocean, trying to imprison the surrounding enemy ships. The hundreds of enemy ships surrounding the new human fleet quickly reduced their dimensions from two-dimensional plane state to one-dimensional state, turning into one-dimensional regular lines, and dodging in all directions. Or both sides were in two-dimensional plane state, like two sharp blades, colliding and intersecting each other. On the Eternal Truth, as the collision broke out, waves of intense tremors came from under his feet, but Luo Feng remained calm. His confidence came from his mastery of the rules of one-dimensional spacetime. At least if the new human fleet wanted to escape, the other party would definitely not be able to stop them. Since there was a way out, Luo Feng naturally wanted to find out the details of the other party. Huang Mingzhi, who was in the scientific research universe, also came to the command center at this time, standing not far from Luo Feng, watching the fight between the two sides. Judging from the current battle situation, the technological levels of the two sides should not be much different. At least there is no obvious gap. Suddenly, Huang Mingzhi's eyes moved, he turned on his virtual display screen, and his brain started working at full capacity. All the data generated by the battle between the two sides was analyzed in an instant. The fierce battle outside seemed to have no effect on Huang Mingzhi, and he devoted himself to the analysis work. Soon he stopped, and two two-dimensional plane models appeared on the virtual display screen in front of him. One of them was the state of the new human spaceship reduced to 2 dimensions. The other was a simulation model of the enemy ship reduced to 2 dimensions. For Huang Mingzhi, who has completely mastered the rules of two-dimensional spacetime, the two-dimensional state of the enemy ship is not a secret in his eyes. Obviously, the technological level of this civilization in the two-dimensional spacetime rules is much weaker than that of the new humans. In the tit-for-tat of the great civilization, it is often a matter of a millimeter, and 1,000 miles away. A little bit of deficiency is enough to cause fatal consequences. Lao Luo, let me control the one-dimensional rule line cannon of the spacecraft, Huang Mingzhi said seriously. Luo Feng was stunned, and then looked at Huang Mingzhi's calm eyes. He carefully ordered a soldier to stand up and give his position to Huang Mingzhi. Huang Mingzhi sat in the gunner's position, with his hands on the control panel. The huge torrent of information instantly took over the one-dimensional regular line cannon of the Eternal Truth. Then he brought the calculation model just now into the supercomputer of the Eternal Truth, and instantly the one-dimensional regular line cannon, with no dead angles, swept in all directions. Thousands of enemy ships around were hit by one-dimensional regular lines in an instant. The enemy ship, which did not pay much attention, soon found something wrong. In the previous fight, they could use the two-dimensional barrier to resist or escape through the one-dimensional rule line. But at this moment, their warship was only hit by the one-dimensional rule line of the Eternal Truth, and the two-dimensional barrier of the warship went out of control. Kill him while he is sick. Wang Mingzhi immediately shared the analyzed two-dimensional model of the enemy ship with other new human spaceships, and then launched a full-scale attack on the enemy ship. The specially modulated one-dimensional rule line, as if it had eyes, specifically targeted the rule loopholes of the enemy ship in the two-dimensional plane state. The two-dimensional state, as a transitional state, plays a connecting role for both three-dimensional space and one-dimensional lines. And this enemy warship encountered a targeted attack from the new human fleet in the two-dimensional state, although the enemy ships were hundreds of times more numerous than the new human fleet. But in the war of the great god civilization, sometimes the gap cannot be made up by quantity. The enemy ships, whose two-dimensional state was cracked, were immediately suppressed by the fleet. The calm Luo Feng saw the opportunity, and immediately shouted loudly, "Release the irregular debris wave." Received. The fleet's spacecraft immediately released an astonishing number of irregular debris waves around them. Irregular debris that were different from the general physical rules swept past like a hurricane. The enemy ships, facing irregular debris for the first time, were swept by the irregular debris wave without any preparation. In the vacuum ocean, those enemy ships were out of control in large numbers, and the fleet did not hold back and directly beat the fallen dogs. Dense one-dimensional regular line cannons were specifically aimed at the opponent's rule loopholes. In a moment, thousands of enemy ships collapsed in the vacuum ocean. The destroyed enemy ships directly lifted the dimensional travel state and turned into a group of three-dimensional particle clouds. And these three-dimensional particle clouds were destroyed by the irregular debris waves, and more irregular fragments were derived. The fleet that had the advantage began to clear the enemy ships that were resisting stubbornly. Seeing the retreating battle situation, this enemy was also very decisive. It directly detonated all the injured warships. Those intact warships were directly reduced to a one-dimensional state and retreated to the distance at full speed. The decisive enemy made Luo Feng, who had originally planned to capture prisoners, empty-handed. For the fleeing enemy ships, Luo Feng did not order a pursuit. After the fleet quickly cleared the irregular fragments, the fleet left the battlefield without looking back. Chapter 596. In the unknown vacuum ocean, the battle that suddenly broke out came quickly and went away quickly. The enemy lost most of its warships, and only the particle cloud rippling on the vacuum ocean showed the fierceness of the battle. The new human fleet that quickly evacuated quickly flew 4 billion grids and hid in an ordinary cosmic island for a short rest. The reason why Luo Feng gave up chasing the enemy was that he didn't understand this sudden enemy, and was worried that he would fall into the enemy's trap if he chased rashly. In addition, this battle seems to be a matter between the new human fleet and the mysterious enemy, but in fact it cannot be seen that way. The reckless battle in the vacuum ocean is very easy to be detected by other great civilizations. Luo Feng, who is worried about attracting other great civilizations, can only choose to retreat quickly. In the command center of the Eternal Truth, Wang Mingzhi, who got up from the gunner seat, did not go back to the Science and Technology Commission office, but collected the data from this battle and prepared to conduct a comprehensive analysis. Since they have already fought, and the fleet was attacked, they will get back at the enemy sooner or later. Now the intelligence analysis team, and Wang Mingzhi and others are analyzing the battle data, hoping to get some valuable intelligence from it. Wang Mingzhi analyzed the battle data bit by bit. This time, he was not trying to crack the two-dimensional state of the enemy ship, but to analyze something useful. Although the complete enemy ship was not obtained, some of the remaining data still revealed a lot of things. For example, this great god civilization is not weak in dimensional technology. In terms of dimensional technology, it is the most powerful god civilization that the new humans have encountered so far. In addition, this great god civilization does not understand irregular fragments, and it is estimated that its mastery of dimensional technology is stronger than the dimensional Zerg encountered before. In the process of cracking the enemy ship, he recorded some physical rule information, and now he is using this physical information to reverse the technology that the enemy is good at. From this, it is analyzed that the mysterious civilization, in addition to being good at dimensional technology, is also extraordinary in superpower technology. Superforce technology is the technology derived from the Great Unified Force, such as gravitational waves, superforce waves, repulsive waves, and so on. The investigation lasted for more than half a month. Huang Mingzhi rubbed his eyes and looked at Luo Feng and others on the side. He asked, "Lao Luo, how is the situation over there?" Luo Feng shook his head. "I secretly sent a lot of spy spacecraft to secretly investigate the surrounding 500 billion grids, but the mysterious civilization disappeared. This situation was not unexpected. In the last raid, the new human fleet was the attack party and was at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, but the new humans still defeated the other side. As long as the top leaders of this mysterious civilization are not fools, they will not show up in the sight of the new humans in this situation. In fact, the situation of the mysterious civilization, as Huang Mingzhi expected, not only did they not dare to expose themselves, but after being defeated by the new human fleet, they immediately moved their headquarters and quickly hid in a spare cosmic island. Obviously, this mysterious civilization also knew that this time it had hit a wall. The mysterious civilization, worried about being retaliated by the new humans, naturally would not wait foolishly for the new humans to come. The reaction speed was very fast, and it was obviously not the first time it did so. In the infinite universe, if you want to rob other great civilizations, in addition to having a strong technological level, you must also have the determination to make a decisive move. When the mysterious civilization fell into a disadvantageous position in the battle, it simply cut off its tail and escaped, which shows that the other party is very self-aware. At that time, if the mysterious civilization had only hesitated for a moment, Luo Feng could have seized the opportunity and left 1 or 2 enemy ships behind. Academician Huang, what are the results of your analysis? Huang Mingzhi also shook his head. I could only analyze some technological levels, and the technological fields I am good at, and not much else. It's a cunning opponent. Luo Feng's eyes flashed with a trace of respect. It's estimated that this civilization is not the first time to rob people on the road. If they didn't have some skills, they would have been killed by other great civilizations. Huang Mingzhi laughed. That's true. The two discussed for a while, and decided to temporarily name this mysterious civilization Thief Civilization, and synchronize the relevant data to the general database of the new humans. Although no clues of the Thief Civilization were found, the new humans would not give up investigating the Thief Civilization. The feud between the two sides has already been made, and the matter will not be let go. The mainland and other long-distance fleets also received news of the Thief Civilization attacking Huang Mingzhi's fleet, and were also secretly investigating the other party. In the distant vacuum ocean, inside an inconspicuous cosmic island, the temporary headquarters of the Thief Civilization was set up inside this cosmic island. The remaining warships that were defeated by the new human fleet also went around dozens of locations before returning to the temporary headquarters in disgrace. As soon as they returned to the temporary headquarters, the remnants of the warships were taken away by the intelligence department of the Thief Civilization. In the small universe of the intelligence department of the Thief Civilization, this is the situation. I didn't expect this civilization to be so powerful. The deep voice paused. Take them down to rest. I will report other matters to the atrium in person. Yes. The intelligence officer looked at the intelligence in front of him solemnly. The enemy they faced this time was really too strong. Among the previous robbery targets, the technological level of this enemy can be ranked in the top 5. If the hunting fleet had not responded in time, their intelligence might have been exposed to the enemy, and the intelligence officer was also very helpless. The universe is vast and boundless. If you don't fight and devour others, you can only become the nourishment of others. The intelligence officer of the Thief Civilization sighed. Other intelligence personnel also work silently. No matter which dimension or level of civilization, the law of survival of the fittest seems to be a universal law. The Thief Civilization does not want to do highway robbery, but they have no choice, because their civilization has suffered a catastrophe, and the current Thief Civilization is a civilization seed that has been redeveloped. The strength of the enemy made the Thief Civilization feel unprecedented fear, so they worked hard to develop themselves. And if they rely on themselves to develop, the speed will definitely not be too fast, so the Thief Civilization set its sights on other great god civilizations. The Thief Civilization also understands that this kind of thing is to fish in troubled waters. Once it is targeted by a powerful great god civilization, it will bring danger to the Thief Civilization, or even a catastrophe. But wealth and honor are sought in danger, and there is no gain without danger. This is also why the Thief Civilization has surpassed the previous hundreds of billions of years within 10 billion years. Gradually, the Thief Civilization has also become addicted to this kind of robbery life. Although they hit a wall this time, the thief civilization was not too worried. After all, the new humans were not the strongest civilization they had encountered. If the thief civilization knew the development time of the new humans, it would probably not be so calm. While the new humans were secretly scouting the thief civilization was also scouting the new human civilization. The two sides had just fought a battle, so they would naturally be wary of each other. On the side of Huang Mingzhi's fleet, after 3 years of rest in that cosmic island, Luo Feng decided to sail again. After the attack by the thief civilization, the fleet sailed more cautiously. Time flies, and the long-distance fleet wandered in the vacuum ocean for thousands of years. Chapter 597. New Era 103669. Huang Mingzhi woke up from the virtual cabin and heard a series of discussions. As soon as he walked out of the virtual cabin, Li Kun was already standing not far from him. Huang Mingzhi, who was receiving the data of the century, asked curiously, "Li Kun, what's going on?" Li Kun smiled and explained, "Teacher, we just discovered a vast cosmic continent." "Oh!" Huang Mingzhi became interested. The cosmic continent is a term exclusive to the cosmic structure in the infinite cosmic sea. The infinite cosmic sea is the general term for three-dimensional space, or the three-dimensional space where the new humans are located is the infinite cosmic sea. Under this large cosmic structure, there are some subdivided secondary cosmic structures, including vacuum ocean, vacuum lake, vacuum rift, cosmic island group, and cosmic continent. Among these secondary cosmic structures, vacuum ocean, cosmic island, and cosmic island group are already concepts determined by the new humans. However, the cosmic continent, vacuum lake, and vacuum rift are concepts that have not been discovered before. The cosmic continent in front of us is also the first cosmic continent discovered by the new humans. Huang Mingzhi came to the command center of the Eternal Truth. Luo Feng has replaced Jiang Nanqi and is busy with detection work. On the cosmic chart of the command center, the data fed back by the one-dimensional regular line detection system is gradually improving the data of this cosmic continent. Based on the data that has appeared on the cosmic chart, the thickness of this cosmic continent is about 16 to 42 billion grids, the width has reached 8.69 trillion grids, and the length is also 8.69 trillion. Moreover, the length and width of this cosmic island are constantly expanding as the exploration goes deeper. Compared with the number of single universes in this cosmic continent, the Gaolu Great Universe Island is just a poor place. This cosmic continent is named the Vast Universe Continent, and the interior of the vast continent is currently being investigated intensively. The fleet did not continue to move forward, but secretly anchored in a cosmic island, overlooking the vast continent 4.4 billion squares away. Luo Feng's decision was correct. At least before understanding the internal situation of the vast continent, the new humans must not easily enter the vast continent. On the cosmic chart, the part marked as the vast continent is filled with densely packed single universes, the number of which is as numerous as the grains of sand in the Ganges. This is a completely different scene from the vacuum ocean, which appears extremely empty, and has a sparse number of single universes. Inside the vast continent, single universes are crowded together, and the density of single universes in the two differs by millions of times. With such a large number of single universes, a brilliant civilization will naturally be born. "Old Luo, have you found anything?" Luo Feng raised his head and said with some doubt, "Academician Huang, after the screening of the detection system, there are no obvious traces of the great god civilization within the range we have detected so far." "What?" Huang Mingzhi was a little unbelievable. Luo Feng, who was also confused, did not believe the data from the detection system at first, but the detection system had repeated the detection 3 times. But in the known area of the vast continent, there are no obvious traces of the great god civilization. Huang Mingzhi was lost in thought, browsing the detection data while calculating various possibilities. Given the high density of single universes within the vast continent, no obvious traces of the great god civilization were found. This situation is naturally unusual. According to the number of great god civilizations that the new humans have discovered so far, plus the detection range of the new humans, the two can calculate some data. For example, how many single universes can give birth to a great god civilization, or how large an average range can accommodate a great god civilization. However, the data obtained from the vacuum ocean was not suitable for the vast continent. In this vast continent, there are an astonishing number of single universes, but there is no great god civilization. Even if the probability of the birth of a great god civilization is very small, it is impossible that there is no great god civilization in the face of such a huge number. What happened in it? The hidden story is worth Huang Mingzhi's deep thinking. When Huang Mingzhi fell into deep thought, Luo Feng was not idle either. He and the intelligence team conducted an in-depth investigation of the edge area of the vast continent, screening from the outside to the inside bit by bit. Suddenly, he looked at some data, flipping through them with a strange look in his eyes for more than 10 minutes. Academician Huang, I just lowered the screening criteria, and an unexpected situation occurred. After taking over the shared data, Huang Mingzhi browsed through the relevant data, and also had doubts in his eyes. The number of quasi-great god civilizations is actually spread all over the vast continent. This is what Luo Feng just found out. In the currently known areas of the vast continent, all single universes are occupied by quasi-great god civilizations. These quasi-great god civilizations occupy at least a dozen or 20 single universes, and at most tens of thousands of single universes. When there is no tiger in the mountain, the monkey becomes the king. Since there is no great god civilization, these quasi-great god civilizations live a life of dominance in the vast continent. But Huang Mingzhi doesn't understand it. Logically speaking, the new humans are definitely not the first great god civilization to discover the vast continent. So why is there no great god civilization occupying here? Is it because this place is too conspicuous and not conducive to hiding? But with the vast resources of the vast continent, there should be a lot of native great god civilizations here. How come there is no trace of any of them? Wait. Huang Mingzhi suddenly thought of a possibility. He turned his head and whispered a few words in Luo Feng's ear. Luo Feng's eyes lit up, and he immediately arranged for the intelligence team to investigate. One-dimensional rule lines penetrated from the vacuum ocean to the vast continent. The edge areas of the vast continent were all occupied by quasi-great god civilizations, and the one-dimensional rule lines rushed into the interior of each quasi-great god civilization in a moment. As time went by, the one-dimensional rule robot had stripped the main creatures of these quasi-great god civilizations, even their underwear. It is so. Huang Mingzhi shook his head and sighed. These quasi-great god civilizations have been completely useless, because various gene locks have been implanted in their rule genes. In the quasi-great god civilizations on the edge of the vast continent alone, the fleet found 13 different styles of gene locks. 13 gene locks represent 13 great god civilizations behind them. Obviously, the various great civilizations nearby must have some knowledge of such an obvious area as the vast continent. But they certainly dare not occupy it openly, because the vast continent is too conspicuous. Occupying the vast continent means putting themselves in the open, and it is easy for other great civilizations in the dark to make a move. Put yourself in their shoes. If it is a new human being, after discovering the vast continent, since you can't occupy the vast continent, you certainly can't sit back and watch the vast continent. Therefore, secretly implanting gene locks into the indigenous civilizations of the vast continent has become the first choice of these great god civilizations. As for whether there are great god civilizations hidden deeper in the vast continent, the fleet has not yet detected them, but it cannot be ruled out. It's just that those great god civilizations may be secretly hiding in the depths to avoid being discovered by other foreign great god civilizations. Faced with this situation, Huang Mingzhi and Luo Feng discussed and decided to temporarily hide the fleet in place. Chapter 598. The fleet remained motionless and continued to lurk inside the cosmic island near the vast continent. Due to the rich resources inside the vast continent, those quasi-great god civilizations seemed to look down on the cosmic island outside the vast continent, resulting in the cosmic islands around the vast continent being rarely occupied. Since he had to hide, Luo Feng immediately used the resources of this cosmic island to create a quasi-great god civilization and put it in the open. With the existence of this disguised quasi-great god civilization, even if this cosmic island was discovered, the fleet could deal with it calmly. One is bright, and the other is dark, so the fleet can temporarily take root here. The agents of the Ghost Service are investigating the vast continent in depth. As time goes by, the secrets uncovered are increasing day by day. The gene locks of the great god civilization have soared from 13 at the beginning to 28 at present. However, not all gene locks are in a semi-activated state. Among them, 6 gene locks have been shut down for a long time, more than 100 million years. There are only a few possibilities for the shutdown of gene locks. The first is that the implanted civilization has died, and the second is that the implanted civilization has been abandoned voluntarily. The first possibility is very high. The second possibility is that unless the great god civilization has been promoted to the space-time civilization, few great god civilizations will voluntarily give up the gene lock. During the investigation, the ghost agents did not trigger those gene locks without authorization. Although 21 of the 28 gene locks are three-dimensional rule gene locks, There are only 5 two-dimensional rule gene locks, and there are even fewer one-dimensional rule gene locks, only 2. But the trouble is that these great god civilizations sometimes implant gene locks in the same race. As a result, many quasi-great god creatures in the vast continent have several gene locks hidden in their gene sequences. The races with greater potential have more gene locks on their bodies. Ghost Agent found that a civilization with the most gene locks had 17 gene locks hidden in its gene sequence. These quasi-great god civilizations have no chance of getting rid of control, and will be monitored by a group of great god civilizations forever. The sorrow of the week is nothing more than this. If it is some great god civilization that enjoys the fruits of others' labor, it is okay. I am afraid that the great god civilization similar to the soul-eating civilization will even use its soul as food. On the eternal truth, Yin Shuai took a piece of intelligence and floated to Luo Feng's side. Commander, we have preliminarily matched the rules of the gene lock. Among them, 11 civilizations are familiar to us, and the remaining 17 are newly discovered. Luo Feng looked and said, the infinite universe is really full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. We can't underestimate other great civilizations. The situation in front of him really made the fleet more cautious. The new humans still know some of the 11 discovered great civilizations, and the newly discovered 17 unknown great civilizations are naturally worthy of attention. Maybe the new humans will fight with these great civilizations in the future. It is better to collect more intelligence than to be in the dark. Suddenly, a ghost agent from the command center floated to Luo Feng and reported a piece of intelligence he had just obtained. Luo Feng frowned at this information. Vast continent. In a single universe 836.9 billion grids deep in the vast continent. A ghost agent controlled a one-dimensional rule robot and lurked here without anyone noticing. The reason for entering this single universe was mainly because there was information in this single universe that attracted him. In the vast continent, quasi-great god civilizations are also divided into different levels. And this quasi-great god civilization is a top-level quasi-great god civilization. The civilization is called Bylon Empire, which rules 870,000 single universes. In addition, Bylon Empire is the overlord among dozens of nearby quasi-great god civilizations. The reason why Bylon Empire can become the overlord is not only because of its own strength, but also because of another important reason. 54.3 billion years ago, Bylon Empire seized a very important thing from another overlord through war. This thing is in this single universe. The one-dimensional rule line penetrated silently, and Li Zifeng came to the depths of this single universe. In the starry sky not far away, there stood a huge ring. The radius of this ring reached 17.36 light-years, which is already a very huge object for ordinary single-universe creatures. There are words engraved on the ring, and the words seem to have supreme magic power. Even if it is a quasi-god creature, looking at that line of words for a long time will fall into a state of madness without knowing it, and may even collapse and die directly. But Li Zifeng didn't care. The words on the ring, translated as Gate to Heaven. Interesting, there is actually a product of the great god civilization. The ring in the hands of the Bylon Empire feels like a flower in the fog, but in the eyes of the ghost agent, it is just an ordinary product of the great god civilization. But Li Zifeng is more curious. Why did this great god civilization blatantly set up such a portal? Don't they worry about the snooping of other great god civilizations? One-dimensional rule lines penetrated into the silver-white ring, and the portal that could cross the single universe involved one-dimensional rules. However, this great civilization was too confident, or the other party did not care about the portal being cracked. Li Zifeng went all out, and completed the technological analysis of the portal in less than 3 days. After successfully analyzing the portal, he found the portal's transmission location from the portal's operating system. This portal is a fixed two-way portal, which can only go back and forth between this portal and another main portal. He followed the clues and locked the coordinate system of the main portal along this portal. 54 trillion grids away, I will go and find out. Li Zifeng quietly left the Bylon Empire and moved to the depths of the vast continent. In the depths of the vast continent, in an area that the new human fleet has not yet detected, the one-dimensional rule robot controlled by Li Zifeng came to a single universe with a super-strong crystal wall. This single universe is very huge, at least hundreds of times larger than this universe. He did not use brute force to rush in, but began to analyze the crystal wall of the universe. Although the dimensional technology of this civilization is very advanced, it is not flawless. After half a year of analysis, it was successfully cracked by Li Zifeng. After cracking the crystal wall, the universe opened its defense to the Go service. Heaven is the name of this single universe. It is also one of the meanings of the Gate to Heaven, the gateway to heaven. In a sense, the gate to heaven can indeed reach heaven in one step. But there is no such thing as a free lunch in the world, and everything has been clearly marked. Entering the interior of the kingdom of heaven, there are many portals that can communicate with other areas of the vast continent. What surprised Li Zifeng was that the managers of the kingdom of heaven were actually formed by the joint efforts of the 7 great god civilizations. Now, he became more interested. Although the managers of the kingdom of heaven were just puppets supported by the 7 great god civilizations, it was still an extraordinary thing to unite the 7 great god civilizations. After all, the great god civilizations rarely united together. Regarding the secret, Li Zifeng hurriedly reported to the fleet that the 7 great god civilizations united together were a very powerful force. What exactly was the reason that made them always want to unite? Li Zifeng pondered. Chapter 599. Li Zifeng, who had infiltrated the heavenly universe, received the latest instructions from the Ghost Secret Service. Secretly conduct reconnaissance and collect internal intelligence of the Great God Alliance, and try not to alert the other party. Received. Li Zifeng, who was in one-dimensional space and time, watched the people coming and going at the gate of heaven, and the strange and bizarre quasi-great god creatures, either coming from their respective control areas or leaving the heavenly universe. After silently watching in the dark for several months, Li Zifeng, who had an idea, found a very suitable target. A caravan came through the gate of heaven. This was an official trade caravan from a quasi-god civilization called Duran Tower, which was a bit like the civilization background of Western fantasy. Moreover, these Duran people also looked pleasing to the eye, not the alien species that made humans feel awkward. Emerald green pupils, wheat-colored skin, long light golden hair, and pointed external ears. If they were to hold a magic wand or a longbow, they would look like an elf. This Duran Tower did develop a brilliant magic civilization in ancient times, but unfortunately, with the rise of other quasi-great civilizations in the vast continent, the mysterious civilization that pretended to be a god was eventually defeated by the technological civilization. Because the mysterious civilization is itself a technological civilization, but in the process of development, they often pay too much attention to individuals, resulting in uneven overall technological levels of civilization, which is very easy to be crushed by highly developed pure technological civilization. To some extent, the mysterious civilization is a misguided technological civilization. Among the vast continent's large number of quasi-great god civilizations, the proportion of mysterious civilizations is less than 1,000, but many mysterious civilizations are not purely mysterious. Those stubborn mysterious civilizations have long been eliminated by history, because they cannot compete with pure technological civilizations. Why is it said that mysterious civilizations are suppressed by technological civilizations? In fact, this has something to do with the route of the mysterious civilization itself. The Society of Mysterious Civilization is a society that values qualifications, bloodlines, and inheritance. The upper echelons monopolize most of the resources of the society, and the lower echelons are just a group of sheep kept in captivity. As knowledge that can change the fate of the lower class, it is firmly controlled by the upper class. Moreover, the upper class of these mysterious civilizations will deliberately mystify knowledge, classify science and technology into magic, divine arts, and secret arts, and set extremely harsh learning conditions. Why do these mysterious upper class do this? Answer: to rule the world forever. In a single universe, those civilizations that have developed to the advanced civilization stage, but have been unable to advance for a long time are most likely to fall into self-loss, and then look down on everything and claim to be the gods above. What are gods? Gods are selfish. They hold unparalleled authority, physical rules, and technology. They disdain to live in the same place with mortals. They are forbidden to combine with mortals, and cannot pass on their magic to mortals. As a ghost agent, Li Zifeng has seen these so-called gods while wandering in the infinite universe. A world ruled by gods is doomed to be hopeless. Those kingdoms of gods are like a pool of stagnant water. Occasionally, a genius appears, but it is just the dying struggle of an insect, and at most it will cause stinking ripples in the stagnant water. Duran Tower was once such a world. The arrogance of the gods will be wiped out the moment the crystal wall of the universe is torn apart. Facing the attack of the technological civilization, Duran Tower was once in a desperate situation. The name of Duran Algu is engraved in the supreme temple of Duran Tower. This person can be said to be a natural hero of Duran Tower. He created Duran Arcana, opened up the wisdom of the whole people, led Duran Tower to survive in the cracks, and embarked on the road of technology. Became one of the few successful transformations of the mysterious civilization in the ancient times of the vast continent. In the trade fleet of the Duran Tower, a Duran man was concentrating on checking the information. He was the person in charge of this trade. And Li Zifeng, who was hiding in the one-dimensional space and time, possessed the person in charge without him noticing. Although the monitoring system of the heavenly universe is very strict, the Ghost Secret Service is also proficient in dimensional technology. As long as Li Zifeng does not take the initiative to show up, it is difficult for the great god civilization behind the Trade Alliance to find abnormalities. After leaving the Gate of Heaven, the trade fleet of the Duran Tower flew to the core area of the heavenly universe. The Ghost Service is very interested in the Trade Alliance that controls the vast continent. After all, judging from the operating mechanism of the Trade Alliance, the first purpose of the 7 great god civilizations behind the scenes is clear, which is to use the Trade Alliance to let the quasi-great god civilizations in the vast continent actively collect souls. As mentioned earlier, the role of souls for great god civilizations can prevent great god creatures from being assimilated by rules, and keep them awake at all times. Obviously, the great god civilization behind the Trade Alliance has understood the dangers of rule assimilation. But Li Zifeng didn't believe in the Trade Alliance. If it was just for this purpose, it would be a bit redundant to set up a trade alliance. For the great god civilization, although the vast continent is vast and boundless, if you are a little more serious, you can harvest a large number of low-level souls. There is no need to go through so much trouble. Therefore, Li Zifeng believed that there must be something strange behind it. While lurking, he analyzed the entire heavenly universe. But soon Li Zifeng was greatly disappointed, because in this universe, the technology used by the Trade Alliance was all ordinary and common goods. It is estimated that they had expected other great civilizations to spy on this place, so the defense of the Kingdom of Heaven universe is ordinary, and the technology is not high. As for the plan of following the clues, there is no gain. Because the Kingdom of Heaven universe is managed by puppets supported by the Great God civilization, there is no direct connection between these puppets and the Great God civilization. The 7 administrators who manage the Kingdom of Heaven universe feed back information to the Great God civilization through the inscription star, and the Great God civilization directly infuses information into these puppets through the primary beam. The Great God civilization that did not appear directly made other Great God civilizations that tried to track the Trade Alliance feel helpless. Even if the Heavenly Kingdom universe was directly destroyed, the Trade Alliance would not necessarily appear, because the Heavenly Kingdom universe was just a crudely made tool. If the Heavenly Kingdom universe was destroyed, the Trade Alliance could always transform a new one. In addition, since there were 7 Great God civilizations behind the Trade Alliance, other Great God civilizations were also somewhat wary of the Trade Alliance, so the existence here was actually maintained in a delicate balance. Li Zifeng was getting more and more curious about the other party's purpose. This signal was somewhat familiar. He emitted a one-dimensional rule line to track the wave that flashed by just now. Although the other party's actions were very covert, it was a pity that the dimensional technology mastered by the ghost agent was not for show. After a lightning-fast secret investigation, a bug hidden in one-dimensional space and time was locked by Li Zifeng. It turned out to be a scout bug of the dimensional Zerg. Li Zifeng, with a slightly moved expression, thought for a moment, left a one-dimensional rule mark on the scout bug, and let the other party go. Although he could keep the scout bug, there was a risk of exposing his tracks. His current mission was to come here to explore the Trade Alliance, not to cause trouble. Chapter 600. The trade fleet of the Duran Tower slowly moored beside a planet in the heavenly universe. This planet is an Earth-like planet that has been artificially transformed. Technology and nature are perfectly integrated here. The star-ringed city surrounding the equator is magnificent and visible to the naked eye. This planet is called Big Trade Star, and it is also one of the 3 central planets in the entire heavenly universe. There are many satellite cities around the Big Trade Star. These satellite cities are different from the common satellite cities. Instead, they are connected to the star-ringed city of the Big Trade Star. The extended satellite cities are like the ice ring of a gas planet. Inside the Duran Tower trade fleet waiting in line to enter the port. This is the Port Management Department of the Great Trade Star, reporting information and customs clearance permits. The head of the Duran Tower caravan, Yas, skillfully operated the communication system and replied to the other party. From the Duran Tower in the Dwigai universe, customs clearance code 25,382 20,877 65279. Approved, berth 1536 area. The Duran Tower trade fleet flew to the designated berth of the port, and then the head Yas and his staff first paid 15% tax to the Great Trade Star according to the value of the items carried by the fleet. After getting the tax certificate, these goods can be sold on the Great Trade Star. The crowded inner layer of the Great Trade Star, with all kinds of strange cosmic people gathered here, the rare treasures, slave monsters, gene sequences, technological products, etc. of the vast continent. Yas looked at the time, and went straight to the 16th floor of the Great Trade Star, where there is a Duran Tower station, which is also the headquarters of the Duran Tower in the heavenly universe. Yas, very happy to meet you. A tall and thin Duran man hugged him enthusiastically. Yas patted the other person on the back. Matthew, how have you been doing recently? While talking, the two walked towards the interior of the base. Along the way, many Duran people greeted Yas warmly. Entering Matthew's office, the decoration style here made Yas feel like he was back to the mother planet of Duran Tower. Matthew poured him a glass of juice before answering the previous question. The situation on the Great Trade Planet is relatively stable, but many civilizations are preparing for that event, and many resources are rising in price. Yas fell silent, his face was uncertain, as if he wanted to say something but stopped. Seeing this, Matthew locked the door of the office and made a hidden move. After a long silence, Yas spoke carefully. Matthew, the opening of the gate of heaven is not a good thing for us. Matthew's face changed. If Yas was not his best friend, he would definitely turn hostile if someone said this in front of him. Do you really think that the gate of heaven is an opportunity for us? Matthew looked at his good friend in horror. What did you know? Every time the gate of heaven is opened, it means a bloody storm. How many people died tragically in it? And what did we gain? We gained nothing. Yas said at the end, his tone was a little excited. Matthew fell silent, thinking quietly about Yas's words. The so-called gate of heaven is actually related to the gates of heaven, portals, scattered across the vast continent. The gates to heaven scattered across the vast continent are a means of transportation, which allow people to communicate with the heavenly universe in various places across the vast continent. The gate to heaven that Yas mentioned is actually a gate to heaven erected in the core area of the heavenly universe. There is a huge difference between this gate to heaven and other gates to heaven. The core gate to heaven is said to be able to ascend to heaven in one step. According to rumors from the 7 administrators, those who enter the core gate to heaven can become a member of the super civilization. However, the opening of the core Tantian gate requires not only a large number of soul crystals, but also a ranking in the plane war. In addition, the person who enters the Tantian gate must be the smartest person in the civilization. Therefore, to enter the core Tantian gate, you need to get a ranking in the plane war. The higher the ranking, the more places you can enter the Tantian gate. In addition, the ranking of the plane war also determines the ownership of the 3,000 Tantian gates, portals, as well as rich resources and technological rewards. You should know that the number of quasi-great god civilizations in the vast continent is in the billions, and there are only 3,000 Tantian gates for such a large number of quasi-great god civilizations. There are 3 benefits for these quasi-great god civilizations to obtain Tantian gates. First, since the vast continent is divided into 3,000 universes, and the heavenly universe does not allow direct penetration of the crystal wall, it can only be entered through the Tantian gate. There is only one Tantian gate in each universe. Once the ownership of the Tantian gate is obtained, it is equivalent to gaining the advantage of the area. For example, collecting tolls, suppressing hostile forces, etc. There are many places where operations can be carried out. Second, after obtaining the ownership of Tantian gate, although it is not permanent ownership, the Trade Alliance will grant an exclusive period of about 1.34 million years. During this period, other quasi-great civilizations cannot rob Tantian gate. Third, the civilization that obtains Tantian gate can borrow part of the Tantian gate's authority to open one-way transmission in the universe. These 3 benefits are enough to attract a group of quasi-great civilizations. In addition, the civilizations that ranked in the top 3,000 in the plane war can send some of their high IQ people to the core Tantian gate according to their rankings, and become members of the great god civilization. Li Zifeng, who was lurking in Yas's body, felt very strange about this Tantian gate, the plane war, and the talent selection. Are the 7 great god civilizations really that good? Yes. Didn't the tribesmen who entered the Tantian gate before come back and brought a lot of technology to the Duran Tower? This is our chance to advance to a super civilization, Matthew said eagerly. But Yas shook his head. Have you noticed that those tribesmen who entered the Tantian gate are completely different after returning? This should be no problem. After all, it has been a long time since they went to the Tantian gate. It is normal for their personalities to change, Matthew said, as if comforting himself. Yas suddenly fell silent, and his emerald green pupils were filled with a trace of sadness. And Li, you forgot your promise to me. The cup in Matthew's hand slipped down. Snap. The cup was smashed into pieces, and the red juice flowed out like blood. But Matthew was completely stunned, because what Yas said was too terrible. And Lee was Yas's sister and Matthew's lover. The three of them grew up together. And Lee was one of the representatives of Duran Tower, who entered the gate of heaven last time, and Lee had an agreement with Yas and Matthew before leaving. Yassi, are you kidding? Matthew cried and laughed. He was unwilling to accept this cruel reality. Yassi lowered his head, tears falling. He said painfully, Sorry, I shouldn't have hidden it from you. Matthew clenched his fists, his eyes filled with pain and hatred. He had never hated himself as much as today. He was the one who sent Lee into the Tontian gate with his own hands. At this moment, he felt what it was like to be completely hopeless, and what it was like to be in agony. Chapter 601. Li Zifeng, who was hiding in Yas' body, was also paying attention to the so-called Tontian gate. From the words of Yas and Matthew, he also felt that there was something wrong with this Tontian gate. The Trade Alliance asked 3,000 outstanding people in the quasi-great god civilization to send their high IQ people into the Tontian gate. It is definitely not just to absorb talents. If it is to absorb talents from the quasi-great god civilization, there is no need to do so. In addition, the great god civilization itself has a lot of excellent people, so why absorb some foreign people who may have hidden dangers? Any great god civilization is extremely xenophobic. They would like to kill all other competitors. How could they allow aliens to join their own for the sake of some high IQ talents? From the information released by the 7 puppets, after entering the core Tontian gate, these ascents are considered to be the native population of the 7 great god civilizations. This situation is somewhat unreasonable. Li Zifeng, who was puzzled, began to focus on investigating the relevant information about the core Tontian gate, ascents, and plane wars. Although the Trade Alliance is very hidden, some of the information is no longer verifiable due to its age. However, the Trade Alliance appeared in the vast continent 5.7 trillion years ago, and the earliest record of the gate to heaven in the vast continent can be traced back to 3.6 trillion years ago. Then around 3.5 trillion years ago, there appeared the Heavenly Kingdom universe, the Great Trade Star, the core gate to heaven, as well as the plane war and the ascender. From the combined information, we can analyze the context of some things, and the Trade Alliance had only 3 members at the beginning, and the other 4 members joined later. In addition, the information about these 7 great civilizations has always been very vague. Li Zifeng found the so-called core Tontian gate in the heavenly universe, which is not much different from the ordinary Tontian gate. The shape is also a ring, but it is slightly smaller, and the color has changed from silver white to dark gray. However, the technological content of this core Tontian gate is not much different from other Tontian gates. Perhaps the only difference is that there is a small universe hidden behind the core Tontian gate. Through the one-dimensional rule line, Li Zifeng spent more than a week to successfully analyze the core Tontian gate, and then penetrated into the small universe behind it through the loophole. This small universe, with a radius of about 340 million light-years, is a completely solidified small universe, filled with neatly arranged small spaces, and each small space has an Earth-like planet. At this time, in the Tontian small universe, there are no traces of the Earth-like planets in these small spaces. Li Zifeng has explored for more than half a month, and still found nothing. Not long after, another ghost agent Liu Yaohua, who came to support, appeared in Li Zifeng's one-dimensional space and time. The two exchanged information and continued to lurk inside the Heavenly Kingdom universe, waiting for the outbreak of the plane war. The plane war in the vast continent was also caused by the Trade Alliance. The 3,000 universes in the vast continent were divided into 3,000 war zones. All quasi-great god civilizations in each universe have the qualification to participate. Each civilization participating in the plane war can send 10 billion soldiers to participate. The plane war is carried out in a large single universe. Civilizations participating in the plane war can use any means without any rules and restrictions. In each universe, when there are only 10 civilizations left on the plane battlefield, it means the end of the preliminary round. Then the remaining 10 civilizations will compete with the qualifiers from other universes. Only when there is only one civilization left will the plane war end. As for the ranking, except for the first place, the other 29.99 will be ranked according to the survival time. The higher the ranking, the more resources, technology, and ascension quotas you will get. In the one-dimensional space, Li Zifeng thought for a while and said, Yaohua, there are still about 3,556 years before the next plane war begins. We will continue to lurk here. Okay, I will be responsible for the investigation of the plane war, and you will still keep an eye on the gate to heaven. After Liu Yaohua finished speaking, he began to get busy. The two are old partners, and they are both very skilled in intelligence reconnaissance. The person in charge of Duran Tower, Yas, secretly communicated with Matthew, the person in charge of the Great Trade Star Station, for more than 2 years before leaving the Heavenly Kingdom universe and returning to Duran Tower. Matthew was not idle in the Great Trade Planet. He used his identity as the head of the station as a cover to secretly contact the caravans and representatives of other quasi-great civilizations, trying to investigate the secrets of the Ascenders. Fortunately, due to the approaching plane war, this brutal fight that happened once every 16.43 million years made the entire Great Trade Planet a little manic, and also provided a reasonable cover for Matthew's small actions. If it were normal, his small actions might have been noticed by the managers. Li Zifeng, who transferred from Yas to Matthew, was also investigating these things. Due to the crushing of technology, those quasi-great creatures had no secrets in front of the ghost agents. As time went by, Li Zifeng collected more and more information, and the intelligence deduced from it further confirmed the tricks of the Ascent. Almost every quasi-great civilization with Ascents has more or less recorded the great changes in the temperament of these Ascents. As for the Black Hand behind the Trade Alliance, what exactly is the intention? As a person from the intelligence system, Li Zifeng often speculates in a malicious direction about everything. As for the Great God civilization, absorbing talents from other races, and making them its own people is absolutely a fantasy. No matter how talented the talents from other races are, the Great God civilization will not be willing to accept them. Killing them is the most likely thing. Now the Black Hand behind the Trade Alliance is accepting talents from other races on a large scale. This is what Li Zifeng can't figure out. Even if it can be controlled through gene locks, it is only a temporary solution, because gene locks can control the soul and body, but not the will and emotions. A genius, after being controlled by a gene lock, will completely lose his potential and become a waste. It is like catching a top scientist and forcing him to work for you through coercion and brainwashing, then the scientist's potential will be suppressed. In this case, the Ghost Service has conducted relevant projects and conducted in-depth research on many subordinate civilizations of the new humans. It was found that the gene sequence of organisms has an overall characteristic called macro mapping. When a creature is forced, deceived, or induced to perform certain activities, the macro mapping mechanism will be activated, allowing the creature to reduce the harm to itself in the instinct of seeking benefits and avoiding harm. Once this mechanism is activated, these creatures will become mediocre, or even counterproductive. Genetic locks can control the lives of other creatures, but they cannot gain true submission. Unless it is a sincere submission, it will not affect the development of scientific talent. This is also why the Great God civilization does not like to absorb talents from other races, because it is not worth the loss. Instead of wasting time on talents from other races, it is better to cultivate people of the same race. Now the behavior of this trade alliance seems to be contrary to common sense. Li Zifeng fed back this information to the fleet, which also caused discussion among Huang Mingzhi and others. Chapter 602. The stars turn, the universe expands and contracts. The dense cosmic clusters of the vast continent are like tiny cells, and the quasi-great god civilizations entrenched in the vast continent are the viruses in the cells. They are extremely greedy, and wantonly plunder the resources of the universe. They are cruel and unjust, adhering to the law of survival of the fittest, squeezing and slaughtering the weak. They are ambitious and secretly accumulate strength. Summer insects cannot talk about ice, but these quasi-great god civilizations do not know their own situation. They are just insects raised by the Trade Alliance. The Trade Alliance knew the ambitions of the quasi-god civilizations, but they did not point them out, leaving them with a glimmer of hope that was out of reach. 3,000 years is not long, but not short either. As the deadline for the plane war came, the quasi-god civilizations that were ready to move in the 3,000 universes of the vast continent finally gathered around the various gates to heaven. Each quasi-god civilization carefully selected 10 billion soldiers, and controlled an astonishing number of warships, spaceships, planetary fortresses, etc. Liu Yaohua and Li Zifeng, who were lurking in the one-dimensional space, were also secretly spying on this plane war. In addition, Li Zifeng also detected some obscure fluctuations, such as the dimensional Zerd reconnaissance bugs that he had marked before, and several other forces with unknown intentions, which were also secretly spying on the vast continent. Those who can make small moves under the nose of the Trade Alliance must at least master powerful dimensional technology. If the technology level is too low, they may not even be able to crack the Trade Alliance's cosmic crystal wall. Li Zifeng did not alarm these colleagues, but continued to lurk. The plane war led by the Trade Union finally came to the opening time, and the 3,000 Tontian gates suddenly surged. When the quasi-great god civilizations that participated in countless plane wars saw this scene, they immediately commanded their fleets and rushed into the Tontian gate. Countless fleets rushed into the Tontian gate with murderous intent and were teleported to a large single universe by the Tontian gate. The war broke out. As soon as they rushed into the plane battlefield, since all the fleets were randomly teleported to various places on the battlefield by the gate of heaven, all the fleets of the quasi-great civilization were in action. They scrambled for resources frantically, joined up with allies they had contacted, and suddenly a battle broke out. The entire plane battlefield was full of fleets doing their own thing. Since it had just begun, the battle was not too intense, and many fleets were extracting surrounding resources at the first opportunity, frantically recruiting troops to expand their strength. The cruel plane war thus kicked off. Repulsive wave beams tore through the warship's shield, and the warship broke into several pieces. Counterattack! Counterattack immediately! The commander of the fleet roared wildly. Report, the flank was torn open by the Guyuan fleet, and we lost 640,000 warships. The adjutant reported with a serious face. The commander roared loudly. Where are the people of the Dingxing Empire? What are they doing? The fleet of the Dingxing Empire was ambushed by the enemy, and has lost 76% of its warships. The adjutant replied with a short breath. Bang! The commander punched the communication display, his gray face full of helplessness and anger. A bunch of trash. I should not have joined forces with this bunch of trash. Beep! The rapid alarm sounded in the cockpit, and everyone's face suddenly changed. Before they could react, the void where the flagship was located was swept by dense space cracks. In an instant, tens of millions of warships were torn into pieces by the space cracks. Although the emergency systems of those warships allowed some soldiers to survive, the enemy showed no mercy. The overwhelming repulsive wave beams and gravitational shock bombs followed closely, completely annihilating the unprotected wreckage of the warships into zeros. The side whose main fleet was destroyed did not give up. Before dying, it launched a suicide attack. The gravity field of the void fluctuated violently, and celestial bodies of all sizes were broken and annihilated. Such a scene was just the tip of the iceberg in this plane war. Hundreds of millions of quasi-great god civilization fleets were crazy in various battlefields. Li Zifeng and Lu Yaohua had no interest in this level of battle. After all, the new humans were already at the level of the great god civilization. In the eyes of the two, the plane war was just a group of ants fighting under their feet. Lu Yaohua, who could easily destroy a single universe, took a look at the battle situation and then focused his attention on another place. In the 3,000 plane battlefields, a small universe is hidden inside the extremely strong universe crystal wall. These small universes hidden in the crystal wall of the plane battlefield are actually the control hubs of these plane battlefields. These plane battlefields are not inside the vast continent, but in the vacuum ocean on the upper side of the vast continent, about 57.7 billion grids away from the vast continent. Before the trade union started the plane war, the Go service did not discover this place. Lu Yaohua, who came with the Duran Tower fleet, was not idle at this time, and secretly analyzed the control hub of the plane battlefield. This control hub is the brain of the plane battlefield, and it also contains some secrets of the trade union. The intelligence personnel of other great god civilizations did not take any action. Lu Yaohua was not surprised by the inaction of other great god civilizations. Compared with the new human civilization, the existence of other great god civilizations was tens of billions of years. During the long years, although some great god civilizations fell into a bottleneck period, it did not mean that they would stay in one area forever. These great god civilizations that already knew about the existence of the vast continent had already investigated the trade alliance, and should have an understanding of the control hub of the plane battlefield, so there was no need for further investigation. The new humans are a newly emerged great god civilization. The time before their emergence is too short, and there is a serious lack of intelligence accumulation on the infinite universe sea, so they need to investigate the vast continent. When Lu Yaohua analyzed the plane battlefield control hub, the fighting in the plane battlefield had entered a white-hot stage. The stars were dimming, the void was full of cracks, and the warships fought bloody battles here. All the fleets of the quasi-great god civilization fell into madness unknowingly. And the souls of those killed soldiers were absorbed by the plane battlefield control hub. Those souls had gone through cruel life and death battles, and their souls contained rich emotions. That kind of intense stimulation, the great terror between life and death, seemed to sublimate the emotions of the soul. Lu Yaohua looked at the soul crystals stored in the control hub, and he naturally understood the situation of these souls. The great god civilization needs to absorb low-level souls to ease the assimilation of rules. But the souls of low-level creatures are also divided into different levels. The richer the emotions, the better the quality of the soul. The souls in front of them that died after fierce fighting are of extremely high quality. One fighting soul is equivalent to hundreds of ordinary souls. This is also one of the Trade Alliance's calculations. By promoting the plain war, the quasi-great civilizations in the vast continent will actively send people to be harvested by them. Compared with actively killing the quasi-great civilizations, the vast continent can be harvested slowly and steadily. As for the price paid, whether it is the gate of heaven, the plain battlefield, or the subsequent rewards, for the Trade Alliance, they are not worth mentioning. This model has been running for 3.6 trillion years, which shows how many souls the Trade Alliance has harvested. Chapter 603. The brutal fighting in the battlefields of various planes has eliminated 10 survivors in less than 5 years. The eliminated quasi-great civilizations are all dejected, while the quasi-great civilizations that have successfully entered the finals are ready to fight. Although some quasi-great civilizations in the vast continent have already noticed the ill intentions of the Trade Alliance, Yas of Duran Tower is not the first to discover the problem, but those quasi-great civilizations are happy to accept it. What prompted these insiders to remain silent? The world is bustling, all for profit. Whether it is to obtain the gate to heaven, resources, or technology, these quasi-great civilizations are eager to get them. Even if this matter is picked out, it cannot change the deadlock of the vast continent, because the root of everything is the existence of the Trade Alliance. The quasi-great civilization of the vast continent is nothing more than livestock raised by the Trade Alliance. Without the ability to compete with the Trade Alliance, it will never be able to get rid of the current situation. Moreover, those quasi-great god civilizations, who knew about it, were not fools. Whoever dared to make this public in the vast continent would be wiped out by the Trade Alliance. Even if they deliberately did not participate in the plain war, the consequences would not be something they could bear. Because this was not just a matter of 1 or 2 civilizations, but hundreds of millions of quasi-great god civilizations were participating. If you did not participate, others would. Those quasi-great god civilizations that won the ranking would continue to expand and grow in strength, thus becoming the overlords of various universes in the vast continent. Even those top-level quasi-great god civilizations, if they do not participate in the plain war for a long time, will soon be surpassed by other quasi-great god civilizations. In this way, under the influence of the general trend, all quasi-great god civilizations in the vast continent are in a situation where they can't stop. Not participating in the plain war may put the entire civilization in a desperate situation, so even if they don't want to participate, they have to grit their teeth and persevere. As for the idea of sending a group of waste materials to top the list after obtaining a ranking, that is also impossible. Because the Trade Alliance will actively select the ascents, and will not give those quasi-great god civilizations any chance. As for the idea of escaping, it is not that no civilization has ever done it, but once they leave the edge of the vast continent by 1 billion grids, their souls will be instantly sucked away. And other great god civilizations have no intention of interfering. Unless they encounter a parallel civilization of their own race, they may take it away. For example, the new human civilization has discovered a large number of human civilizations in the vast continent, and even many human civilizations have developed to the quasi-great god level. The fleet is naturally paying close attention to this situation. However, the most urgent task for Liu Yaohua and others is to find out the 7 great god civilizations behind the Trade Alliance, and the reasons why they accept the Ascensionists. The various quasi-great god civilizations in the vast continent are paying close attention to the results of this plain war, because every plain war is a reshuffle of interests. The 30,000 promoted quasi-great god civilizations, each of which sent 1 trillion soldiers, and the mighty warships strangled each other in the plain battlefield. After entering the finals, there is only one winner. Even if they join forces temporarily, they will eventually fight each other. The finals of the plain wars have been in full swing for more than 3 years. Duran Tower stopped at 2,436th place, and kept the exclusive period of Tontian Gate. However, after obtaining Tontian Gate, it does not mean that everything is fine. Once the protection period is over, other civilizations can seize Tontian Gate through war. Liu Yaohua analyzed the control hub of the plain battlefield, and found that the level of technology inside was also average. The high-quality soul crystals that were collected were also taken away by the 7 great god civilizations, who took the initiative to launch a one-dimensional jump. When the other party launched a one-dimensional spacetime, Liu Yaohua also had the idea of tracking, but considering the possibility of alerting the enemy, he finally gave up this plan. As the fleets of the last 2 quasi-great god civilizations in the plain battlefield decided the winner, this plane war finally came to an end. At the moment when the plane war came to an end, a list of the quasi-great god civilizations that won the rankings in the vast continent appeared among the top leaders of each civilization. Li Zifeng, who was lurking in Matthew's body, also instantly collected the list of ascents of the Duran Tower. After some analysis and calculation, he unfolded a one-dimensional rule line and appeared inside the Duran Tower. A Duran who was studying three-dimensional rule genes did not realize that a one-dimensional rule line had silently lurked in his body. From the list provided by the trade union, Li Zifeng could analyze some information. The entire Duran Tower had 17.34 million people listed as ascents. Among these astronauts, there are scientists, engineers, artists, writers, and ordinary people. Li Zifeng, who was lurking in the body of this Duran scientist, was also confused. Lu Yahua, who was also very puzzled, asked Li Zifeng in one-dimensional space and time, "Zifeng, what do you think is the selection criteria of this trade alliance?" Li Zifeng shook his head. "I don't quite understand it for the time being. We need to conduct a comprehensive analysis of these astronauts, especially their souls. Then I help analyze it. Then I trouble you." The two of them acted quickly and included all the ascents selected by the trade union from the 3,000 quasi-great god civilizations on the investigation list. The people selected by the trade union also said goodbye to their relatives and friends, and then passed through the gate to heaven one after another, and arrived at the heavenly universe. Li Zifeng and the other two who were investigating these ascents were also racing against time. Huang Mingzhi, who was on the fleet, also participated in this investigation. He looked at the files of hundreds of millions of ascents, and couldn't help but ponder. Obviously, the selection criteria of the trade alliance also confused Huang Mingzhi. If they were all scientists, it would be fine, but what were these ordinary people? The trade alliance had no reason to absorb these ordinary people. Could it be that the trade alliance still needed these ordinary people to serve itself? This situation was a bit unreasonable. The great civilization that would not do anything without profit would not do such a thing. On the display screen, the files of the ascent seekers flashed by, and Huang Mingzhi fell into deep thought. There must be some commonality among them. But what was this commonality? Other researchers on the fleet were also thinking about this. There must be something wrong with the abnormal situation. There must be some common characteristics of these climbers that attract the trade alliance. Huang Mingzhi applied for the support of the local supercomputer cluster and imported the data of these climbers into the supercomputer analysis system for comprehensive analysis, while the new humans were busy cracking the common characteristics of the climbers. In front of the core of the Heavenly Kingdom universe, the Tontian Gate. It also began to accept climbers to enter. Li Zifeng lurked in the Duran scientist, and prepared to follow the team into the small universe behind the Tontian Gate. In the huge number of ascent teams, spies of the great god civilization such as the Dimension Zerg also lurk on some of the ascent teams. Obviously, the secrets behind the trade alliance also attract other great god civilizations. Suddenly, a spaceman floating in front of the team was entangled by a one-dimensional rule line, and then the whole person was annihilated in the void. Li Zifeng's eyes suddenly changed, because the spaceman was lurking with the Dimensional Zerg reconnaissance bug. Chapter 604. There was a commotion in the team of ascent-goers. The Cosmic Man was suddenly wrapped and destroyed by the one-dimensional rule line, which naturally caused panic among the ascent-goers, who did not know the truth. But the team soon restored order, because one of the managers of the heavenly universe appeared not far from the team. The manager explained to the ascent-goers coldly, "The person who was just destroyed has information about foreign spies. You continue to move forward." After this incident, the other ascent-goers were also feeling uneasy at this time. The so-called foreign spies, these ascent-goers knew something more or less. The civilization that dares to do something under the nose of the trade alliance is definitely not a weak one. And these ascenders are just chess pieces on the chessboard. No matter which side is in control, they can only leave it to fate. Many ascenders couldn't help but tense up when facing this scene, worried that there were foreign spies in their bodies, and they were annihilated by the managers. Li Zifeng, who was on the Duran scientist, quickly checked the situation of the core Tontian Gate. You don't know until you see it. You will be shocked when you see it. The physical rules and technical design of the core Tontian Gate had undergone earth-shaking changes compared to when he secretly explored it before. Many loopholes were repaired and weak technical links were replaced. For a time, there was a world of difference from before. If he continued to lurk on the Duran scientist at this time, he would most likely be detected by the other party. Li Zifeng acted decisively and separated from the Duran scientist, but he did not leave, but appeared not far from the core Tontian Gate. Failure to fish in troubled waters did not mean that he had no way to deal with the core Tontian Gate. Li Zifeng controlled the one-dimensional rule line and spread it to the Core-Tontian gate obscurely and quickly. He planned to use the supercomputer of the Ghost Service headquarters to reanalyze the Core-Tontian gate. As long as the dimensional technology level of the Trade Alliance has not reached an impeccable level, the new humans will have a way to find loopholes. But soon Li Zifeng encountered another trouble. The surface physical rules of the Core-Tontian gate appeared in irregular changes, which had a serious impact on his cracking work. If the irregular changes on the surface of the Core-Tontian gate cannot be cracked, then it is undoubtedly wishful thinking to lurk in the small universe behind it. As expected, they can become the existence of a great god civilization, and dare to arrange the heavenly universe in a swaggering manner. They must be wary of the spying of other great god civilizations. Li Zifeng was in a dilemma about the current situation. If he gave up this action, he would have to wait for more than 10 million years. If he didn't give up, the difficulty of cracking was very great. He didn't have the confidence to complete the cracking work in a short time. At this time, in the fleet far outside the vast continent, Huang Mingzhi looked at the situation of the supercomputer analysis system. He had not discovered the secret in the hands of the Ascent Man, and saw the situation of the ghost agent in the heavenly universe. He had nothing to do, so he paid attention to the core gate to heaven. The anti-cracking measures of the trade union were indeed very troublesome. If it was a state of war, the new humans would not have to worry. They could directly use brute force to suppress the core gate to heaven, or directly tear open the cosmic crystal wall. But now it was intelligence theft. If brute force was used, it would definitely alert the trade union. Alerting the trade union would alert the enemy. In order to ensure that confidential information was not leaked, I believe that the trade union would not let these ascents survive, and it is very likely that they would be killed to silence them. If you want to investigate the secrets behind the Trade Alliance, you can't use brute force. The current situation puts the ghost agent in a dilemma. In the team of Ascent, more than a dozen spies hidden in it were successively pulled out by the manager and killed directly in the void. The team of terrified Ascent is also decreasing little by little. Seeing that all these Ascents are about to enter, Li Zifeng, who has nothing to gain, is also getting anxious. Huang Mingzhi, who is observing this core gate to heaven, and the small universe behind it, is looking at it calmly, and time passes little by little. Suddenly Huang Mingzhi's eyes lit up. He quickly edited a rule program, and then sent it to Li Zifeng, and gave him some precautions. Li Zifeng, who was at a loss, received Huang Mingzhi's method and the rule program, and after evaluating the feasibility, he began to act. On the surface of the Core-Tontian gate, the unpredictable physical rules are a weapon to block prying eyes. However, no matter how things change, they still remain the same. The entrance portal of the Core-Tontian gate must be dominated by the rule information composed of the 27 space constants, otherwise, there is no way to achieve transmission. In other words, the core of the Heavenly Gate's transmission system is the key to cracking it. But the trade union is not stupid, so they naturally understand this weakness. The manager and the special dimension detector guarded the transmission gate tightly to ensure that no spies could pass through there. Li Zifeng, with a flashing look in his eyes, and Liu Yaohua, who had just arrived, took action immediately. In front of the transmission gate, the dimensional fluctuations of a celestial being were captured by the special dimensional detector, and countless one-dimensional rule lines immediately wrapped him up. Only a slight resistance appeared on the body of the wrapped ascent. In a flash, Li Zifeng, who had already found the right time, activated the rule program edited by Huang Mingzhi, and a dimension detector was cracked instantly. As a dimension detector with fixed functions, the rules on it are also fixed. Li Zifeng, who borrowed the supercomputer of the Ghost Special Service headquarters, cracked all the secrets of the dimension detector in an instant. Then he used the rule loopholes on the dimension detector to leave a little gap in the dimension monitoring system of the portal. Following this gap, Li Zifeng entered the portal without anyone noticing. After Li Zifeng entered the portal, the dimension detector also returned to normal, and everything was completed in an instant. It just so happened that the slight resistance caused by the suddenly discovered climber attracted the attention of the administrator, creating less than 1/1000th of a second for Li Zifeng to act. Liu Yaohua, who cooperated with Li Zifeng's action, saw that the matter was completed smoothly, so he hid in the distance and quietly watched the core portal to the sky. Li Zifeng, who successfully infiltrated into the Tontian microcosm, did not take it lightly. This Tontian microcosm was also modified by the trade union, and it was completely different from what he had scouted before. Carefully entered a small space. 10,000 climbers were placed in this small space. These climbers were also a little uneasy at this time. Many of them looked around with doubtful eyes. Li Zifeng used local materials and stripped off a one-dimensional rule line from the planet. After carefully editing the one-dimensional rule line, he implanted these one-dimensional rule lines into the climbers. Then he hid inside the Tantien microcosm, quietly waiting for the next move of the trade union. He wanted to see what the trade union had in mind, and what was worth the other party's tireless efforts to absorb the ascenders. The last ascender in front of the core Tantien gate stepped into the portal, and the manager breathed a sigh of relief. Every time an ascender entered, there were always some people who would spy here, and even battles and conflicts had occurred before, and several managers died in the conflicts. Now that he had successfully completed the task, he naturally breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 605. Inside the Tantien microcosm, the small spaces are like plant cells crowded together, and the Earth-like planets in the small spaces are like cell nuclei. On the Earth-like planets, the climbers are waiting anxiously. They are arranged in an underground city. In the quiet underground city, every climber is in a room arranged for them. The scientist from the Duran Tower escaped by chance because Li Zifeng left. He lay on the rocking chair constructed by the particle robot, staring at the ceiling in a trance. The ceiling exudes a soft cold light, simulating the scene of the starry sky. Gradually, his eyes became blurry, as if he had returned to his mother's womb. He was lazy and didn't want to get up at all. He looked like a salted fish lying in bed reading a novel. Li Zifeng, who was hiding in the Tantien microcosm, began to concentrate, because the trade alliance was already taking action. All the ascents entered a dazed state, and lost their perception of the surroundings. The room they were in also changed. One by one, the strange ascents were wrapped by one-dimensional rule lines, and turned into silkworm pupae. This familiar feeling, isn't it the immortal demon tree that the fleet encountered before? The mode of the immortal demon tree raising low-level intelligent creatures is very similar to the scene in front of him. But Li Zifeng always felt that things were not that simple. After all, the mode of raising the immortal demon tree was not worth the trade union's efforts and strict defense. Through the one-dimensional rule line on the ascender, Li Zifeng began to carefully observe the actions of the trade union. After the ascender was wrapped by the one-dimensional rule line, time passed day by day. The trade union controlled the one-dimensional rule line behind the scenes and strengthened these ascenders little by little. The rule gene sequences of the ascenders, who were originally only quasi-great creatures, are evolving rapidly. At this rate of evolution, it is estimated that within 5 months, these ascenders will really ascend to heaven and become genuine great creatures. Li Zifeng, who was hiding in one-dimensional spacetime, also frowned. Is the trade alliance really so kind? He did not find anything abnormal for the time being, so he could only observe quietly. As expected, after 154 days, the gene sequences of these ascenders successfully evolved to the level of great creatures, but they were still wrapped in one-dimensional rule lines. Li Zifeng, who was waiting quietly, also began to concentrate and carefully observe the entire Tantien microcosm. He estimated that the final purpose of the trade alliance would soon be revealed. After the ascender completed the genetic evolution, another 9 days passed. The trade alliance made new moves. I saw that above the ascender's pupae room, pupae appeared in the previously empty room. These pupae were connected to the ascender's pupae below through a one-dimensional rule line. What is it? Li Zifeng carefully explored it. The one-dimensional rule line penetrated over, and without alerting the other party, he began to analyze the pupa above with all his strength. The pupa seemed to have life, and was trembling rhythmically. Li Zifeng applied for supercomputing support from the Ghost Secret Service headquarters, and the precautions within the trade alliance were not very strict. After only about 2 hours, he successfully analyzed the rule information of the pupa. The inside wrapped by the one-dimensional rule line was a structure composed of primordial particles. This structure was similar to the three-dimensional soul sequence of the great god creature. Then he found that the souls of those who ascended to heaven were weakening. Combining the two, it can be found that the weakening of the souls of the ascenders and the pupa above have an unignorable correlation. But what exactly is the primary structure in the pupa? What is its function? On the fleet, the ghost agent handed a piece of information reported by Li Zifeng to Huang Mingzhi, Li Ronwu and others. After carefully reading the content of the information, his eyes were immediately attracted by the primary structures. The primary structures in each pupa were roughly the same, but there were certain differences. I also saw in Li Zifeng's intelligence that the soul of the ascender was weakening, and there was a direct connection with the formation of these primordial structures. Teacher, are these primordial structures extracted from the soul of the ascender? Li Ronwu expressed his own opinion. Huang Mingzhi shook his head. Maybe only a part of it was extracted from the soul, and the remaining primordial structures should be containers prepared in advance by the trade union. Container? Li Ronwu was stunned. Huang Mingzhi matched all the primordial structures and obtained 2 parts, one part is owned by all the primordial structures, and the other part is the difference between all the primordial structures. The same part is the container prepared by the trade union. The different part is the part extracted from the soul of the ascender. Wang Mingzhi then matched the different part with the lost part of the ascender soul, and the two were exactly the same. What is the use of this part of the soul extract? Li Ronwu looked at the primary substructures in front of him, biting his lip and thinking. It seems that these soul extracts are the purpose of the trade union, Wang Mingzhi said, while operating the supercomputer system. The supercomputer system lists the primary substructures one by one. These primary substructures are actually part of the regular gene sequence. Huh? Wang Mingzhi stared at one of the analysis results. Sol 26746608, the primary substructure is the derived initial structure, the regular information. Sol 90536713, the primary substructure is the infinite derivative structure, the regular information. Sol 56448570, the primary substructure is unknown. Since the genes and souls of the great god creatures have been integrated, the genes of the great god creatures contain the soul sequence. The gene sequence of each organism is different. Especially the part representing the soul sequence of each organism is completely different. Even the soul of a clone will appear in a different sequence from the original soul. The soul sequence of the clone and the original soul may be highly similar at the beginning, but as time goes by, the soul sequences of the two will become more and more different. In the final analysis, there are three types of soul sequences in each organism, namely, fixed sequence, semi-fixed sequence, and variable sequence. The mutation speed of the soul sequence is easier to mutate than the gene sequence representing the body. What causes the soul sequence to mutate is the information we receive all the time. A letter, a photo, a book, will cause the change sequence in the soul sequence to produce endless changes. And this change is also the specificity of each organism that is different from other organisms. It is this change sequence in the soul sequence that gave birth to wisdom, consciousness, inspiration, and creativity in the initial organism. In the in-depth study of the soul, the new human scientists discovered countless change sequences, because the change sequence of each creature is changing all the time. Therefore, the change sequence is also called wisdom sequence and wisdom gene key. The soul sequences extracted from the souls of the ascenders are the change sequences representing wisdom. In other words, the trade alliance is stealing the wisdom of the ascenders. Chapter 606. Teacher, can the trade union really steal the wisdom of other creatures? Li Rongwu's expression became serious. Wang Mingzhi still silently looked at the change sequences, and Li Zifeng kept feeding back information. From the feedback, the change sequences in the souls of those who ascended to heaven were being extracted little by little, and the change sequences in the soul container in the pupa above were also increasing synchronously. Wisdom. In the depths of Wang Mingzhi's eyes, there was an inexplicable feeling. Is there really a way to steal the wisdom of others? In addition, how did the trade union select these ascents with excellent wisdom from billions of people? Ron Wu, you lead people to analyze these change sequences again and find out. Suddenly Wang Mingzhi stopped. He seemed to have thought of something, and spoke again. Not only should we analyze the change sequence, but also conduct correlation analysis on the semi-fixed sequence and fixed sequence. I understand. Li Ronwu understood it immediately. Because the change sequence is ever-changing, but the change sequence is not disordered, but within a certain framework. This framework is determined by the semi-fixed sequence and the fixed sequence. Many soul recognition technologies are also aimed at these two parts of the soul sequence. After evolving into a great god creature, the body and soul of the creature have been integrated into one, and the two are an organic whole. In many research works, not only the parts should be studied, but also the overall correlation should be studied. After all, many gene keys have a function alone, and together with other gene keys, countless functions will be derived. Li Ronwu immediately led a large group of researchers to conduct in-depth research on the soul sequence of the astronauts. Wang Mingzhi was not idle. He ordered the ghost agents in the vast continent to collect comprehensive gene sequences for the 3,000 races selected for the ascent. The site returned to the Tontian microcosm. Li Zifeng, who was secretly spying on everything, watched those ascents being extracted from their wisdom sequences by the Trade Alliance. Although the new humans had studied the wisdom sequence, they had never thought of extracting the wisdom sequence of other creatures. The Trade Alliance's act of extracting the wisdom sequence actually had no chance of success for other true great creatures. Because the rule genes in the bodies of real great creatures are extremely stable, and there are many traps, disguises, and countermeasures. And these ascenders were forced to grow by the trade union, and the rule runes they used for evolution were also provided by the trade union. The trade union used its own rule runes to promote the ascenders to evolve into great creatures, which also means that the trade union knows the genes of the ascenders very well. From some of the data analyzed by Li Zifeng from the rule genes of the ascenders, it can be seen that the trade union has ulterior motives. For the ascenders that were born, only the wisdom sequence was cultivated, and the other gene sequences had only one purpose, which was to ensure the optimal development of the wisdom sequence. It was just like the farms that cultivated Gallic goose liver. They would force-feed geese or ducks desperately to make their livers become what they needed. The behavior of the trade alliance was no different. Ascenders were specially cultivated to be the carriers of the wisdom sequence, and were finally harvested by the trade alliance. For those ascenders whose wisdom sequences were extracted, there was only one way to go: death, because the wisdom sequence was an indispensable part of intelligent creatures. Once the wisdom sequence was lost, intelligent creatures could only degenerate into beasts, or even die directly due to soul collapse. As time goes by, the wisdom sequence in the soul of the ascender becomes less and less, while the wisdom sequence in the pupa above is being nurtured by a special soul container. These wisdom sequences are extremely pure, and the memories and emotions of the ascender have been completely stripped away. Li Zifeng doesn't know how the trade union will use them, but it is worth the trade union's trouble to collect them, and there must be extraordinary effects. Just when Li Zifeng was thinking about thousands of things, in the small spaces of the Tontian microcosm, the last gene key representing the wisdom sequence in the souls of those ascenders was extracted. Many ascents with extremely fragile souls collapsed and died, leaving only corpse-like bodies. Only a small number of ascents survived half-dead, and these surviving ascents actually turned into beasts. After completing the stripping of the wisdom sequence, the trade union once again controlled the rules of the Tontian microcosm, selected some ascents, and handed them over to the administrators of the heavenly universe. The selected ascents were controlled by the administrators, and returned to their respective civilizations to show up and appease those quasi-great god civilizations. The remaining ascents were directly annihilated. The extracted wisdom sequences were all concentrated in the core space of the Tontian microcosm. Trillions of wisdom sequences were neatly arranged in it, and they contained similar and highly variable genes. Li Zifeng, who had secretly lurked in, planned to continue to observe the next move of the trade union. Soon the trade union had a new move. I saw one-dimensional rule lines spreading into the soul container. After a reorganization, the soul container, which was the size of a basketball, shrank to the size of a glass marble. The wisdom sequence stored in the soul container was not affected. The static wisdom sequence would not change because all information was blocked outside. Then these wisdom beads were sucked into a portal. All changes in the Tontian microcosm returned to their previous normal state. Other great god civilizations that were secretly spying outside, those spies immediately entered the Tontian microcosm, but they found nothing. Li Zifeng, who had retired after success, reunited with Liu Yaohua. On the other side, according to Huang Mingzhi's request, the ghost agent collected all the gene sequences and soul sequences of the 3,000 civilizations. After obtaining these data, Li Ronwu finally made a breakthrough in the commonality research of the wisdom sequence. Teacher, there are indeed many commonalities. Please take a look. Huang Mingzhi took the research report and browsed it carefully. The wisdom sequence itself has no commonality, but among the tens of billions of gene keys associated with the wisdom sequence, there are some types of gene keys that determine wisdom. These gene keys are distributed in both physical genes and soul genes, and the selection criteria of the Trade Alliance is to select astronauts with high intelligence potential by analyzing these related gene keys. Huang Mingzhi sighed. It is worthy of being an old-fashioned great god civilization. After trillions of years, it has accumulated rich experience and data. Teacher, these data are also applicable when brought into our database. Li Ronwu said a situation. Huang Mingzhi thought for a while before carefully ordering, Ronwu, go and prepare, find some quasi-great god civilizations nearby, and study the wisdom sequence. Teacher. Li Ronwu hesitated. Seeing that Li Ronwu was hesitant to speak, he waved his hand. I will discuss this matter with them on the mainland. You go to prepare the relevant experimental equipment and experimental subjects first. Li Ronwu, who was relieved, nodded. I will go right away. Chapter 607. Huang Mingzhi and Li Ronwu, who were divided into two groups, acted quickly. Li Ronwu led his team to design experimental equipment and conduct relevant simulation calculations based on the information fed back by the ghost agent, and selected nearby quasi-great civilizations from the database. Huang Mingzhi, on the other hand, brought the information of the Trade Alliance and the research report on the wisdom sequence and shared it with the local main body. As soon as Huang Mingzhi's main body received this information, the research report, and the application for in-depth research on the wisdom sequence, after weighing the pros and cons, the main body still proposed a seminar to the Science and Technology Commission's board of directors. As a great god civilization, the new humans naturally do not have any moral cleanliness. Technology itself is neither right nor wrong, nor good or evil. If the wisdom sequence extracted from other organisms can improve the wisdom of the new humans, then the new humans will certainly not mind anything. Therefore, Huang Mingzhi's research application was approved by the Science and Technology Commission. On the eternal truth, Lao Luo, the research topic I applied for has been approved by the Science and Technology Commission. Luo Feng understood immediately. Don't worry, I will immediately go to the nearby area to capture some quasi-great creatures that meet the standards. Then I trouble you. It's my job. Luo Feng, who was resolute and swift, immediately mobilized a group of unmanned spacecraft to the nearby cosmic island. Soon, these unmanned spacecraft captured 1 million quasi-great creatures from 10 civilizations. Li Ronwu, who had already made arrangements, brought Huang Mingzhi to the scientific research microcosm, imitated the equipment of the Trade Alliance, and the experimental subjects in place, so that the experiment of the wisdom sequence entered the fast lane. However, since the trade union used their own rule runes to edit a specific evolution plan, Huang Mingzhi certainly could not use the trade union's rule runes. According to the trade union's plan and related functions, he used the new human rule rune library to rewrite a similar plan. Teacher, everything is ready, and we can start the experiment. Li Ronwu stood aside and said. Checking the time, Huang Mingzhi pressed the experimental switch. In an instant, 100 quasi-grade biological experimental subjects fell into a daze, and were wrapped by one-dimensional rule lines. Then, these experimental subjects were transformed by the rule runes. They were like taking hormones, and the gene sequences in their bodies quickly evolved into great god creatures. However, the direction of this evolution seemed abnormal. The wisdom sequence of the experimental subjects became more and more perfect, while other gene sequences became accessories. However, the first experiment was often not smooth sailing. Soon, some of the experimental subjects began to have problems. Their wisdom sequences evolved out of control. In a short while, the fragile balance in the genes completely tilted towards the wisdom sequence, causing the genes to collapse. Huang Mingzhi calmly watched the test subjects die of gene collapse, and turned around and ordered, analyze the cause of gene collapse and improve the evolution plan immediately. Understood. Inside the laboratory, a group of researchers were busy. 3 days later, the revised second version of the plan was freshly released, and the experiment began again. Compared to the trillions of years of technological accumulation of the Trade Alliance, the other party has developed the technology of extracting wisdom sequences to the pinnacle. The development time of the new humans is too short, and the current level of technology is still the result of the efforts of a group of scientists. The second experiment also ended in failure. After repeated failures and improvements, they finally succeeded in producing the first batch of customized great god creatures 57 years later. The reason why they were able to complete the experiment so quickly was that they benefited from the high-level dimensional technology of the new humans, which allowed them to narrow the gap in a short period of time. Li Ronwu checked this batch of experimental products, and did not get carried away. Teacher, among the first batch of successful experimental products, there was not a single high-quality wisdom that met the standards. As expected, keep improving. Huang Mingzhi was not surprised. Even if the new humans had the advantage of dimensional technology, and the Trade Alliance could refer to it, it would be impossible for them to obtain mature technology in a short period of time. However, the Science and Technology Commission has launched a number of secret laboratories in the country and invested in in-depth research on the wisdom sequence. In the mutual learning and communication between the various laboratories, the relevant technologies have made rapid progress. Among them, wisdom sequence container technology has been replicated. Specific biological cultivation technology is close to the level of the Trade Alliance. Wisdom sequence extraction technology. In fact, due to the lack of suitable experimental subjects, it is only in the theoretical deduction stage for the time being. The key now is to look at the specific biological cultivation technology. Only when suitable organisms are cultivated, other technologies will follow. The specific organisms cultivated by the new humans contain high-quality wisdom sequences in their souls. If we follow the standards of the trade union, it can only reach 43% at most. The gap between the two is still quite large. After all, the development time of the trade union is too long. The new humans can catch up to 43%, which is already very impressive. The next work is the work of grinding water, which requires long-term and unremitting improvement. The fleet that has been hiding near the vast continent has spent a long and short 40,000 years in this nameless cosmic island. Still in that laboratory. Wang Mingzhi put down the research report with some fatigue and took a long breath. Hard work pays off. And finally the quality of the high-quality soul sequence has been improved to the same level as the Trade Alliance. Over the years, he and Li Ronwu, Li Kun and others have alternately studied specific biological cultivation technology and have raised the technical level to the same level as the Trade Alliance. Their hard work also gave them a perfect technique. Li Ronwu, who came in from outside, saw his teacher resting with his eyes closed and walked over slowly. "Ronwu, what's the matter?" "It's about the experimental subjects. Commander Luo just captured another 1 million quasi-great god civilizations." Li Ronwu answered truthfully. "Oh, it's just right for a cultivation. Ronwu, I leave this to you. I will complete the cultivation as soon as possible." In an area of the laboratory, 100 experimental subjects were quickly cultivated into great god creatures, but these great god creatures appeared abnormally deformed. After the cultivation was successful, it was connected to the wisdom sequence extraction system to extract the wisdom sequences in the souls of these experimental subjects and store them in the soul container. As expected, there was a problem again. The wisdom sequence extraction system, which was only a paper theory, had some problems, resulting in incomplete wisdom sequence extraction and some impurities mixed into the extract. Theory is theory after all, and the improvement work on the wisdom sequence extraction system and soul container is also being carried out non-stop. The speed of perfection of these two technologies was very fast, and it took only 17 years. Looking at the tens of thousands of perfectly extracted wisdom sequences in the laboratory, Wang Mingzhi, Li Ronwu and others finally came to the final stage of the wisdom sequence extraction experiment, which is to verify the role of the wisdom sequence. As an indispensable part of the soul of intelligent creatures, the wisdom sequence has unimaginable characteristics. For example, the wisdom sequence of each intelligent creature is different. The wisdom sequence of clones and artificial people can never be comparable to that of natural people. The wisdom sequence cannot be copied. Once the wisdom sequence is copied, uncontrollable mutations will occur. This is also one of the reasons why the trade union has to go to great lengths to select the ascenders. Chapter 608. Tens of thousands of extracted wisdom beads were stored in the soul container. Picking up a wisdom bead at random, pure black permeated from the inside out. This small bead stored the wisdom sequence of a creature, and the essence of the intelligent creature was stripped out alive. Wang Mingzhi put down the wisdom bead silently. He was thinking about how the Trade Alliance would use the wisdom bead. This thing must need a specific method of use to play a corresponding role. A group of researchers were also thinking about this problem. After a period of discussion, they could only determine that the wisdom bead should act on the soul, and the greatest possibility was to enhance wisdom. Theoretical research could not figure out the use method and effect of the wisdom beads, so it was necessary to enter the actual experimental stage. In the laboratory of the fleet, 10 quasi-great creatures were tied to the experimental table, and their eyes were filled with fear and anxiety. Li Ronwu, who personally conducted the experiment, gently cut open the head of the experimental subject, but not a single cell died, and not a drop of blood splashed out. The wisdom bead was implanted into the head of the experimental subject, and the incision on the head of the experimental subject closed up and healed instantly, as if there had never been an incision. Li Ronwu calmly released the soul container of the wisdom bead, and the soul sequence stored in the wisdom bead suddenly came into contact with the body and soul of the experimental subject. Ah! The experimental subject screamed fiercely, trembling all over, their eyeballs bulged and bloodshot, and their faces were extremely hideous. If there were no locking devices to fix the limbs of these experimental subjects, they might have killed themselves immediately. However, Li Ronwu ignored the screams of the experimental subjects. Scientists are sometimes really hard-hearted, especially when dealing with aliens. They will not pity these creatures. The sophisticated detectors fed back all the internal conditions of the experimental subjects to the display. The formulas, words, and data like the heavenly book were enough to make the souls of ordinary creatures collapse. Academicianly, there is a fierce conflict between the soul gene and the wisdom sequence of the experimental subject. Not good. The soul of the number 3 experimental subject has collapsed. Recover the wisdom sequence immediately. In less than 2 or 3 minutes, all 10 experimental subjects died due to soul collapse, and even their physical genes were damaged to varying degrees. Li Ronwu quickly discovered some problems. The first problem is that the life level of the experimental subject is only quasi-god level, and there is no way to withstand the wisdom sequence of the god level. The second problem is that the wisdom sequence that was recovered into the soul container has undergone irreversible mutation, as if it was contaminated. The third problem is that the intensity of the conflict between the wisdom sequence and the biological soul is a bit beyond expectations. Sweeping away the analysis and summary in front of him, he said, "Continue the direct implantation experiment and collect adaptation data of different species." Understood. Over the years, Luo Feng has captured countless quasi-great creatures for the Science and Technology Commission, and the species are also varied. The subject of the experiment just now is a kind of original carbon humanoid three-dimensional multi-legged human. In the infinite universe, there are many species, which can be divided into many categories. Although each species will have different paths, and the same destination when evolving to the quasi-great god level and the great god level. However, there are still huge differences. If one species fails, it does not mean that all species will fail. Even if there is a slight possibility, Li Ronwu will try it. Hundreds of experimental subjects of different races were put into the wisdom bead implantation experiment. The laboratory was filled with screens, and failed experimental subjects were destroyed one by one. The data was full of the blood and resentment of the experimental subjects. In the eyes of humans in the AD era, this was a biochemical experiment of genocide, a complete villain script. Unfortunately, in the era of the universe, the kind Virgin Mary could not survive, because this was the living environment of the universe. If you are not ruthless to aliens, they may retaliate. Li Ronwu, Huang Mingzhi and others have long been accustomed to it. The experiment of implanting the wisdom bead can only be declared a failure after the death of the last batch of experimental subjects. It seems that direct implantation is not feasible. Li Ronwu put down the research report. Huang Mingzhi, who floated over from another laboratory, saw Li Ronwu's expression and knew that the implantation experiment had failed. "Teacher, I failed here. What about you?" After being made into a plug-in, it can indeed avoid soul rejection, but the life level of the experimental subject is not enough to withstand the wisdom sequence. As expected, Li Ronwu looked at the relevant data and suddenly found a problem. He asked quickly, "Teacher, will the plug-in wisdom sequence degenerate quickly?" Huang Mingzhi spread his hands helplessly. "I can't do anything about this." After receiving the information, the wisdom sequences will mutate due to the appearance of the information. This problem is actually related to the nature of the wisdom sequence. After all, the nature of the wisdom sequence is a sequence of ever-changing changes, representing the infinite possibilities of life. Once the wisdom sequence receives information, it means that there are variables in the wisdom sequence, and this change is irreversible. Even if a new wisdom sequence is copied based on the initial structure of the wisdom sequence, it will have no effect. This situation has always been the focus of research by the new humans. Why can't the soul genes of organisms be replicated? Even for so-called clones, there are actually differences in the souls of their original bodies, and this difference is innate, and the difference will become greater over time. Since the new humans discovered the soul, this problem has been bothering many scientists, and has become an unsolved mystery in the new human scientific community. It was not until 13,000 years ago that a scientist in the field of soul came up with a theory that could explain it. This theory is called the uniqueness of biological time and space. This theory does not explain the reason why soul genes cannot be replicated from the perspective of biology, genes, and soul. Instead, it takes a different approach and starts from the time and space rules and the universe rules to explain the connection between biology and time and space. The development of biology is in three-dimensional space, and three-dimensional space is contained in the time dimension. So what is time? The flow from ancient times to the present is time. However, is time just like this? In the new theory, time is not only the movement of three-dimensional time and space, but also requires another condition, that is, infinite variation. Why is infinite variation another condition for the formation of time? Because if there is no infinite variation, everything will remain unchanged, and a three-dimensional space where everything is fixed also means that time is dead. Where is infinite variation reflected? Infinite variation is the diversity of organisms, or the uniqueness of organisms. As the foundation of the time dimension, the rules of the universe and time do not allow two identical souls to appear. The soul is part of the gene, that is, the biological gene does not allow the appearance of clones. There have never been identical clones or replicas in this universe. Even the split bodies commonly used by new humans are actually just clones of the body, which is equivalent to using advanced stand-in robots and using powerful souls to do multiple things at the same time. The biological uniqueness of time and space will strictly limit the appearance of replicas. Chapter 609. The researchers of the fleet were busy studying the usage and effects of the wisdom beads. In the vast continent, those quasi-great civilizations that had obtained the gate of heaven were also seizing the opportunity to grow and develop, making good use of the exclusive period of the gate of heaven. Other quasi-great civilizations that had not obtained the gate of heaven were also undercurrents, secretly uniting or accumulating strength. The management strategy of the trade alliance in the vast continent did, to a certain extent, cause these quasi-great civilizations to fall into an irresistible internal friction. They used the plain war to create hatred, threw out the gate to heaven to let the quasi-great god civilizations kill each other, and selected the ascent to weaken the potential of these quasi-great god civilizations. No wonder the entire vast continent has been suppressed by the trade alliance for trillions of years. Unless other great god civilizations are willing to enter the vast continent head-on and compete with the trade alliance for control of the vast continent, it will be difficult to change the situation in the vast continent. But those great god civilizations are not fools. How could they possibly invade the vast continent head-on? The trade alliance was not unaware that some great god civilizations were making small moves in the vast continent, but chose to accept this situation. The gene locks and the gene sequences of those quasi-great god civilizations were a manifestation of the trade alliance's acceptance. As long as other great god civilizations did not affect the trade alliance's harvest of wisdom sequences, everything would be fine. And those great god civilizations, after such a long period of testing, also understood the bottom line of the trade alliance, and naturally would not provoke the 7 powerful great god civilizations. Therefore, the vast continent has always been in a fragile balance. The low-key new human civilization also has no intention of breaking this situation, but secretly supports the human civilization in it to prevent human civilization from being oppressed by other quasi-great god civilizations. The vast continent, Hutong universe. This universe is located on the edge of the vast continent. It is a universe with intertwined forces, and has more than 200 regional overlords. In this plane war, the quasi-great god civilization that obtained the gate to the sky is called Purple Stone Empire, which is a very powerful quasi-great god civilization. At this time, at the junction of the Hutong universe and the vacuum ocean, endless one-dimensional rule lines instantly penetrated millions of single universes nearby, and dimensional spaceships landed here one after another. One of the spaceships was a circle larger than the other spaceships, and was the flagship of the fleet. A spaceman with red skin and black spots on his body respectfully reported to the figure in the air, "General Yin Yang, there is no powerful civilization in this area." The figure floating in the air also had red skin and black spots, but there was a little difference in temperament, with a kind of domineering and strong aura. "Science team, what have you discovered?" Faced with Yin Yang's question, the head of the science team held a pile of information and said, "General Yin Yang, we have found fixed order, gene lock, in nearby organisms, and we have found 15 types." Yin Yang closed his eyes, and tapped the armrest of the seat with his sharp fingernails while thinking. Yin Yang suddenly opened his eyes and asked, "What is the level of these ancient god civilizations, great god civilizations?" The old-fashioned scientist quickly flipped through the data. There are 3 civilizations at the same level as the kingdom of God, and they are 3. Reconnaissance troops. Here. A cosmic person stood up. His voice was cold and ruthless. Yin Yang directly ordered, "Fully reconnaissance the Hades ancient realm, the vast continent, and find the locations of those ancient god civilizations." "Yes, sir." The cold cosmic person turned around and floated towards his office area. In the entire fleet control center, these cosmic people worked silently, making the atmosphere here particularly depressing. Yin Yang, floating in the air, focused on looking through the 3 civilizations whose technological levels were similar to theirs. However, the information obtained from the gene lock was not too complete and comprehensive, and could only be used as a reference. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside Yin Yang. Although the alien was respectful, he was not too afraid of Yin Yang in front of him. "General, the order from the kingdom of God." Yin Yang took the document from the adjutant and browsed through it. In his reddish-brown pupils, he couldn't help but reveal a hint of displeasure. He took a deep breath, calmed his inner irritability, and then ordered his adjutant, "Muxing, tell them to stop attacking the dark ancient domain and stay here for a while." "Okay." Looking at the back of Adjutant Muxing leaving, Yin Yang's eyes flashed with a hint of murderous intent, but he suppressed it immediately. The Red Kingdom is not monolithic. He belongs to the Great Prince's camp, while Adjutant Muxing is from the neutral camp, and is also the spy sent by the God Emperor to monitor him. Although he wanted to get rid of the other party, Yin Yang was not a fool. He could not do such things casually, nor could he expose them. He had to find a perfect excuse. Otherwise, if he was discovered by the God Emperor, even the eldest prince could not protect him. The fleet was anchored at the edge of the Hutong universe, and the reconnaissance troops sent by Yin Yang had already infiltrated the interior of the vast continent. Soon, the information about the Gate of Heaven, the Heavenly Universe, the Plain War, and the Trade Alliance was fed back to the Yin Yang fleet of the Red Divine Kingdom. The only thing that annoyed Yin Yang was that the God Kingdom Center did not allow him to act rashly. Although the Trade Alliance was powerful and had 7 great god civilizations, Yin Yang was not too worried. They were all top-level great god civilizations, and it was still unknown who would win. Moreover, Yin Yang was confident. He had defeated several top-level great god civilizations before with the unique technology of the Red God Kingdom. Next, things that annoyed Yin Yang even more came one after another. 2 other fleets of the Red God Kingdom also appeared not far from Yin Yang's fleet. Asshole! Looking at the 2 fleets rushing over, Yin Yang's heart was burning with anger. Mzing, the adjutant beside him, calmly reminded, "General, we are all part of the Kingdom of God. Let's discuss what to do next." Yin Yang clenched his fists, and his murderous intent was boiling in his heart. If he hadn't been worried about the eldest prince in the center of the Kingdom of God, he would have taken action long ago. Resisting his anger, Yin Yang gritted his teeth and ordered, "Let Fredo and Yin Mang go to the conference room for a meeting." Okay. The adjutant Mu Xing didn't care about Yin Yang's anger. He was loyal to the God Emperor, so he didn't need to give face to these princes. You have to know that their Red God Kingdom is a great god civilization. The God Emperor has infinite life. Unless those princes rebel, they will never be able to ascend the throne of the God Emperor. The reason why these princes can develop is that the various noble families in the God Kingdom do not want to be monopolized by the God Emperor, so they support the princes and divide the royal family. In a 3-dimensional space and time, Yin Yang, Fredo, Yin Mang, and their respective adjutants projected a consciousness. "Long time no see, Yin Yang." Fredo greeted him with a fake smile. Yin Yang, in a bad mood, snorted coldly, "Humph, stop talking nonsense." The 3 fleet commanders of the Red Kingdom entered into a tit-for-tat discussion, especially the angry Yin Yang, who showed no weakness. They were all salivating over the vast continent with rich resources. Chapter 610. "Who do you think I am?" Yin Yang roared loudly, his reddish-brown pupils bursting with anger. "I tell you, I found this place. According to the Colonial Act of the Kingdom of God, I have the right to occupy it." Fredo on the side sneered, "Ha ha ha, you found it? Don't forget your identity. This fleet is not the private armed forces of your Yin clan." You, Yin Mang, with a gloomy face, was also uncomfortable when he heard Fredo's words, but he was thoughtful and did not directly provoke a fight. "Okay, you are going to quarrel now. Are you going to wait for other fleets to come?" Fredo and Yin Yang's expression suddenly changed. It was obvious that Yin Mang's words hit their soft spots. If they didn't take over the vast continent as soon as possible, other forces of the Red Divine Kingdom would arrive one after another, and their gains would be squeezed out by other forces. No! Yin Yang made up his mind to reach an agreement with Fredo and Yin Mang as soon as possible. Yin Yang's submissiveness made the negotiations on the division of the vast continent go quite smoothly. But they didn't know that when Yin Yang's fleet arrived at the Hutong universe of the vast continent, other great divine civilizations hidden around also discovered this uninvited guest. Compared with the new human fleets that have never entered the vast continent, the Crimson Kingdom is more high-profile and conspicuous, especially with the arrival of 3 fleets one after another, which is probably ill-intentioned. As the ruler of the vast continent, the Trade Alliance certainly discovered the ill-intentioned Crimson Empire at the first time. Other great god civilizations, adhering to the idea of watching the tigers fight from the mountain, secretly observed the next situation of the vast continent. Of course, not all great god civilizations have discovered the aggressiveness of the Crimson Kingdom. Only those great god civilizations that have mastered dimensional technology can discover the abnormality of the Hutong universe in the vast continent. For example, the new humans discovered the Crimson Kingdom and infiltrated the Lai Yinyang fleet. In terms of dimensional technology, the new humans are currently at the top level. After completing a comprehensive study of one-dimensional rules, the Science and Technology Commission has moved on to zero-dimensional rules. Now, as the new human scientists advance in both three-dimensional rules and zero-dimensional rules, among the known great god civilizations, only the mysterious Galu 3 giants make the new humans feel uncertain. Other great god civilizations are not as good as the new humans in dimensional technology. The Crimson Kingdom is no exception. The Ghost Agent used the advantages of dimensional technology to successfully infiltrate the Red Kingdom's Yin-Yang fleet. Under the Ghost Agent's all-pervasive infiltration, the terms of the joint negotiations of the 3 fleets, the internal conflicts of the Red Kingdom, and the technology they mastered were all discovered by the Ghost Agent. The new human fleet on the other side of the vast continent. Luo Feng saw the intelligence that the Ghost Agent had just reported, and he was a little surprised by the technology of the Red Kingdom. Adjutant Yan Shuai was also checking intelligence. They actually have the derivative technology of irregular fragments. It seems that they have encountered a one-dimensional civilization that failed to advance. Even if they have the technology of irregular fragments, the trade alliance is not a soft persimmon. It is still unknown who will win. We can just watch the show. Luo Feng was not optimistic about the Red Kingdom. Yan Shuai did not care about this aspect, but asked another question. Do the branches of human civilization in the vast continent need to take the opportunity to migrate out? Luo Feng raised his eyebrows slightly, but did not act on his own initiative. Instead, he reported the matter to the supreme will of the new humans. In the end, the supreme will decided to evacuate these branches of humanity. The vast continent. Hai Ming Universe. Here is one of the branches of human civilization in the vast continent, the human civilization called Galaxy Federation, which is an advanced civilization with average strength. In the Hai Ming universe, it is affiliated with the quasi-great god civilization, and survives in a single universe with difficulty, sharing the single universe with two other advanced civilizations. The primary, intermediate, and advanced civilizations born in the vast continent are very unfortunate. As soon as they were born, they were doomed to tragedy. Because the vast continent had already been divided up by a group of quasi-great civilizations that developed first, other civilizations could only become subordinate civilizations as soon as they were born. The Star Federation is such a tragedy. The capital star of the Federation. Busy in a gunpowder-filled meeting, the Grand Speaker Bruce Berry and the Deputy Speakers Li Sheng and Alf Alexander are troubled by recent events. Suddenly, their eyes blurred, and the surroundings seemed to have changed, and then some kind of shackles in their bodies completely disappeared. What's going on? Bruce Berry's voice trembled. Li Sheng quickly calmed down and immediately gathered the soldiers of the Capital Star Guard from the surrounding personnel. The Star Alliance, which is already an advanced civilization, can naturally survive in the void. Soon, the scientists of the Star Alliance were shocked to discover the problem. The face of the Grand Speaker Bruce Berry changed drastically. What did you say? We appeared in a strange universe? What's going on? Because they live in the vast continent, although they can't even cross a single universe, the Star Alliance still knows the existence of other single universes through those quasi-god civilizations. In addition, the Capital Star Defense Fleet also discovered this thing. Li Sheng's expression was extremely complicated, and he projected a document in front of the congressman. The human race's flame is eternal, and you should strive for self-improvement. After reading the content on the projection, the congressmen looked at each other in bewilderment. They only knew that another human civilization migrated them from the vast continent to an ordinary cosmic island. And from the words on the stone tablet, it can be seen that this human civilization is a human civilization developed from the Eastern civilization. This is also one of the reasons for their complicated expressions. If ordinary advanced civilizations, intermediate civilizations, and elementary civilizations were transferred away from the vast continent, the Trade Alliance would not pay too much attention. But when hundreds of quasi-god level human civilizations were instantly transferred away from the vast continent, the existence behind the Trade Alliance also noticed the abnormality in an instant. In an unknown one-dimensional space-time. What do you think? Human civilization? It seems that this race has given birth to a powerful great god civilization. The other party should have noticed the unusual movement of the Red Kingdom, so they started to migrate the parallel branch. However, the dimensional technology of this human civilization cannot be underestimated. This matter ends here. Let's destroy the Red Kingdom's vanguard fleet first. Agree. The 7 great god civilizations hidden behind the Trade Alliance are not the first to encounter such a thing. They have ruled the vast continent for more than 4 trillion years. During this period, some great civilizations, after discovering the vast continent, would migrate their parallel branches away. It's just that the new humans' actions this time were a bit disrespectful. Because in the past, those great civilizations were worried about being picked on by the Trade Alliance, so they either moved little by little secretly or negotiated with the Trade Alliance. And like the new humans, they separated the human branches distributed in the vast continent from it in an instant. This reflects the power of dimensional technology, and also slaps the face of the Trade Alliance. If it weren't for the Red Kingdom of God making trouble, the Trade Alliance would definitely have troubled the new humans. Chapter 611. The new humans migrated the human branches in the vast continent at lightning speed. The atmosphere of impending storm in the vast continent also rose, and many powerful divine civilizations had already discovered the retreat of the human branches. Coupled with the unusual movements in the Hutong universe of the vast continent, many informed forces understood one thing: a battle sweeping across the vast continent could break out at any time. The three fleets of the Red Divine Kingdom anchored in the Hutong universe of the vast continent also began to move continuously. Yin Yang, Yin Meng, and Fredo didn't want to wait any longer, lest other forces of the Kingdom of God intervene. After the three fleets had explored part of the situation of the vast continent, they could not wait to head towards the heavenly universe. Although they had not yet fully understood the details of the vast continent, Yin Yang and the other two were not fools. Since the trade union controlled the vast continent, as long as they defeated the trade union, other forces in the vast continent would collapse. The aggressive Red Kingdom of God fleet headed straight for the heavenly universe in the core area of the vast continent. The war that was about to break out broke out in the vast continent. The Heavenly Kingdom universe. It instantly attracted the attention of many great god civilizations. Many ancient great god civilizations had actually seen the Trade Alliance take action, and even several great god civilizations had personally fought against the Trade Alliance. For the Red Kingdom's invasion of the vast continent, these secret eyes had no intention of intervening. Whether the Trade Alliance successfully annihilated the enemy, or the Red Kingdom dominated the vast continent, they were sitting on the Diaoyu Island. Even more than the invasion of the Red Kingdom, the great civilizations of the gods paid more attention to the new humans that suddenly emerged. After all, the new humans were too mysterious. The Yin Yang fleet, Fredo fleet, and Yin Meng fleet were divided into three routes to encircle the Heavenly Kingdom universe. But the Trade Alliance was not a pushover, and it was impossible for them to control the vast continent for more than 4 trillion years without some skills. The Yin Yang fleet, Fredo fleet, and Yin Meng fleet had just entered the edge of the Heavenly Kingdom universe and instantly fell into a terrible dimensional trap. Overlapping two-dimensional planes, a mess of one-dimensional regular lines, and pieces of unpredictable three-dimensional space fragments are all mixed together. What makes people feel even more scalp-numbing is that the three-dimensional space, the two-dimensional plane, and the one-dimensional lines are not only intertwined, but the three spatial dimensions are constantly changing. The last moment, this is a three-dimensional space, and the next moment, it may fall to a two-dimensional plane. Moreover, the Trade Alliance directly compressed the space of the trap area. It seems that the width of the trap area is only a few billion grids, but in fact the width of the space inside has reached 10,000 times. In addition, the dimension is extremely chaotic. Even if the new humans are trapped in it, they will be in a mess for a while. Report: the 169th Fleet has lost contact. Report: the 051 ST Fleet encountered space turbulence and lost 15 ships. Report: the enemy fleet was detected, the number is... Hearing the bad news one by one, Yin Yang's face was not too ugly, although the defense strength of the trade union was a little beyond his calculation. But Yin Yang was still full of confidence and calmly ordered, "Start the dimension confinement system." Yes! Instantly, the dimensional chaos around the Yin Yang fleet was suppressed by a force of rules. In response to this scene, the trade union fleet immediately launched an attack, and the extremely compressed singularity shells were fired at the Yin Yang fleet. In addition, there were dense and obscure rule assimilation beams, following closely behind the singularity shells. Facing the attack of the trade union, the Yin Yang fleet immediately activated the two-dimensional plane shield. There was no sound or light in the vacuum ocean, but it did not prevent other spectators from watching the show. On the two-dimensional shield of the Yin Yang fleet, singularity shells hit it one by one, like a drop of ink dripping into the horizontal plane. Except for rippling force field waves, it seems that the two-dimensional shield has not been broken. However, as a trade alliance of an old-fashioned great civilization, its means cannot be so simple. As more and more singularity shells hit the two-dimensional shield, the Yin Yang fleet's two-dimensional shield suddenly lost control, and countless two-dimensional sections grew on both sides of the two-dimensional shield. The situation was as if a towering tree had grown on the ground, and the dense and chaotic two-dimensional sections, like sharp blades, pierced directly at the spacecraft of the Yin Yang fleet. However, the spacecraft wrapped by the one-dimensional rule line, with its own strength, resisted the stabbing of the two-dimensional sharp blade. The rule assimilation beam that followed closely hit the one-dimensional rule armor like a storm. The Yin Yang fleet, which resisted the attack, locked onto the fleet of the trade union and rushed over, but when the Yin Yang fleet arrived, the warships of the trade union directly turned into one-dimensional rule lines. Then the dimensional chaos trap broke out again, and the dense one-dimensional rule lines that implied rule assimilation information continued to harass the Yin Yang fleet. On the battlefield, the three fleets of the Crimson Kingdom were surrounded and blocked by the Trade Alliance. The two sides gradually increased the intensity of the battle while testing each other. Although both sides intended to fight away from the vast continent, as the situation became stalemate, the Trade Alliance, which did not intend to continue, began to play some cards. In an instant, the Yin-Yang fleet, the Fredo fleet, and the Yin-Mong fleet were wrapped in a composite crystal wall. Before the people of the Crimson Kingdom could react, the composite crystal wall shrank rapidly. The composite crystal wall with hundreds of dimensions cannot be broken by the Red Divine Kingdom fleet in a short time. Inside the Yin-Yang fleet, General, the enemy is pressing us, and the spacecraft defense system is collapsing. Faced with this, Yin-Yang made a prompt decision, release the dimensional crushing beam. Yes! A fragmented one-dimensional regular line burst out from the spacecraft in all directions. Even if it is a composite crystal wall with hundreds of dimensions, it cannot resist the attack of irregular one-dimensional lines. The composite crystal wall that was hit was instantly riddled with holes, many regular lines were broken, two-dimensional planes were punctured, and three-dimensional space was shattered. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the Yin-Yang fleet rushed out of the crystal wall confinement and launched a full-scale counterattack against the Trade Union fleet. In a flash, hundreds of millions of Trade Union warships were severely damaged by irregular one-dimensional lines. Irregular one-dimensional lines are the specific products of the collapse of matter in one-dimensional spacetime. Normal dimensions are difficult to defend against such things. This thing is the embodiment of irregular fragments in one-dimensional spacetime, which is somewhat similar to the radioactive hazards of atomic nuclei, but the destructive power of irregular fragments is dozens of orders of magnitude more terrifying than radioactive particles. Matter in normal dimensions is usually difficult to resist when attacked by irregular fragments. The Yin-Yang fleet, which was in a dominant position, joined forces with the other two fleets and slaughtered the fleet of the Trade Union like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. The fleet of the Trade Union looked shaky, but it did not collapse and still stubbornly withstood the offensive of the Crimson Kingdom. Having taken out the trump card of irregular one-dimensional lines, the Crimson Kingdom naturally had no intention of stopping and madly harvested the resistance of the Trade Union. However, the Trade Union, which has existed for endless years, is not that simple either. Although it was caught off guard, it does not mean that they have no power to fight back. A large number of support fleets arrived in the Heavenly Kingdom universe, causing the Crimson Kingdom to fall into the quagmire of war for a while. Chapter 612. One of the 7 great civilizations of the Trade Union, the Black Shadow clan, is also the one who is in charge of the management of the vast continent recently. It is also the person in charge of fighting against the Crimson Kingdom at this time. These fleets are all legions of the Black Shadow clan. In the distant vacuum ocean, in a super-large single universe hidden in the cracks of time and space, the Black Shadow Yiting, who is in charge of this extermination mission, listened to the report of his subordinates and began to be cautious in his heart. The Black Shadow Yiting, who was like a group of black fog, asked the technical consultant of the military, "What do you think of the weapons of the Crimson Kingdom?" The technical consultants, who were also a group of black fog, had a rough understanding of the battlefield feedback information and quickly discussed for more than 10 minutes before one of the consultants summarized and spoke. "Captain Yiting, our analysis shows that the weapon is caused by a particle smaller than the heron, primordial particle." Particle smaller than the heron? The Shadow Yiting didn't quite believe it. Even though he was an officer, no one from the Great God civilization was simple. At least he knew more or less the rules of three-dimensional space, two-dimensional planes, and one-dimensional lines. The smallest particle was also their basic science for trillions of years. How could a new particle appear all of a sudden? As if hearing the doubts raised by He Ting, the technical consultant explained again, "Captain Ting, we didn't believe it at first, but facts speak louder than words. The opponent's weapons are formed by particles smaller than the heron." He Ting did not confirm it immediately, but ordered his subordinates, "Let the Science and Technology Department mobilize scientists in related fields to reanalyze the data." "Yes, I will arrange it immediately." Military Intelligence Department, immediately reinvestigate the fleet of the Red Kingdom. "I want to know all their intelligence." Understood. Although the Crimson Kingdom caught them off guard, the Black Shadow clan did not panic. Instead, they relied on their superior forces to force the 3 fleets into a brutal war of attrition. Suddenly, Black Shadow Yiting's communicator rang. "Huh?" After seeing the name of the caller, Black Shadow Yiting's black mist-like body trembled slightly. He immediately connected the communication, and 6 figures of different shapes appeared in front of Black Shadow Yiting. These 6 figures were the other 6 members of the Trade Alliance. "Are you also interested in that new particle?" Black Shadow Yiting understood the intention of these guys. After all, The things during the rotation period are borne by the members on duty, unless they encounter an enemy that is difficult to resist. And the Black Shadow clan has not suffered a disastrous defeat when facing the Red Kingdom. If there is no profit, other member civilizations will not help. Now these guys have come to the door collectively, they must have taken a fancy to something. In this incident, only that new particle is worth the other members' efforts. We in the ancient Qin Federation do have some ideas about that particle. A representative of one of the civilizations spoke out his intention. The representatives of other civilizations were also very direct. Although there were intrigues within the alliance, they would temporarily put aside their internal conflicts when facing external enemies, and when it was profitable. The Black Shadow Court considered the current war situation and consulted the elders of the Black Shadow clan, and finally agreed to the intervention of other members. The Heavenly Kingdom universe of the vast continent. Facing the endless Black Shadow fleet, Yin Yang and the other three fleets still seemed to be at ease. Moreover, with the use of irregular one-dimensional lines, the entire Heavenly Kingdom universe has been seriously polluted. The impact of irregular fragments on ordinary matter is dozens of orders of magnitude more terrifying than radioactive substances contaminating ordinary matter. After being hit by irregular one-dimensional lines, no matter which dimension of the three dimensions the matter is in, it will disintegrate and become irregular. This thing is like a highly contagious biochemical virus, constantly infecting the surrounding ordinary matter, and the infected matter will become new irregular fragments, which is equivalent to the irregular fragments constantly multiplying. The gradually spreading irregular fragment cloud brought a local field advantage to the Red Divine Kingdom's fleet, and this advantage is constantly expanding. Therefore, Yin Yang is confident that he can defeat the trade union. This is also the secret weapon that the Red Divine Kingdom used to defeat other great civilizations. As long as it is taken out, it will be invincible. In the Yin Yang fleet. General, the three fleets we copied have successfully torn through the enemy's defense line. Okay, defeat the trade union in one go, and take over the dark ancient domain as quickly as possible. Yin Yang waved his hand. Immediately, the replica fleet of Yin Yang fleet rushed towards the weak defense line of the Black Shadow fleet. The Black Shadow fleet, which lost its geographical advantage, was suppressed for a while. However, the Trade Alliance, which had been prepared in secret, saw the Red Kingdom fleet about to tear through the defense line, and suddenly launched a fatal attack on the enemy. The Trade Alliance, which had been paying attention to the irregular fragments for a while, ignored the irregular fragments filling the battlefield, but adopted a suicidal strategy and attacked the Red Kingdom fleet directly. The Trade Alliance played some of its trump cards. A series of strange one-dimensional regular lines formed a special wave like a sea wave, rushing into the Heavenly Kingdom universe like a whirlwind. The one-dimensional waves that swept in from all directions surrounded the 6 fleets of the Red Kingdom in the middle. Fight back, go all out. Yin Yang finally became a little uneasy. The other Reds were also in a panic. However, although the one-dimensional waves that swept across hundreds of billions of grids were partially blocked by the irregular one-dimensional lines, some of them still hit the Red Kingdom spacecraft. The spacecraft hit by the one-dimensional wave, whether it is the two-dimensional shield or the one-dimensional armor, all fell apart in an instant. The attack method of the one-dimensional wave is a compound attack. The one-dimensional rule thread of the wave will constantly change the dimensional fluctuations, so that the matter and dimension in front will be torn apart. When the matter and dimension in front are torn apart, the continuous wave will completely disrupt the rules of matter and dimension, like a sawtooth with high-frequency vibration. Because it is a compound attack, the one-dimensional rule line with high-frequency vibration is in an unpredictable state. Under this direct and rough attack, few great creatures can withstand it. Yin Yang and other fleets had their defense systems torn apart. Whether it was the spacecraft, the equipment inside, or the Red people, they were all caught in a high-frequency shock wave. Yin Yang felt his body being torn apart for the first time. At that moment, Yin Yang, who possessed the power of a great god, was torn to pieces. Every one-dimensional rule line on his body was disintegrated into the most basic one-dimensional matter. In this state, unless the Red Kingdom of God mastered the zero-dimensional rule, there was only one way to go: death. The Red Divine Kingdom fleet was unstoppable one moment, and the next moment, it was wiped out by the Trade Alliance. Wherever the one-dimensional wave went, all life was annihilated, not only three-dimensional creatures, but also two-dimensional and one-dimensional creatures in the area. The Great God civilization, which secretly spied on this war, also felt the power of the Trade Alliance. With such a powerful weapon, it is no wonder that it could dominate the vast continent for trillions of years. After the one-dimensional wave ended, the Heavenly Kingdom universe of the vast continent became a dead zone. Chapter 6:13. The tragedy in the heavenly kingdom universe of the vast continent has caused many great god civilizations, who were just spectators, or who had other thoughts in their minds, to suppress their other thoughts. The trade union's action this time was for irregular fragments, and to deter other great god civilizations. This time, killing the chicken to scare the monkey did achieve the expected strategic goal, and made those great god civilizations that kept making small moves restrained a little. In the battlefield ruins of the heavenly kingdom universe, the Black Shadow Court escorted the trade union's scientific research fleet into the lifeless irregular fragment cloud. As the trade union's researchers delved deeper into the research, some of the characteristics of the irregular fragments were gradually discovered by the trade union. In addition, other great civilizations also secretly collected some irregular fragments. For the irregular fragment cloud that stretched over hundreds of billions of grids, the trade union could not strictly guard against it, so it could only turn a blind eye and let other great civilizations take away some of the irregular fragments hidden in the new human fleet at the original location. After listening to the intelligence of the ghost agent, Luo Feng secretly cursed the Red Kingdom of God for being a fool, and actually delivered the irregular fragments to the door in person. Now those great civilizations in the vast continent must have obtained irregular fragments. If these guys research something, the dimensional technological advantage of the new humans will no longer exist. But in this situation, he can't stop the loss of irregular fragments. Especially the previous action of migrating human branches made the Trade Alliance keep a watchful eye on it. Once the fleet of the Red Kingdom was annihilated, they secretly investigated the traces of the new human civilization. Luo Feng sighed that it was a troubled time, and hurriedly reported the cause and effect of this matter to the locals, letting the locals worry about it. At the same time, as the three fleets of Yinyang, Yinmong and Fredo were annihilated, the Crimson Kingdom also received relevant information at the same time. The main divine domain of the Crimson Kingdom. Bang! A red man in noble clothes clenched his fist and smashed a piece of information on the table. His chest was heaving, which showed his inner anger. The red men standing on both sides bowed their heads and stood still, fearing to anger the nobleman at the table. Suddenly, a red man with a charming expression hurried to the table and said respectfully, "Master, the God Emperor summoned all the princes to the imperial court." "Old man, why don't you just die?" The nobleman cursed with resentment. When the other red men heard this, they suddenly became silent, as if they hadn't heard it. After suppressing his anger and looking at his subordinates' fear and trepidation, he regained his composure. "Follow me." "Yes." The imperial court of the main god realm. Countless high-ranking officials of the God Kingdom hurried back from all over the place. These high-ranking officials of the God Kingdom came in groups of 3 or 5. If you look down from the air, you can clearly see the small groups that are clearly divided. As soon as the man who was furious came to the square, many officials swarmed over, like a group of flies smelling rot, buzzing and greeting, while calculating their interests. Second Prince, Yin Mang's failure has caused the dissatisfaction of the God Emperor. Please pay more attention to this meeting. The second prince nodded, but he looked ahead sharply. The figure he was staring at suddenly turned his head and looked at the second prince coldly. Neither of them showed weakness. In the square, the small groups also felt the pressure of the swords being drawn, and they all shut up and waited for the meeting to be held. In addition to these princes, and the power of the aristocratic families, there were about 2/5 of officials in the square who were indifferent to this. They were typical loyalists to the emperor, and naturally did not need to kowtow to the princes and the aristocratic families. As time went on, several small groups had quarrels, and if it was not in front of the imperial court, they might have fought directly. It can be seen that the contradictions within the Red Divine Country have become very serious. "Announce, all the ministers, come to see me." A powerful voice broke the dull atmosphere of the square, and the officials of the Kingdom of God quickly lined up and walked into the imperial court one by one. In the magnificent imperial court, everyone floated to their own positions, which were bright stars, and the Red God Emperor sat on a yellow giant star. With his eyes closed, the Red God Emperor looked like an ancient star under his feet. The aura of majesty without anger made all the princes, nobles, and frontier officials tremble with fear. In the quiet star conference hall, the Crimson God Emperor slowly opened his eyes, and his eyes seemed to be able to see straight into people's hearts. "You have seen what happened in the dark ancient domain. What do you think of how to deal with it?" The conference hall was silent for a moment, and an experienced Crimson man stood up. "Your Majesty, the enemies of the dark ancient domain are extremely powerful. I think it is better not to provoke them for the time being." What a joke! The enemy just took advantage of the negligence of Yin Yang and the other two to successfully defeat the fleet of the Kingdom of God. Another Crimson man, with a fierce look in his eyes, immediately stood up and refuted. Suddenly, the whole conference hall was filled with a chaotic quarrel. The peace faction, the war faction, and the neutral faction all expressed their opinions, but they were just arguing with each other, and did not come up with any substantive plan. The Red God Emperor, who was sitting on the star, suddenly shouted coldly, "Have you had enough quarreling?" In an instant, the quarrel in the conference hall disappeared completely, and all the ministers dared not breathe, fearing that they would be punished by the Red God Emperor. The eldest prince, the second prince, and the seventh prince have not fought well, and their fiefdoms will be reduced by 200 small domains. Do you have any objection? Faced with the cold words of the Scarlet God Emperor, the three princes naturally did not dare to disobey directly, and could only swallow the punishment. Yen Fei Guilei. I am here. Two military generals of the Scarlet God Kingdom stood up. The Scarlet God Emperor narrowed his eyes, and ordered, "You two lead the Southern Army to capture the Dark Ancient Domain. If you find people from the Trade Alliance, kill them all." Yen Fei and Guilei's faces changed immediately. Both of them were from aristocratic families, so they naturally understood the difficulty of the Trade Alliance. If they were defeated, they probably wouldn't have to come back. Moreover, about 80% of the middle and upper officers in the Southern Legion are from their aristocratic families. It is obvious that the Red God Emperor wants to use them as knives. Winning makes everyone happy, but losing will not only make them unsafe, but their families will also be implicated. However, under the watchful eyes of the meeting hall, the two had to take on this difficult task. The Red God Emperor looked at the princes and aristocratic families meaningfully, and then announced the end of the meeting. Yen Fei and Guilei, with ugly faces, began to deploy troops, and when they arrived at the command center of the Southern Legion, their mood became even worse. Because the Red God Emperor appointed the officers of the Zhongyi faction as the inspectors of the fleet to supervise the progress of this battle. Yen Fei and Guilei, who had no choice but to bite the bullet and lead the huge fleet to the direction of the vast continent. On the side of the vast continent, the trade union also did not take it lightly. Although they annihilated 3 fleets of the Red God Kingdom, they did not know the details of the Red God Kingdom. Therefore, after the Annihilation War, the trade union focused on deploying airtight reconnaissance spacecraft in various directions of the vast continent. These reconnaissance spacecrafts were on guard against the Red God Kingdom's attack again, while investigating the specific scope of the Red God Kingdom. A new round of war between the two sides is approaching. Chapter 614. In the Hutong universe of the vast continent, about 851 trillion squares away, the Red Divine Kingdom Southern Army, divided into 3 groups, rushed straight to the vast continent. The commander of the Southern Army, Yen Fei, the chief of staff, Guilei, and the inspector, In Baisi, looked at the frontline intelligence of the military intelligence unit. Guilei was looking at the intelligence while discussing the battle plan with other staff officers. On the cosmic chart in front of him, part of the situation of both the enemy and us was marked. As an inspector accompanying the army, In Baisi was like a transparent person, sitting quietly aside, without any sense of existence. Guilei, Yen Fei also understood what the other party meant, that is, the inspection fleet will not interfere with the combat plan of the Southern Legion unless the Southern Legion triggers the laws of the Kingdom of God. Report. Guilei did not even raise his head. Speak. The head of the military intelligence unit quickly replied. The trade union's reconnaissance spacecraft was found ahead. This is the specific situation. After receiving the intelligence, Guilei looked at it and felt very troublesome. The trade union deployed dense reconnaissance spacecraft in the direction of the Southern Legion's advance. Although there are space islands to hide along the way, it is not easy to hide such a large fleet, and it is difficult to determine the safety of those space islands. Commander Yen Fei, in this situation, we can only force our way in head-on, Guilei finally suggested. But Yen Fei, who heard this, drew a large arc on the space chart with his finger without saying a word. The large arc on the space chart started from the Southern Army, bypassed the southeast direction, and headed straight for the central area of the vast continent from another direction. Looking at the large arc drawn by Yen Fei, Guilei's reddish-brown pupils shrank. Commander Yen Fei, are you planning to go straight into the enemy's heartland through a large detour? But once we approach the Dark Ancient Domain, the enemy will definitely find us. So we need to attract the attention of the Trade Alliance in front, and then send another elite fleet to raid the Dark Ancient Domain at a critical moment. Yen Fei said calmly. This? Guilei's eyes showed a trace of doubt, but he looked at the calm Yen Fei and suppressed the words in his heart. Soon, a fleet of 6 billion ships was separated from the Southern Army, led by Lieutenant General Yen Jiatuo, and flew secretly to the southeast. The main force of the Southern Army maintained the previous route and flew towards the vast continent. Along the way, in order to increase its strength, the Southern Army extracted all the materials from the cosmic islands along the way to build more warships. It can be said that the Southern Army of the Red Kingdom did not leave even a single virgin behind wherever it went. Report, approaching the frontline cordon of the trade union. Yanfei planned to take the initiative. Launch the Void Chaos Bomb. Void Chaos Bombs were fired from the warships of the Southern Legion towards the vast continent. The reconnaissance ship of the Crimson Divine Kingdom was discovered, and the intelligence was immediately fed back to the Trade Alliance. Considering that the Crimson Divine Kingdom was difficult to deal with, the Black Shadow clan did not take it lightly. A large number of warships were immediately mobilized, and a crusade fleet was formed, intending to fight the Crimson Divine Kingdom in the vacuum ocean and completely annihilate the invading fleet of the Crimson Divine Kingdom outside the vast continent. In addition, in order to be on the safe side, other members of the trade union also dispatched some fleets to be stationed in various places on the vast continent to prevent the vast continent from being attacked by the enemy. The Void Chaos Bombs that were fired at the vast continent began to explode continuously as soon as they broke through the trade union's cordon. The Void Chaos Bombs were actually singularities formed by the compression of irregular fragments. Once they exploded, countless three-dimensional irregular fragments, two-dimensional irregular fragments, and one-dimensional irregular lines filled the surrounding vacuum ocean. The physical rules of matter were broken, completely disrupting the surrounding vacuum ocean. The primary sub-beam and one-dimensional regular line detection systems were severely weakened. Yanfei and Gui Lei understood the strength of the Trade Alliance. To defeat the opponent, they could not rush straight and stupidly. They used irregular fragments to create a field advantage and let the enemy fall into the irregular fragment cloud. Although Yin Yang had used irregular fragments to attack in the vast continent before, the Trade Alliance learned some information about irregular fragments. However, Gui Lei and Yanfei estimated that the trade union would not be able to develop an anti-irregular fragment shield in a short period of time. In this way, their southern army would gain geographical advantages, and they would continue to create irregular fragment areas along the way. If the trade union did not rush into the irregular fragment area to block the southern army, then the southern army would go straight into the vast continent and completely swallow up the entire vast continent. As long as the trade union is not a fool, it will know what to do. Yanfei is forcing the trade union to send a fleet into the irregular fragment area to fight a decisive battle with the southern army. This is also one of the reasons why he ordered the Southern Legion to plunder the cosmic islands along the way, using the materials of these cosmic islands to manufacture warships and Void Chaos Bombs in large quantities. Void Chaos Bombs exploded one by one in front, and large-scale irregular fragments began to connect together and merge into a wider area. The Black Shadow clan's expeditionary fleet. The commander in charge of this war was still Black Shadow Yi Ting. Captain Yi Ting, the enemy has released a large number of particles, covering the enemy ships, and the coverage of the particles is very large. We cannot lock the enemy ships within the range of the particles. Listening to the intelligence officer's report, Haiying Yi Ting's face darkened, and he looked at the cosmic map again. 3 enemy fleets were speeding towards the vast continent. If they were not stopped, the enemy would rush into the core area of the vast continent. Since the enemy wants to use particles to restrict us, I have to show some strength. Adjutant, pass my order. Here. The adjutant floated out. Haiying Yi Ting rolled his black mist body. Front fleet, immediately launch a one-dimensional wave, and let me wipe out these guys who overestimate their own strength. Yes! The vanguard of the expeditionary fleet immediately launched an indiscriminate attack on the main force of the Southern Legion, like a one-dimensional wave like a tsunami, rushing towards the Southern Legion in a blinding manner. On the command flagship of the Southern Legion, the alarm sounded urgent and shrill. Don't be afraid, increase the density of the projection of the Void Chaos Bombs. Yanfei ordered loudly. Understood. The Southern Legion projected more Void Chaos Bombs, the range of irregular fragments became larger, and the local concentration of irregular fragments also increased rapidly. Soon, the one-dimensional wave bombarded the irregular debris cloud. Although the one-dimensional wave was very dense and huge, the existence of the irregular debris cloud still weakened the one-dimensional wave layer by layer. What's more troublesome is that the irregular debris will also transform part of the one-dimensional regular lines into one-dimensional irregular lines. The Black Shadow's vanguard tried their best, but still couldn't suppress the spread of the irregular debris cloud, and had to fight and retreat. Soon, the main fleet of the Black Shadow arrived, and the denser one-dimensional wave gradually suppressed the spread of the irregular debris. Regarding the particles, irregular fragments, of the Crimson Divine Kingdom, Haiying Yi Ting also looked cautious, watching the enemy increase the release of particles. Considering the important colony of the vast continent, in order to prevent the Crimson Divine Kingdom from rushing into the vast continent again, Haing Yiding planned to use another method. Pass my order, start. The adjutant's black mist body trembled slightly, and then turned around seriously to arrange the attack. Chapter 6:15. On a battlefield that seemed evenly matched, the Trade Union's expeditionary fleet suddenly fired 3 shells that reached the speed of the universe. The shells were compressed to become a cosmic singularity, and then reduced to 0 dimension. At this time, the speed of the zero-dimensional point reached the extreme of this cosmic flying object, close to the upper limit of the material speed of the infinite universe. In an instant, everything was silent, and the universe solidified. The extreme speed allowed the zero-dimensional point to directly surpass the attack of the irregular fragments, because the zero-dimensional point at this time was at the lowest dimension of the universe. In a fleeting moment, 3 zero-dimensional points arrived at the southern army of the Crimson Kingdom. In a battleship of the Crimson Kingdom, facing the evenly matched battle situation and the gradually expanding irregular debris area, the red soldiers of the battleship breathed a sigh of relief. In just less than a trillionth of a second, the situation of the battleship seemed to have stopped in time. A zero-dimensional point entered this static world, and then turned every primordial of the battleship, along with the 3 spatial dimensions, into the smallest matter bit by bit, and cleared all the artificial information carried by the matter. After doing all this, Zero-Dimension Point swaggered towards the next warship. But the warship seemed to be unharmed and still looked intact. But this was just because the particles and dimensional rules did not react. After the particles and dimensional rules reacted, the warship sailing in the irregular debris cloud collapsed without any signs in the next second. On the command flagship of the Southern Corps. Report, the 963rd Fleet. The communicator was stunned by the situation before he finished speaking. The shrill alarm sounded throughout the command center. Yin Fei, Gui Lei, and N. Basie also had their pupils shrinking, staring at the battlefield statistics on the cosmic chart. The warships in front of the second main fleet of the Southern Army were disappearing one by one. In less than 3 seconds, the second main fleet of the Southern Army, which had hundreds of trillions of warships, was annihilated in front of the 3 people, and completely annihilated in the vacuum ocean. Fear, the great terror between life and death, filled everyone's heart. Yin Fei trembled all over, using all his strength to burst out at the fastest speed in his life, punching a purple button. Everyone retreat freely. However, before he finished shouting, his body collapsed directly. Whether it was in the 3-dimensional space, in the 2-dimensional plane, or on the 1-dimensional line, all the rules and information edited by humans were instantly wiped out. 3 zero-dimensional points completely annihilated the Southern Army of the Red Kingdom in less than 10 seconds. Instantly, the spread of the irregular debris cloud gradually stagnated, and the entire battlefield fell into complete silence. The Black Shadow Yi-Ting stood on the flagship observation deck. Order, the reconnaissance spacecraft will scout in the direction of the Red Kingdom fleet. Yes, Commander Yi-Ting. At the same time, the spies of the Great God civilization who were secretly observing the battlefield were confused at first, wondering why the war suddenly stopped. Only the ghost agents of the New Humans understood what happened, because the New Humans had the technology to resist irregular debris, so they could send the spy 1-dimensional rule robot into the Southern Army of the Red Kingdom. But the ghost agents were also confused at this time. They were only slightly better than the Great Gods outside. They knew that the Southern Army of the Red Kingdom was completely annihilated by the Trade Alliance in less than 10 seconds. As for how the Trade Alliance did it, the ghost agents also didn't know. New Human Fleet. Luo Feng, who had just received the intelligence from the ghost agents, read the intelligence 3 times in disbelief before suppressing the storm in his heart. Shui Hai. Commander Luo, please give your instructions. Luo Feng, breathing a little faster, ordered, notify Academician Huang and Academician Li to come over. Okay. Huang Mingzhi and Li Rongwu, who hurried over, also changed their faces after reading the intelligence of the ghost agent. Huang Mingzhi and Li Rongwu discussed for a while, but still couldn't be sure what the weapon was, because the ghost agents fed back too little information. They only saw that the Southern Legion of the Red Kingdom was wiped out in an instant, and not even a little information was left. Old Luo temporarily let the ghost agents be careful in their actions in the vast continent. Huang Mingzhi could only make suggestions first. Luo Feng nodded. I think so too. The power displayed by the trade union is really very strong. Even the New Humans who were full of confidence before are now uncertain. Fortunately, the New Humans are very low-key in the vast continent. Except for the last time when the human branch was migrated, the action was a little big. Other actions were extremely cautious. Li Rongwu comforted, We should be thankful that the Red Kingdom helped us to test some of the trump cards of the trade union, so as not to be caught off guard by the trade union in the future. Ron Wu, that makes sense, Wang Mingzhi said, as he thought about the weapon. Near the battlefield of the vacuum ocean. After several days of truce, other great civilizations that had come to their senses had guessed the situation of the Red Kingdom fleet. For a time, the power of the trade alliance became more mysterious in the eyes of the great civilizations, and they were more wary of the trade alliance. The spies active in the vast continent also stopped their activities, hid more secretly, and acted more cautiously. Among the elite squadron sent out from the Southern Legion before, the squadron commander, Lieutenant General Yin Jiatu of the Red Divine Kingdom, was very depressed because the main fleet of the Southern Legion had lost contact with them for 3 days. According to the previous agreement, the elite squadron would contact the main fleet at regular intervals. As a last resort, Yin Jiatua could only contact the headquarters of the Divine Kingdom, and only then did he know that the headquarters of the Divine Kingdom had no way to contact the main fleet of the Southern Legion. What should I do? What should I do? Yin Jiatua was so anxious that he was thinking wildly, and at the same time he was a little uneasy. The missing main fleet, coupled with the mysterious trade alliance, made Yin Jiatua hesitant for a while. Should he continue the raid mission, wait for news, or return to the Kingdom of God? Suddenly, Yin Jiatua looked at the star map in front of him. The elite fleet was going to raid the core area of the vast continent. They took a large detour, and had not yet entered the warning line of the trade alliance. If the main fleet of the Southern Legion was annihilated, what was the trade union doing at this time? After thinking about it for a while, Yin Jiatua's face changed again and again. His eyes flickered for a moment, and he picked up the communicator and shouted, "All officers gather in the conference room." Soon, hundreds of officers from the elite fleet were projected in the virtual conference room, and many of them were discussing the loss of contact with the main fleet. Yin Jiatua calmly expressed his thoughts. The main fleet has lost contact. I plan to suspend the raid plan and send some reconnaissance spacecraft to the Hades ancient domain to scout the main fleet. But Yin Jiatua resolutely interrupted him. No buts, follow the order. Facing Yin Jiatua, who was stubborn, the officers could only follow the order and send reconnaissance ships to the vast continent and the main fleet of the Southern Legion. The elite squadron hidden in a space island began to panic as time went by. But they didn't know that the reconnaissance ships of the trade union had already infiltrated the direction of the Red Kingdom. Chapter 6:16. Between the vast continent and the Crimson Divine Kingdom. Countless hidden reconnaissance ships were flying towards the Crimson Divine Kingdom. These reconnaissance ships were naturally sent by the trade union. And inside the Crimson Divine Kingdom, undercurrents were also surging. The Southern Legion, which was the hardest hit area for the aristocratic families, had lost contact when attacking the Dark Ancient Domain. Anyone who was not a fool knew what the loss of contact meant. It was very likely that the Southern Legion was annihilated by the trade union. The Divine Kingdom center of the Crimson Divine Kingdom. The various forces within the kingdom have been arguing over this matter. Even the 3 princes who were punished before expressed their dissatisfaction with the God Emperor, and united the power of the aristocratic families to push the responsibility for the failure of the war onto the Red God Emperor. The Red God Emperor, who was annoyed by these frontier officials and aristocratic families, flew into a rage at the meeting of the center of the Kingdom of God and directly arrested hundreds of aristocratic family officials. However, the contradictions within the Red Kingdom of God also reached a point where it was difficult to suppress with the destruction of the Southern Legion this time. The rift between the God Emperor and the loyal Emperor faction, and the princes and aristocratic families is widening, almost to the point of being irreconcilable. This is also the reason why the great God civilization generally does not adopt a constitutional monarchy, because the monarch's desire for unlimited power, coupled with eternal life, has caused the class solidification within the civilization. The Red Kingdom is such a civilization with advanced technology, but a backward system. The aristocratic families, princes, nobles, and the royal family have controlled everything in the Red Kingdom tightly, and there are not many promotion channels for the bottom. The conflicts accumulated over time have made the internal divisions of the Red Kingdom more and more serious. And the destruction of the Southern Legion this time is a fuse. It is also a mistake of the Red God Emperor. He sent the Southern Legion to fight before, not to destroy it, but to weaken it in the battle. Whether it is a disastrous defeat or a victory over the trade alliance, it is estimated that the Southern Legion may be seriously injured. In this way, the Red God Emperor achieved the goal of weakening the Southern Legion, and maybe he could also take the Dark Ancient Domain into his pocket. Unfortunately, he made a great plan, but underestimated the terrible power of the trade alliance, which directly destroyed the Southern Legion, broke the fragile internal balance, and provoked a powerful enemy. In the face of internal and external troubles, the internal struggle of the Red Kingdom became more and more cruel. The elite fleet hidden in an unknown cosmic island. Yin Jiatua knew that the Kingdom of God was in a mess through his family's relationship. The aristocratic families lost the Southern Legion they relied on, which also broke the fragile balance of the Kingdom of God. The princes and aristocratic families, who were worried about being liquidated by the Emperor of God, suddenly felt a sense of crisis. They all united against the enemy, and pointed their spearheads directly at the God Emperor and the loyal Emperor faction. The struggle between the two sides has affected the stability of the Kingdom of God. After reading the family's secret letter, he opened the latest instructions from the military, requiring the elite fleet to return to the Kingdom of God immediately. Yin Jiatua, who has lived for endless years, is not a fool. The elite fleet belongs to the Southern Army. Now the main fleet of the Southern Army has been annihilated. If he returns to the Kingdom of God now, he will be a punching bag and scapegoat. In addition, according to the intelligence of the reconnaissance spacecraft, the main fleet of the Southern Army was indeed annihilated by the enemy, and the fleet of the Trade Alliance is still entrenched near the battlefield ruins. Yin Jiatua, who had a strong sense of crisis, understood the current situation. The Kingdom of God was in a precarious situation with internal and external troubles. Now the elite fleet had to go back, not only to avoid internal strife, but also to face the Trade Alliance that might attack them. The desire to survive made Yin Jiatua hesitant. Lieutenant General, urgent order from headquarters. The communicator said uneasily. Yin Jiatua glanced at the notice, and the tone on it was even more depressing, but he didn't want to die, especially to die in the hands of his own people for no apparent reason. After making up his mind, he ordered in a low voice, "Just say that our fleet was chased by the trade union and is escaping from the enemy, and cannot return to the Kingdom of God for the time being." This? The communicator hesitated. The other officers were also worried. Yin Jiatua glanced at everyone with cold eyes. "Follow the order. If you want to go back and die, I can allocate some warships to those who want to go back." For a while, there was silence in the cabin. They were not fools, and naturally understood the current problems of the Kingdom of God. They were just worried about being punished later. Between justice and their own lives, these officers made the choice of self-preservation, concealing the situation with Yin Jiatua and falsely reporting that the elite fleet was being chased by the trade union. At the same time, when the internal conflicts of the Red Kingdom broke out, and the elite fleet had different intentions, the reconnaissance spacecraft of the trade union finally found the general location of the Red Kingdom, and after a lot of investigation, the murderous Black Shadow Yi Ting, with the expeditionary fleet, rushed straight to the homeland of the Red Kingdom. The expeditionary fleet of the zero-dimensional point was used to send a zero-dimensional point to every cosmic island of the Red Kingdom. Destruction without warning descended upon the Red Kingdom, the main divine domain of the Red Kingdom. The head of the intelligence system of the Imperial Court stared at the urgent report in his hand with horror. The outer area of the Kingdom of God was attacked by a mysterious force. So far, more than 100,000 cosmic islands have been destroyed, and the speed of disconnection in various places has not slowed down. He immediately ran to the office of the Emperor of God without caring about etiquette. "Your Majesty, something bad has happened." The Emperor of God was calm, and he was a little dissatisfied with the intelligence officer's misbehavior. "Why are you so panicked? Is it that the aristocratic family is rebelling?" "Your Majesty, 100,000 small domains just lost contact." "Paw!" The cup in the hand of the Crimson God Emperor fell to the floor, and he was completely stunned. "What did you say? 100,000? This is the intelligence just now, and there may be more now." The intelligence officer could only answer with a stiff upper lip. "Impossible! I don't believe it." The somewhat hysterical Crimson God Emperor, his reddish-brown eyes seemed to be ready to devour someone. But soon the first-level alarm sounded in the main God domain, pulling the insane Crimson God Emperor back to reality. He and the intelligence officer hurried to the military center. More than 1.4 million cosmic islands have been annihilated. Looking at the cosmic islands extinguished one after another on the cosmic map, the Red God Emperor suddenly felt like he fell into an ice cave, and sat on the throne in a daze. "It's the Trade Alliance. It must be the Trade Alliance," the general of the military said in a trembling voice. "Your Majesty, let's quickly shift our strategy," the intelligence officer suggested tactfully. However, the Red God Emperor, who was as disappointed as death, no longer had the previous high spirits and no hysterical thoughts. Because from the analysis data on the cosmic chart, they had no way to escape. The trade union's attack speed was too fast. Less than 15 minutes. The once arrogant Red God Emperor, watching the entire Kingdom of God turn to ashes, could do nothing but wait for death quietly. The elite fleet hidden near the vast continent suddenly received a farewell notice from the Kingdom of God, announcing that the Red Kingdom of God was completely destroyed by the trade union. For a moment, Yin Jiatua was filled with grief. He did not expect the Kingdom of God to be destroyed so quickly, nor did he expect that he would really become a dog without a home. Yin Jiatua quickly suppressed his sadness, and split the fleet into 3. In addition to the part he led to hide in the original place, the other 2 fled to other areas. Chapter 6:17. The Yin Jiatua fleet, which was hiding in the original place, hid in the cosmic island near the vast continent and lurked quietly. The trade union did not expect that there was a fearless Red Kingdom fleet hiding under its nose. The most dangerous place is often the safest place. Yin Jiatua also took advantage of the contempt and confidence of the trade union. Yin Jiatua, standing on the flagship observation tower, looked far away in the direction of the Red Kingdom, and then he remembered Yin Fei, the general of the Southern Legion. Yin Jiatua, who was lost in memories, could never forget Yin Fei's parting words. Half a month ago, on the first main fleet of the Southern Legion, Yin Jiatua, who was ready to fight, was pulled into the virtual conference room by the Legion commander Yin Fei. General Yin Fei. Yin Jiatua saluted respectfully. Yin Fei, who was sitting in his seat, raised his head and looked at him meaningfully, then ordered in a calm tone, "Lieutenant General Yin Jiatua." "Here." Yin Jiatua immediately raised his head and straightened his chest. Yin Fei handed over a document. "This is your combat order." Having quickly taken the document, Yin Jiatua flipped through it. As a soldier, he had to obey orders and replied loudly and firmly, "General, I promise to complete the mission. The surprise attack plan is now in your hands." "Yes." However, Yin Fei did not let him leave, but continued, "Lieutenant General Yin Jiatua, you must pay attention to a few points in this surprise attack plan. First, before the main fleet goes to war, the surprise attack fleet must not cross the trade union's cordon without authorization." "I remember that." "Second, I give you the right to act at your own discretion. No matter what happens, you must protect the surprise attack fleet and make survival your first consideration." Yin Fei ordered meaningfully. "The right to act at your own discretion?" Yin Jiatua's eyes were full of confusion for a moment. Before Yin Jiatua could say anything, Yin Fei continued, "Third, I will send you 3 multifunctional auxiliary ships. Take good care of them." "Yes." "Go." "I take my leave. I wish the general a successful start." Looking at the empty virtual conference room, Yin Fei's eyes were vicissitudes and deep, and finally turned into a sigh, and then closed the virtual conference room. Yin Jiatua, who woke up from his memory, understood Yin Fei's 3 instructions. The 3 multifunctional auxiliary ships were all elite scientists of the Southern Army. In all these developments, he was like a puppet of Yin Fei. The main fleet of the Southern Army was annihilated, and Yin Jiatua and the surprise attack fleet stagnated. Then the Red Kingdom was destroyed, making the surprise attack fleet one of the few red people who escaped. Obviously Yin Fei had anticipated all this, but the other party did not choose to escape, but left the chance of survival to the surprise attack fleet. In fact, Yin Jiatua also knew Yin Fei's thoughts. The arrangement of the surprise attack fleet was just a backup plan, but he did not expect that it would come true. Yin Jiatua, who was even more worried, divided the surprise attack fleet into 3 again, increasing the chances of the Red Kingdom to escape successfully. Time will heal wounds, but it cannot eliminate hatred. It has been 173 Blue Star years since the Trade Alliance destroyed the Red Kingdom. Quietly hiding in the cosmic island near the vast continent, full of grief and hatred, it has spent nearly 100 years in the limelight. The Yin Jiatua fleet fled from the vast continent, and fled to the distant vacuum ocean. At the same time, of the other 2 fleeing fleets, one has lost contact, and the remaining one has fled to a very distant unknown vacuum ocean. Yin Jiatua fleet, on the flagship Flame. Report, the 9th fleeing fleet has arrived at the vast continent. Yin Jiatua said angrily, "Don't worry about them, let them go if they want to die." The other red people were also silent. They really hated the Trade Alliance in their hearts, and wanted to crush them to ashes, but they also knew themselves. Even the once invincible Crimson Kingdom was destroyed by the Trade Union in an instant, and their little spark could only go to die. The Crimson people who were not destroyed that year, in addition to Yin Jiatua's surprise attack fleet, also had 4 other exploration fleets and 2 task forces. The demise of the Kingdom of God, and the Red Kingdom of God's homeland also caused the fleeing fleets to be leaderless and flee in the vast universe. The 9th fleet that just communicated with Yin Jiatua was one of the task forces, and its strength was hundreds of times stronger than the surprise attack fleet. The Red Ninth Fleet of Escape. After lurking in secret for a while, the commander of the fleet, Kanshi, began to lead the fleet to the vast continent in secret. Looking at the vast continent in the distance on the cosmic chart, Kanji's reddish-brown pupils were filled with tyrannical murderous intent and hatred. The Red Men of the Ninth Fleet of Escape also stared at the vast continent. General Kanshi, Lieutenant General Yin Jiatua sent a communication. Kanshi snorted coldly. Humph, coward. He had guessed Yin Jiatua's intention, but the Red Divine Kingdom's blood feud made Kanshi not intend to linger on. Without looking at Yin Jiatua's communication information, he turned around and ordered his adjutant, Jiafeng, transfer the command of the headquarters to the new Red Divine Kingdom. Yes. A trace of grief flashed in the eyes of the adjutant Jiafeng. This time Kanshi brought 20% of the warships of the Ninth Fleet. He also knew that a sneak attack on the vast continent was a matter of life and death, and he had already made arrangements. As the command of the new Crimson Kingdom was handed over to the Crimson people who stayed in the secret base, Silkworm Snake roared, "We, the people of the old times, should have followed the footsteps of His Majesty the God Emperor. Now let's have a battle of revenge. Revenge. Revenge." The enraged Crimson people drove warships one after another, hiding in one-dimensional space and time, and launched a charge towards the vast continent. In the 3,000 universes of the vast continent, warships of the Silkworm Snake Fleet lurked in one after another. As time went by, the 3,000 universes of the vast continent were filled with warships of the Silkworm Snake Fleet. The Silkworm Snake knew that there was no time to lose, and immediately launched a full-scale attack. In an instant, warships began to invade various universes, and single universes fell in an instant. The Red Man, who had long been blinded by hatred, extracted the matter of single universes, and created a large number of Void Chaos Bombs. As the Void Chaos Bombs were detonated one by one, the entire vast continent was in chaos, and three-dimensional space fragments, two-dimensional plane fragments, and one-dimensional irregular line segments bloomed all over the vast continent. The Black Shadow Yiting, who was in charge of the safety of the vast continent, was immediately filled with black fog when he heard the news. All troops should attack and destroy these enemy ships. Yes! The angry Black Shadow Fleet immediately used the zero-dimension point to destroy a large number of warships of the Silkworm Snake Fleet. However, the sudden attack of the Silkworm Snake Fleet caused the irregular fragments to spread rapidly in the vast continent. Although the Black Shadow Fleet quickly wiped out the Silkworm Snake Fleet, the unstoppable cloud of irregular fragments had already spread across the vast continent. The vast continent is not the homeland of the Trade Alliance, but as a colony they have operated for trillions of years. Black Shadow Yiting's heart is bleeding. Report, the identity of the enemy has been confirmed. It is the remnants of the Red Divine Kingdom that was wiped out before. Black Shadow Yiting was furious. Send out all the reconnaissance spacecraft, and find all the remnants of the Red Divine Kingdom for me. I want them to be completely destroyed. Chapter 618. As the Silkworm Snake Fleet was completely wiped out, the vast continent was hit by a catastrophe, or rather, the creatures of the vast continent were hit by a catastrophe. Although the Void Chaos Bombs detonated by the Silkworm Snake Fleet could only cover a quarter of the vast continent at the beginning, but the irregular fragments spread very quickly. Those quasi-great god civilizations entrenched in the vast continent were immediately in trouble. The terrible degree of irregular fragments was such that even the great god civilization had to be cautious, and these quasi-great god civilizations, like leaks, were even more vulnerable when facing irregular fragments. Except for a few gifted quasi-great civilizations, which are struggling to resist the erosion of irregular fragments, other creatures are extinct on a large scale. The ghost agents who have been paying close attention to the vast continent have also discovered the mutation of the vast continent. They also discovered that the Furious Trade Alliance is sending out reconnaissance spacecraft to search the surrounding vacuum ocean for the remnants of the Red Kingdom. As for the situation in front of the vast continent, the Trade Alliance is also powerless. They have only obtained the irregular fragments for more than 100 years, and have not yet fully figured out the situation of the irregular fragments. Irregular fragments spread rapidly in the vast continent, and the Trade Alliance could only watch, although the Trade Alliance did not care about the demise of those quasi-great civilizations. But when I think of the harvest of wisdom beads, it will be greatly affected by the chaos in the vast continent. After all, the vast continent is the largest colony of the Trade Alliance. More than 80% of the wisdom beads are supplied by the quasi-great civilizations of the vast continent. Losing so much production at once will have a huge impact on the Trade Alliance. No wonder Black Shadow Yiting was furious. New human fleet. Luo Feng knew about this at the first time, and he did not expect that the remnants of the Red Kingdom would be so bold as to detonate the Void Chaos Bomb in the vast continent. On the cosmic chart, the part of the vast continent represented by the red mist represents the irregular debris cloud. In the cosmic chart of the vast continent, groups of red mist are spreading little by little. From the cosmic chart, it seems that the diffusion speed of the irregular debris cloud is not fast. But if you go to the actual vast continent, you will find how terrible the diffusion speed of the irregular debris cloud is. The vast continent with dense matter allows irregular fragments to continuously infect normal matter, thus distorting into more irregular fragments. The irregular fragments specially modulated by the silkworm snake fleet have increased the speed of spread and the speed of infecting normal matter. According to the supercomputing simulation results of the Ghost Special Service, it is estimated that in the next 1 million years, the entire vast continent will be covered by irregular fragments. Of course, this result is the result without human intervention. If the trade union masters the relevant technology of irregular fragments, it may obtain technology to curb the spread of irregular fragments. Putting down the intelligence in his hand, Luo Feng calculated the impact of this matter. From the perspective of the trade union, they suffered a great loss. As for the Red Divine Kingdom, although they avenged the destruction of their country, they also completely angered the trade union. They will pay a heavy price for their momentary pleasure. But for the new humans, the vast continent was covered by irregular debris clouds, but it had little impact. In fact, the irregular debris clouds of the vast continent could provide a natural hiding place for the new humans. Fortunately, they had moved the human branch away before, otherwise, the human branch would definitely be affected by this attack. Weakness is the original sin. An attack by the great god civilization led to the extinction of countless civilizations and creatures in the vast continent. Luo Feng ordered the Ghost Special Service to increase intelligence collection on the vast continent and make good use of the existence of irregular debris clouds. Other great god civilizations that did not have the ability to resist irregular debris were gloating over the disaster, but were also shocked by the madness of the remnants of the Red God Kingdom. At the same time, they were also very angry because the actions of the remnants of the Crimson Kingdom had caused great damage to their intelligence bases in the vast continent. They could only withdraw their spies and strengthen the vigilance of their own civilization. The reason for strengthening the vigilance of the homeland was that they were worried about the attacks of the remnants of the Crimson Kingdom and the trade union. Because the trade union was searching the surrounding area, once the homeland was exposed to the eyes of the trade union, it was difficult to guarantee that the trade union would not easily deal with them. A common man, a fool. Yin Jiatuo looked at the latest intelligence of the vast continent and angrily cursed at Kanshi and others. The intelligence officer beside him quickly persuaded, Lieutenant General, now is not the time to be angry. Several intelligence bases we had near the vast continent have been destroyed by the trade alliance. I am worried that the enemy will find us. Yin Jiatuo calmed down and realized that now was not the time to be angry. He immediately ordered the fleet to move away from the vast continent at full speed. In addition, just in case, they extracted some of the materials of the Universe Island along the way and created a large number of warships. These warships disguised as a fleeing fleet fled to nowhere. Despite this, Yin Jiatuo was still worried about the future of the Crimson Kingdom and could only take one step at a time. During the long years of fleeing, the fleet kept changing its sailing direction, and the disguised fleets attracted attention. Yin Jiatuo's fleet survived 3,000 years without any danger. During this period, other fleeing fleets of the Crimson Kingdom also encountered encirclement and suppression by the Trade Alliance, or the ill intentions of other great civilizations. There were only 3 surviving fleeing fleets left. Of the 5 destroyed fleeing fleets, 4 were annihilated by the Trade Union. If the disguised fleets are included, the number of fleeing fleets of the Crimson Kingdom destroyed by the Trade Union is even greater. In order to destroy the remnants of the Crimson Kingdom, the Trade Union also specially formed a pursuit fleet, led by the Black Shadow Yiting, who redeemed himself for meritorious service. In an unknown vacuum ocean, a fleet with hundreds of thousands of spaceships was flying away in a panic. Judging from the style of the spaceships, this fleet was the fleeing fleet of the Crimson Kingdom. But hiding here and there is not easy, and the relentless pursuit of the Black Shadow has already found the trace of this fleet, just hiding in a spiral cosmic island. Before the fleeing fleet could breathe a sigh of relief, the nightmare-like voice sounded on their cosmic public channel. Bugs, I caught you. Just wait for death where you are. Quick, run away. The temporary commander of the fleeing fleet shouted. But no one responded to him, or they didn't want to run away. They have been running away for these years, and the other side only annihilated half of the warships every time. At first, these red people were still celebrating, but as time went by, they fell into deep despair. Under the torture of Black Shadow Yiting, this red escape fleet already knew that the other side was playing with them and destroying their hearts. Every time they had a half-death choice, every time they thought they had escaped, Black Shadow Yiding kept giving them hope, but kept destroying this hope. The temporary commander looked at all the red people, and his eyes were full of dead despair. Ha ha ha. Laughing hysterically and crying, the temporary commander shouted, "Let us die like a warrior. Everyone, charge the enemy. Charge." The escape fleet that launched a suicide charge was completely annihilated by the zero-dimensional point during the charge. Chapter 619. Lieutenant General, the Guqing escape fleet has been completely destroyed. The intelligence officer reported with a sad face. Yin Jiatu's mood at this moment was that another seed of the Red Kingdom civilization was destroyed, and he hated the blindness of the Silkworm Snake fleet. However, no matter how heartbroken he was, Yin Jiatu had to cheer up, increase the production of the camouflage fleet. We can't let the Red Kingdom break its inheritance. Yes. After weighing the pros and cons, Yin Jiatu ordered again, separate the fleet again into 10 escape fleets to increase the hope of a successful escape. Okay. No one stood up to object, because they understood the situation at the moment. If they did not split up and flee, they would be dead once they were locked by the pursuit fleet of the trade union. When Yin Jiatua thought of the fate of the Guqing fleeing fleet, that kind of desperate escape was not what he wanted to see. He then issued another order, that if a fleeing fleet was locked by the trade union, it would immediately self-destruct. Then the other fleeing fleets separated into new fleeing fleets, and the number of fleeing fleets was maintained at 10. Yin Jiatua also took great pains to escape successfully. After being divided into 10 escape fleets, each escape fleet, under the leadership of the temporary commander, fled to the unknown and malicious future with all their strength. Another 1764 Blue Star years have passed. Although a large number of the 10 escape fleets were destroyed by the pursuit fleet, the size of the escape fleet has always remained at 10. Fortunately, Yin Jiatua successfully avoided the pursuit fleet's pursuit again, and took the remaining 16,000 warships, and moved at full speed towards a vacuum ocean. The third branch of the new human race. The head of the Ghost Special Service, who is in charge of the intelligence work of the branch, is the veteran Zhang Shurha. Report, Director Zhang. A ghost agent floated over in a hurry. Zhang Shurha, who was busy handling official business, put down the documents in his hand and said, "What's the matter?" The ghost agent, who came to report hurriedly replied, "A space fleet was found 43 trillion squares away from the branch boundary." After verification, it was initially confirmed to be one of the escape fleets of the Red Kingdom. "Oh, how many warships are there? Which direction are they heading?" Zhang Shurha asked with interest. "There are 16,439 warships. If the other side does not change the route, they will meet the 67th district of the branch in about half a month," the ghost agent reported truthfully. Suddenly, Zhang Shurha noticed another thing. He asked, "I heard that the pursuit fleet of the trade union has been chasing the remnants of the Red Kingdom. Have you found the pursuit fleet of the trade union?" "Not yet, at least not within the cordon." Zhang Shurha, who was worried, frowned and thought for a few seconds after hearing this. He didn't want to fight the trade union before he could crack the mysterious weapon of the trade union. He immediately made a decision: let the branch enter the second-level alert state, and be ready to retreat and fight at any time. Understood. Also, increase the reconnaissance range. I want to know any movement within the nearby 500 trillion grids. I will arrange it right away. The third branch of the Ghost Service immediately took action and expanded the monitoring range that was previously maintained at a radius of 50 trillion grids to 500 trillion grids. In addition, Zhang Shurha also reported the matter to the headquarters. The new human civilization that did not want to fight with the trade union chose to temporarily avoid the edge. For the Yanjiatua fleet that was about to pass by the third branch, the Ghost Service simply infiltrated a batch of one-dimensional rule robots into the Yanjiatua fleet. The new humans who had already mastered the one-dimensional rules were now striding towards the zero-dimensional rules. In terms of the level of dimensional technology, they also had their own advantages compared with the trade union. Penetrating the Yanjiatua fleet was just a piece of cake. Soon after the one-dimensional rule robot successfully entered the Yanjiatua fleet, Zhang Shurha directly dug out the intelligence about the Red Kingdom. Including the complete destruction of the Red Kingdom's homeland, the Silkworm Snake fleet's sneak attack on the vast continent, Yin Fei's backup method, and Yanjiatua's difficult escape. And part of the Red Kingdom's technology was also collected by the Ghost Special Service. 17 days later, the Yanjiatua fleet sneaked into the jurisdiction of the third branch, but the entire third branch was completely hidden at this time. After Yanjiatua entered this vacuum ocean, he felt a chill, as if the fleet would be wiped out in the next moment. Looking at the cosmic map around him, Yin Jiatua was uneasy. Worried about something going wrong, he hurriedly ordered the fleet not to stay. Without any pause, the Yin Jiatua fleet fled to the more distant vacuum ocean without looking back. At the same time, Zhang Shurha also became cautious, because the Ghost Special Service detected a fleet that was chasing Yin Jiatua's fleet at a high speed. Although this fleet is hidden in one-dimensional space and time, and its dimensional technology is also very powerful, it is still a little behind the new humans, who have completely mastered the one-dimensional rules. If Zhang Shurha is right, this fleet is the pursuit fleet of the trade union. Zhang Shurha, who does not want to conflict with the other party, hurriedly raised the alert level of the third branch and asked the war committee to be ready to fight at any time. In the vast and silent vacuum ocean, one after another one-dimensional rule lines hide a murderous warship. Black Shadow Yiding listened to his subordinates' reports. The Black Mist body did not move at all. The trade union's punishment for his poor defense of the vast continent, which led to the attack on the vast continent, was to completely wipe out the remnants of the Red Divine Kingdom. If the remnants of the Red Divine Kingdom were not wiped out, he would never have to go back. As for how to determine whether the remnants of the Red Divine Kingdom were annihilated, the trade union, which has the zero-dimensional point, can actually determine some of the enemy's conditions by analyzing the enemy's warships. Although in order to avoid exposing the coordinate system, Yin Jiatua and other fleeing fleets had already completely deleted each other's position information on the warships. However, the zero-dimensional point can still obtain some information about the number of enemies. This is also the reason why He Ying Yiting has been chasing him relentlessly. He has long known that Yin Jiatua is divided into 10 fleeing fleets. At the same time, he also knows Yin Jiatua's escape strategy, but facing the 10 fleeing fleets running around, He Ying Yiting can only divide his troops to search and kill. Now that the Yin Jiatua fleet has been locked, the pursuit fleet intends to completely annihilate this fleeing fleet. When the Yin Jiatua fleet left the new human control area, less than 20 trillion grids away, they were surrounded by the sudden pursuit fleet. Yin Jiatua, with a bitter face, pressed the self-destruct system in despair, and the entire fleeing fleet instantly disintegrated in the vacuum ocean. Black Shadow Yiding did not leave because of the other party's self-destruction, but launched a zero-dimensional point to completely destroy the matter after the disintegration of the Yin Jiatua fleet. But he didn't know that when the zero-dimensional point destroyed the wreckage of the Yin Jiatua fleet, it also destroyed the one-dimensional rule robot of the Ghost Agent. If it was the new humans thousands of years ago, before they deeply studied the zero-dimensional rules, the zero-dimensional point attack might not be discovered. But after thousands of years of deep cultivation, the new humans at this time have also made great progress in dimensional technology. The destroyed one-dimensional rule robot fed back part of the information at the last moment. Chapter 620. Ghost Service of the 3rd Division. Zhang Shurha, who was closely following the trade union's pursuit fleet, had learned about the self-destruction of Yin Jiatua's escape fleet through the one-dimensional rule robot. And the trade union's pursuit fleet did not forget to whip the corpse to ensure that Yin Jiatua's escape fleet was completely dead. Director Zhang, there is an important discovery. A technical ghost agent jumped up in surprise. What discovery? Zhang Shurha asked with his hands folded. The ghost agent hurriedly pointed to the virtual display screen and summarized a part of the data sent back by the one-dimensional rule robot at the last moment. Director Zhang, look at this data. This data has never been collected before. I just brought it into the internal database and found that some of the data has similar rules to the zero-dimensional rules that the Science and Technology Commission is studying. Oh! Zhang Shurha immediately paid attention to it and carefully observed that part of the data. It is indeed overlapped with the zero-dimensional rules, or similar situations. The technical ghost agent expressed his guess. Director Zhang, I guess the secret weapon of the trade union is a special zero-dimensional weapon. Zero-dimensional weapons? It is indeed possible. Zhang Shurha nodded. The secret weapon of the trade union has long been a concern of the new humans, and the Science and Technology Commission has also tried to study its principles. But to study something, one condition must be met, that is, to obtain data on the weapon, and it must be sufficiently detailed data. Unfortunately, the only time the new humans collected data was when the Southern Legion and the Black Shadow Crusade fleet fought last time, and the Southern Legion was killed in one blow, and that process was very short. Moreover, when the Southern Legion was destroyed, the dimensional technology of the new humans was not as advanced as it is today, and it was difficult to effectively monitor the zero-dimensional rules. Without sufficient data, we can only see that the warships of the Southern Legion collapsed directly in an instant. Even for top scientists like Huang Mingzhi, it is difficult for a good cook to cook without rice. Science is not theology, it needs to be based on facts, and it cannot be imagined out of thin air. Therefore, the Science and Technology Commission has studied the secret weapon of the Trade Alliance for thousands of years, but has found nothing. Zhang Shurha immediately packaged the unexpected data, marked it with Trade Alliance secret weapons, and then uploaded it to the headquarters of the Ghost Secret Service, the Science and Technology Commission. The headquarters of the new human race is also the native area of the new human civilization. Wei Feng rushed into the office excitedly with the document, saying as he walked, "Mingzhi, there is a clue, there is a clue." Wang Mingzhi, who was studying the subject, rarely saw Wei Feng so excited, so he put the subject aside and asked, "What clue?" "The secret weapon of the trade union." The secret weapon of the trade union? Whose guess is this? Wang Mingzhi asked without comment. "It's not a guess, it's a piece of intelligence. You know after you take a look." Wei Feng was too lazy to explain, and shared the file with him. After receiving the shared file, Wang Mingzhi quickly browsed it, and soon he figured out the value of this intelligence. He sighed. It's easy to find something after searching everywhere, and luck is unstoppable. I agree with that ghost agent. The secret weapon of the trade union should be a special zero-dimensional weapon, Wei Feng said immediately. Fengzi, you have been following this matter, so I will not bother you. If you need anything, you can also report to the Science and Technology Commission headquarters. Mingzhi, you don't plan to participate? Wei Feng asked in surprise. Wang Mingzhi shook his head and smiled. It's not that I don't want to participate, but I'm too busy with the project at hand. You can promote a few more young people to help. Okay then. Wei Feng also knew Wang Mingzhi's situation, so he could only settle for the next best thing. With this data as a reference, Wei Feng also had the confidence to complete the reverse deduction of that kind of zero-dimensional weapon, not to mention that the new humans were making rapid progress in dimensional technology. The progress of dimensional technology made Wei Feng confident. Since Wang Mingzhi refused to participate, he naturally would not force it, and quickly selected a group of elite soldiers from various research institutes to conduct a comprehensive study of the data of this intelligence. The Black Shadow Pursuit Fleet could never have imagined that the new humans had obtained some information about the zero-dimension point right under their noses. Fortunately, none of the 7 great civilizations of the Trade Alliance were the kind of civilizations that had ascended from low-dimensional spacetime and had not mastered the essence of dimensional technology. Those civilizations that successfully ascended from low-dimensional spacetime often had extraordinary attainments in dimensional technology, because in order for a low-dimensional civilization to successfully ascend, it must fully master the rules of the dimension it is in, as well as the rules of the underlying dimension. Every civilization that successfully upgraded to a higher dimension represents that they are all-powerful at a certain stage, and their technological foundation is very solid, and they will not be top-heavy or biased. If there are 2 enemies in front of them, one is the Trade Alliance and the other is the two-dimensional Omnipotent, the new humans would rather fight the Trade Alliance to death than face the two-dimensional Omnipotent. The new humans already have a clear path forward in dimensional technology, and their development is naturally rapid. It has been more than 14,000 years since we obtained the Trade Alliance secret weapon intelligence. Wei Feng finally reversed the zero-dimensional point, or the zero-dimensional rule robot, which is a very complex weapon, but also a very simple weapon. It is complex because the creation of the zero-dimensional rule robot requires very complex technology and craftsmanship, and it is simple because its attack method is very simple and crude. The attack method of the zero-dimensional point is the extreme speed, coupled with the extreme smallness, which completely disintegrates the enemy's material foundation in a lightning speed. In the 3-dimensional space, 2-dimensional plane, 1-dimensional line, and 0-dimensional point known to the new humans, there are the smallest substances. As long as the creatures in these 4 dimensions, they must rely on the substances in the dimension they're in. Even if it is a cross-dimensional civilization, it is just a few more material bases, which does not mean that it can exist without matter. With a material basis, there are weaknesses. Sometimes invincibility is a relative state. The new humans have not yet found the existence of absolute invincibility. The zero-dimensional point is an ultimate weapon. Through the dimensional advantage, it destroys the material structure of organisms and man-made objects, and completely collapses them into the smallest substance. No matter how strong the creature is, it will suffer. In a vacuum ocean, Wei Feng and others controlled a spaceship and launched a zero-dimensional point to a single universe not far away. Because the speed of the zero-dimensional point is close to the speed limit of the infinite universe, the zero-dimensional point seems to have solidified time and space when it is flying. From the perspective of the zero-dimensional point, everything becomes extremely slow, like a slow motion, and the zero-dimensional point enters the single universe of the shooting range. Wherever it goes, whether it is 3-dimensional, 2-dimensional, or one-dimensional, there is a comprehensive collapse of material structure. Only the purest and smallest matter can escape the attack of the zero-dimensional point. Looking at the single universe of the shooting range in front of him, which collapsed in an instant, Wei Feng can also feel the despair of the Red Kingdom of God back then. If you don't master the zero-dimensional rules and face the attack of the zero-dimensional point directly, there is only one way to go. You may not even have time to react and be completely annihilated by the enemy's zero-dimensional point. Chapter 621. Wang Mingzhi's fleet far away, near the vast continent. After Wei Feng successfully developed the zero-dimensional point, Wang Mingzhi knew about it, but he was busy with another thing at the time. So after paying a little attention, he shifted his energy back to his own topic. After a long period of research, Wang Mingzhi and others finally figured out the wisdom beads, including the detailed principles of the wisdom beads and how to use them. In the laboratory, Li Ronwu put a bracelet on his wrist. The silver-white bracelet was like a silver bracelet, and there was a cut groove on the bracelet. He took out a wisdom bead from the counter nearby and pressed it into the groove of the bracelet. The wisdom bead and the groove of the bracelet fit perfectly. The appearance of the wisdom bead looks no different from the first generation, but in fact, the soul container of the wisdom bead has changed greatly from the first generation. Wang Mingzhi and others readjusted the soul container after in-depth research on the wisdom bead, and also understood the little thoughts of the Trade Alliance. The wisdom bead made by the Trade Alliance in the Tontian microcosm is probably a primitive semi-finished product, the purpose of which is to prevent leaks. There is another possibility, that is, the 7 great civilizations of the Trade Alliance can use this semi-finished wisdom bead. After obtaining the wisdom bead, the 7 great civilizations will take it back to their own land for further processing. And now the wisdom bead in the groove of Li Ronwu's bracelet is a special wisdom bead suitable for new humans. After looking at the various data of the equipment, Wang Mingzhi said to Li Ronwu, "Ronwu, start the experiment." "Okay, teacher." The special wisdom bead and wisdom bracelet have been tested for thousands of years. After ensuring that they will not cause harm to the human body, Li Ronwu volunteered to be a guinea pig. The wisdom bracelet was activated with the mind, and the wisdom sequence stored in the wisdom bead received a special signal stimulation, and suddenly underwent a radical change. The gene key of the wisdom sequence has endless possibilities. It seems to be irregular, but it actually conforms to the rules of time and space. After being activated, the wisdom sequence in the wisdom bead becomes a torrent of rules, entering from one side of the bracelet, surrounding the bracelet and returning to the wisdom bead from the other side, and so on. Li Ronwu's wrist derived a series of one-dimensional rule lines connected to the wisdom bracelet. When the one-dimensional rule line and the wisdom bracelet are connected together, endless inspiration is transmitted to him from the wisdom bracelet. Li Ronwu, who had been prepared, picked up a research document and started browsing. The feeling at this moment was completely different from before, as if he had gained a brain, with a kind of confusion of miscellaneous thoughts. The new human beings who had already integrated the soul gene and the physical gene would not have this kind of mental illness, but under the influence of the wisdom bead, they actually showed signs of secondary personality. Soon Li Ronwu used his powerful soul to suppress the influence of the wisdom bracelet, and then concentrated on browsing the research data. If he was browsing from a first-person perspective before, now he is browsing from 2 first-person perspectives. This wonderful change prompted Li Ronwu's consciousness to produce several times more inspiration, which felt like taking drugs. Wang Mingzhi, who was standing by, also observed the changes in Li Ronwu's soul very carefully. Regarding the application of wisdom beads, the new humans did not blindly follow the trend, but studied the principles and possible risks in depth. From another perspective, the smart bracelet is stealing the wisdom of other creatures. Things cannot be perfect or completely good. There are always some risks. Gain is often accompanied by loss. Half an hour later, Li Ronwu took off the smart bracelet on his hand, and then picked up the research material. He looked at it for a long time, but felt that he had gained nothing. It is true. There was a hint of enlightenment in Wang Mingzhi's eyes. The in-depth study of the wisdom sequence gradually allowed Wang Mingzhi to figure out some situations. The wisdom sequence can indeed enhance the inspiration of the user, but the price is addiction. After losing the wisdom sequence, there will be spiritual emptiness and low inspiration. These side effects will make the user unable to stop. Just now, Li Ronwu used the wisdom sequence, which really increased his inspiration significantly. He got a lot of useful ideas from the research data. The wisdom beads are a bit similar to EP541 in the movie Never Ending. It is a product that can stimulate users to have strong inspiration. The side effects of the wisdom beads are also similar to EP541. Perhaps some people will think that since it can stimulate the burst of inspiration, can we continue to use the wisdom beads, and then use the inspiration generated by the wisdom beads to invest in the improvement of the wisdom beads. The idea is indeed very beautiful, but the reality is often cruel. The addictiveness of the wisdom beads will become deeply rooted after 540 hours of uninterrupted use. The experimental subjects have experienced uncontrollable side effects after continuous use. Even if the experimental subjects are just ordinary great creatures, they will experience dry inspiration, restlessness, and extreme spiritual emptiness. Even the new humans with a higher level of evolution are estimated to be unable to use the wisdom beads for a long time. Perhaps there are special technologies within the trade union that can suppress the side effects of the wisdom pearl, but it is almost impossible to completely eradicate the side effects. In other words, the scientists of the trade union are most likely a group of drug addicts. Ronwu, how do you feel? Li Ronwu felt very uncomfortable, with an illusion that his body was not his own, and even felt empty inside. Not good. Long-term use of this thing may cause unimaginable problems. Huang Mingjie held the same view. At this stage, it can only be tested in a laboratory. If there is no way to minimize the side effects, it must not be promoted. Everything is fair. If you want to take the shortcut, you must be prepared to face wolves and tigers. Li Ronwu stared at the wisdom bracelet and shook his head. After this human experiment, Huang Mingjie began to strictly prohibit researchers from using wisdom beads, and they could only be used on experimental subjects. Although it will return to normal in a few days, after a short period of use, external objects are external objects after all. Wisdom obtained by taking shortcuts is a double-edged sword that may hurt others and yourself. Huang Mingjie and others also immediately concluded the first phase of the research on the wisdom sequence. In his report to the Science and Technology Commission headquarters, Huang Mingjie rarely used words such as careful research and restricted use. It can be seen that in Huang Mingjie's eyes, the technology of Wisdom Pearl is a typical restricted technology that needs to be handled with caution. After reading the relevant research papers, the Science and Technology Commission also ordered strict control of the research on Wisdom Pearl. On the other hand, the irregular debris cloud in the vast continent has also occupied nearly 2/5 of the vast continent in more than 20,000 years. The trade union had no choice but to kill the chicken to get the eggs. It extracted wisdom sequences on a large scale from the remaining quasi-great god civilizations, and obtained a large number of wisdom beads. The trade union's research on irregular fragments was not very ideal. After all, irregular fragments are difficult to say, but not difficult to say. As long as you can see through the dimensional thinking of the low-dimensional omnipotent, you can make rapid progress. But it is often this little problem that makes the research work stuck in the bottleneck period. Chapter 622. In the vast continent, countless irregular fragments are running around, and those civilizations and creatures in the normal area are killed by the irregular fragments one by one. In the previous Duran Tower, hundreds of thousands of single universes of the entire civilization were in ruins, and the universe crystal wall disintegrated by the irregular fragments could no longer protect them. In a single universe, Yas, who had contact with the ghost agent once before, saw the ill intentions of the trade alliance after the death of his friend Matthew, the first Red Invasion War. At this moment, he was full of despair and the will to die. Faced with the erosion of irregular fragments that penetrated everywhere, the genes of Yas' body seemed to be constantly bitten by countless insects. Pain. Unforgettable pain. Gradually, his soul began to become incomplete under the erosion of irregular fragments. The unconscious Yas was like a walking corpse floating in the void. The spaceship made of zero material, the so-called eternal and immortal zero armor, could not withstand the destruction of irregular fragments. Cracks, holes, and rust covered the spaceship. Not only the spacecraft, but also stars, neutron stars, black holes, and other celestial bodies are also scarred. All things are withering at this moment, and life is naturally inevitable. This is not a celestial body or a life dying, but the entire single universe is heading towards extinction. In this single universe where everything is dead, suddenly a broken body of a walking corpse moved. Who am I, Matthew? Memory fragments appeared little by little in the depths of the broken soul, and only one eyeball was left, flashing a trace of confusion. Another zombie floated before his eyes, and the face of the person in front of him was reflected in his confused eyes. His body trembled slightly, as if he had been greatly stimulated, prompting Yas to recall more fragments of memory. For a long time, Yas, who was alone, was like a lonely ghost, wandering aimlessly in the void. Until one day, the scars, cracks, and rust on Yas's body slowly healed. Who am I? I am Yas. The personality deep in his memory once again dominated his body. Although Yas lost most of his memories, he still retained some memories of his sister and Matthew, as well as his hatred for the trade union. After his personality was reshaped, Yas was confused for a while before he used his new personality to think about the future. Although a large part of his memory was missing, he still retained some fragmentary memories of the Duran Tower, especially the desperate hatred for the trade union, which became his motivation to live. Looking at the broken planet under his feet, and the bodies of his tribesmen floating everywhere, he attributed the root of everything to the trade union. Lucky guy. Before, a one-dimensional regular robot was left on Yas, so Yas's mutation was also observed by the Ghost Special Service at the same time. Li Zifeng, who was in charge of the area, was observing this guy with interest. The reason why Yas was said to be lucky. Not only did the other party escape, there was another reason, that is, the erosion of irregular fragments would not only destroy life, but also destroy the gene locks arranged in the bodies of the organisms in the vast continent. Yas, who had a blessing in disguise, survived the destruction of the irregular fragments and broke the gene lock inside his body. Now Yas is a free man. Li Zifeng, who was observing secretly, rearranged a one-dimensional gene lock deep in Yas's gene sequence. He wanted to see where this guy's potential was. The Trade Alliance, which previously controlled the vast continent, could only retain monitoring power in normal areas due to the interference of the irregular fragment cloud. Areas, like the Duran universe, are already deep in the irregular fragment area. The Trade Alliance has completely lost control of the area. Even if it uses zero-dimensional points, it can only monitor part of the outer area. For Yas, who became a free man, this was a golden opportunity. As long as he seized the opportunity, he might be able to transform from a quasi-god level to a true god level. And Yas also developed some special technologies, and gradually improved his genes through the characteristics of irregular fragments. The soul that endured loneliness and hatred was looking for the survivors of Duran Tower in the colonized stars. He desperately searched along the way, but every time he was full of hope, he brought back disappointment again and again. The only reward was a mutant beast. However, Yas still did not give up. Even if there were no survivors in this single universe, there were still hundreds of thousands of single universes under the control of the Duran Tower. He did not believe that there would be no second Duran people surviving in such a vast area. Yas, who set out to find his people, took the subdued beast and drove a spaceship, wandering in the ruined universe. As time went by, Yas's gene sequence was gradually approaching the great god level. Li Zifeng secretly estimated that according to the other party's evolution speed, he might successfully enter the great god level in about 5,000 years. Li Zifeng's monitoring target is not just Yas. In the irregular fragments of the vast continent, the single universe is as numerous as the grains of sand in the Ganges River. The number of intelligent creatures alone is as vast as the sea of smoke, plus those without intelligence. Even if the probability of successful mutation is small, there are always some lucky ones in the huge base of life who can be reborn, and even reborn like Yas. The number of survivors discovered by Li Zifeng alone is more than 10,000, and due to the indiscriminate attack of irregular fragments, the gene lock has failed, and the potential of these survivors has been unlocked to a certain extent. The new humans who have the technology to resist irregular fragments naturally took the initiative, and sent a large number of ghost agents into the vast continent to label these survivors. The reason why the ghost agents entered the vast continent on a large scale, in addition to the value of these survivors, was also the improvement of the new human technology, which gave the ghost agents the confidence to face the Trade Alliance directly. The vast continent is now almost divided into two parts. One part is the normal area controlled by the Trade Alliance, and the other part is the irregular fragment area secretly infiltrated by the new humans. The new humans did not expect that the fight between the Crimson Kingdom and the Trade Union would bring such a huge mutation to the vast continent, and indirectly help the new humans. In the study of irregular fragments, the Trade Union has not made any breakthrough progress, which has seriously suppressed the Trade Union's control over the vast continent. This gave the new humans an opportunity to take advantage of the situation. The ghost agents relied on the irregular fragment area and lurked in the vast continent, searching for survivors in large numbers. The helpless Trade Alliance has been slaughtering creatures in the normal area, extracting souls and wisdom sequences. Both sides are doing their own thing in the vast continent, but the new humans in the dark are obviously in the active position and deliberately accelerate the spread of irregular fragments. But the good times did not last long. The situation where the new humans monopolized the irregular fragments area of the vast continent was broken by other great gods. After all, those great god civilizations that secretly paid attention to the vast continent also obtained samples of irregular fragments, and what the new humans worried about still happened. One of the great god civilizations successfully cracked the secret from the irregular fragments. Chapter 623. In the vast area of the vast continent, which is densely covered with irregular fragments. The broken single universes are all dead. The ghost agents use their advantages of resisting irregular fragments to work secretly in these areas, and even secretly set up a secret base. Li Zifeng and Lu Yaohua are the heads of the Ghost Special Service in the vast continent. Currently, the Ghost Special Service Vast Continent Task Force has a total of 1,417 agents in the entire vast continent. Their mission is to monitor the trade alliances in the normal areas of the vast continent, as well as other great god civilizations with ill intentions. In the irregular fragment area, they are responsible for monitoring the survivors. Time passed quickly. In a blink of an eye, 80,000 years have passed since the irregular fragment crisis broke out in the vast continent, and the time has come to the 247,439th year of the new era. In the secret base of the task force, an alarm broke the silence. Lu Yaohua, who is responsible for intelligence work in the normal area of the vast continent, hurried to the director's office. Directorly, emergency. Is the Trade Alliance taking action? Li Zifeng, who was sitting upright, asked hurriedly. Lu Yaohua shook his head. It is an unknown great god civilization that has entered the irregular fragment area. After opening the intelligence, Li Zifeng saw the relevant data. This unknown civilization is temporarily numbered as Great God 54, which means it is the 54th Great God civilization discovered by the new humans. The other party landed in East District 32, and it seems that they have mastered the technology to resist irregular fragments. Lu Yaohua continued. Li Zifeng frowned. East District 32, is there any detailed information about this civilization? No, we discovered this civilization 110,000 years ago. It is an old god civilization that has mastered dimensional technology. The other party has always been very cautious. Li Zifeng was also helpless about this. The dimensional technology of this great god 54 has mastered three-dimensional space, two-dimensional plane, and one-dimensional line. With this level of dimensional technology, in the vast continent where all kinds of people are mixed, as long as the other party is willing to hide, the ghost agent dare not guarantee to obtain accurate intelligence. Yaohua, follow up on this matter. If the other party has any unusual movements, cut off the other party's claws directly. Understood. In the vast continent, East 32nd District of the irregular debris area. A spaceship equipped with anti-irregular debris armor is sneaking into the area, but they don't realize that they have entered the sight of the ghost agent. The ghost agent who secretly monitors the spy ship is around like a shadow. The spy ship that did not find any abnormalities is collecting intelligence and samples while being alert to the surroundings. Because they are at the edge of the irregular debris area, there are not only new human ghost agents here, but also intelligence personnel of the Trade Alliance who are paying attention to the junction. Although the trade union personnel could not go deep, they were more than enough to monitor the edge area. If the trade union accidentally discovered it, for the technology of resisting irregular fragments, the trade union would probably be greedy and would most likely take down the spy ship. The trade union stationed in the normal area nearby was the intelligence personnel of the Black Shadow clan. The person in charge, Black Shadow Lung, suddenly received a prompt from the monitoring system that a fast-moving one-dimensional regular line was found in the irregular fragment area nearby, and it was suspected to be a dimensional spaceship. Upon receiving this information, Haiying Lung's body was covered in black mist. Concentrate your strength and investigate this matter. Yes. The Haiying intelligence personnel also understood the importance of this matter. If there really is a dimensional spaceship, it means that the other party has the technology to resist irregular fragments. The Trade Alliance has not made any breakthroughs in the technology related to irregular fragments over the years, which makes the 7 affiliated civilizations feel impatient. This impatience is not only because the Trade Alliance has not made any breakthroughs, but also because they are worried that other great civilizations will make breakthroughs. If other great civilizations achieve breakthroughs in the technology related to irregular fragments, the trade union will be passive in the vast continent, and may even lose control of the vast continent. As the core colony of the trade union, the vast continent can be said to be the key area of the trade union. Although the trade union did not care when it was attacked by the Red Kingdom, their hearts were actually bleeding. After all, the trade union even colonized the vast continent in a semi-public form for the sake of the vast continent, which shows the importance of this place. Now it seems that a dimensional spaceship has appeared in the irregular debris area. Haiying Lung naturally understands the key relationship. In order to determine the authenticity of the intelligence, Haiying Lung mobilized most of the nearby intelligence forces to search the surrounding irregular debris area. Lu Yaohua, who was secretly monitoring the spy spaceship, did not receive any unusual movements from the spy spaceship, but received the movements of the Black Shadow clan. Deputy Director, what should we do now? A ghost agent asked hurriedly. After weighing the pros and cons for a while, Lu Yaohua decisively ordered, immediately alert the spy ship, force the other party into the deep of the irregular debris area, and then destroy the ship. Understood. The thousands of zero-dimensional rule people hiding around the spy ship, under the control of the ghost agents, suddenly appeared on the other side deliberately. The spy ship was startled by the sudden enemy, and then immediately fled away, like a frightened bird. The ghost agents kept chasing and intercepting the spy ship, and forced the other party into the deep of the irregular debris cloud in an instant. On the other hand, the shadow intelligence officer, who was searching the nearby area, just missed the spy ship, allowing it to escape into the depths of the irregular debris. The pilot of the spy ship, who was also the intelligence officer of the Great God 54, was also extremely anxious when facing the ghost agent, who was chasing him relentlessly. While reporting this emergency to his superiors, he went deep into the irregular debris area at full speed, hoping to escape under the cover of the irregular debris. This intelligence officer was also extremely unlucky. As soon as he entered the vast continent, he was discovered by the ghost agent, then noticed by the Shadow Clan, and finally hunted down by the ghost agent. Soon, the intelligence department of the civilization decided to abandon the spy ship and directly blew up the spy ship to ensure that the technology on the ship would not be leaked. However, this approach was just their wishful thinking. The data of this spy ship had long been infiltrated by the ghost agent. This time, the ghost agent did not want the spy ship to fall into the hands of the Trade Alliance, so he decisively adopted the strategy of stirring up trouble. As for the Great God 54, they also thought that the people chasing them were from the Trade Alliance, and they were so scared that they dared not enter the irregular debris area casually, and even the spy ships in the normal area became more cautious. In the intelligence station of the Black Shadow Clan, listening to the intelligence from his subordinates, Black Shadow Lung also felt something was wrong. After searching the irregular debris area nearby, he found no signs of a suspected spacecraft. Could it have sneaked into the depths? Black Shadow Lung, who was rolling in black mist, thought quietly. After repeated consideration, he still did not intend to give up, but ordered again, continue to closely monitor the irregular debris area, and notify intelligence personnel in other areas to let them pay attention to the irregular debris area. Yes. Chapter 624. Except for the ghost agent, God 54, who was secretly operating the plan, neither the Trade Alliance knew the truth of this incident. Looking at the report in his hand, Lu Yaohua breathed a sigh of relief. This plan of alerting the enemy successfully drove away God 54's spy ship, and made the Trade Alliance lose the opportunity to capture the spy ship, which can be said to kill two birds with one stone. However, Lu Yaohua also knew that this incident was just a beginning. God 54 was frightened temporarily, and he would definitely come back. Sooner or later, the Trade Alliance would discover the secret of the irregular fragments. It was only a matter of time. Li Zifeng, who coordinated the intelligence work of the vast continent, could only include the survivors in the monitoring scope as much as possible after hearing Lu Yaohua's concerns. As for the possibility that the Trade Alliance might discover the secrets of the irregular fragments, the ghost agent had no way to stop it. Sometimes inspiration comes, and it can't be stopped. However, the Science and Technology Commission gave a piece of news that might be good news. That is, long-term use of the wisdom beads may lead to the loss of inspiration, which may affect the creativity of the Trade Alliance to a certain extent. However, the reason why this information is possible is because the new humans don't know much about the details of the Trade Alliance. In terms of the use of wisdom beads, if the wisdom beads can be supplied for a long time, the inspiration stolen from the wisdom beads can also be supplied continuously. Li Zifeng has read relevant papers, and knows that a single wisdom bead can be used continuously for up to 300 to 400 blue star years. If the use period is exceeded, the wisdom sequence inside the wisdom bead will be exhausted due to insufficient changes and inspiration. Li Zifeng, who was in charge of the intelligence of the vast continent, had already calculated the inventory of the Trade Alliance's wisdom beads. Although the other party had obtained a large number of wisdom beads in a short period of time, by killing the goose that lays the golden eggs, the supply of wisdom beads would definitely be insufficient over time. Unless the Trade Alliance could obtain a new colony, a colony comparable in size to the vast continent would probably not be so easy to find. At least, no such huge cosmic continent had been found in the Ghost Agent's database. It will take tens of billions of years for large-scale life to re-emerge on the vast continent. Li Zifeng is now delaying as much as possible, not only accelerating the spread of irregular fragments, but also secretly blocking other great civilizations. Even if these great civilizations have successfully developed anti-irregular fragment technology, they will prevent the trade alliance from obtaining it. The ghost agents, who were originally cautious in the vast continent, have also been taking big actions recently. This is also the confidence brought by the acquisition of zero-dimension point technology. On the other side, the Black Shadow Intelligence Department led by Black Shadow Lung also indirectly helped the ghost agent. Because the Black Shadow clan is working with other affiliated civilizations to block the edge of the irregular debris area and search for the possible spaceship. This move not only made Great God 54 like a frightened bird, but also made other Great God civilizations in the vast continent feel restrained. 355 years have passed since the spy ship incident. Black Shadow Lung, who had no results in the investigation, had to return to his homeland to report on his work, because the rotation period of the vast continent had expired, and the affiliated civilization that replaced the Black Shadow clan was the Sand Phosphorus Empire. Yin Jingyi, the special intelligence officer of the Shaolin Empire, took over He Ying Lung's intelligence work in the vast continent. Before leaving, He Ying Lung had a secret talk with Yin Jingyi. "Jingyi, I have something to entrust you with." Yin Jingyi did not agree immediately, but asked cautiously, "What is it?" "In fact, this is what you will do next." A spaceship was suspected to have appeared in the chaotic area of the vast continent before. "I hope you will not let your guard down," He Ying Lung explained. "Oh, I will pay special attention to it." Yin Jingyi agreed. This was originally his job. If he could capture the spy ship, it would be a great achievement. And He Ying Lung returned to his homeland to report on his work. Although Yin Jingyi looks like a simple and honest stone man, in fact, this guy is neither simple and honest nor just. A guy who can be the head of intelligence is definitely ruthless. He sorted out the information left by He Ying Lung and planned the next work. Yin Jingyi found many suspicious points about the irregular debris area, which is the chaotic area defined by the Trade Alliance. For example, the abnormal event in the Yafa universe is a very important clue. The universe once experienced an extremely rapid expansion without any signs. The diffusion speed of irregular debris in the Yafa universe increased by 5.4 to 6.8 times in a short period of time. If we exclude accidental factors, and add the different degrees of abnormal diffusion found in other universes, as well as the suspected existence of the spy spacecraft, Yin Jingyi had reason to suspect that there was a force in the irregular fragment area of the vast continent. It had not been long since the problem occurred in the vast continent. First of all, we could rule out new civilizations, and even those quasi-great god civilizations. If there really was a force in the irregular fragment area of the vast continent, then the other party must be an alien great god civilization. Yin Jingyi not only suspected, but also took action. He mobilized the intelligence forces of the Shaolin Empire, and began to go deep into the irregular fragment area, although the interference of the irregular fragments made the detection of the zero-dimensional point proceed abnormally slowly. However, Yin Jingyi's actions did yield some clues. Yin Jingyi's actions were also discovered by the ghost agents, who were paying close attention to the surroundings. The ghost agents were lurking more covertly, and were also on guard against the Trade Alliance. The intelligence forces of both sides were secretly fighting in the vast continent. The ghost agents, who were in control of the initiative, did not let Yin Jingyi catch the flaws, thanks to the interference characteristics of the irregular fragments, which made it difficult for ordinary zero-dimensional points to exert their full strength. Yin Jingyi, who was riding on a spaceship, looked at the irregular debris area rolling in the distance. His intuition told him that there was something wrong inside. But now they can't do anything with the irregular fragments, and the zero-dimensional points can't enter the core area, so the intelligence work is extremely difficult. What secrets are hidden inside? Yin Jingyi, who was in deep thought, suddenly received an urgent report. After browsing, his dark green crystal eye flickered with green light, and he ordered seriously, "Luther, take down the spaceship immediately." "I obey your order." The stone man Luther immediately entered the one-dimensional space and time, and mobilized a large number of zero-dimensional points, using all his strength. Once again, the Great God 54 entered the irregular fragment area. Although he was cautious, he was still noticed by the Ghost Agent and the Trade Alliance. A spy ship made the Trade Alliance, and the Ghost Agent flustered. Liu Yaohua and Li Zifeng quickly exchanged opinions, and decided to take the initiative. They did not care about being exposed, and directly mobilized the nearby zero-dimensional rule robots to instantly annihilate the spy ship. The stone man Luther, who was a step slower, roared in anger at the spy ship that was turned to ashes. Obviously, someone did not want the Trade Alliance to obtain relevant intelligence, and destroyed the spy ship first. Yin Jingyi, who received Luther's report, was already sure that there was a problem in the irregular fragment area, but the ghost agent was hiding deep inside, so he had no way to start. Chapter 625. The turbulent vast continent, with the rapid spread of irregular fragments and the instigation of the new humans, completely engulfed the last normal area in the new era 312069. During this period, the Trade Union Intelligence Department led by Yen Jingyi was also conducting an in-depth investigation of the situation in the irregular fragment area. Unfortunately, due to the strong interference of the irregular fragments, the zero-dimensional reconnaissance spacecraft could only barely enter the middle layer. As the irregular fragments engulfed the entire vast continent, the Trade Union also lost control of the vast continent. On the vast continent, the creatures and civilizations of the old era are being wiped out bit by bit. In the traces of the last era, only a few survivors are struggling hard. The vast continent that once bred countless lives and civilizations has returned to the barbaric era. In this brand new vast continent, the unknown survivors have gradually adapted to the mutation of irregular fragments and completed the transformation of life. Life is so fragile, and life is also so tenacious. Yas, a survivor of the Duran Tower, a man and a beast, wandered in the broken universe for hundreds of thousands of years. During this period, he has searched most of the control areas of the original Duran Tower, but did not find any second tribesmen. Following the guidance of the remaining memory, Yas came to the last single universe. The ancient single universe was broken into a wreckage, and the cosmic crystal walls were scattered in the vacuum ocean, drifting aimlessly like rootless duckweed. The celestial bodies that lost the protection and restraint of the cosmic crystal walls were also disintegrating bit by bit. Whether it was the cosmic wall across the galaxy or the Earth-like planets in the star system, they were all turning irregular. Yas's spacecraft technology was very crude, and it was a technology he pieced together. Although he tried his best to improve it during his wandering, the power of one person was ultimately too weak. Entering the ruins area of the ancient universe, the concentration of irregular fragments here rises sharply, and the spacecraft is constantly hit by celestial debris outside. A chaotic and disordered starry sky. The once brilliant starry sky has long been dim, and the once prosperous starport is only dead, and the figures of the old people have also disappeared with the wind. Two figures floated down from the spacecraft, and their spacecraft was parked in a spaceport ruins. Yes, look at this thing. Yes. An orange orc was floating and shouting in surprise. Yas had long been accustomed to the chatter of this chatterbox. He floated towards the satellite city inside the spaceport. The fat orange cat was pulling a floating cabin and picking up some things he thought were useful. Deep in the satellite city, Yas, with a clear purpose, gently pushed open the gate in front of him. The gate made of composite materials collapsed instantly. Dust particles were floating everywhere. Yas, like a swimming fish, entered a former artificial botanical garden. After hundreds of thousands of years of vicissitudes, a thick layer of dust accumulated on all the items. After the death of large trees, they turned into foam-like fossil wood. The broken water molecules condensed into small water droplets, floating in the artificial botanical garden. These water droplets or water masses flashed with colorful colors. This was because the fundamental rules of matter were destroyed, causing the external mapping to change accordingly. Yas was no longer surprised by these things. He wandered deep into the artificial botanical garden. The area of this artificial botanical garden was about dozens of square kilometers. Along the way, there were floating colorful water droplets and plant corpses that turned into foam fossils. Suddenly he stopped, his dark green eyes full of disappointment. A palm-sized brown mushroom grew out of a dead wood fossil. He stopped to investigate because he detected the existence of an unknown life form in the satellite city. Disappointed, Yas murmured, "Even if it's just one, am I really the only one left?" If it weren't for the orange cat man, Yas might have been drowned in endless loneliness, become a man-in, or even self-destruct in this universe. Only when you lose something, you will know how to cherish it. The tribesmen and the numerous lives that were once seen everywhere are now like a spring in the desert, a luxury that can only be encountered but not sought. Although he felt empty inside, Yas still controlled the broken particles around him, and built a simple life support cabin, moving the brown mushrooms and the dead wood fossils into the life support cabin. Yas, who was unwilling to give up, continued to search carefully in the satellite city. After confirming that there were no other creatures, he returned to the spacecraft with the orange cat man. Yas, it's mushrooms again! The orange cat man pulled the rags and looked at the brown mushroom curiously. Yas did not answer, but placed the brown mushroom's life support capsule in the biological control area of the spacecraft. In the biological control area, 36 life support capsules of different sizes were running silently, filled with fungi, single-celled organisms, and plants. The brown mushroom became the 37th resident here. In the irregular mutations of the vast continent, those simple, low-level, and primitive organisms are often the easiest to survive. Those creatures with a higher degree of evolution usually find it difficult to adapt to the sudden changes in the environment, and most of them die during the process of mutation. This is the case of a small boat, making it easier to turn around. The degree of evolution of life does not represent its true adaptability. After all, there are many unexpected factors. After placing the brown mushrooms, Yas passed by the room of the orange cat man. This orange cat man was actually Yas's experiment, transformed from the previous mutant beast. The structure and physical strength of the orange cat man are comparable to those of advanced creatures, but the intelligence is quite simple and pure, similar to the infancy of intelligent creatures. Picking up scraps is the only hobby of the orange cat man. Its room is full of artificial objects, biological remains, and natural minerals picked up by the orange cat man. Yas was not very interested, because he did not find his tribe members. He returned to the cockpit and started the autopilot system. He immersed himself in research and occasionally paid attention to the data of the life detector. Over the long years, he has learned to adapt to loneliness, such as talking to himself, and reminiscing about the past in the virtual world. After searching the ruins area of the last single universe, facing the result of finding nothing, Yas fell into silence. The road ahead. Either continue to go to other areas to try your luck, and see if you can find survivors, but Yas is too tired. He is the only one left in the entire Duran Tower. What's the point of finding survivors from other civilizations? The other way is to reproduce and rebuild the Duran civilization on the ruins of the Duran Tower. As a creature that has evolved to the level of a great god, Yas can reproduce asexually, which is an ability that many creatures have, and the purpose is to continue civilization and race. In fact, most of the primary civilizations are sexually reproducing organisms, but when civilization evolves to the intermediate stage, many races will develop towards multi-type reproduction. It is not very difficult for one person to rebuild a race. Yas, who did not want to be lonely forever, finally chose to rebuild the Duran civilization through asexual reproduction. In the process of reproducing offspring, Yas also transformed more organisms through those plants, fungi, and single-celled organisms. Chapter 626. Many of the survivors in the vast continent have begun to choose asexual reproduction to expand the population. The Ghost Service, which is responsible for monitoring the vast continent, also feels increasing pressure because their open and covert struggles with the trade union are becoming increasingly fierce. Yinjingi has withdrawn the trade union's intelligence center to a cosmic island near the vast continent and is secretly spying on the irregular fragment area. Over the years, Yinjingi has not only been spying on the irregular fragment area, but also preparing some plans. Minister Yin, there are some loopholes in Area 264, Area 355, and Area 706. Stone Man Luther pointed to the cosmic chart and reported. Looking at the cosmic chart in front of him, Yinjingi tapped the table lightly. Since the spy ship was intercepted that time, they have fought with that mysterious civilization many times. Although the technology of the Trade Alliance is not weak, the other party has also mastered the zero-dimensional rules, coupled with the interference of irregular fragments. In the tit-for-tat confrontation, their trade alliance always suffers. As a proud man, Yinjingi could not tolerate such aggrievedness, and the situation reported by Luther was actually a plan of his. The confrontation between the Ghost Agent and the Trade Alliance made the edge of the vast continent full of war clouds, and also made the civilization that was attacked by the spy ship twice hesitate, and did not send the spy ship into the irregular debris area again. The wisdom of the Great God 54 is naturally a good thing for the Ghost Agent, but it is not a good thing for the Trade Alliance. After thinking for a long time, Yinjingi instructed again, gradually reduce the monitoring strength of the periphery, but the monitoring strength in secret should be strengthened. I want to let the prey in, and I must also ensure that the prey can be captured. Yes, Minister Yin. Luther turned around to make arrangements. In the vacuum ocean far away from the vast continent, there is a hidden cosmic island. The creatures inside the cosmic island are creatures that look like ants. The social structure of this civilization is also very peculiar, with a strong remnant of social insect style, a typical matriarchal Zerg society. Although the Ant-Man tribe has evolved to the Great God civilization, it still retains relatively primitive habits. In a three-dimensional microcosm, a group of black Ant-Men are surrounding a silicon-based giant beast, biting the living silicon-based giant beast with big mouthfuls. Break open the head of the silicon-based giant beast, and a core soaked in purple liquid becomes a delicious delicacy in the mouths of the black Ant-Men. Suddenly, a black Ant-Man floated over from outside in a hurry, and the two small tentacles on the black ant-man's head danced slightly. All of the black ants who were eating stopped eating and waved their tentacles, as if responding to something. One of the black ants who looked like a leader stood up and said, "Kilabo, you said that there was a loophole in the monitoring range of part of the trade union?" The black ant who came to report the situation waved his tentacles and said, "Lord Anguli, this is the detailed information." The leader of the black ants, Anguli, received the intelligence data and read it in his brain. In his ferocious mouth, the saw-like teeth opened and closed slightly. Anguli was in a dilemma about this information. They had sent spaceships into the irregular fragments of the vast continent twice before, but they were annihilated by the trade union. Now, even if there is a loophole in the monitoring area of the trade union, he still has doubts. The Black Ant tribe is the Great God 54. As for whether to enter the vast continent again, Anguli thought for a moment, and felt that he had no way to decide, so he could only pass the ball to the queen. After a conversation, the more than 300 queens of the Black Ant tribe still couldn't hold back their greed, and decided to send a spy spaceship into the vast continent again. Apparently, due to some strange coincidence, the Black Ants thought that the two previous spy ships were destroyed by the trade union, so the trade union must have mastered the technology to resist irregular fragments. Little did they know that their idea was completely wrong, and someone else actually destroyed their spy ships. It was this misunderstanding that made the Black Ants make a wrong decision. The Queen Insect BOM, who was in charge of intelligence work, summoned a group of Black Ant intelligence personnel under her and began to prepare for the work of infiltrating the vast continent. On the other side, the intelligence department of the trade union, led by Yan Jingyi, has openly reduced the intensity of peripheral monitoring, but secretly increased the intensity of monitoring. Yan Jingyi, who is very patient, is like his rock-like body, quietly lurking around the vast continent. The predators in the cosmic jungle, in addition to those beasts that rely on brute force, are also some jungle killers who are good at disguise. Deliberately revealing loopholes, after a full 644 blue star years, there are already a number of great god civilizations that can't bear the greed in their hearts and secretly lurk around the vast continent. However, there is no Black Ant tribe in these great civilizations. The Black Ants are not fools. After being fooled twice, they will be cautious for the third time. They first observed secretly for hundreds of years outside the monitoring range before deciding to take action. The Trade Union Intelligence Department lurking in the dark did not think of alarming the snake, but continued to wait for the fish to take the bait. This time, Yan Jingyi was well prepared and would never miss. As long as there was a spy ship entering the irregular debris area, they would capture it and not give the ghost agent a chance to destroy the body. Directorly emergency. Lu Yahua's projection appeared directly in the director's office. After listening to Lu Yahua's report, Li Zifeng immediately understood the trick of the trade alliance. Other great god civilizations did not understand the trick, but their ghost agents knew it clearly. The deliberate exposure of loopholes was most likely to lure Great God 54 into the vast continent, and then capture the spy ship of Great God 54, and reverse engineer the anti-regular debris technology through the spy ship. After fighting the trade union for so long, Li Zifeng naturally didn't want to let the other side succeed, so he immediately ordered, "Yahua, since the trade union has left a loophole, we will plug the loophole and clean up the spy ships around the vast continent. I will act immediately. Well, contact me at any time if there is any situation." Understood. The Black Ants, who were about to send spy ships into the vast continent, suddenly received an emergency warning that 70% of the spy ships they were monitoring outside the vast continent were destroyed in an instant. And it was not just the Black Ants, other spies of the Great God civilization around the vast continent were also suddenly attacked. This time, the intelligence forces of the Great God civilization around the vast continent suffered heavy losses. For this matter, these Great God civilizations could only swallow their anger and secretly blame the trade union, thinking that the trade union was luring the snake out of its hole. Yan Jingyi, who received the news, was also furious at this time. He had been planning for hundreds of years, but it was destroyed by that mysterious force. Damn bugs, mobilize the intelligence forces of other affiliated civilizations for me. I must teach them a profound lesson. Yan Jingyi smashed the command platform in front of him. Luther on the side hurriedly followed the instructions, and contacted other affiliated civilizations to borrow their intelligence systems. The originally calmed Haoheng continent, but because of this incident, the conflict between the Trade Alliance and the Ghost Agents escalated again. The two sides launched a fierce open and covert struggle in the marginal area of Haoheng continent. Chapter 627. Faced with the attack from the Trade Alliance, Li Zifeng fought back without showing any weakness. The Ghost Agent is in the secret base of the vast continent, After handing over the counterattack mission to Liu Yaohua, Li Zifeng was also not idle. After reporting to the headquarters, he began to prepare for the next step. Coming to the Survivor Monitoring Office of the vast continent, there are currently 23.47 million survivors in the vast continent, and these are the survivors among the intelligent creatures. There are also survivors among the non-intelligent creatures, a total of 640.5 billion. Some of these survivors wandered alone in the broken starry sky, some developed small-scale tribes through parthenogenesis, and some hid in ancient ruins. In addition to the survivors, the first batch of new creatures have been born in the vast continent at this time. These new creatures are brand new creatures that evolved on the basis of irregular fragments. There are currently 345 species of them. Looking at these data, Li Zifeng gave an order, from now on, gradually migrate the creatures in the vast continent. Li Si, where are we going to evacuate to? A ghost agent in charge of this task asked hurriedly. It has been arranged by the higher-ups. We will move to the Universe Island of the Silver Tree Civilization. Li Zifeng was well prepared. Silver Tree Civilization? I understand. The Silver Tree Civilization was the Universe Island where Huang Mingzhi's fleet first discovered irregular fragments. After the Silver Tree Civilization in the Universe Island was controlled by the new humans, the entire Misty Universe Island was completely controlled by the new humans and then hidden. Anyway, the Misty Universe Island is not very useful, just used to accommodate these survivors and new creatures. Li Zifeng gave an order, and the ghost agent started to act in an orderly manner. The first batch of survivors and new creatures to be relocated were those in the outer areas of the vast continent, because this area was vulnerable to invasion by the Trade Alliance. Anyway, the attitude of the ghost agents was to rather kill the wrong people than let them go. All the survivors and new creatures were relocated to the Misty Universe Island, leaving no gene key for the Trade Alliance. The migration plan was being carried out secretly and quickly. The purpose of Li Zifeng and the Ghost Service was very simple. The advantage of doing so was that, on the one hand, it could prevent the Trade Alliance from obtaining the genes of organisms in irregular environments, and on the other hand, it would be convenient to start a war. The vast continent was too conspicuous. The new humans could use the interference characteristics of irregular fragments to occupy it for a short time. However, it was very difficult to occupy the vast continent for a long time, and it was easy to become a target. Once the Trade Alliance has mastered the technology to resist irregular fragments, it will be the time for the Trade Alliance and the new humans to fight. The vast continent has been painstakingly managed by the Trade Alliance for trillions of years, and the other party will obviously not give up this place easily. The new humans also want to compete with the Trade Alliance. If they can take over the vast continent, it will naturally be the best thing. Therefore, the two sides will fight sooner or later. The vast continent is definitely the main battlefield. If the survivors and new creatures are not relocated as soon as possible, there will be no way to relocate them when the war really starts. The ghost agents were quickly migrating the survivors and new creatures. At the same time, Liu Yaohua led a group of people to fight with the intelligence department of the trade union at the edge of the vast continent. The furious Yan Jingyi was also attacking the ghost agents. However, there was no direct battle between the two sides. They were all lurking, sneak attacks, traps and the like. In order to be on the safe side, Huang Mingzhi and other members of the Science and Technology Commission also followed the fleet and left the vicinity of the vast continent. The War Commission sent another branch of Luo Feng to preside over the military of the vast continent. Once a war really breaks out, the ghost agents are not good at direct battles, and professional soldiers, like Luo Feng, are still needed. The atmosphere in the vast continent was tense. The Trade Alliance was also discussing this matter. The successive intelligence failures made the various affiliated civilizations understand some of the situation. The strength of this mysterious civilization was comparable to that of the Trade Alliance. The failure of the last intelligence war also made the Trade Alliance lose the possibility of obtaining spy ships, at least in the short term. After all, those great civilizations were alarmed once, and they would definitely not be fooled again. Even if the Trade Alliance released a cosmic broadcast and announced that it was not the Trade Alliance that did it, it is estimated that the great god civilizations would not believe it. The cosmic environment determines the lack of trust. No great god civilization will easily trust other civilizations. The reason why the Trade Alliance can be formed is that they have a common secret within them, and with trillions of years of scientific and technological cooperation, they know each other well, which barely maintains the existence of the Trade Alliance. As for other great god civilizations, the possibility of making them believe in win-win cooperation is almost zero. Moreover, these guys had just been tricked once in the vast continent, so it was even more impossible for them to believe the explanation of the Trade Alliance. Seeing that there was no other way, the Trade Alliance could only rely on itself to obtain the anti-regular fragmentation technology by obtaining spy ships. The Trade Alliance, which did not believe in evil, immediately took out a large number of high-quality wisdom beads and supplied them to scientists to speed up the research progress of irregular fragments. The Trade Alliance, which went all out, was indeed extraordinary in strength. After consuming about 1/10 of the wisdom beads in stock, they finally made a breakthrough. After the secret of the irregular fragments was discovered by the trade union, the related research work made rapid progress. The 7 great civilizations of the trade union held a secret summit to discuss how to deal with the vast continent. On the other side, the survivors and new creatures in the vast continent were also transferred away by the ghost agents, leaving no gene key for the trade union. Luo Feng, who took over the defense of the vast continent, listened to Li Zifeng's report and looked at the restless trade union. He did not want to passively defend, so he discussed with a group of staff and decided to take the initiative. The mighty dimensional warships rushed out from the irregular fragments of the vast continent to the defense line of the trade union. The trade union, caught off guard, suffered a rout. A single universe hidden in the vacuum ocean was instantly broken through by countless zero-dimensional robots, and the zero-dimensional robots of the trade union also fought back. However, the battle between the two sides made Yanjingi, who was commanding the counterattack, feel bad. Although both sides were zero-dimensional robots, the trade union's control over the zero-dimensional rules was a little worse than that of the new humans. In the battle between the great civilizations, a small gap can often determine the outcome. The zero-dimensional robots of the trade union need to use the advantage of numbers to destroy the zero-dimensional robots of the new humans. However, on the battlefield at this time, the number of zero-dimensional robots of the new humans is billions of times that of the trade union. Facing the new human zero-dimensional robots, like a huge wave, the trade union was defeated for a while. Retreat. Yanjingi had no choice but to retreat. As Yanjingi led some intelligence personnel to retreat, the resistance of the trade union in the vicinity became weaker and weaker. Luo Feng, who was beating the fallen dog, naturally did not hesitate to kill them all, and completely cleared the area of nearly 500 trillion grids around the vast continent. Clearing the surrounding trade union forces also gave the vast continent a broad strategic depth, allowing it to let go and go to war with the trade union. Chapter 628. At the 7 Clans Summit of the Trade Union, the high-level officials who were discussing how to deal with the vast continent were stunned by the sudden attack of the new humans. Yanjingi, who returned with the remnants, lowered his head in shame. The loss of the vast continent was due to my negligence. Your Majesty and the Alliance Council will punish me. The Emperor Sha Yuan of the Shaolin Empire was furious and yelled, "Can I get back the lost land by punishing you now? Waste! What use are you?" With an angry slap, Yanjingi was smashed into the wall. Yanjingi, who was embedded in the wall, did not dare to resist at this time. The elder of the Black Shadow clan, Black Shadow Starry Sky, came out to smooth things over. Sha Yuan, this matter cannot be entirely blamed on Yanjingi. It was the enemy's attack that was too sudden. The high-level officials of the other 5 civilizations also understood the idea of Emperor Sha Yuan. He was just doing it for them to see, and he did not really want to punish Yanjingi. As for the Black Shadow clan, they are now in trouble with the Shaolin Empire. During the Black Shadow clan's guard duty, the Red Divine Kingdom sneaked into the vast continent, causing the vast continent to be covered by irregular fragments. The Shaolin Empire, on the other hand, has suffered many defeats in the intelligence war, and has now lost the outer control area of the vast continent. Faced with this situation, the top leaders of the 7 clans quickly discussed the solution and decided to organize a joint fleet to attack the vast continent and regain control of the vast continent. Emperor Sha Yuan stretched out his hand and pulled out Yanjingi, who was embedded in the wall. Yanjingi, you will immediately lead the intelligence department and fully assist the joint fleet to recover the lost territory. If there is a problem again this time, you don't have to come back. Yes, I will do my best to live up to the trust of the Alliance. Yanjingi replied quickly. Go away. Yes. The Trade Alliance is distributed in very remote areas of the vast continent, which is also to ensure the safety of their homeland. Moreover, although the 7 affiliated civilizations are all close to one area, they do not know each other's location. Following the order of the Alliance Council, the 7 affiliated civilizations began to prepare for war, and selected a large number of elite soldiers to form a joint fleet. The commander-in-chief of the joint fleet is Marshal Shaolu of the Shaolin Empire. Shaolu is worried about the coordination between the 7 affiliated civilizations. Based on the strength and characteristics of each affiliated civilization, he decided to form a main fleet from the Shaolin Empire, the Black Shadow clan, and the Endless Galaxy. The remaining Guqing Federation, the Faceless, the Dimension Ladder, and the Time Civilization each sent a raiding fleet. The main fleet attracted the enemy forces of the vast continent head-on, while the Guqing Federation and the Time Civilization lurked behind the main fleet. The Faceless One, the Dimension Ladder, is free in other directions of the vast continent, and can choose the opportunity to raid the vast continent. After arranging the battle plan, the fleets of the affiliated civilizations took action. The main fleet rushed directly to the vast continent, and was discovered by the alert new human spy ship when it approached the 2,460 trillion grid of the vast continent. The Trade Alliance, which intended to attract attention directly, did not intend to hide, but also knew that it would not be able to hide for long, so it was better to be straightforward. The Faceless One, the Dimension Ladder's raiding fleet, was relatively hidden, mainly because the technologies of these two civilizations had many highly concealed technologies. However, the Faceless Ones and the Dimension Ladder's raiding fleet did not rush directly to the vast continent, but took a detour. They planned to avoid the surveillance of the new humans and detour to the other side of the vast continent. When the main fleet attracted attention, they would choose the opportunity to raid the vast continent. Report: the Trade Union fleet was found to be attacking our North Outer 361 district from the northwest. Report: the Trade Union's main fleet and the other two fleets behind it were found, and the number of enemy ships was respectively. Report: Luo Feng's headquarters is located in the central area of the vast continent. At this time, the intelligence from the front line is being fed back in an orderly manner, and the staff are also quickly analyzing the enemy's strength. The tense situation in the vast continent also makes other great civilizations feel incredible. The Trade Alliance, that has always dominated the vast continent, has been quietly taken away from the vast continent. And now the fleets of both sides have headed for the vacuum ocean near the vast continent, and it is obvious that a war is about to begin. The Red Divine Nation, which challenged the Trade Union last time, is still being hunted down and will probably be wiped out soon. Now another civilization is challenging the Trade Union. The spectators are paying close attention to both sides. They don't care who wins or loses. What really interests them is the technology of both sides, and who this mysterious civilization is. After finding out the size of the Trade Union's main fleet, Luo Feng dispatched a force 3 times the number of enemy ships to attack the Trade Union's main fleet directly. As for whether the Trade Union has other fleets, Luo Feng is not too worried, because the vast continent has a huge advantage. That is, it is highly rich in materials. When the technological levels are almost the same, the two sides can only compete with resources, and the resources of the vast continent are enough to crush the Trade Union. Unless the Trade Union has other decisive technologies that can easily annihilate the zero-dimensional robots of the new humans, it will be difficult for the new humans to be defeated. Joint Fleet. On Xiaoyu's flagship. The densely packed enemy ships on the cosmic map made Xiaolu feel extremely difficult. He turned his head and asked, "Xingyi, how much do you know about this mysterious civilization?" "Marshal, I only guessed that the other party might be human civilization, and it is extremely powerful in other dimensional technology and chaotic rule technology." Yan Xingyi replied quickly. Xiaolu had some impression. Human civilization? Is it the civilization that suddenly withdrew its branch from the vast continent? Yes, it is this civilization. The other party is very mysterious. Before the Red Kingdom invaded the vast continent, it may have entered the vast continent. Yan Xingyi explained again. It seems that this is a tough opponent. Xiaolu was not too confident. From the previous intelligence data, their zero-dimensional points confronted the opponent's zero-dimensional points, and the loss ratio of both sides was about 3 minutes and 1.2 seconds. This data shows that this human is slightly better than their alliance in zero-dimensional technology. What makes Xiaolu even more worried is that the opponent has occupied the vast continent and obtained the vast continent's huge resources. The alliance that missed the opportunity will suffer this bitter fruit. Marshal, the Vanguard Corps is fighting the enemy. Xiaolu immediately focused his attention on the battlefield. As soon as the two sides fought, the vanguard of the Trade Union's joint fleet showed obvious signs of being defeated, and large numbers of dimensional warships were annihilated by enemy ships. Xiaolu, who saw the scene, did not panic, immediately destroyed the enemy's scout spacecraft. Received. The new human scout spacecraft that had been locked on for a long time was annihilated by the joint fleet using its superior forces. The enemy scout spacecraft has been eliminated. Xiaolu calmly ordered, "The rear corps hide and disperse. Prepare to split the enemy fleet." Received. The middle corps, support the Vanguard Corps. Prepare to lure the enemy deep into the enemy. Received. The Vanguard Corps of the combined fleet pretended to be defeated and retreated in an orderly manner, while the Middle Corps pressed forward, ready to join the Vanguard Corps and defeat the new human fleet together. After destroying the surrounding new human scout spacecraft, the rear core of the combined fleet turned into a fleet, lurking from left and right, up and down, ready to split the new human fleet. Chapter 629. The vanguard of the trade union was defeated under the surging offensive of the new human fleet. The Middle Army led by Sha Lu launched dense zero-dimensional robots, while supporting the vanguard's retreat. The zero-dimensional robots of both sides seemed to be fighting in a frozen space and time, but the new human's dimensional technology was obviously slightly better than that of the trade union. This gap resulted in 3 zero-dimensional robots of the trade union being able to fight against 1 zero-dimensional robot of the new human. As a trade alliance of the old god civilization, even if it is slightly lacking in zero-dimensional rules, it can still win back a game with other technologies. After the Vanguard and the Middle Corps joined, Sha Lu, who was commanding the flagship, stared at the cosmic chart. The two sides fought fiercely and anxiously. In less than 2 hours, the Vanguard and the Middle Corps lost about 27%. Report, the rear corps is in place. Sha Lu immediately ordered. Vanguard Corps, the Middle Corps pretended to be defeated and began to retreat. Got it. The Vanguard and Middle Corps of the combined fleet, who fought desperately, seemed to be panicked and retreated to the rear in a panic. The new human fleet immediately bit the enemy and tried to annihilate the enemy in one fell swoop, but the fleet commander did not put all his strength on it, and only dispatched 1/3 of the warships. Because there were 2 free squadrons behind the main force of the combined fleet, the new human fleet naturally had to be wary of the other side. The main fleet of the combined fleet, which had been defeated by more than 20 trillion grids, suddenly became tough and tried its best to stop the attack of the new human vanguard. The rear corps of the combined fleet, which had been lurking for a long time, rushed out from the vacuum ocean in all directions. The rear corps of the combined fleet, with superb hiding technology, was like a sharp knife, concentrating superior forces in a local area to split the vanguard fleet of the new humans. For a time, the warships of both sides were intertwined, and the entire vacuum ocean battlefield was intertwined with irregular fragments, 3-dimensional space, 2-dimensional planes, 1-dimensional lines, and endless zero-dimensional robots. The unpredictable dimensional warships shuttled back and forth in various spatial dimensions. A space was twisted rapidly. A new human warship was attacked by zero-dimensional robots. In an instant, the entire warship was decomposed into zero-dimensional robots. Suddenly, the area was covered by a 2-dimensional plane. 2-dimensional plane trap. Collapsed the plane immediately. The soul sequences of the new human warriors under remote control were all spinning rapidly. No, my warship is besieged by enemy ships. Support me immediately. More than a dozen Alliance warships united to form a multidimensional spacetime crystal wall, surrounding the 3 new human warships. Just when they wanted to concentrate the superior number of zero-dimensional robots to eat the 3 new human warships, their multidimensional spacetime crystal wall was torn open from the outside. The Alliance warships, not wanting to fight, immediately gave up the siege plan and jumped to another dimensional battlefield. The new human Vanguard team itself has a numerical advantage, although the Alliance warships have an advantage in technological diversity, which is due to the long-term accumulation of the trade alliance. For a time, the battle loss ratio was about 1.3 to 1.5, which means that 13 Alliance warships can fight 15 new human warships. The new humans only have a slight advantage in dimensional technology. In terms of comprehensive strength, the trade alliance is still slightly better. Sha Luo looked at the battle reports and the heavy losses of the main fleet, and his heart became heavier. Although the Alliance warships have a certain advantage over the new human warships, with their strong technological background, this advantage is not great. The new humans can completely use their numerical advantage to crush the joint fleet. When Sha Luo thought of the vast continent falling into the hands of the enemy, he couldn't help but have a headache. Marshal, the 204th detachment was completely wiped out. The enemy ships tore open the encirclement warships on the flank, and our army lost 370 million warships. Marshal, the Guqing squadron sent a message asking if they need support. The current battle situation was beyond the expectations of Sha Lu and the combined fleet. At this time, the main fleet of the combined fleet and the new human Vanguard fleet were mixed together. Moreover, the main force of the combined fleet suffered heavy losses, and so far it has lost about 62%. Although the number of new human warships lost is more than theirs, the number of new humans is obviously greater than theirs. Tell the Guqing squadron and the Year's squadron not to act rashly. Sha Lu gave the order first. After taking another look at the cosmic chart and the approaching main force of the new humans, he decisively chose to retreat, The main fleet will retreat to the rear according to Plan 14. Understood. At this point, the combined fleet also knew that it was impossible to win, so it could only make a strategic shift and rely on the defense lines of the various cosmic islands in the rear and the 2 reserve squadrons. However, the main fleet of the Alliance was not a pushover, and did not retreat all at once, but left about 1/3 of the warships behind to cover the rear. The desperately rear-end battleships did indeed delay the new human vanguard fleet, allowing the main remnants of Sha Luo to successfully retreat into a vacuum ocean. After destroying the rear-end battleships, Luo Feng did not let the fleet pursue, but stopped to rest. After all, if they pursued the Alliance fleet now, they would enter the Alliance's home area and be easily ambushed and surrounded by the enemy. In the command center in the central area of the vast continent, Luo Feng and Chief of Staff Wang Weigui and others were discussing the next arrangements. Commander Luo, we have temporarily repelled the first wave of enemies. I don't think the Trade Alliance will give up. Wang Weigui said beside the cosmic chart. Luo Feng knew that the trade union would not give up. He thought for a while, and told everyone, fortify the surrounding areas of the vast continent and transform all the cosmic islands into dimensional warships and other weapons. Okay. I want to see what the trade union can use to fight us. The vast continent sent out fleets to quickly plunder the cosmic islands around the vast continent, and plundered all the materials on these cosmic islands. Like a swarm of locusts, the new human fleet transformed the looted materials into dimensional warships and weapons. For a time, the number of new human warships in the vast continent increased rapidly, and the cosmic islands around the vast continent were completely cleared, becoming a real vacuum ocean. Facing the new human scorched earth, the Trade Alliance, which was already at a disadvantage in terms of resources, could only temporarily switch from offense to defense. The stalemate forced Sha Luo to report to the Trade Alliance's Alliance Council. In the virtual space, Sha Luo briefly introduced the situation of the war. What's your opinion? The leader of the Time civilization was the first to ask. Sha Luo, who had fought with the new humans, also felt very difficult about the situation in front of him. He could only bite the bullet and answer, it may be very difficult to defeat the human civilization entrenched in the vast continent. The Alliance needs to draw most of the resources from other colonies, and the probability of victory is less than 35%. Draw resources from other colonies? When Emperor Sha Yuan heard this explanation, he was in a dilemma for a while. As for Sha Yu's statement, in fact, everyone present knew that after this fierce battle, through the loss ratio and technological level of both sides, the Trade Alliance knew that their chances of winning were slim. Because the resources of the vast continent accounted for about 76.3% of the entire Trade Alliance, and only 23.7% of the resources were left. With a threefold resource gap and a small difference in technological level between the two sides, this war could not be fought.